Harriet Martineau, 18,021,876. Deerbrook. Chapter 1. An event. Every town-bred person who travels in a rich country region knows what it is to see a neat white house, planted in a pretty situation in a shrubbery, or commanding a sunny common, or nestling between two hillsand to say to himself, as the carriage sweeps past its gate, I should like to live there. I could be very happy in that pretty place. Transient visions pass before his mind's eye of dewy summer mornings, when the shadows are long on the grass, and of bright autumn afternoons, when it would be luxury to saunter in the neighboring lanes, and of frosty winter days, when the sun shines in over the low rustiness at the window, while the fire burns with a different light from that which it gives in the dull parlors of a city. Mr. Gray's house had probably been the object of this kind of speculation to one or more persons 3 times a week ever since the stagecoach had begun to pass through Deerbrook. Deerbrook was a rather pretty village, dignified, as it was, with the woods of a fine park, which formed the background to its best points of view of this pretty village. Mr. Gray's was the prettiest house standing in a field round which the road swept. There were trees enough about it to shade without darkening it, and the garden and shrubbery behind were evidently of no contemptible extent. The timber and coal yards and granaries, which stretched down to the river side, were hidden by a nice management of the garden walls and training of the shrubbery. In the drawing-room of this tempting white house sat Mrs. Gray and her eldest daughter one spring evening. It was rather an unusual thing for them to be in the drawing-room. Sophia read history and practiced her music every morning in the little blue parlor which looked towards the road, and her mother sat in the dining-room, which had the same aspect. The advantage of these rooms was that they commanded the house of Mr. Rowland, Mr. Gray's partner in the corn, coal, and timber business, and also the dwelling of Mrs. Enderby, Mrs. Rowland's mother, who lived just opposite the Rowlands. The drawing-room looked merely into the garden. The only houses seen from it were the greenhouse and the summer house, the latter of which now served the purpose of a schoolroom for the children of both families, and stood on the boundary line of the gardens of the two gentlemen of the firm. The drawing-room was so dull that it was kept for company, that is, it was used about 3 times a year. When the pictures were unveiled, the green baize removed, and the ground windows, which opened upon the lawn, thrown wide to afford to the rare guests of the family a welcome from birds and flowers. The ground windows were open now, and on one side sat Mrs. Gray working a rug, and on the other Sophia working a collar. The ladies were evidently in a state of expectation, a state exceedingly trying to people who, living at ease in the country, have rarely anything to expect beyond the days of the week. The newspaper and their dinners. Mrs. Gray gave her needle a rest every few minutes to listen, and rang the bell 3 times in a quarter of an hour to make inquiries of her maid about the arrangements of the best bedroom. Sophia could not attend to her work, and presently gave information that Fanny and Mary were in the orchard. She was desired to call them, and presently Fanny and Mary appeared at the window, twins of 10 years old, and very pretty little girls. My dears, said Mrs. Gray, has Miss Young done with you for today? Oh yes, mamma, it is just 6 o'clock. We have been out of school this hour almost. Then come in and make yourselves neat and sit down with us. I should not wonder if the Miss Ibbotsons should be here now, before you are ready. But where is Sidney? Oh, he is making a pond in his garden there. He dug it before school this morning, and he is filling it now. Yes, said the other, and I don't know when he will have done, for as fast as he fills it, it empties again, and he says he cannot think how people keep their ponds filled. He must have done now, however, said his mother. I suppose he is tearing his clothes to pieces with drawing the water barrel, and wetting himself to the skin besides. And spoiling his garden, said Fanny. He has dug up all his hepaticas and 2 rose bushes to make his pond. Go to him, my dears, and tell him to come in directly, and dress himself for tea. Tell him, I insist upon it, do not run, walk quietly, you will heat yourselves, and I do not like Mrs. Rowland to see you running. Mary informed her brother that he was to leave his pond and come in, and Fanny added that mamma insisted upon it. They had time to do this, to walk quietly, to have their hair made quite smooth, and to sit down with their 2 dolls on each side the common cradle, in a corner of the drawing-room, before the Miss Ibbotsons arrived. The Miss Ibbotsons were daughters of a distant relation of Mr. Gray's. Their mother had been dead many years. They had now just lost their father, and were left without any nearer relation than Mr. Gray. He had invited them to visit his family, while their father's affairs were in course of arrangement. Until it could be discovered what their means of living were likely to be, they had passed their lives in Birmingham, and had every inclination to return to it. When their visit to their Deerbrook relations should have been paid, their old schoolfellows and friends all lived there, and they thought it would be easier and pleasanter to make the smallest income supply their wants in their native town than to remove to any place where it might go further. They had taken leave of their friends, as for a very short time, and when they entered Deerbrook looked around them as upon a place in which they were to pass a summer. All Deerbrook had been informed of their expected arrival as it always was of everything which concerned the Greys. The little Rowlands were walking with their mother when the chaise came up the street, but being particularly desired not to look at it, they were not much benefited by the event. Their grandmamma, Mrs. Enderby, was not at the moment under the same restriction, and her high cap might be seen above the green blind of her parlour, as the chaise turned into Mr. Gray's gate. The stationer, the parish clerk, and the milliner and her assistant had obtained a passing view of sundry boxes, the face of an elderly woman, and the outline of two black bonnets, all that they could boast of to repay them for the vigilance of a whole afternoon. Sophia Gray might be pardoned for some anxiety about the reception of the young ladies. She was 4 years younger than the younger of them, and Hester the elder was 21, a venerable age. To a girl of 16, Sophia began to think she had never been really afraid of anything before, though she remembered having cried bitterly when first left alone with her governess, and though she had always been remarkable for clinging to her mother's side on all social occasions. In the approaching trial, her mother could give her little assistance. These cousins would be always with her. How she should read history or practice music with them in the room she could not imagine, nor what she should find to say to them all day long. If poor Elizabeth had but lived, what a comfort she would have been now. The elder one would have taken all the responsibility, and she heaved a sigh once more as she thought to the memory of poor Elizabeth. Mr. Gray was at a market some miles off, and Sidney was sent by his mother into the hall to assist in the work of alighting, and causing the luggage to alight, as any other boy of 13 would have done. He slunk behind the hall door, without venturing to speak to the strangers, and left the business to the guests. And the maids, Mrs. Gray and Sophia, awaited them in the drawing room, and were ready with information about how uneasy they had all been about the rain in the morning, till they remembered that it would lay the dust, and so make the journey pleasanter. The twins shouldered their dolls, and looked on from their stools, while Sidney stole in and, for want of some better way of covering his awkwardness, began rocking the cradle with his foot till he tilted it over. Sophia found the first half were not at all difficult to surmount. She and Margaret Ibbotson informed each other of the precise number of miles between Deerbrook and Birmingham. She ascertained fully to her satisfaction that her guests had dined. She assisted them in the observation that the grass of the lawn looked very green after the streets of Birmingham, and she had to tell them that her father was obliged to attend the market some miles off and would not be home for an hour or two. Then the time came when bonnets were to be taken off, and she could offer to show the way to the spare room there. She took Hester and Margaret to the window, and explained to them what they saw thence. And as it was necessary to talk, she poured out what was most familiar to her mind, experiencing a sudden relief from all the unwanted shyness which had tormented her. "That is Mr. Rowland's house, papa's partner. You know, isn't it an ugly place with that ridiculous porch to it? But Mrs. Rowland can never be satisfied without altering her house once a year. She has made Mr. Rowland spend more money upon that place than would have built a new one of twice the size. That house opposite is Mrs. Enderby's, Mrs. Rowland's mother, so near as she lives to the Rowlands. It is shocking how they neglect her. There could be no difficulty in being properly attentive to her so near as she is, could there? But when she is ill, we are obliged to go and see her sometimes, when it is very inconvenient, because Mrs. Rowland has never been near her all day. Is not it shocking? I rather wonder she should complain of her family," observed Margaret. "Oh, she is not remarkable for keeping her feelings to herself, poor soul, but really it is wonderful how little she says about it, except when her heart is quite full just to us. She tries to excuse Mrs. Rowland all she can, and she makes out that Mrs. Rowland is such an excellent mother, and so busy with her children, and all that, but you know that is no excuse for not taking care of her own mother." "Those are the Verdon woods, are they not?" said Hester, leaning out of the window to survey the whole of the sunny prospect. "I suppose you spend half your days in those woods in summer." "No, mamma goes out very little, and I seldom walk beyond the garden. But now you are come, we shall go everywhere. Ours is considered a very pretty village." The sisters thought it so beautiful that they gazed as if they feared it would melt away if they withdrew their eyes. The one discovered the bridge lying in shadow, the other the pointed roof of the building, which surmounted the spring in the park woods. Sophia was well pleased at their pleasure, and their questions, and her descriptions went on improving in rapidity, till a knock at the door of the room cut short the catechism. It was Morris the Miss. Ibbotson's maid and her appearance gave Sophia a hint to leave her guests to refresh themselves. She glanced over the room to see that nothing was wanting, pointed out the bell, intimated that the washstands were mahogany, which showed every splash, and explained that the green blinds were meant to be always down, when the sun shone in lest it should fade the carpet. She then withdrew, telling the young ladies that they would find tea ready when they came down. "How very handsome Hester is," was the exclamation of both mother and daughter, when Sophia had shut the drawing-room door behind her. "I wonder," said Mrs. Gray, "that nobody ever told us how handsome we should find Hester. I should like to see what fault Mrs. Rowland can find in her face." "It is rather odd that one sister should have all the beauty," said Sophia. "I do not see anything striking in Margaret. Mrs. Rowland will say she is plain, but in my opinion Margaret is better looking than any of the Rowlands are ever likely to be. Margaret would not be thought plain away from her sister, I hope. They are not fine ladies. I am rather surprised at their bringing a maid. She looks a very respectable person. But I did not suppose they would keep a maid till they knew better what to look forward to. I do not know what Mr. Gray will think of it." When Hester and Margaret came down, Mrs. Gray was ready, with an account of the society of the place. "We are as well off for society," said she, "as most places of the size. If you were to ask the bookseller at Blickley, who supplies our club, he would tell you that we are rather intellectual people. And I hope you will see when our friends have called on you that, though we seem to be living out of the world, we are not without our pleasures. I think Sophia the Levitts will certainly call." "Oh yes, mamma, tomorrow, I have no doubt. Dr. Levitt is our rector," observed Mrs. Gray to her guests. "We are dissenters, as you know, and our neighbor, Mrs. Rowland, is very much scandalized at it. If Mr. Rowland would have allowed it, she would have made a difficulty on that ground about having her children educated with mine, but the Levitts' conduct might teach her better. They make no difference on account of our being dissenters. They always call on our friends. The first day after they arrive here, the second at furthest. I have no doubt we shall see the Levitts tomorrow. And Mrs. Enderby, I am sure," said Sophia, "if she is at all able to stir out." "Oh yes, Mrs. Enderby knows what is right if her daughter does not, if she does not call tomorrow. I shall think that Mrs. Rowland prevented her. She can keep her mother within doors, as we know, when it suits her purposes. But Mr. Philip is here, mamma, and Mrs. Enderby can do as she likes when she has her son with her. I assure you, he is here, mamma. I saw the cobbler's boy carry home a pair of boots there this morning." Sidney had better evidence still to produce. Mr. Enderby had been talking with him about fishing this afternoon. He said he had come down for a fortnight's fishing. Fanny also declared that Matilda Rowland had told Miss Young today that Uncle Philip was coming to see the new schoolroom. Mrs. Gray was always glad on poor Mrs. Enderby's account when she had her son with her, but otherwise she owned she did not care for his coming. He was too like his sister to please her. "He is very high, to be sure," observed Sophia. "And really, there is no occasion for that with us," resumed Mrs. Gray. "We should never think of mixing him up with his sister's proceedings. If he did not do it himself, no one would suppose him answerable for her rudeness. At least, I am sure such a thing would never enter my head. But he forces it upon one's mind, by carrying himself so high." "I don't think he can help being so tall," observed Sidney. "But he buttons up and makes the most of it," replied Sophia. "He stalks in like a Polish count." The sisters could not help smiling at this proof that the incursions of the Poles into this place were confined to the book club. They happened to be well acquainted with a Polish count who was short of stature, and did not stalk. They were spared all necessity of exerting themselves in conversation, for it went on very well without the aid of more than a word or two from them. "Do you think, mamma, the Andersons will come?" asked Sophia. "Not before Sunday, my dear. The Andersons live 3 miles off," she explained, "and are much confined by their school. They may possibly call on Saturday afternoon, as Saturday is a half-holiday. But Sunday after church is a more likely time. We do not much approve of Sunday visits, and I dare say you feel the same, but this is a particular case. People living 3 miles off, you know, and keeping a school, and being dissenters, we do not like to appear illiberal to those who are not of our own way of thinking. So the Andersons sometimes come in after church, and I am sure you will accept their call just as if it was made in any other way." Hester and Margaret could only say that they should be happy to see Mr. and Mrs. Anderson in any mode which was most convenient to themselves. A laugh went through the family, and a general exclamation of Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. The Andersons happened to be two maiden sisters who kept a young ladies' school. it was some time before Mrs. Gray herself could so far command her countenance as to frown with becoming severity at Fanny, who continued to giggle for some time with intervals of convulsive stillness at the idea that the Andersons could mean Mr. and Mrs. Anderson. In the midst of the struggle, Mr. Gray entered. He laid a hand on the head of each twin, observed that they seemed very merry, and asked whether his cousins had been kind enough to make them laugh already. To these cousins he offered a brief and hearty welcome, remarking that he supposed they had been told what had prevented his being on the spot on their arrival, and that he need not trouble them with the story over again. Sidney had slipped out as his father entered for the chance of riding his horse to the stable, a ride of any length being, in his opinion, better than none. When he returned in a few minutes, he tried to whisper to Sophia over the back of her chair, but could not for laughing. After repeated attempts, Sophia pushed him away. "Come, my boy, out with it," said his father. "What you can tell your sister, you can tell us. What is the joke?" Sidney looked as if he had rather not explain before the strangers, but he never dared to trifle with his father. He had just heard from little George Rowland that Mrs. Rowland had said at home that the young ladies at Mr. Gray's, who had been made so much fuss about, were not young ladies. After all, she had seen the face of one as they passed her in the chaise, and she was sure the person could not be less than 50. "She saw Morris, no doubt," said Hester, amidst the general laugh. "I hope she will come tomorrow and see some people who are very little like 50, said Mrs. Gray. "She will be surprised, I think," she added, looking at Hester with a very meaning manner of admiration. "I really hope, for her own sake, she will come, though you need not mind. If she does not, you will have no great loss, Mr. Gray. I suppose you think she will call?" "No doubt, my dear Mrs. Rowland never omits calling on our friends, and why should she now?" And Mr. Gray applied himself to conversation with his cousins, while the rest of the family enjoyed further merriment about Mrs. Rowland having mistaken Morris for one of the Miss Ibbotsons. Mr. Gray showed a sympathy with the sisters which made them more at home than they had felt. Since they entered the house, he knew some of their Birmingham friends, and could speak of the institutions and interests of the town for a whole hour. He engaged them in brisk conversation, without having once alluded to their private affairs or his own, or said one word about Deerbrook society. At the end of that time, just as Mary and Fanny had received orders to go to bed, and were putting their dolls into the cradle, in preparation, the scrambling of a horse's feet was heard on the gravel before the front door, and the house bell rang. "Who can be coming at this time of night?" said Mrs. Gray. "It is Hope, I have no doubt," replied her husband as I passed his door. "I asked him to go out to old Mr. Smithson, who seems to me to be rather worse than better, and to let me know whether anything can be done for the old gentleman. Hope has come to report of him, no doubt." "Oh, mamma, don't send us to bed if it is Mr. Hope," cried the little girls. "Let us sit up a little longer if it is Mr. Hope." "Mr. Hope is a great favorite with the children, with us all," observed Mrs. Gray to the sisters. "We have the greatest confidence in him as our medical man, as indeed everyone has who employs him. Mr. Gray brought him here, and we consider him the greatest acquisition our society ever had." The sisters could not be surprised at this. When they saw Mr. Hope, the only wonder was that, in the description of the intellectual society of Deerbrook, Mr. Hope had not been mentioned first. He was not handsome, but there was a gaiety of countenance and manner in him, under which the very lamp seemed to burn brighter. He came, as Mr. Gray had explained, on business, and not having been aware of the arrival of the strangers, would have retreated when his errand was done. But as opposition was made to this, by both parents and children, he sat down for a quarter of an hour to be taken into consultation about how the Miss Ibbotsons were to be conducted through the process of seeing the sights of Deerbrook. With all sincerity, the sisters declared that the woods of the park would fully satisfy them, that they had been accustomed to a life so quiet that excursions were not at all necessary to their enjoyment. Mr. Gray was determined that they should visit every place worth seeing in the neighborhood while it was in its summer beauty. Mr. Hope was exactly the right person to consult, as there was no nook, no hamlet to which his tastes or his profession had not led him. Sophia put paper before him, on which he was to note distances, according to his and Mr. Gray's computations. Now, it was one peculiarity of Mr. Hope, that he could never see a piece of paper before him without drawing upon it. Sophia's music books and any sheet of blotting paper which might ever have come in his way bore tokens of this. And now his fingers were as busy as usual while he was talking and computing and arranging, when, as he said, enough had been planned to occupy a month. He threw down his pencil and took leave till the morning, when he intended to make a call, which should be less involuntary. The moment he was gone, the little girls laid hands on the sheet of paper, on which he had been employed as they expected it was covered with scraps of sketches, and they exclaimed with delight, "Look, here is the spring, how fond Mr. Hope is of drawing the spring, and here is the footbridge at Dingleford. And what is this here is a place we don't know, Papa. I do not know how you should, my dears, it is the Abbey ruin down the river, which I rather think you have never seen. No, but we should like to see it. Are there no faces this time? Fanny, none. Anywhere no funny faces this time. I like them the best of Mr. Hope's drawings. Sophia, do let us show some of the faces that are on your music books. If you will be sure and put them away again, but you know if Mr. Hope is ever reminded of them, he will be sure to rub them out. He did old Owen fishing, so that he can't rub it out if he would, said Sydney. He did it in ink for me, and that is better than any of your sketches that will rub out in a minute. Come, children, said their father, it is an hour past your bedtime. When the children were gone, and Sophia was attending the sisters to their apartment, Mrs. Gray looked at her husband over her spectacles. Well, my dear, said she. Well, my dear, responded Mr. Gray. Do not you think Hester very handsome? There is no doubt of it, my dear, she is very handsome. Do not you think Mr. Hope thinks so too? It is a fact which few but the despisers of their race like to acknowledge, and which those despisers of their race are therefore apt to interpret wrongly, and are enabled to make too much off that it is perfectly natural, so natural as to appear necessary that, when young people first meet, the possibility of their falling in love should occur to all the minds present. We have no doubt that it always is so, though we are perfectly aware that the idea speedily goes out again, as naturally as it came in, and in no case so speedily and naturally as, in the minds of the parties most nearly concerned, from the moment that the concern becomes very near. Indeed, we have no doubt that the minds in Mr. Gray's drawing-room underwent the common succession of ideaslate and transient imaginations, which pass into nothingness, when unexpressed. Probably, the sisters wondered whether Mr. Hope was married, whether he was engaged, whether he was meant for Sophia in the prospect of her growing old enough. Probably, each speculated for half a moment, unconsciously, for her sister, and Sophia, for both. Probably Mr. Gray might reflect that, when young people are in the way of meeting frequently in country excursions, a love affair is no very unnatural result. But Mrs. Gray was the only one who fixed the idea in her own mind and another's by speaking of it. Do not you think Mr. Hope thinks Hester very handsome, Mr. Gray? I really know nothing about it, my dear. He did not speak on the subject as he mounted his horse, and that is the only opportunity he has had of saying anything about the young ladies. It would have been strange if he had then, before Sydney and the servants. Very strange indeed. But do you not think he must have been struck with her? I should like very well to have her settled here, and the corner house of Mr. Rowland's might do nicely for them. I do not know what Mrs. Rowland would think of Mr. Hope's marrying into our connection so decidedly. My dear, said her husband, smiling, just consider, for anything we know, these young ladies may both be attached, and engaged. Hope may be attached elsewhere. Know that I will answer for it, he is not I. Well, you may have your reasons for being sure on that head, but he may not like the girls, they may not like him. In short, the only thing that has happened is that they have seen each other for 1/4 of an hour. Well, there is no saying what may come of it. Very true, let us wait and see. But there is no harm in my telling you whatever comes into my head. None in the world, unless you get it so fixed there that somebody else happens to know it too. Be careful, my dear. Let no one of these young people get a glimpse of your speculation. Think of the consequence to them and to yourself. Dear me, Mr. Gray, you need not be afraid what a serious matter you make of a word or two, because a good many ideas belong to that word or two, my dear. Chapter 2. Moonlight to Townsfolk. The moment the door closed behind Sophia, as she left the sisters in their apartment, Hester crossed the room with a step very like a dance and threw up the window. I had rather look out than sleep, said she. I shall be ashamed to close my eyes on such a prospect, Morris. If you are waiting for us, you may go. I shall sit up a long while yet. Morris thought she had not seen Hester in such spirits since her father's death. She was unwilling to check them, but said something about the fatigues of the journey and being fresh for the next day. No fear for tomorrow, Morris. We are in the country, you know, and I cannot fancy being tired in the fields, and in such a park as that. Good night, Morris. When she too was gone, Hester called Margaret to her, put her arm round her waist, and kissed her again and again. "You seem happy tonight, Hester," said Margaret's gentle voice. "Yes," sighed Hester, "more like being happy than for a long time past. How little we know what we shall feel here. Have I been dreading and dreading this evening, and shrinking from the idea of meeting the Greys, and wanting to write at the last moment to say that we would not commend it turns out oh so differently think of day after day, week after week of pure country life, when they were planning for us tonight, and talking of the brook and lanes and meadows, it made my very heart dance." "Thank God," said Margaret, "when your heart dances, there is nothing left to wish." "But did not yours, had you ever such a prospect before, such a prospect of delicious pleasure, for weeks towed through except, perhaps, when we caught our first sight of the sea?" "Nothing can ever equal that," replied Margaret. "Do not you hear, now, the shout we gave, when we saw the sparkles on the horizon heaving sparkless when we were a mile off, and mamma held me up that I might see it better, and baby clapped his little hands. Does it not seem like yesterday?" "Like yesterday, and yet if baby had lived, he would now have been our companion, taking the place of all other friends to us. I thought of him when I saw Sidney Gray, but he would have been very unlike Sidney Gray. He would have been 5 years older, but still different from what Sidney will be at 18, graver, more manly." "How strange is the idea of having a brother," said Margaret. "I never see girls with their brothers, but I watch them, and long to feel what it is, just for 1 hour. I wonder what difference it would have made between you and me, if we had had a brother. You and he would have been close friends always together, and I should have been left alone," said Hester, with a sigh. "Oh, yes," she continued, interrupting Margaret's protest, "it would have been so. There can never be the same friendship between three as between two." "And why should you have been the one left out?" asked Margaret. "But this is all nonsensical, a dream," she added. "The reality is that baby deed still a baby, and we know no more of what he would have been than of what he is. The real truth is that you and I are alone to be each other's only friend. It makes me tremble to think of it, Margaret. It is not so long since our home seemed full, how we used all to sit round the fire and laugh and play with papa, as if we were not to separate till we had all grown old. And now, young as we are, here we are alone. How do we know that we shall be left to each other?" "There is only one thing we can do, Hester," said Margaret, resting her head on her sister's shoulder. "We must make the most of being together. While we can, there must not be the shadow of a cloud between us. For a moment, our confidence must be as full and free, our whole minds as absolutely open as I have read and heard that two minds can never be. Those who say so do not know what may be," exclaimed Hester. "I am sure there is not a thought, a feeling in me that I could not tell you, though I know I never could to anyone else. If I were to lose you, Hester, there are many, many things that would be shut up in me forever. There will never be anyone on earth to whom I could say the things that I can tell to you. Do you believe this, Hester?" "I do, I know it." "Then you will never again doubt me, as you certainly have done sometimes. You cannot imagine how my heart sinks when I see you are fancying that I care for somebody else more than for you, when you think that I am feeling differently from you. Oh, Hester, I know every change of your thoughts by your face, and indeed your thoughts have been mistaken sometimes." "They have been wicked often," said Hester, in a low voice. "I have sometimes thought that I must be hopelessly bad, when I have found that the strongest affection I have in the world has made me unjust and cruel to the person I love best. I have a jealous temper, Margaret, and a jealous temper is a wicked temper." "Now you are unkind to yourself, Hester. I do believe you will never doubt me again." "I never will, and if I find a thought of the kind rising in me, I will tell you the moment I am aware of it." "Do, and I will tell you the moment I see a trace of such a thought in your face. So we shall be safe. We can never misunderstand each other for more than a moment. By the gentle leave of heaven, all human beings have visions, not the lowest and dullest, but has the coarseness of his life, relieved at moments, by some scenery of hope, rising through the brooding fogs of his intellect. And his heart, such visitations of mercy are the privilege of the innocent and the support of the infirm. Here were the lonely sisters sustained in bereavement and self-rebuke. By the vision of a friendship which should be unearthly in its depth and freedom, they were so happy for the hour that nothing could disturb them. I do not see," observed Hester, "that it will be possible to enjoy any intimate intercourse with this family, unless they are of a different order from what they seem. We cannot have much in common. But I am sure they mean to be kind, and they will let us be happy in our own way. Oh, what mornings you and I will have together in those woods. Did you ever see anything so soft as they look in this light? And the bend of the river glittering there, here a little more this way, and you will see it as I do. The moon is not at the full, yet the river will be like this for some nights to come. And these rides and drives, I hope nothing will prevent our going through the whole list of them. What is the matter, Margaret? Why are you so cool about them? I think all the pleasure depends upon the companionship, and I have some doubts about that. I had rather sit at work in a drawing room all day than go among mountains with people. Like the Mansons, oh, that spreading of shawls and bustle about the sandwiches, before they could give a look at the waterfall. I am afraid we may find something of the same drawback here. I am afraid so. Well, only let us get out into the woods and lanes, and we will manage to enjoy ourselves. There we can contrive to digress here and there together, without being missed. But I think we are judging rather hastily from what we saw this evening, even about this family, and we have no right to suppose that all their acquaintance are like them. No, indeed, and I am sure Mr. Hope, for one, is of a different order. He dropped one little saying, which proved this to my mind. I know what you mean about the old man that is to be our guide over that heath. They were talking off about why that heath is a different and more beautiful place to him than to us, or to his former self. Is it not true what he said? I am sure it is true. I have little to say of my own experience, or wisdom, or goodness, whichever it was that he particularly meant as giving a new power of sight to the old man. But I know that no tree waves to my eye as it did 10 years ago, and the music of running water is richer to my ear as every summer comes round. Yes, I almost wonder sometimes whether all things are not made at the moment by the mind that sees them so wonderfully, do they change with one's mood. And according to the store of thoughts they lay open in one's mind. If I lived in a desert island, supposing one's intellect could go on to grow there, I should feel sure of this. But not here, where it is quite clear that the village sought if there be one, and Mr. Hope and the children, and we ourselves all see the same objects in sunlight and moonlight, and acknowledge them to be the same though we cannot measure feelings upon them. I wish Mr. Hope may say something more which may lead to the old man on the heath again. He is coming tomorrow morning. Yes, we shall see him again tomorrow. Chapter 3. Making Acquaintance. The sisters were not so fatigued with their journey, but that they were early in the open air the next morning in the shrubbery. They met the twins walking hand in hand, each with a doll on the disengaged arm. "You are giving your dolls an airing before breakfast," said Hester, stopping them, as they would have passed on. "Yes, we carry out our dolls now, because we must not run before breakfast. We have made arbors in our own gardens for our dolls, where they may sit when we are swinging." "I should like to see your arbors and your gardens," said Margaret, looking round her. "Will you take me to them?" "Not now," answered they. "We should have to cross the grass, and we must not go upon the grass before breakfast." "Where's your swing? I am very fond of swinging." "Oh, it is in the orchard there, under that large tree, but you cannot." "I see we cannot get to it now, because we should have to cross the grass," and Margaret began to look round for any place where they might go beyond the gravel walk, on which they stood. She moved towards the greenhouse, but found it was never unlocked before breakfast. The summer house remained, and a most unexceptionable path led to it. The sisters turned that way. "You cannot go there," cried the children. "Miss Young always has the schoolroom before breakfast." "We are going to see Miss Young," explained Hester, smiling at the amazed faces with which the children stared from the end of the path. They were suddenly seen to turn and walk as fast as they could without its being called, running towards the house. They were gone to their mother's dressing-room door to tell her that the Miss Ibbotsons were gone to see Miss Young before breakfast. The path led for some little way under the hedge, which separated Mr. Gray's from Mr. Rowland's garden. There were voices on the other side, and what was said was perfectly audible. Uneasy at hearing what was not meant for them, Hester and Margaret gave tokens of their presence. The conversation on the other side of the hedge proceeded, and in a very short time, the sisters were persuaded that they had been mistaken in supposing that what was said was not meant for them. "My own Matilda," said a voice which evidently came from under a lady's bonnet, which moved parallel with Hester's and Margaret's. "My own Matilda, I would not be so harsh as to prevent your playing where you please before breakfast. Run where you like, my love. I am sorry for little girls, who are not allowed to do as they please in the cool of the morning. My children shall never suffer such restriction." "Mother," cried a rough little person, "I am going fishing with Uncle Philip today. Sidney Gray and I are going, I don't know how far, up the river." "On no account, my dear boy, you must not think of such a thing. I should not have a moment's peace. While you are away, you would not be back till evening perhaps, and I should be fancying all day that you were in the river? It is out of the question, my own George. But I must go, mother. Uncle Philip said I might, and Sidney Gray is going. That is only another reason, my dear boy. Your uncle will yield to my wishes, I am sure, as he always does. And if Mrs. Gray allows her son to run such risks, I am sure I should not feel myself justified. You will stay with me, love. Want you will stay with your mother, my own boy. George ran roaring away, screaming for Uncle Philip, who was not at hand, however, to plead his cause. My Matilda, resumed the fond mother, you are making yourself a sad figure. You will not be fit to show yourself at breakfast. Do you suppose your papa ever saw such a frock as that there? Look dripping wet, Pritchard. Take Miss Matilda and change all her clothes directly, so much for my allowing her to run on the grass. While the dew is on, lose no time, Pritchard, lest the child should catch cold. Leave Miss Anna with me, walk beside me, my Anna. Ah, there is Papa, Papa. We must find some amusement for George today, as I cannot think of letting him go out fishing. Suppose we take the children to spend the morning with their cousins at Dingleford. Tomorrow would suit me better, my love, replied the husband. Indeed, I don't see how I can go today, or you either. And Mr. Rowland lowered his voice, so as to show that he was aware of his liability to be overheard. Oh, as to that, there is no hurry, replied the lady aloud. If I had nothing else to do, I should not make that call today. Any day will do as well. As Hester and Margaret looked at each other, they heard the gentleman softly say hush, but Mrs. Rowland went on as audibly as ever. There is no reason why I should be in any hurry to call on Mrs. Gray's friends, whoever and whatever they may be. Any day will do for that, my dear. Not having been yet forbidden to run before breakfast, Hester and Margaret fled to the summer house to avoid hearing any more of the domestic dialogues of the Rowland family. What shall we do when that woman calls? Said Hester. How will it be possible to speak to her? As we should speak to any other indifferent person, replied Margaret. Her rudeness is meant for Mrs. Gray, not for us, for she knows nothing about us. And Mrs. Gray will never hear from us. What has passed? Shall we knock? In answer to the knock, they were requested to enter. Miss Young rose in some confusion when she found her visitors were other than her pupils. But she was so lame that Hester made her sit down again. While they drew seats for themselves, they apologized for breaking in upon her with so little ceremony, but explained that they were come to be inmates at Mr. Gray's for some months, and that they wished to lose no time in making themselves acquainted with every resort of the family of which they considered themselves a part. Miss Young was evidently pleased to see them. She closed her volume, and assured them they were welcome to her apartment, for said she, everybody calls it my apartment, and why should not I? Do you spend all your time here? Asked Hester. Almost the whole day. I have a lodging in the village, but I leave it early these fine mornings, and stay here till dark. I am so lame as to make it inconvenient to pass over the ground oftener than is necessary, and I find it pleasanter to see trees and grass through every window here than to look out into the farrier's yard. Only prospect from my lodging, the furnace and sparks, are pretty enough on a winter's evening, especially when one is too ill or too dismal to do anything but watch them. But at this season one grows tired of old horseshoes and cinders, and so I sit here. To the sisters there seemed a world of desolation in these words. They were always mourning for having no brother. Here was one who appeared to be entirely alone. From not knowing exactly what to say, Margaret opened the book Miss Young had laid aside. It was German Schiller's 30 Years' War. Everyone has something to say about German literature, those who do not understand it asking whether it is not very mystical and wild and obscure, and those who do understand it saying that it is not so at all. It would be a welcome novelty if the two parties were to set about finding out what it is to be mystical, a point which, for aught that is known to the generality, is not yet ascertained. Miss Young and her visitors did not enter upon precise definitions this morning. These were left for a future occasion. Meantime, it was ascertained that Miss Young had learned the German language by the aid of dictionary and grammar alone, and also that if she should happen to meet with anyone who wished to enjoy what she was enjoying, she should be glad to afford any aid in her power. Hester was satisfied with thanking her. She was old enough to know that learning a new language is a serious undertaking. Margaret was somewhat younger, and ready for any enterprise. She thought she saw before her hours of long mornings, when she should be glad to escape from the worktable to Miss Young's companionship, and to study the bright field of German literature seemed to open before her to be explored. She warmly thanked Miss Young, and accepted her offered assistance. So you spend all your days alone here, said she, looking round upon the rather bare walls, the matted floor, the children's desks, and the single shelf which held Miss Young's books. Not exactly all the day alone, replied Miss Young. The children are with me 5 hours a day. And a set of pupils from the village comes to me besides for a spare hour of the afternoon in this way. I see a good many little faces every day. And some others, too, I should hope some besides little faces. Miss Young was silent. Margaret hastened on. I suppose most people would say here what is said everywhere else about the nobleness and privilege of the task of teaching children. But I do not envy those who have it to do. I am as fond of children as anyone. But then it is having them out to play on the grass, or romping with them, in the nursery that I like. When it becomes a matter of desks and school books, I had far rather study than teach. I believe everybody, except perhaps mothers, would agree with you, said Miss Young, who was now without apology plying her needle. Indeed, then, I am very sorry for you. Thank you, but there's no need to be sorry for me. Do you suppose that one's comfort lies in having a choice of employments? My experience leads me to think the contrary. I do not think I could be happy, said Hester, to be tied down to an employment I did not like. Not to a positively disgusting one, but I am disposed to think that the greatest number of happy people may be found busy in employments that they have not chosen for themselves, and never would have chosen. I am afraid these very happy people are haunted by longings to be doing something else. Yes, there is their great trouble, they think, till experience makes them wiser that if they were only in another set of circumstances, if they only had a choice, what they would do a chance for the exercise of the powers, they are conscious of they would do such things as should be the wonder and the terror of the earth. But their powers may be doubted if they do not appear in the conquest of circumstances. So you conquer these giddy children, when you had rather be conquering German metaphysicians, or what else? There is little to conquer in these children, said Miss Young. They are very good with me. I assure you I have much more to conquer in myself with regard to them. It is but little that I can do for them, and that little I am apt to despise in the vain desire to do more. How more? If I had them in a house by myself to spend their whole time with me, so that I could educate instead of merely teaching them. But here I am doing just what we were talking of, just laying out a pretty-looking field of duty, in which there would probably be as many thorns, as in any other teaching, has its pleasureess its great occasional and small daily pleasures, though they are not to be compared to the sublime delights of education. You must have some of these sublime delights mixed in with the humbler you are in some degree, educating these children while teaching them. Yes, but it is more a negative than a positive function. A very humble one, governesses to children at home, can do little more than stand between children and the faults of the people about them. I speak quite generally. Is such an occupation one in which anybody can be happy? Why not as well as in making pins' heads, or in nursing sick people, or in cutting square blocks out of a chalk pit for 30 years together, or in any other occupation which may be ordained to prove to us that happiness lies in the temper, and not in the object of a pursuit? Are there not free and happy pin makers and sick nurses and chalk cutters? Yes, but they know how much to expect. They have no idea of pin making in itself being great happiness. Just so well let a governess learn what to expect, set her free from a hankering after happiness in her work, and you have a happy governess. I thought such a thing was out of the order of nature. Not quite, there have been such, though there are strong influences against it. The expectations of all parties are unreasonable, and those who are too humble or too amiable to be dissatisfied with others are discontented with themselves. When the inevitable disappointment comes, there is a great deal said about the evils of the position of a governess between the family and the servants. A great deal said that is very true and always will be true, while governesses have proud hearts like other people. But these are slight evils in comparison with the grand one of the common failure of the relation there. Do you hear that bell? What is it? The breakfast bell. Yes, you must go. I would not be understood as inviting you here, for it is not except upon sufferance my room, and I have no inducement to offer, but I may just say that you will always be welcome. Always, said Margaret, in and out of school hours. In and out of school hours, unless your presence should chance to turn my pupils' heads. In that case, you will not be offended if I ask you to go away. Mary and Fanny had just reported in the breakfast parlor that the Miss Ibbotsons had been such a time with Miss Young. When Hester and Margaret entered the testimony, there was all in favor of Miss Young. Mr. Gray called her a most estimable young woman, and Mrs. Gray declared that though she could not agree with her on all points, and decidedly thought that she overrated Matilda Rowland's talents. She was convinced that her children enjoyed great advantages under her care. Sophia added that she was very superior. Quite learned Mrs. Gray further explained that, though now so much at ease on the subject of her daughter's education, no one could have an idea of the trouble she had had in getting the plan arranged. It had seemed a pity that the Rowlands and her children should not learn together. It was such an advantage for children to learn together. But Mrs. Rowland had made 1,000 difficulties. After breakfast, she would show her young friends the room which she had proposed should be the schoolroom, as airy and advantageous in every way as could be imagined, but Mrs. Rowland had objected that she could not have Matilda and George come out in all weatherses if they would have had to walk a mile, instead of just the sweep of the gravel walk. Mrs. Rowland had proposed that her back parlor should be the schoolroom, but really it was not to be thought of so small and close. And such a dull room for Miss Young, the gentleman had been obliged to take it up at last. Nobody could ever find out which of them it was that had thought of the summer house, though. She was satisfied in her own mind that Mr. Rowland was not in the habit of having such clever ideas. But however it was soon settled, the summer house was so exactly on the boundary line between the two gardens that really no objection had been left for Mrs. Rowland to make. She came as near to it as she could, however, for she had had the walk covered in at great expense from her garden door to the summer house. When everybody knew, she did not mind her children getting wet at other times on the grass before the dew was off. And the covered way is quite an eyesore from the drawing-room windows, added Sophia. Quite, said Mrs. Gray, and it can be seen from ours, as I dare say you observed last night, but I have no doubt that entered into her calculations when she had it made. Mr. Gray inquired about the arrangements for the morning, and whether he could be of any service. It happened to be a leisure morning with him, and he did not know when he might have another at command. Sophia reminded her father that it would be impossible for the ladies of the family to go out when they were expecting the neighbors to call, and this brought on another speculation as to who would calend, especially when the Rowlands might be looked for. Hester and Margaret believed they could have settled this matter, but they forbore to speak of what they had overheard. They began to wonder whether the subject of Mrs. Rowland was to be served up with every meal for a continuance, and Hester found her anticipations of delight in a country life somewhat damped by the idea of the frowning ghost of the obnoxious lady being forever present. Chapter 4. Morning calls. The little girls had been dismissed to the schoolroom before Mr. Gray had finally pushed away his teacup. Not being wanted by the ladies, he walked off to his timber yard, and his wife followed to ask him some question not intended for the general ear. Sophia was struck with a sudden panic at being left alone with the strangers, and escaped by another door into the storeroom. As the last traces of the breakfast things vanished, Hester exclaimed, "So we may please ourselves, it seems, as to what we are to do with our morning." "I hope so," said Margaret. "Do let us get down to the meadow. We see from our window the meadow that looks so flat and green. We may very well take 2 hours' grace before we need sit down here in form and order." Hester was willing, and the bonnets were soon on. As Margaret was passing downstairs again, she saw Mrs. Gray and Sophia whispering in a room the door of which stood open. She heard it shut instantly, and the result of the consultation soon appeared. Just as the sisters were turning out of the house, Sophia ran after them to say that Mamma wished they would be so good as to defer their walk. Mamma was afraid that if they were seen abroad in the village, it would be supposed that they did not wish to receive visitors. Mamma would rather that they should stay within this morning. There was nothing for it but to turn back, and Hester threw down her bonnet with no very good grace, as she observed to her sister that to all appearance a town life was more free than a country one after all. "Let us do our duty fully this first morning," said Margaret. "Look, I am going to carry down my work-bag, and you shall see me sit on the same chair from this hour till dinner time, unless I receive directions to the contrary." The restraint did not amount to this. Hester's chair was placed opposite to Mrs. Gray, who seemed to have pleasure in gazing at her, and in indulging in audible hints and visible winks and nods about her beauty to every lady visitor who sat near her. Margaret might place herself where she pleased in the intervals of the visits of the morning. She was treated with a diversity of entertainments by Sophia, who occasionally summoned her to the window to see how Matilda Rowland was allowed to run across the road to her grandmamma's, without so much as a hat upon her head. To see Jim Bird, the oldest man in the parish, believed to be near 100, who was resting himself on the bank of the hedgerow. See the peacock which had been sent as a present from Sir William Hunter to Mr. James the lawyer, and which was a great nuisance from its screaming. To say whether the two little Reeves dropping their curtsies as they went home from school were not little beautisand, in short to witness all the village spectacles which present themselves before the windows of an acute observer on a fine spring morning. The young ladies had to return to their seats as often as wheels were heard, or the approach of parasols was discerned. Among the earliest visitors were Mrs. Enderby and her redoubtable son, Mr. Philip. Mrs. Enderby was a brighty, brisk little old lady, who was rather apt to talk herself quite out of breath, but who had evidently a stronger tendency still, and that was to look on the bright side of everything. And everybody she smiled smiles full of meaning and assent, in return for Mrs. Gray's winks about Hester's beauty, and really cheered Hester with accounts of how good everybody was at Deerbrook. She was thankful that her maid Phoebe was better. She knew that Mrs. Gray would not fail to inquire really. Phoebe was very much better. The influenza had left sad effects, but they were dispersing. It would be a pity the girl should not quite recover, for she was a most invaluable servant, such a servant as is very rarely to be met with the credit of restoring her belonged to Mr. Hope, who indeed had done everything. She supposed the ladies would soon be seeing Mr. Hope. He was extremely busy, as everybody knew, had very large practice now, but he always contrived to find time for everything. It was exceedingly difficult to find time for everything. There was her dear daughter Priscilla. Mrs. Rowland, whose husband was Mr. Gray's partner. Priscilla devoted her life to her children, and dear children they were, and no one who knew what she did for her children would expect anything more from her. But indeed those who knew best, she herself for instance, were fully satisfied that her dear Priscilla did wonders. The apology for Mrs. Rowland, in case she should not call, was made not without ingenuity. Hester fully understood it, and Mrs. Gray showed by her bridling that it was not lost upon her either. Mr. Enderby meanwhile was behaving civilly to Margaret and Sophia, that is to say, he was somewhat more than merely civil to Margaret, and somewhat less to Sophia. It was obviously not without reason that Sophia had complained of his hauteur. He could not, as Sidney had pleaded, help being tall, but he might have helped the excessive frigidity with which he stood upright, till invited to sit down. The fact was that he had reason to believe that the ladies of Mr. Gray's family made very free with his sister's name and affairs, and though he would have been sorry to have been obliged to defend all she said, and did he felt some very natural emotions of dislike towards those who were always putting the worst construction upon the whole of her conduct, he believed that Mr. Gray's influence was exerted on behalf of peace and good understanding, and he thought he perceived that Sidney, with the shrewdness which some boys show very early, was more or less sensible of the absurdity of the feud between the partners' wives and daughters, and towards these members of the Gray family Mr. Enderby felt nothing but goodwill. He talked politics with Mr. Gray in the shrubbery, after church, on Sunday, executed commissions for him in London, and sent him game, and Sidney was under obligations to him for many morning of sport and many a service, such as gentlemen who are not above 25, and its freaks can render to boys entering their teens. Whatever might be his opinion of women, generally, from the particular specimens which had come in his way, he had too much sense and gentlemanly feeling to include Mrs. Gray's guests in the dislike he felt towards herself, or to suppose that they must necessarily share her disposition towards his relations. Perhaps he felt, unknown to himself, some inclination to prepossess them in favor of his connections, to stretch his complaisance a little as a precaution against the prejudices with which he knew Mrs. Gray would attempt to occupy their minds. However this might be, he was as amicable with Margaret as his mother was with her sister. He soon found out that the strangers were more interested about the natural features of Deerbrook than about its gossip. He was amused at the earnestness of Margaret's inquiries about the scenery of the neighborhood, and he laughingly promised that she should see every nook within 20 miles. People always care least about what they have just at hand, said he. I dare say, if I were to ask you, you have never seen a glass bottle blown or a tea tray painted. If I have said Margaret, I know many ladies in Birmingham who have not. You will not be surprised, then, if you find some ladies in Deerbrook who do not ride, and who can tell you no more of the pretty places near than if they had been brought up in Whitechapel. They keep their best sights for strangers, and not for common use. I am in reality only a visitor at Deerbrook. I do not live here, and never did yet. I am better able to be your guide than almost any resident. The ladies especially are extremely domestic. They are far too busy to have ever looked about them. But I will speak to Mr. Gray and— Oh, pray do not trouble Mr. Gray. He has too much business on his hands already, and he is so kind he will be putting himself out of his way for us, and all we want is to be in the open air in the fields. All you want very like starlings in a cage, and he looked as if he was smiling at the well-known speech of the starling. But he did not quote it. My mother is now saying that Mr. Hope finds time for everything, and she is right, he will help us, you must see Hope. And you must like him, he is the great boast of the place, next to the new sign. Is the sign remarkable or only new? Very remarkable for ingenuity, if not for beauty. It is the bonnet so blue, a lady's bonnet of blue satin with brown bows, or whatever you may call the trimming when you see it. And we are favored besides with a portrait of the milliner, holding the bonnet so blue, we talk nearly as much of this sign as of Mr. Hope. But you must see them both and tell us which you like best. We have seen Mr. Hope, he was here yesterday evening. Well then you must see him again, and you must not think the worse of him for his being praised by everybody you meet. It is no ordinary case of a village apothecary. Margaret laughed, so little did Mr. Hope look like the village apothecary of her imagination. Ah, I see you know something of the predilection of villagers for their apothecary, how the young people wonder that he always cures everybody, and how the old people could not live without him, and how the poor folks take him for a sort of magician, and how he obtains more knowledge of human affairs than any other kind of man. But Hope is though a very happy man, not this sort of privileged person. His friends are so attached to him that they confide to him all their own affairs, but they respect him too much to gossip at large to him of other people's. I see you do not know how to credit this, but I assure you, though the inhabitants of Deerbrook are as accomplished in the arts of gossip as any villagers in England, Hope knows little more than you do at this moment about who are upon terms and who are not. My sister and I must learn his art of ignorance, said Margaret. If it be really true that the place is full of quarrels, we shall be afraid to stay, unless we can contrive to know nothing about them. Oh, do not suppose we are worse than others who live in villages. Since our present rector came, we have risen somewhat above the rural average of peace and quiet. And the country has always been identical with the idea of peace and quiet to us town-bred people, said Margaret. And very properly in one sense, but if you leave behind the din of streets for the sake of stepping forth from your worktable upon a soft lawn, or of looking out upon the old church steeple among the trees, while you hear nothing but bleating and chirping, you must expect some set-off against such advantages. And that set-off is the being among a small number of people who are always busy looking into one another's small concerns. But this is not a necessary evil, said Margaret. From what you were saying just now, it appears that it may be avoided. From what I was saying about hope, yes, such an one as hope may get all the good out of every situation without its evils, but nobody else, said Margaret, smiling. Well, Hester, and I must try whether we cannot have to do with lawns and sheep for a few months without quarreling, or having to do with quarrels. And what if you are made the subject of quarrels? Asked Mr. Enderby. How are you to help yourselves in that case? How does Mr. Hope help himself in that case? It remains to be seen. As far as I know, the whole place is agreed about him. At present, everyone will tell you that never was society so blessed in a medical man before, from the rector and my mother, who never quarrel with anybody down to the village scold. I am not going to prepossess you against even our village scold. By telling her name, you will know it in time, though your first acquaintance will probably be with her voice. So we are to hear something besides bleating and chirping. A tremendous knock at the door occurred. As if in answer to this, all the conversation in the room suddenly stopped, and Mr. and Mrs. Rowland walked in. This is my sister, Mrs. Rowland, observed Mr. Enderby to Margaret. This is my daughter Priscilla, Mrs. Rowland, said Mrs. Enderby to Hester. Both sisters were annoyed at feeling timid and nervous on being introduced to the lady. There is something imposing in hearing a mere name, very often in the proof that the person it belongs to fills a large space in people's minds. And when the person is thus frequently named with fear and dislike, an idea is originated of a command over powers of evil, which makes the actual presence absolutely awful. This seemed now to be felt by all. Sophia had nothing to say. Mrs. Gray's head twitched nervously, while she turned from one to another with slight remarks. Mrs. Enderby ran on about their having all happened to call at once, and its being quite a family party in Mrs. Gray's parlor, and Mr. Phillip's flow of conversation had stopped. Margaret thought he was trying to help laughing. The call could not be an agreeable one. The partners' ladies quoted their own children's sayings about school, and Miss Young's praise of the children, and each vied with the other in eulogium on Miss Young, evidently on the ground of her hopes of Fanny and Mary on the one hand, and of Matilda, George, and Anna on the other. Mrs. Enderby interposed praises of all the children, while Mr. Rowland engaged Hester's attention, calling off her observation, and his own from the sparring of the rival mothers. Philip informed Margaret at length that George was a fine little fellow who would make a good sportsman. There was some pleasure in taking such a boy out fishing, but Mr. Philip had lighted on a dangerous topic, as he soon found his sister heard what he was saying, and began an earnest protest against little boys fishing on account of the danger, and against any idea that she would allow her George to run any such risks. Of course, this made Mrs. Gray fire up, as at an imputation upon her care of her son Sidney, and before the rest of the company could talk down the dispute, it bore too much of the appearance of a recrimination about the discharge of maternal duties. Margaret thought that, but for the relationship, Mrs. Rowland might fairly be concluded to be the village scold alluded to by Mr. Enderby. It was impossible that he could have been speaking of his sister, but Deerbrook was an unfortunate place if it contained a more unamiable person than she appeared at this moment. The faces of the two ladies were still flushed with excitement. When Mr. Hope came in, the sisters thought he appeared like a good genius, so amiable did the party grow on his entrance. It seemed as if he was as great a favorite with the Rowlands as with the other family. So friendly was the gentleman, and so gracious the lady, while Mr. Hope was to all appearance unconscious of the existence of any unpleasant feelings among his neighbors. The talk flowed on about the concerns of personages of the village, about the aspect of public affairs, about the poets of the age, and what kind of poetry was most read in Deerbrook, and how the book society went on till all had grown cordial, and some began to propose to be hospitable. Mrs. Rowland hoped for the honor of seeing the Miss Ibbotsons one day the next week, when Mr. Rowland should have returned from a little excursion of business. Mrs. Enderby wondered whether she could prevail on all her young friends to spend an evening with her before her son left Deerbrook, and Mrs. Gray gave notice that she should shortly issue her invitations to those with whom she wished her young cousins to become better acquainted. All went right for the rest of the morning. When the Enderbys and Rowlands went away, the Levitts came. When Dr. Levitt inquired about the schools of Birmingham, it could not but come out that Hester and Margaret were dissenters, yet, as they were desired to observe, he did not seem in the least shocked, and his manner was just as kind to them after this disclosure as before he was pronounced a very liberal man. Mr. Hope was asked to stay to dinner, and Mrs. Gray complacently related the events of the morning to her husband, as he took his place at table. Deerbrook had done its duty to Hester and Margaret pretty well. For the first day everybody of consequence had called but the Andersons, and they would no doubt come on Sunday. Chapter 5. The Meadows. The afternoon was the time when Miss Young's pupils practiced the mysteries of the needle. Little girls are not usually fond of sewing, till they become clever enough to have devices of their own to cut out a doll's petticoat or contrive a pincushion to surprise mamma. Sewing is a mere galling of the fingers and strain upon the patience. Every wry stitch shows, and is pretty sure to be remarked upon. The seam or hem seems longer the oftener it is measured, till the little workwoman becomes capable of the enterprise of dispatching a whole one at a sitting, after which the glory is found to ameliorate the toil, and there is a chance that the girl may become fond of sewing. Miss Young's pupils had not arrived at this stage. It was a mystery to them that Miss Young could sit sewing as fast as her needle could fly for the whole afternoon, and during the intervals of their lessons in the morning, it was in vain that she told them that some of her pleasantest hours were those which she passed in this employment, and that she thought they would perhaps grow as fond of work as their sister Sophia. Before they were as old as she, with languid steps did the twins return to the house this afternoon for another pair of shirt sleeves, and to show mamma the work they had finished hand in hand as usual, and carrying up for judgment their last performance. They entered the house in a very different mood. Did they return running, skipping, and jumping, they burst again into the summer house. Miss Young, oh Miss Young, we are to have a holiday. Mamma sends her compliments to you, Miss Young, and she hopes you will give us a holiday. It is a fine afternoon, she thinks, and my cousins have never gathered cowslips, and we are all going into the meadow for a cowslip gathering, and Mr. Hope will come to us there. He has to go somewhere now, but he will come to us before we have half done. Matilda Rowland looked full of dismay, till she was told that Mrs. Gray hoped she would be of the party, and begged that she would go directly and ask her mamma's leave. What a quantity of cowslips we shall get, observed Mary, as she took down Fanny's basket from the nail on which it hung, and then her own. We are each to have a basket. Mamma says that we may not quarrel. What shall we do with such a quantity of cowslips? Make tea of them to be sure, replied Fanny. We may dry them in this window. May not we, Miss Young? And we will give you some of our cowslip tea. Miss Young smiled and thanked them. She did not promise to drink any of the promised tea. She had a vivid remembrance of the cowslipdrying of her young days, when the picked flowers lay in a window till they were laced all over with cobwebs, and when they were at length popped into the teapot. With all speed to hide the fact that they were mouldy, she remembered the good-natured attempts of her father and mother to swallow a doll's cupful of her cowslip tea, rather than discourage the spirit of enterprise, which now that she had lost those whom she loved, was all that she had to trust to. Fanny said, Mary, with eyes wide open, cannot we have a feast here for my cousins when we make our cowslip tea? A feast, oh, that would be grand, replied Fanny. I have a shilling, and so have you, and we could buy a good many nice things for that, and Matilda Rowland will lend us her doll's dishes to put with ours. Miss Young, will you let us have our feast here one afternoon? We will ask my cousins without telling them anything, and they will be so surprised. Miss Young promised everything, engaged not to tell, smoothed their hair, tied their bonnets, and sent them away quite happy with their secret. Such a holiday as this was one of Miss Young's few pleasures. There were several occasions in the year when she could make sure beforehand of some hours to herself. Her Sundays were much occupied with the Sunday school, and with intercourse with poor neighbors, whom she could not meet on any other day, but Christmas Day, the day of the annual fair of Deerbrook. And two or three more were her own. These were, however, so appropriated long before to some object that they lost much. Their character of holidays, her true holidays, were such as the afternoon of this day was, suddenly set free, little gifts of leisure, to be spent according to the fancy of the moment. Let none pretend to understand the value of such whose lives are all leisure, who take up a book to pass the time, who saunter in gardens, because there are no morning visits to make, who exaggerate the writing of a family letter into important business. Such have their own enjoyments, but they know nothing of the paroxysm of pleasure of a really hard-working person on hearing the door shut, which excludes the business of life, and leaves the delight of free thoughts, and hands the worst part of it, is the having to decide how to make the most of liberty. Miss Young was not long in settling this point. She just glanced up at her shelf of books, and down upon her drawing board, and abroad through the south window, and made up her mind. The acacia, with its fresh bunches of blossoms, was waving above the window, casting in flickering shadows upon the floor. The evergreens of the shrubbery twinkled in the sun as the light breeze swept over them. The birds were chirruping all about, and a yellow butterfly alighted and trembled on the windowsill at the moment. It was one of the softest and gayest days of spring, and the best thing was to do nothing but enjoy it. She moved to the south window with her work, and sewed, or let the wind blow upon her face as she looked out. The landscape was a wide one far beyond, and somewhat below the garden and shrubberies, in which the summer house stood. Flat meadows stretched to the brink of the river, on the other side of which were the park woods. All was bathed in the afternoon sunshine, except where a tree here and there cast a flake of shadow upon the grass of the meadows. It is a luxury, thought the gazer, for one who cannot move about, to sit here and look abroad. I wonder whether I should have been with the party. If I had not been lame, I dare say something would have taken off from the pleasure. If I had, but how well I can remember what the pleasure is, the jumping stealth feel of the turf underfoot, running after every flower, going wherever one has a fancy to go. How well I remember it all, and yet it gives me a sort of surprise to see the activity of these children, and how little they are aware of what their privilege is. I fancy, however, the pleasure is more in the recollection of all such natural enjoyments than at the moment. It is so with me, and I believe with everybody. This very landscape is more beautiful to me in the dark night, when I cannot sleep, than at this very moment, when it looks its best and brightest. And surely this is the great difference between that sort of pleasures and those which come altogether from within the delight of a happy mood of mind, is beyond everything at the time. It sets one above all that can happen. It steeps one in heaven itself. But one cannot recall it. One can only remember that it was so. The delight of being in such a place as those woods is generally more or less spoiled at the time by trifles which are forgotten afterward. Sown is hungry or tired, or a little vexed with somebody, or doubtful whether somebody else is not vexed. But then the remembrance is purely delicious, brighter, in sunshine softer, in shade hully tempered to what is genial. The imagination is a better medium than the eye. This is surely the reason why Byron could not write poetry on Lake Lemon, but found he must wait till he got within four walls. This is the reason why we are all more moved by the slightest glimpses of good descriptions in books than by the amplitude of the same objects before our eyes. I used to wonder how that was when, as a child, I read the openings of scenes and books in Paradise Lost. I saw plenty of summer sunrises, but none of them gave me a feeling like the two lines. Now mourn her rosy steps in the eastern clime. Advancing sowed the earth with orient pearl. If all this be so, our lot is more equalized than is commonly thought, once having received pictures into our minds, and possessing a clear eye in the mind to see them, with the going about to obtain more, is not of very great consequence. This comforts one for prisoners suffering, carcere duro, and for townspeople who cannot often get out of the streets, and for lame people like me, who see others tripping over commons, and through fields where we cannot go. I wish there was as much comfort the other way about such as suffer from unhappy moods of mind, and know little of the joy of the highest. It would be a small gain to them, to fly like birdstow, see like the eagle itself. Oh, there are the children, so, that is their cowslip meadow, how like children, they all look together down on the grass gathering cowslips. I suppose the two in black are more eager about it than Sophia. She sits on the stile. While they are busy, the children are holding forth to their cousins, teaching them something. Evidently, how I love to overlook Piplito, watch them acting unconsciously and speculate for them. It is the most tempting thing in the world to contrast the little affairs one sees them busy about with the very serious ones, which await them, which await every one. There are those two strangers busy gathering cowslips, and perhaps thinking of nothing beyond the fresh pleasure of the air, and the grass, and the scent of their flowers, their minds quite filled with the spirit of the spring, when who knows what may be awaiting them. Love may be just at hand. The tempest of passion may be brewing under this soft sunshine. They think themselves now as full of happiness as possible, and a little, while hence upon a few words spoken, a glance exchanged, they may be in such a heaven of bliss that they will smile at their own ignorance in being so well pleased today. Or but I pray they may escape the other chance. Neither of them knows anything of that misery, yet I am confident they both look too young, too open, too free to have really suffered. I wonder whether it is foolish to fancy already that one of them may be settled here. It can hardly be foolish when the thought occurs so naturally. And these great affairs of life lie distinctly under the eye of such as are themselves cut off from them. I am out of the game. And why should not I look upon its chances? I am quite alone. And why should I not watch for others? Every situation has its privileges and its obligations. What is it to be alone? And to be let alone as I am, it is to be put into a post of observation on others. But the knowledge so gained is anything but a good if it stops at mere knowledge, if it does not make me feel and act. Women who have what I am not, to have a home and intimate, a perpetual call out of themselves, may go on more safely, perhaps without any thought for themselves, than I with all my best consideration. But I with the blessing of a peremptory vocation, which is to stand me, instead of sympathy ties and spontaneous action, I may find out that it is my proper business to keep an intent eye upon the possible events of other people's lives, that I may use slight occasions of action, which might otherwise pass me by. If one were thoroughly wise and good, this would be a sort of divine lot, without being at all wiser or better than others, being even as weak in judgment and in faith as I am. Something may be made of it without daring to meddle. One may stand clear-sighted, ready to help. How the children are flying over the meadow towards that gentleman who is fastening his horse to the gate. Mr. Hope, no doubt he is the oldest cowslip gatherer of them all. I fancy if one could overhear the talk in every house along the village, I dare say some of it is about Mr. Hope winning one of these young ladies. If so, it is only what I am thinking about myself. Every one wishes to see Mr. Hope married, every one, even to the servants here, who are always disputing whether he will not have Miss Sophia, or whether Miss Sophia is not to make a grander match. Sophia will not do for him. But it is very possible that one of these girls may, and the other. But I will not think about that today. How yellow the glow is upon those woods! What heavenly hues hang about the world we live in! But how strange is the lot of some in it! One would wonder why, when all are so plainly made to feel and act together, there should be anyone completely solitary. There must be a reason. I would fain know it, but I can wait till we may know all. Such were some of Maria Young's natural and unchecked thoughts. There was not much of common holiday spirit in them, but to Maria liberty and peace were holiday, and her mind was not otherwise than peaceful. She was serious, but not sad. Anyone who could at the moment have seen her face would have pronounced her cheerful at heart, and so she was. She had been so long and so far banished from ordinary happiness that her own quiet speculations were material enough for cheerfulness. The subject on which she would not think today was the possibility of one of the sisters attaching Mr. Enderby. Maria Young had not always been solitary and lame, and poor her father had not been very long dead, and while he lived no one supposed that his only child would be poor. Her youth passed gaily, and her adversity came suddenly. Her father was wont to drive her out in his gig almost every summer day one evening. The horse took fright and upset the gig on a heap of stones. By the roadside, Mr. Young was taken up dead, and Maria was lamed for life. She had always known the Enderbys very well, and there had been some gossip among their mutual acquaintance about the probability that Philip would prove to be Maria's lover when he should be old enough to think of marrying. It never went further than thrice except in Maria's own heart. She had indeed hoped Devon supposed that, in Philip's mind, the affair had at least been entertained. Thus far she could never settle to her own satisfaction whether she had been weak and mistaken, or whether she had really been in any degree wronged. There had been words, there had been looks, but words and looks are so easily misinterpreted. The probability was that she had no one to blame, but herself if fault there was no fault anywhere, but there was misery intense and long during her illness. No tidings came of Philip. He was in another part of the country when the accident happened, and it was not till long after it had been made known that Mr. Young had died insolvent, not till after Maria had recovered as far as recovery was possible, not till she had fallen into the habit of earning her bread, that Philip reappeared and shook hands with her, and told her with how much concern he had heard of her sufferings. This interview gave her entire possession of herself, so she believed she got through it calmly, and it left her with one subject at least of intense thankfulness, that her mind was known only to herself. Whatever might be her solitary struggles, she might look without shame into the face of every human being. She could bear being pitied for her poverty, for her lameness, for her change of prospects. When the recollection of this came across any of her acquaintance, if it had been necessary, she could probably have borne to be pitied for having loved without return, but she could not be too thankful that it was not necessary. Maria was right in her supposition that the village was speculating upon the newly arrived young ladies. The parish clerk had for some years, indeed, ever since the death of the late stationer and dispenser of letters, carried on a flirtation with the widow, notwithstanding the rumors which were current as to the cause to which her late husband owed his death. It was believed that poor Harry Plumstead died of exhaustion from his wife's voice, for she was no other than the village scold of whose existence Margaret had been warned by Mr. Enderby. Some thought that Owen was acting a politic part in protracting this flirtation, keeping her temper in check by his hold upon her expectations, and such had little doubt that the affair would linger on to the end, without any other result than Owen's exemption meanwhile from the inflictions of her tongue, to which, in the discharge of his office, he might otherwise become frequently liable. Others wished to see them married, believing that in Owen, a Welshman sufficiently irascible, Mrs. Plumstead would at last meet her match this afternoon. An observer would have thought the affair was proceeding to this point. Mrs. Plumstead, looking particularly comely and gracious, was putting up an unclaimed letter at the window for display when Owen stopped to ask if she had seen the pretty young ladies who had come to Deerbrook. He remarked that to be sure they might have gone to some place where they were more wanted, for Deerbrook was not without pretty faces of its own before. And as he said so, he smiled hard in the widow's face. He should not wonder if some work for the rector should rise up before long, for where there were pretty faces, weddings might be looked for. He even asked Mrs. Plumstead if she did not think so, and added something so ambiguous about his own share in the work for the rector which was to arise, that the widow could not make out whether he spoke as her admirer or as parish clerk in the milliner's workroom. There was a spirited conversation between Miss Nares and her assistant on the past wedding dresses of Deerbrook, arising out of the topic of the day. Miss Ibbotson's Mrs. Howell, who with her shopwoman Miss Miskin dispensed the haberdashery of the place, smiled winningly at every customer who entered her shop, and talked of delightful acquisitions, and what must be felt about Mr. Hope, in the midst of such charming society, and what it must be hoped would be felt, and how gay the place was likely to be with riding parties and boating parties, and some said dances on the green at Mrs. Enderby's, and how partners in a dance have been known to become partners for life, as she had been jocosely told when her poor dear Howell prevailed on her to stand up with him the first time for 20 years set. His niece's wedding, Hester's beauty, and what Mrs. Gray had said about it to her maid, were discussed just at the moment when Hester, passing the shop, was entreated by Sophia to look at a new pattern of embroidery, which had lately arrived from London, and was suspended at the window. Mrs. Howell and her gossips caught a glimpse of the face of the young lady through the drapery of prints and muslins and the festoons of ribbons, and when the party proceeded down the street, there was a rush to the door in order to obtain a view of her figure. She was pronounced beautiful, and it was hoped that some gentleman in the village would find her irresistible. It was only rather strange that no gentleman was in attendance on her now. If the gossips could have followed the party with their eyes into the meadow, They would soon have been satisfied, for it was not long before Mr. Hope joined them there, on leaving Mr. Gray's table. He was as little disposed to go and visit his patient as medical men are when they are called away from the merriest company, or at the most interesting moment of a conversation. The liability to this kind of interruption is one of the great drawbacks of the profession to which Mr. Hope belonged. Another is the impossibility of traveling, being fixed to one place for life, without any but the shortest intervals of journeying. Mr. Hope had been settled for 5 years at Deerbrook, and during that time he had scarcely been out of sight of its steeple. His own active and gladsome mind had kept him happy among his occupations. There was no one in the place with whom he could hold equal converse. But while he had it not, he did not feel the pressing want of it. He loved his profession, and it kept him busy. His kind heart was ever full of interest for his poorer patients, seeing the best side of everybody. He could be entertained, though sometimes vexed by his intercourse with the Greys and Rowlands. Then there was the kindliped and gentlemanly rector, and Philip Enderby often came down for a few weeks, and Mr. Hope had the chief management of the book society, and could thus see the best new books, and his professional rides lay through a remarkably pretty country. He kept up a punctual and copious correspondence with the members of his own family, with his married sisters, and with his only brother now with his regiment, in relating to them every important circumstance of his lot, and almost every interesting feeling of his heart. With this variety of resources, life had passed away cheerily on the whole with Mr. Hope. For the 5 years of his residence at Deerbrook, though there were times when he wondered whether it was to be always thus, whether he was to pass to his grave without any higher or deeper human intercourses than he had here. If it had been possible, he might, like other men, as wise as himself, have invested some one of the young ladies of Deerbrook with imaginary attributes, and have fallen in love with a creature of his own fancy. But it really was not possible. There was no one of the young ladies of Deerbrook who was not so far inferior to the women of Hope's own family, the mother he had lost, and the sisters who were settled far away, as to render this commonest of all delusions impossible to him. To such a man so circumstanced, it may be imagined how great an event was the meeting with Hester and Margaret. He could not be in their presence 10 minutes without becoming aware of their superiority to every woman he had seen for 5 years, past the beauty of the one, the sincerity and unconsciousness of the other, and the general elevation of both struck him forcibly. The first evening, his earliest thought the next morning was of some great event having taken place, and when he left Mr. Gray's door after dinner, it was with an unwillingness which made him spur himself and his horse on to their business, that he might the sooner return to his newfound pleasure. His thoughts already darted forward to the time when the Miss Ibbotsons would be leaving Deerbrook. It was already a heavy thought how dull Deerbrook would be without them. He was already unconsciously looking at every object in and around the familiar place, with the eyes of the strangers, speculating on how the whole would appear to them. In short, his mind was full of them. There are perhaps none who do not know what this kind of impression is. All have felt it at some time or other. Many have felt it often about strangers whom they have been predisposed to like, or with whom they have been struck at meeting. 9 times out of 10, perhaps, the impression is fleeting, and when it is gone there is an unwillingness to return to it, from a sense of absurdity in having been so much interested about one who so soon became indifferent. But the fact is not the less real and general for this when it happens between two young people who are previously fancy-free, and circumstances favor the impression, till it sinks deeper than the fancy. It takes the name of love at first sight, otherwise it passes away without a name, without a record for the hour. It is a secret in an aftertime, it is forgotten. Possessed unconsciously with this secret, Hope threw himself from his horse at the entrance of the meadow, where the cowslip gatherers were busy, fastened his steed to the gate, and joined the party. The children ran to him with the gleanings of intelligence which they had acquired since he saw them last. Half an hour before that, it was well they did not put off their gathering any longer, for some of the flowers were beginning to dry up already. That cousins had never tasted cowslip tea was not this very odd. That cousin Hester would not help to pick the flowers for Drange, thought it such a pity to pull the blossom out of the calyx. That Sophia would not help either, because it was warm. That cousin Margaret had gathered a great many, but she had been ever so long watching a spider's nest, a nasty, large spider's nest that Matilda was just going to break into, when cousin Margaret asked her not to spoil it. Margaret was indeed on her knees prying into the spider's nest, when duly laughed at. She owned to having seen cobwebs before, but maintained that cobwebs in a closet were a very different affair from a spider's nest in a field. I rather think, however, said she, The word nest itself has something to do with my liking for what I have been looking at some of your commonest country words, have a charm to the ear and imagination of townspeople that you could not understand. But said Mr. Hope, I thought nests were very common in Birmingham. Have you not nests of boxes and nests of worktables? Yes, and so we have stacks of chimneys, but yet we do not think of haymaking when we see the smoke of the town eye, rather think country words are only captivating as relating to the country. But then you cannot think how bewitching they are to people who live in streets. The children might have found you a prettier sort of nest to indulge your fancy, with I should think there must be plenty of creatures besides spiders in this wide meadow. Mr. Hope called out to the little girls that whoever should find any sort of a nest in the meadow, for Miss Margaret Ibbotson should have a ride on his horse away, flew. The children and Hester and Sophia came from the waterside to know what all the bustle was about. Fanny returned to inquire whether the nests must be in the meadow, whether just outside would not do. She knew there was an ant's nest in the bank just on the other side of the hedge. The decision was that the ant's nest would do only in case of her not being able to find any other within bounds. Sophia looked on languidly, probably thinking all this very silly. It put her in mind of an old schoolfellow of hers who had been called very clever before she came to school at 9 years old, till she saw her. Sophia had believed that town children were always clever, but no later than the very first day this little girl had got into disgrace with the governess. Her task was to learn by heart Goldsmith's country clergyman in the deserted village. She said it quite perfectly, but when questioned about the meaning stopped short at the first line near yonder copse, where once a garden smiled. She persisted that she did not know what a copse was. The governess said she was obstinate, and shut her up in the play hours between morning and afternoon school. Sophia never could make out whether the girl was foolish or obstinate in persisting that she did not know what a copse was, but her cousin Margaret now put her in mind of this girl, with all her town feelings and her fuss about spiders' nests. How is old Mr. Smithson today? Sophia inquired of Mr. Hope by way of introducing something more rational. Not better, it is scarcely possible that he should be, was the reply. Papa thought last night he must be dying. He is dying. Have you just come from a patient who is dying? Asked Hester, with a look of anxiety with which was mixed some surprise. Yes, from one who cannot live many days. Sophia observed that Mr. James had been sent for early this morning, no doubt, to put the finish to the will. But nobody seemed to know whether the old gentleman would leave his money to his nephew or his stepson, or whether he would divide it between them. Hester and Margaret showed no anxiety on this point, but seemed so ready to be interested about some others as to make Mr. Hope think that they were only restrained by delicacy from asking all that he could tell about his patient's state. They knew enough of the profession, however, to be aware that this kind of inquiry is the last which should be addressed to a medical man. You are surprised, said he, that I am come from a dying patient to play with the children in the fields. Come, acknowledge that this is in your minds. If it is an unreasonable thought, said Margaret. You must see so many dying people, it would be hard that in every case you should be put out of the reach of pleasure. Never mind the hardship if it be fitting, said Hope. Hard, or not hard, is it naturalis it possible? I suppose witnessing death so often does lessen the feelings about it, observed Hester. Yet I cannot fancy that one's mind could be at liberty for small concerns immediately after leaving a house full of mourners, and the sight of one in pain. There must be something distasteful in everything that meets one's eyes in the sunshine itself. True, that is the feeling in such cases, but such cases seldom occur. Yes, I mean, what I say, such cases are very rare. The dying person is commonly old, or so worn out by illness as to make death at last no evil. When the illness is shorter, it is usually found that a few hours in the sick room do the work of months of common life in reconciling the minds of survivors. I am sure that is true, observed Margaret. It is so generally the case that I know no set of circumstances in which I should more confidently reckon on the calmness, forethought, and composure of the persons I have to deal with than in the family of a dying person. The news comes suddenly to the neighbors. All the circumstances rush at once into their imaginations. All their recollections and feelings about the sufferer agitate them in quick succession, and they naturally suppose the near friends must be more agitated in proportion to their nearness. The watchers, meanwhile, said Hester, have had time in the long night to go over the past and the future again and again, and by morning all seems so familiar that they think they can never be surprised into grief again. So familiar, said Mr. Hope, that their minds are at liberty for the smallest particulars of their duty, I usually find them ready for the minutest directions I may have to give. Yes, the time for surprise for consternation is long afterwards, said Hester, with some emotion when the whole has become settled and finished in other minds, the nearest mourners begin to wake up to their mourning. And thus said Margaret, the strongest agitation is happily not witnessed. Happily not, said Mr. Hope. I doubt whether anybody's strongest agitations ever are witnessed. I doubt whether the sufferer himself is often aware of what are really his greatest sufferings, and he is so ashamed of them that he hides them from himself, when it is possible I cannot, but think that any grief which reveals itself is very endurable. Is not that rather hard? Asked Margaret. How does it seem to you hard? Is it not merciful, that we can keep our worst sorrows, that we are disposed, as it were forced to keep them from afflicting our friends? But is it not saying that bereavement of friends is not the greatest of sorrows, while all seem to agree that it is? Is it generally speaking the greatest of sorrows? I think not. For my own part, there are cases in which the loss is too heavy to bear being the subject of any speculation, almost of observation, for instance, when the happiest married people are separated, or when a first or only child dies, but I think there are many sorrows greater than a separation by death of those who have faith enough to live independently of each other, and mutual love enough to deserve as they hope to meet again. Hereafter, I assure you, I have sometimes come away from houses unvisited and unlikely to be visited by death with a heart so heavy as I have rarely or never brought from a deathbed. I should have thought that would be left for the rector to say, observed Hester. I should have supposed you meant cases of guilt or remorse. Cases of guilt or remorse, continued Mr. Hope, and also of infirmity. People may say what they will, but I am persuaded that there is immeasurably more suffering endured both in paroxysms, and for a continuance from infirmity tendency to a particular fault or the privation of a sense, than from the loss of any friend upon earth, except the very nearest and dearest, and even that case is no exception, when there is the faith of meeting again, which almost every mourner has so natural and welcome as it is. Do you tell your infirm friends the high opinion you have of their sufferings? Asked Margaret. Why not exactly? That would not be the kindest thing to do, would it? What they want is to have their trouble lightened to them, not made the worst off, lightened not by using any deceit of course, but by simply treating their case as a matter of fact. Then surely you should make light of the case of the dying too, make light of it even to the survivors. Do you do this? In one sense, I do. In another sense, no one can do it, not regarding death as a misfortune. I cannot affect to consider it so, regarding the change of existence as a very serious one. I cannot, of course, make light of it. That way of looking at it regards only the dying person. You have not said how you speak of it to survivors. As I speak of it to you now, or to myself, when I see any one die, with the added consideration of what the survivors are about to lose. That is a large consideration, certainly. But should not one give them credit for viewing death as it is, and for being willing to bear their own loss cheerfully, as they would desire to bear any other kind of loss, especially if, as they say, they believe it to be only for a time? This, as looking on the bright side, observed Hester in a low voice, but she was overheard by Mr. Hope. I trust you do not object to the bright side of things, said he, smiling, as long as there is so much about us that is really very dark. What can religion be for, said Margaret, or reason, or philosophy, whichever name you may call your faith by, but to show us the bright side of everything, off death among the rest? I have often wondered why we seem to try to make the most of that evil, if evil it be, while we think it a duty to make the least of every other. I had some such feeling, I suppose, when I was surprised to hear that you had come hither straight from a deathbed. I do not wonder at all now. Mr. Smithson will not be much missed, observed Sophia, who felt herself relieved from the solemnity of the occasion by what had passed, and at liberty to speak of him as freely as if he was no nearer death than ever. He has never been a sociable neighbor. I always thought him an odd old man from the earliest time I can remember. Some few will miss him, said Mr. Hope. He is a simple-hearted, shy man who never did himself justice. Except with 2 or 3 who saw most of him, their affection has been enough for him, enough to make him think now that his life has been a very happy one. There, cried Hope as a lark sprang up almost from under the feet of the party. There is another member of Deerbrook society, ladies, who is anxious to make your acquaintance. There were 2 or 3 larks hovering above the meadow at this moment, and others were soaring further off. The air was full of lark music. The party stood still and listened, looking up into the sunny sky. They watched one little warbler wheeling round, falling, rising again, still warbling, till it seemed as if it could never be exhausted. Sophia said it made her head ache to look up so long, and she seemed impatient for the bird to have done it. Then struck her that she also might find a nest like her sister's, and she examined the place, whence the lark had sprung under a thick tuft of grass in a little hollow. She found a family of infant larks huddled together, and pointed them out to her cousins. The children came upon being called. They were damped in spirits. They did not see how they were to find any nests if the ant's nest would not do, unless, indeed, Mr. Hope would hold them up into the trees or hedges to look. But they could not climb trees. Mr. Hope knew they were somewhat further mortified by perceiving that they might have found a nest by examining the ground if they had happened to think of it. Margaret begged they would not be distressed at not finding nests for her, and Mr. Hope proposed to try his luck, saying that if he succeeded, everyone who wished should have a ride on his horse. To the surprise of the children, he turned towards the water and walked along the bank. The brimming river was smooth as glass, and where it stood in among the rushes, and in every tiny inlet, it was as clear as the air and alive with small fish, which darted at the flies that dimpled the surface. A swan which had been quietly sailing in the middle of the stream changed its deportment as the party proceeded along the bank. It ruffled its breast feathers, arched back its neck, till the head rested between the erect wings, and drove through the water with a speed which shivered the pictures in it as a sweeping gale would have done. "What is the matter with the creature?" asked Margaret. "I never saw a swan behave so." The children seemed rather afraid that the bird would come on shore and attack them. Mr. Hope took the opportunity of its being at some little distance to open the rushes and show where a fine milk-white egg lay in a large round nest. "Oh, Mr. Hope, you knew," cried the children. "You knew there was a swan's nest near." "Yes, and did not you when you saw how the swan behaved? But I was aware of this nest before. Tom Creech has the care of the park swans. He made this nest, and he told me where it was. Let your cousins have a peep, and then we will go before the poor swan grows too much frightened. And now, who will have a ride on my horse?" All the children chose to ride, and while Mr. Hope was coursing with them in turn round and round the meadow, the young ladies proceeded along the bank. A quarter of a mile further on they fell in with Sidney Gray and his friend Mr. Phillip. They had been successful in their sport. Mr. Enderby had had enough of it, and was stretched on the grass reading, while Sidney stood on the roots of an old oak, casting his line into the pool beneath its shadow. "So here you are quite safe," said Sophia. "George Rowland might have come after all. Poor boy. I am glad he is not with us. He would be so mortified to see all the fish you have caught without him." "How many times have we been in the river, Sidney? Can you remember?" asked Mr. Enderby. "I have seen no fish big enough to pull us in," said Sidney, "and I do not know any other way of getting a wetting at this sport. Mrs. Rowland should have seen George and me climbing the old oak at the tumult turning. I dared George to it, and there he hung over the water at the end of the branch, riding up and down like a seesaw. She would think nothing of letting him go fishing after that." "If the branch had broken," said Mr. Enderby, "what would you have done then?" "Oh, it is not often that a branch breaks. Old oaks are apt to break sooner or later, and the next time you dare George to seesaw over the river, I would advise you to consider beforehand how you would get him out in case of his dropping in. Oh, he is not afraid. One day lately, when the water was low, he offered to cross the weir at Dingleford. I did not persuade him to that, but he pulled off his shoes and stockings and got over and back safe enough." "Indeed, and you tried it too, I suppose?" "Yes, it would be a shame if I could not do what George can. It was almost as easy as walking along this bank. I shall talk to Master George, however, before he goes to Dingleford again, or he may chance to find it easier some day to miss his footing than to hold it." "I wonder Mrs. Rowland is afraid to let George go out with you," said Sophia, "considering what things he does when you are not with him. She does not know of these pranks, or she would feel as you do, and I hope everyone here will be kind enough not to tell her. It would only be making her anxious to no purpose. Whenever the boy is out of her sight, it would be a pity to make a coward of him. And I think I can teach him what is mischief, and what is not, without disturbing her. Come, ladies, suppose you rest yourselves here. You will find a pleasant seat on this bank. At least I fell asleep on it just now as if I had been on a sofa." "I wish you would all go to sleep or else walk off," said Sidney. "You make so much noise, I shall never catch any fish." "Suppose you were to go somewhere else," said Mr. Enderby. "Would not that be rather more civil than sending us all away?" Sidney thought he would find another place. There were plenty along the bank. He gathered up bait and basket, and trudged off. There was an amusement, however, which he liked better even than fishing, and for which he now surrendered it. He was presently seen cantering round the meadow on Mr. Hope's horse. Mr. Enderby hoped the Miss Ibbotsons were able to say no with decision. If not, he did not envy them their supper this evening, for Sydney would certainly ask them to eat all the fish he had caught, bream and dace. And all the first pleasure of young anglers is to catch these small fry, and the next is to make their sisters and cousins eat them. Sophia solemnly assured her cousins that mamma never allowed Sydney's fish to come to table, at least in the house. If the children liked to get the cook to boil them for their dolls' feasts in the schoolroom, they might. And then, Miss Young is favored with a share, I suppose, said Margaret. Have you made acquaintance with Miss Young yet? Inquired Mr. Enderby. Oh yes, I had the pleasure of knowing Miss Young long before I knew you. Long? How long? I was not aware that you had ever met. Where did you meet? In the schoolroom before breakfastful, 4 hours before you called this morning. Oh, that is all you mean? I wondered how you should know her. Sophia asked whether Margaret and Miss Young were not going to study together. Margaret assented. Miss Young was kind enough to promise to help her to read German. And you, said Mr. Enderby to Hester. Why no, I am rather afraid of the undertaking. And you, Miss Gray? No, mamma says I have enough to do with my history, and my music especially. While my cousins are here, I began German once, but mamma thought I was growing awry, and so I left it off. I find Mrs. Rowland means Matilda to learn German. We are all disposed to have my little nieces learn whatever Miss Young will be kind enough to teach them. They will gain nothing but good from her. She is very learned, to be sure, observed Sophia. And something more than learned, I should think, said Hester. I fancy she is wise. How can you have discovered that already? Asked Mr. Enderby, whose fingers were busy dissecting a stalk of flowering grass. I hardly know. I have nothing to quote for my opinion. Her conversation leaves a general impression of her being very sensible. Sensible as she is a woman, observed Margaret. If she were a man, she would be called philosophical. She is very superior, observed Sophia. It was mamma's doing that. She is the children's governess. Philosophical, repeated Mr. Enderby. It is a happy thing that she is philosophical in her circumstances, poor thing. As she happens to be unprosperous, said Margaret, smiling. If she were rich and strong, and admired her philosophy, would be laughed at, it would only be in the way. Mr. Enderby sighed, and made no answer. Before anyone spoke again, Mr. Hope and his little companions came up. How quiet you all are, exclaimed Sydney. I've a good mind to come and fish here again, if you will only go on to be so drowsy. Sophia declared that they had been talking up to the last minute about Miss Young and learning German, and being philosophical. And which of the party have you made out to be the most philosophical? Inquired Mr. Hope. We have not so much as made out what philosophy is, for, said Hester. Can you tell us? As she looked up at Mr. Hope, who was standing behind her, Sydney thought her question was addressed to him. Swinging his fishing rod round, he replied doubtfully that he thought philosophy was good to know how to do things. What sort of things? Why, to make phosphorus lights and electrify people, as Dr. Levitt did when he made Sophia jump off the stool with glass legs. Sophia was sure that anyone else would have jumped off the stool, as she Roman 999. She should take good care never to jump on it again. But she wondered Sydney did not know any better than that what philosophy was, for her cousin said Miss Young was philosophical, and she had nothing to do with phosphorus or electrical machines. Mr. Enderby explained to Mr. Hope that he had said what he was ready to maintain, that it was a happy thing for anyone who, like Miss Young, was not so prosperous as she had been, to be supported by philosophy. And granting this, said Margaret, it was next inquired whether this same philosophy would have been considered equally admirable, equally a matter of congratulation, if Miss Young had not wanted it for solace. A question as old as the brig at Stirling, replied Mr. Hope. Older than any bridges of man's making. Why Stirling brig? What do you mean? I mean, do not you know the story that an old woman wanted to cross the Forth, and some fair men would have persuaded her to go in their boat, when she was confident that a tempest was coming on which would have made the ferry unsafe? They told her at last that she must trust to Providence. None said she, I will ne'er trust to Providence, while there is a brig at Stirling. The common practice is, you know, with the old woman, we will not trust to the highest support we profess to have, till nothing else is left us. We worship philosophy, but never think of making use of it while we have prosperity as well. The question is whether such practice is wise, said Margaret. We all know it is common. For my part, said Mr. Enderby, I think the old Scotchwoman was right. Providence helps those that help themselves, and takes care of those who take care of themselves. Just so, said Hope. Her error was in supposing that the one course was an alternative from the other, that she would not be trusting in Providence as much in going by the bridge as in braving the tempest. I think we are in the same error when we set up philosophy and prosperity in opposition to each other, taking up with the one when we cannot get the other, as if philosophy were not over all compassing our life, as the blue sky overarches the earth, brightening, vivifying, harmonizing, all whether we look up to see whence the light comes or not. You think it a mistake, then, said Margaret, not to look up to it till all is night below, and there is no light to be seen but by gazing overhead. I do not see why we should miss seeing the white clouds and blue depths at noon, because we may reckon upon moon and stars at midnight. Then again, what is life at its best without philosophy? I can tell you as well as anybody, said Mr. Enderby, for I never had any philosophino, neither wisdom, nor the love of wisdom, nor patience, nor any of the things that philosophy is understood to mean. Oh, Mr. Enderby, cried Sidney, what pains you took to teach me to fish, and to make me wait patiently for a bite. You say you are not patient. My account of life without philosophy, said Mr. Enderby, proceeding, as if he did not hear the children, testifying to his patience with themy account of life without philosophy, is that it slips away mighty easily, till it is gone you scarcely know where or how. And when you call upon philosophy at last to give an account of it, what does she say? Asked Margaret. I do not understand how life can slip away so, said Hester. Is there ever a day without its sting, without doubt of somebody disappointment in oneself, or another dread of some evil or weariness of spirit? Prosperity is no more of a cure for these than for sickness and death, if philosophy is. Well, exclaimed Mr. Hope, with strong interest, if philosophy is. Happy they that have her, for all need her. Hear a testimony at least as candid as your own, Enderby. If you really find life steal away as easily as you now fancy, depend upon it, you are more of a philosopher than you are aware of. What is philosophy? Asked Matilda of Sidney, in a loud whisper, which the boy was not in any hurry to take notice of, so little was there in the conversation, which seemed to bear upon phosphorus and electricity. A good question, observed Mr. Enderby. Hope, will you tell us children what we are talking about? What philosophy is all this while? You gave us a few meanings just now, which I should put into one, call it enlargement of views. And you have wisdom and the love of wisdom and patience all at once, I, Sidney. And your kind of philosophy, too, it was by looking far and deep into nature that men found electricity. Did Dr. Levitt find it out? Asked Matilda. He is so very short-sighted. I don't believe he would see those fish snapping up the flies. If he sat where I do, what was that fell on my bonnet? Is it raining? Sidney, tired of fishing, had climbed into the oak, and was sending down twigs and leaves upon the heads of the party. Sophia desired him to come down, and even assured him that if he did not she should be angry. He replied that he would only stay to see whether she would be angry or not. The experiment was cut short by the whole party rising, and moving homewards. The sun was setting, and the picked cowslips must not have any dew upon them. As the group passed up the street, Sidney in advance with his rod and basket on Mr. Hope's horse, Mr. Hope himself following with Hester, and the tall Mr. Enderby with Sophia and Margaret on either arm, all like the little girls, laden with cowslips. The gossips of Deerbrook were satisfied that the stranger ladies must have enjoyed their walk in the meadows. In Chapter 6. The Schoolroom. Mrs. Rowland was mortified that the Greys had been beforehand with her in the idea of a cowslip gathering. From the moment of Matilda's asking leave to accompany them, she resolved to have such an expedition from her house, as her neighbors should not be able to eclipse like Lear. She did not yet know what her deed was to be, but it should be the wonder and terror of the place. She would do such things as should strike the strangers with admiration. When she heard an account of it from her little daughter, she found this had been a very poor beginning, a mere walk in the meadows, and home again to Tino boiling the kettle in the wood snot. Even a surprise of early strawberries she could not call this being forestalled. It could not give the young ladies any idea of a proper country excursion, with 4 or 5 carriages, or a boat with an awning. As soon as Mr. Rowland came home in the evening, she consulted him about the day, the place, the mode, and the numbers to be invited. Mr. Rowland was so well pleased to find his lady in the mood to be civil to her neighbors, that he started no difficulties, and exerted himself to overcome such as could not be overlooked. All the planning prospered so well that notes to the Gray family and to the Miss Ibbotsons lay on Mr. Gray's breakfastable the next morning, inviting the whole party to dine with Mrs. Rowland in Dingleford Woods, that day week the carriages to be at the door at 10 o'clock. The whole village rang with the preparations for this excursion, and the village was destined to ring with other tidings before it took place. Mrs. Rowland often said that she had the worst luck in the world, and it seemed as if all small events fell out so as to plague her. She had an unusual fertility in such sensible suppositions and reasonable complaints, and her whole diversity of expressions of this kind was called into play about this expedition to Dingleford Woods. The hams were actually boiled, and the chicken peas baked when clouds began to gather in the sky, and on the appointed morning pattens clinked in the village street. Miss Young's umbrella was wet through in the mere transit from the farrier's gate to the schoolroom. The gravel walk before Mr. Gray's house was full of yellow pools, and the gurgling of spouts or drips from the trees was heard on every side. The worst of it was this rain came after a drought of many weeks which had periled the young crops, and almost destroyed the hopes of hay. The ladies and children had been far from sufficiently sorry to hear that some of the poorer wheat lands in the county had been ploughed up, and that there was no calculating what hay would be a ton the next winter. They were now to receive the retribution of their indifference. Rain had set in, and the farmers hoped that it might continue for a month. It would not be wise to fix any country excursion for a few weeks to come. Let the young people enjoy any fine afternoon, that they might be able to turn to the account of a walk, or a drive, or a sail on the river, but picnic parties must be deferred till settled weather came. There was every hope that the middle of the summer would be fine and seasonable if the rains came down freely now. This course of meteorological events involved two great vexations to Mrs. Rowland. One was that the neighbors who could pretend to entertain the strangers only in a quiet way at home took the opportunity of the rainy weather to do so, hoping, as they said, not to interfere with any more agreeable engagements. Mrs. Rowland really never saw anything so dissipated as the Grays. They were out almost every evening when they had not company at home. It was impossible that Sophia's studies could go on as they ought to do, what with taking a quiet cup of tea with one acquaintance, and being at a merry reading party at another's, and Mrs. Enderby's little dance and dinner at the Levitts. There were few evenings left, and on those few evenings they were never content to be alone. They were always giving the young men encouragement to go, and Mr. Hope made quite a home house of Mr. Gray's. And as for Philip, he seemed now to be more at Mr. Gray's than even at his own mother's or sister's. Mrs. Gray ought to remember how bad all this was for a girl of Sophia's age. It would completely spoil the excursion to Dingleford Woods. The young people knew one another so well by this time that the novelty was all worn off, and they would have nothing left to say to each other. It was provoking that Mr. Rowland had promised that the excursion should take place whenever the weather should be settled enough. It might so fairly have been given up, and now it must be gone on with when everyone was tired of the idea, and the young people must almost be weary of one another from being always together. The other vexation was that there were frequent short intervals of fine weather which were immediately taken advantage of for a drive or a walk or a sail, and it came out one day from the children, who had learned it in the schoolroom, that the Miss Ibbotsons had been in Dingleford Woods. There had been no such intention. When the party set out, they had not designed to go nearly so far, but they had been tempted on by the beauty of the evening and of the scenery, till they had found it the shortest way to come home through the Dingleford Woods. Mrs. Rowland pronounced this abominable, and she was not appeased by hearing that her brother had been the proposer of this mode of return, and the guide of the party. Philip forgot everything she declared in his fancy for these girls. It was always his fault that he was carried away by the people he was with. He had got the name of a flirt by it, and a flirt he was, but she had never known him so possessed as he seemed to be by these strangers. She must speak to Mr. Rowland about it. The matter might really become serious, and if he should ever be entrapped into marrying into the Gray connections among people so decidedly objectionable, it would be a terrible self-reproach to her. As long as she lived, that she had not interfered in time, she should speak to Mr. Rowland. Meanwhile she kept a watchful eye on her brother's proceedings. She found from the children that their Uncle Philip had fulfilled his promise of going to see the schoolroom, and had been so much better than his word that he had been there very often. When he went, it was always when the Miss Ibbotsons were there learning German, or drawing, or talking with Miss Young. It was impossible to pick a quarrel with Miss Young about this, for she always sent her visitors away the moment the clock struck the school hour. The summer house was Mr. Gray's property too, so that Mrs. Rowland could only be angry at the studies which went on in it, and had no power to close the doors against any of the parties. The rainy weather had indeed been very propitious to the study of German. For a fortnight Margaret had spent some hours of each day with Miss Young, and over their books they had learned so much of one another's heart and mind that a strong regard had sprung up. Between them, this new friendship was a great event to Miss Young. How great she herself could scarcely have believed beforehand. Her pupils found that Miss Young was now very merry. Sometimes Mr. Gray observed to his wife that the warmer weather seemed to agree with the poor young woman, as she had some little color in her cheeks at last, and Margaret herself observed a change in the tone of the philosophy she had admired from the beginning. There was somewhat less of reasoning in it, and more of impulse. It was as sound as ever, but more genial, while never forgetting the constancy of change in human affairs. She was heartily willing to enjoy the good that befell her. While it lasted, it was well that she could do so, for the good of this new friendship was presently alloyed. She was not aware, and it was well that she was not, that Hester was jealous of her, almost from the hour of Margaret's learning what a vast number of irregular verbs there is in the German. Each sister remembered the conversation by the open window on the night of their arrival at Deerbrook. Remembering it, Margaret made Hester a partaker in all her feelings about Maria Young, her admiration, her pity, her esteem, reserving to herself any confidence which Maria placed in her, in which, however, no mention of Mr. Enderby ever occurred. She kept not a thought or feeling of her own from her sister. The consequence was that Hester found that Maria filled a large space in Margaret's mind, and that a new interest had risen up in which she had little share. She too remembered the conversation, but had not strength to act up to the spirit of it. She had then owned her weakness, and called it wickedness, and fancied that she could never mistrust her sister again. She was now so ashamed of her own consciousness of being once more jealous that she strove to hide the fact from herself, and was not therefore likely to tell it to Margaret. She struggled hourly with herself, rebuking her own temper, and making appeals to her own generosity. She sat drawing in the little blue parlor morning after morning during Sophia's reading or practicing, telling herself that Margaret and Miss Young had no secrets, no desire to be always tete-a-tete, that they had properly invited her to learn German, and that she had only to go at any moment and offer to join them, to be joyfully received. She argued with herself how mean it would be to do so, to agree to study at last, in order to be a sort of spy upon them, to watch over her own interests, as if Margaret, the most sincere and faithful of living beings, were not to be trusted with them. She had often vowed that she would cure the jealousy of her temper. Now was the occasion, and she would meet it. She would steadily sit beside Sophia or Mrs. Gray every morning when Margaret was not with her, and never let her sister know how selfish she could be. This was all very well, but it could not make Margaret suppose her sister happy. When she was not, she could not be certain what was the matter. But she saw that something was wrong at times. Hester's manner was so unboundedly affectionate that it was impossible to suppose that unkind feelings existed towards herself, though a few pettish words were at other times let drop. Hester's moods of magnanimity and jealousy were accounted for in other ways by her sister. Margaret believed, after a course of very close observation, that she had discovered, in investigating the cause of Hester's discomposure, a secret which was unknown to her sister herself. Margaret was not experienced in love, nor in watching the signs of it, but here was the mind she understood best, discomposed without apparent cause, more fond, more generous to herself than ever yet, not reposing its usual confidence in Heron's subject to those starts of delight and disappointment which she had heard, and could understand to be the moods of love. She was confirmed in her suspicion by observing that the merits of Mr. Hope were becoming daily a less common subject of conversation between them. While it was certain that he had in no degree lost favor with either, they had been charmed with him from the beginning, and had expressed to each other the freest admiration of his truth, his gaiety, his accomplishments, and great superiority to the people amidst whom he lived. He was now spoken of less every day, while his visits grew more frequent longer, and Margaret could not but think more welcome to her sister the hours when he was sure not to come happened to be those which she spent with Miss Young, the hours in which gentlemen are devoted to their business. Margaret thus witnessed all that passed, and if her conjecture about Hester was right, she could have wished to see Mr. Hope's manner rather different from what it was. He was evidently strongly attracted to the house, and there was some reason to think that Mrs. Gray believed that Hester was the attraction, but Margaret had no such impression. She saw that Mr. Hope admired her sister's beauty, listened to her conversation with interest, and was moved at times by the generosity of her tone of moral feeling. But this, though much, was not enough for the anxious sister's full satisfaction. and the one thing besides which she would fain have discerned, she could not perceive these were early days, yet however so early, that in the case of anyone whom she knew, except her sister, she should have supposed her own conjectures wild and almost improper. But Hester's was one of those natures to which time and circumstance minister more speedily and more abundantly than to the generality, by the strength of her feelings, and the activity of her affections. Time was made more comprehensive and circumstance more weighty than to others. A day would produce changes in her, which the impressions of a week would not affect in less passionate natures, and what were trifling incidents to the minds about her, were great events to her. Margaret began to consider what was to be done. The more she thought, the more plainly she perceived that there was nothing to be done, but to occupy Hester simply and naturally, with as many interests as possible. This was safe practice, be the cause of her occasional discomposure. What it might, it was particularly desirable that she should not continue the habit of sitting in silence for a considerable part of every morning. One day, just after the voices of the children had been heard in the hall, giving token that school was over, Hester, sitting in the little blue parlor alone with her head on her hand, was apparently contemplating the drawing on her board, but really considering that Margaret was now beginning to be happy with her friend, and asking why Margaret should not be happy with her friend when Margaret herself entered. "Do you want Sophia?" said Hester. "She is upstairs." "No, I want you." "Indeed." There was an ironical tone of surprise in the one word she spoke, which let fall a weight upon Margaret's heart, an old feeling, but one to which she had made no progress towards being reconciled. "I cannot help you with your German, you know. How can you pretend to want me?" "It is not about the German at all that I want you. Maria has found a Spencer at last, and I am going to read her the hymn of heavenly beauty. I know you never can hear that often enough, so come." Perhaps Miss Young had rather not. I should be sorry to intrude myself upon her, but however, continued she, observing Margaret's look of surprise, "I will come. Do not wait for me, dear. I will come the moment I have put up my drawing." Margaret did wait, running over the keys of the open piano meanwhile. "Shall I call Sophia too?" asked Hester, as she took up her work-bag. "I dare say she never read any of Spencer." "I dare say not," replied Margaret, "and she would not care about it now. If you think we ought, we will call her. If not—" Hester smiled, nodded, and led the way to the schoolroom without calling Sophia. She had not been 2 minutes in the cordial presence of her sister and Maria before she felt the full absurdity of the feelings which had occupied her so lately, and was angry with herself to her own satisfaction. Her companions looked at each other with a smile as they observed at the same moment the downcast attitude of her moistened eyes, the beautiful blush on her cheek, and the expression of meek emotion on her lips. They thought that it was the image of heavenly beauty which moved her thus. Before they had quite finished the hymn, the door was burst open, and the children entered, dragging in Mr. Enderby. Mr. Enderby rebuked them good-naturedly for introducing him with so little ceremony, and declared to the ladies that Matilda had promised to knock before she opened the door. Hester advised Mary and Fanny to be more quiet in their mode of entrance, observing that they had made Miss Young start with their hurry. Matilda was glad her uncle remembered to come sometimes. He had promised it several weeks before he came at all, even when he said he was going away in a fortnight. "And if I had gone away in a fortnight," said he, "I should not have seen your schoolroom, but this is not the first time I have seen it. As you remember very well, I have been here often lately. But you never attend to me here, uncle, and I want so to show you my desk where I keep my copybook and the workbox you gave me on my birthday." "Well, you can show me now, cannot you? So this is your desk. It seems convenient enough, whatever we may think of its beauty, I suppose. It will hold all the knowledge you will want to have put into your head for some time to come. Now show me which is George's desk, and which Fanny's, and now Maris, a nice row of desks." Now, whispering to her, "Can you show me which is Miss Margaret's desk?" The little girl giggled as she answered that Miss Margaret was too old to be a schoolgirl. "So she is, but she learns of Miss Young, and I know she keeps some of her books here. Can you show me where?" There was a desk, rather larger than the rest, the lid of which now happened to be standing open. Matilda slyly pointed to it, while the ladies were engaged with the other children. Mr. Enderby cast a glance into this desk, saw a book which he knew to be Margaret's, laid something upon it from his pocket, and softly closed the lid, the whole passing, if it was observed at all, as a survey of the children's desks. He then pretended to look round for the rod. "No rod," said he to the laughing children. "Oh, I should like to learn here very much if there is no rod, Miss Margaret. Do you not find it very pleasant learning here?" The children were shouting, Miss Young, do let Uncle Philip come and learn with us. He says he will be a very good boy. Want you, Uncle Philip, Miss Young? When may Uncle Philip come and learn his lessons? Margaret saw that there was constraint in the smile, with which Maria answered the children. Little as she knew, it struck her that, in his fun with the children, Mr. Enderby was relying quite sufficiently on the philosophy he had professed to admire in Miss Young. Mr. Enderby drew a chair to the window round which the ladies were sitting, and took up the volume Margaret had just laid down. Go, go, children, said he, run away to your gardens. I cannot spare you any more play today. Oh, but uncle, we want to ask you a question. Well, ask it. But it is a secret. You must come into the corner with Fanny and Mary and me. For peace and quiet, he went into the corner with them, and they whispered into each ear a question: how many burnt almonds and gingerbread bitins, and how much barley sugar 2 shillings and threepence halfpenny would buy. The cowslips were now ready to make tea of, and the feast on the dolls' dishes might be served any day. Mr. Enderby promised to inquire at the confectioner's, and not to tell anybody else, and at last the children were got rid of. Now that we have done with mysteries, said he, as he resumed his seat by the window that is with children's mysteries, that we can see to the bottom of, let us look a little into the poet's mysteries. What were you reading? Show me, and I will be your reader. Who or what is this heavenly beauty? We have not done with mysteries yet, I see. I was wondering, said Margaret, smiling, whether you take up Spenser, because you are tired of mysteries. In such a case, some other poet might suit you better. What other? Some one less allegorical at least. I do not know that, said Hester. The most cunning allegory that ever was devised is plain and easy in comparison with the simplest true story fully told, and a man is a poet in proportion as he fully tells a simple true story. A story of the mind, you mean, said Mr. Enderby, not of the mere events of life. Of the mind, of course, I mean. Without the mind, the mere life is nothing. Is not allegory a very pretty way of telling such a story of the mind, under the appearance of telling a story of a life? Yes, said Margaret, and that is the reason why so many like allegory. There is a pleasure in making one's way about a grotto in a garden, but I think there is a much higher one in exploring a cave on the seashore, dim and winding, where you never know that you have come to the end. A much higher pleasure in exploring a life than following out an allegory. You are a true lover of mystery, Miss Margaret. You should have lived 1,000 years ago. Thank you, I am very glad I did not. But why so long ago? Are there not mysteries enough left? And will there not be enough 1,000 years hence? Said Hester. I am afraid not, you, and I cannot venture to speak upon what the Germans may be doing. But these 2 ladies can tell us, perhaps, whether they are not clearing everything up very fast, making windows in your cave, Miss Margaret, till nobody will be afraid to look into every cranny of it. And then our complaint, said Miss Young, will be like Mrs. Howell's, when somebody told her that we were to have the Drummond light on every church steeple. Oh dear, Mom, said she, we shall not know how in the world to get any darkness. You speak as if you agreed that the Germans really are the makers of windows, that Mr. Enderby supposes them, observed Margaret. But you do not think we are any nearer the end of mysteries than ever, do you? Oh no, not till we have struck our stone to the bottom of the universe, and walked round it. And I am not aware that the Germans pretend to be able to do that any more than other people. Indeed, I think there are as many makers of grottos as explorers of caves among them. What do you want, my dear? This last was addressed to George, whose round face, red with exertion, appeared at a back window. The little girls were hoisting him up that he might call out once more, Uncle Philip, be sure you remember not to tell. It would be a pity that mysteries should come to an end, observed Mr. Enderby, when they seem to please our human tastes. So well, see there, how early the love of mystery begins, and who can tell where it ends? Is there one of your pupils, Miss Young, in whom you do not find it? Not one, but is there not a wide difference between the love of making mysteries and a taste for finding them out? Do you not find both in children and up into old age? In children one usually finds both, but I think the love of mystery-making and surprises goes off as people grow wiser. Fanny and Mary were plotting all last week how to take their sister Sophia by surprise with a piece of indie-rubber, a token of fraternal affection, as they were pleased to call it. And you see George has a secret today, but they will have fewer hidings and devices and if they grow really wise, they will find that amidst the actual business of life, there is so much more safety and ease and blessing in perfect frankness than in any kind of concealment, that they will give themselves the liberty and peace of being open as the daylight such is my hope for them. But all this need not prevent their delighting in the mysteries, which are not of man's making. They will be all the more at leisure for them, said Margaret, from having their minds free from plots and secrets. Surely you are rather hard upon arts and devices, said Philip. Without more or fewer of them, we should make our world into a palace of truth. See, the Vallées du Chateau, which Matilda is reading with Miss Young, who ever read it that did not think the palace of truth the most disagreeable place in the world. And why, asked Margaret, not because the people in it spoke truth, but because the truth which they spoke was hatred, and malice and selfishness. And how much better, inquired Hester, is the truth that we should speak, if we were as true as the daylight, I hope. We shall always be allowed to make mysteries of our own selfish and unkind fancies. There would be little mutual respect left if these things were told. I think there would be more than ever, said Margaret carefully, avoiding to meet her sister's eye. I think so many mistakes would be explained, so many false impressions set right on the instant of their being made, that our mutual relations would go on more harmoniously than now. And what would you do with the affairs now dedicated to mystery? Asked Mr. Enderby. How would you deal with diplomacy and government? And with courtship, you surely would not overthrow the whole art of wooing, you would not doom lovers' plots and devices. The ladies were all silent. Mr. Enderby, however, was determined to have an answer. He addressed himself particularly to Margaret. You do not disapprove of the little hidden tokens with which a man may make his feelings secretly known, where he wishes them to be understood, tokens which may meet the eye of one alone, and carry no meaning to any other. You do not disapprove of a more gentle and mysterious way of saying I love you than looking full in one another's face, and declaiming it like a Quaker upon affirmation. You do not disapprove. As for disapproving, said Margaret, who chanced to perceive that Maria's hand shook so that she could not guide her needle, and that she was therefore apparently searching for something in her work-boxes for disapproving, I do not pretend to judge for other people. She stopped short, struck with the blunder she had made. Mr. Enderby hastened to take advantage of it. He said, laughing, well then, speak for yourself, never mind other people's case. What I mean, said Margaret with grave simplicity, is that all depends upon the person whose regard is to be won. There are silly girls and weak women who, liking mysteries in other affairs, are best pleased to be wooed with small artifice, with having their vanity and their curiosity piqued with sly compliments. Sly compliments, what an expression! Such women agree as a matter of course in the old notion suitable enough 5 centuries, Agatha, the life of courtship should be as unlike as possible to married life. But I certainly think those much the wisest and the happiest who look upon the whole affair as the solemn matter that it really is, and who desire to be treated from the beginning with the sincerity and seriousness which they will require after they are married. If the same simplicity and seriousness were common in this, as are required in other grave transactions, said Hester, there would be less of the treachery, delusion, and heartbreaking, which lie heavy upon the souls of many a man and many a woman. Mr. Enderby, happening to be looking out of the window here as if for something to say, caught the eye of his sister, who was walking in her garden. She beckoned to him, but he took no notice, not desiring to be disturbed at present. Turning again to Margaret, he said, but you would destroy all the graces of courtship, you would. Nay, said Hester, what is so graceful as the simplicity of entire mutual trust, more entire the more graceful. I wish you had left out the word trust. You have spoiled something that I was going on to say about the simplicity of drawing lots, like the Moravians, the most sincere courtship of all. But that word trust puts my illustration aside. You need not protest, I assure you. I am not so dull as not to understand that you think love necessary to the wooing, which seems graceful in your eyes. Oh, yes, love and mutual knowledge and mutual reverence. And perfect trust. Oh yes, I understand it all. Philip, cried a soft, sentimental voice under the window. Brother, I want your arm for a turn in the shrubbery. Mrs. Rowland's bonnet was visible as she looked up to the window. She saw the braids of the hair of the young ladies, and her voice was rather less soft as she called again, Philip, do you hear? I want you. It was impossible to seem not to hear. Mr. Enderby was obliged to go, but he left his hat behind him as a sort of pledge that he meant to limit himself to the single turn proposed. For various reasons, the young ladies were all disinclined to speak. After he had left them, Miss Young was the first to move. She rose to go to her desk for something, the desk in which Margaret kept the books she used in this place, ever on the watch to save Maria the trouble of moving, about which was actual pain to her. Margaret flew to see if she could not fetch what was wanted, But Miss Young was already looking into the desk. Her eye caught the pretty new little volume, which lay there. She took it up, found it was a volume of Tyke, and saw on the flyleaf, in the well-known handwriting from P. one warm beam of hope shot through her heart. How could it be otherwise? The book lying in her desk, and thus addressed. But it was only one moment's joy, the next instant's reflection, and the sight of Margaret's German exercise, on which the book had lain, revealed the real case to her. In sickness of heart she would upon impulse have put back the book, and concealed the incident, but she was not sure but that Margaret had seen the volume, and she was sure of what her own duty was. With a smile and a steady voice, she held out the book to Margaret and said, "Here is something for you, Margaret, which looks a little like one of the hidden and gentle and mysterious tokens Mr. Enderby has been talking about here. It is lying among your books, and I think it was not with them when you last left your seat." Margaret blushed with an emotion which seemed to the one who knew her best to be too strong to be mere surprise. She looked doubtful for a moment about the book being meant for her. Its German aspect was conclusive against its being designed for Hester. But Miss Young, was it certain that the volume was not hers? She asked this. But Maria replied, as her head was bent over her desk. "There is no doubt about it. I am sure it is nobody's but yours." Someone proposed to resume the reading. The hymn to heavenly beauty was finished, but no remark followed. Each was thinking of something else. More common subjects suited their present mood. Better, it was urged upon Hester that she should be one of the daily party, and her lonely fancies being for the hour dispersed, she agreed. But she observed other people's visits alter the case entirely. "I do not see how study is to go on if anyone may come in from either house, as Mr. Enderby did today. It is depriving Miss Young of her leisure too, and making use of her apartment in a way that she may well object to." "I am here out of school hours only upon sufferance," replied Miss Young. "I never call the room mine without this explanation." "Besides," said Margaret, "it is a mere accident. Mr. Enderby's coming in today, if he makes a habit of it. We have only to tell him that we want our time to ourselves." Miss Young knew better. She made no reply, but she felt in her inmost soul that her newborn pleasures were from this moment to be turned into pains. She knew Mr. Enderby, and knowing him foresaw that she was to be a witness of his wooings of another whom she had just begun to take to her heart. This was to be her fate if she was strong enough for it, strong enough to be generous in allowing to Margaret opportunities, which could not without her be enjoyed, of fixing the heart of one whom she could not pronounce to have been faulty towards herself. His conversation today had gone far to make her suppose him blameless and herself alone in fault. So complete had seemed his unconsciousness with regard to her. Her duty, then, was clearly to give them up to each other with such spirit of self-sacrifice as she might be capable of. If not strong enough for this, the alternative was a daily painful retreat to her lodging, whence she might look out on the heaps of cinders in the farrier's yard, her spirit abased the while with the experience of her own weakness. Neither alternative was very cheering. Chapter 7. Family Confidence. "When do you leave us, Philip?" inquired Mrs. Rowland, putting her arm within her brother's and marching him up the gravel walk. "Do you wish me to go?" replied he, laughing. "Is this what you were so anxious to say?" "Why, we understood 6 weeks, since that you meant to leave Deerbrook in a fortnight, that is all." "So I did, but my mother is kind enough to be pleased that I am staying longer, and since I am equally pleased myself, it is all very well. I rather think, too, that the children consider Uncle Philip a good boy who deserves a holiday. My mother, oh, she always supposes everything right that you do, and that is the reason why Mr. Rowland and I—" "The reason why Rowland and I agree so well," interrupted the brother. "Yes, that is one reason among many. Rowland's wish is to see the old lady happy, and she is naturally happiest when she has both her children with her. And for every merry hour of hers, your good husband looks the more kindly upon me. Of course, all that is a matter of course, though you are not aware perhaps of the fatigue it is to my mother to have anyone with her too long a time. She will not tell you, but you have no idea how low she is for some time after you go away, if you have stayed more than a few days. From exhaustion, from pure exhaustion. You do not perceive it because the excitement keeps her up while you are here, and she naturally makes an effort, you know. But if you were to see her as we do after you are gone, you cannot think how it sets the Greys talking about her low spirits. Poor soul, I wish I could be always with her. I will try whether I cannot for some time to come at least. But sister, how does it happen that neither you nor Rowland ever told me this before?" "Oh, we would not distress you unnecessarily. We knew it was an unavoidable evil. You cannot always be here, and you must." Yes, I must sometimes come, that is an unavoidable evil, and always will be sister, while I have a good old mother living here. My dear Philip, how you do misunderstand one. I never heard anything so odd. Why odd have you not been giving me to understand all this time, that you do not wish to have me Harriet, that you want me to go away? If not this, I do not know what you have been talking about. What an idea, my only brother. What can you be thinking of? Why upon earth should I wish you anywhere else? That you may manage my mother and her affairs all your own way, I imagine. Mrs. Rowland had nothing to oppose to this plain speech, but exclamations when she had exhausted all she could muster. She avowed that the only consideration which could reconcile her to the sacrifice of her dear brother's society was anxiety for his happiness. Then, supposing I am happiest here, we are all satisfied, and Uncle Philip would have made a diversion from the path to give George his favorite swing, quite up to the second branch of the great pear tree. Pray let George swing himself for once, brother. Hold your tongue, George. You are a very troublesome boy, and your uncle and I are busy. It is about your own affairs, brother, that I want to open my mind to you as, for your always remaining here, as you kindly hinted just now. I did not mean to hint, said Philip. I thought I had spoken quite plainly. Well, well, we all know how to appreciate the kindness of your intentions, I am sure. But your happiness must not be sacrificed to the good of any of us here. We can take care of one another. But as it is impossible that you should find a companion for life here, and as it is time you were thinking of settling, we must not be selfish and detain you among us, when you should be creating an interest elsewhere, Mr. Rowland. And I are extremely anxious to see you happily married, brother, and indeed we feel it is time you were thinking about it. I am glad of that, sister. I am somewhat of the same opinion myself. I rejoice to hear it, replied the lady in a rather uneasy tone. We have been delighted to hear of these frequent visits of yours to the Buchanans. There is a strong attraction there, I fancy, Philip. Joe Buchanan is the attraction to me there. If you mean Caroline, she has been engaged these 3 years to her brother's friend Annesley. You do not say so, but you did not know it. I have known it these 2 years under the seal of secrecy, ah, sister. I have had many an hour's amusement at your schemes on my behalf about Caroline Buchanan. I have been quite out, I see. When do you go to the Bruces, to make the visit you were disappointed of at Christmas? When they return from the continent, where they are gone for 3 years, Miss Mary is out of reach for 3 years, sister. Out of reach, you speak as if Paris or Rome, if you will, was in Australia, and even in Australia, one can hardly speak of people being out of reach. If one wishes to overtake them, said Mr. Enderby, whereas I can wait very well for the Bruces, till they come home again. Now no more, sister, I cannot stand, and hear the young ladies of my acquaintance catalogued as a speculation for my advantage. I could not look them in the face again, after having permitted it. There is somebody in the schoolroom, I declare, cried the lady, as if astonished, and she stood looking from afar at the summer-house, in which 3 heads were distinctly visible. Were you not aware of that before? Did you suppose I was asleep there, or writing poetry all alone, or what the Miss Ibbotsons are there, and Miss Young? You remind me, said the lady, of something that I declared to Mr. Rowland, that I would speak to you about, my dear brother. You should have some compassion on the young ladies you fall in with. I thought your great anxiety just now was that the young ladies should have compassion upon me. One, Philip, the right one, but you really have no mercy. You are too modest to be aware of the mischief you may be doing. But let me entreat you not to turn the head of a girl whom you cannot possibly think seriously of. Whom do you mean? You may be making even more mischief than flattering the poor girl with vain hopes, if you once let it get into the heads of the Greys that anyone belonging to us could think of marrying into their connection. You do not know the trouble you will impose upon Mr. Rowland and me. Does Rowland say so? Does he say so? One would think, dear me, brother, there is nothing one might not think from your manner. You terrify me. Have you a pocket mirror about you? Asked Philip. I should like to see what this terrible manner of mine is like. Now pray no joking, Philip, I declare my nerves will not bear it. But I tell you what, Philip, if you let your old admiration of beauty carry you away, and make you forget yourself so far as to dream of marrying into that connection, you will repent it. As long as you live I shall never forgive you, and you will kill our poor dear mother. I will ask her whether she thinks so, said Philip, and I give you my word of honor that I will not kill my mother. Girls seem to think that beauty is everything, continued the angry lady. And so do their connections for them. I declare Mrs. Gray sits, winking at my mother. When Miss Ibbotson has a color, as if nobody ever saw a good complexion before I declare. It makes me sick. Now, Philip, you have been fairly warned. And if you fall into the trap, you will not deserve any consideration from me. I have let you lay down the law to me, sister, in your own way, because I know your ways say what you please to me of myself and my affairs, and a joke is the worst that will come of it. But I tell you gravely that I will not hear of traps, I will not hear imputations like those you have just spoken against these young ladies, or their connections without rebuke. You can know nothing of the Miss Ibbotsons which can justify this conversation. I shall soon believe you are in love, cried the lady, in high resentment. Only take care what grounds you go upon before you speak and act, sister, in my turn. I give you fair warning how you take any measures against them, even in your own inmost mind, without being quite sure what you are about. You do not say now that you do not mean to have that girl, cried Mrs. Rowland, fixing her fiery eyes upon her brother's face. Why should I? You have not set about obtaining my confidence in any way which could succeed. If I am in love, it would not be easy to own it upon such unwarrantable pressure, if I am not in love. Ah, if you are not. In that case, I am disinclined to make my not caring for them the condition on which those young ladies may receive your civilities. These civilities are due to them, whatever I may feel or intend, and my respect for them is such that I shall keep my mind to myself. At least, said the lady, somewhat humbled, do not be so much with them, for my sake. Do not go into the schoolroom again. I am sorry I cannot oblige you, said he, smiling, but I must go at this moment, not to sit down, not to speak 5 words, however, but only to get my hat. I have to go into the village on an errand for the children. Can I do anything for you in the village? She thinks only of Hester, it is plain, thought he. If I am to have any more lectures and advice, I hope they will proceed on the same supposition. It will make my part easier, and save my being driven to assert my own will, and so plunging poor Priscilla into hysterics. I can bear her interference as long as Margaret's name is not on her lips. The moment she casts an evil eye on her, I shall speak to Roland, which I had much rather avoid. It would be delicious to be her protector without her knowing it. Oh, watch over her as she walks in her bright innocency. Oh, shield her, but from whom? From my own sister? No, no, better keep her out of suspicion. Better let it pass that it is really Hester. Hester has plenty of friends to stand by her. The Greys are so proud of her beauty, they have no eyes or ears. But for her, people who meddle with concerns they have no business with are strangely blind. They make odd mistakes from running away, with notions of their own prepared beforehand. Here is everybody determined that we shall all fall in love with Hester. Priscilla has jumped to her conclusion at once, perhaps, in emulation of Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray has clearly given Hester to Hope in her own mind. I rather think Hope would be obliged to her, if she would not show so plainly what is in her thoughts. I fear, so I may be jealous, but I am afraid Hope and I are too much of the same mind about these girls. I will stand up for Mrs. Gray as long as I live. If she proves right here, she shall wink and nod forevermore, and I will justify her. If Hope turns out to be in love with Hester, I will be the first to congratulate him if he succeeds with her, and really he would be a happy fellow. She is a lovely creature, and how she will love whenever she does love. She would be a devoted wife. Why cannot he see the matter so, and leave my Margaret to me now? How will she look up as I go in? His vision of Margaret's looks remained a vision. No one was in the schoolroom, but Miss Young writing a letter. They are not here, said Mr. Enderby. No, they are gone with Mrs. Gray into the village, I believe. Oh well, I only came for my hat. You are in the children's secret, of course, Miss Young. About their feast, yes, I believe I know all about it. I am going to ask some important questions for them at the confectioner's. You will not object to my bringing them a few good things. Oh no. I would not act in so serious a matter. Without asking you, can I be of any use to you in the village? Or perhaps you may want some pens mended before I go. No, I thank you. Then I will not interrupt your letter any longer. Good morning. It was a wonder that the letter was written at all. When Maria had done leaning back in her chair and had taken up her pen again, she was disturbed by painful sounds from Mrs. Rowland's garden. The ladies, own Matilda and precious George and darling Anna, were now pronounced to be naughty, wilful, mischievous, and finally to be combined together to break their mamma's heart. It was clear that they were receiving the discharge of the wrath which was caused by somebody else. Now a wail, now a scream of passion went to Maria's heart. She hastened on with her letter in the hope that Mrs. Rowland would presently go into the house, when the little sufferers might be invited into the schoolroom to hear a story or have their ruffled tempers calmed by some other such simple means. What a life of discipline, this is, thought Maria. We all have it sooner or later. These poor children are beginning early, if one can, but help them through it. There she goes in and shuts the door behind her now. I may call them hither, and tell them something or another about Una and her lion. At the well-known sound of Miss Young's lame step, the little ones all came about her. One ashamed face was hid on her shoulder, another was relieved of its salt tears, and the boy's pout was first relaxed and then forgotten. Chapter 8. Family Correspondence. From the time of the great event of the arrival of the Miss Ibbotsons, Mr. Hope had longed to communicate all connected with it to his family. As often as Hester looked eminently beautiful, he wished his sisters could see her. As often as he felt his spirit moved and animated by his conversations with Margaret, he thought of Frank, and wished that the poor fellow could for a day exchange the heats and fatigues and vapid society of which he complained as accompaniments of service in India for some one of the wood and meadow rambles or garden frolics, which were the summer pleasures of Deerbrook, now unspeakably enhanced by the addition lately made to its society. Frank wrote that the very names of meadows and kind of cowslips, trout, and harriers were a refreshment to a soldier's fancy when the heats and the solitude of spirit in which he was compelled to live made him weary of the novelties which had at first pleased him. In the East, he begged that Edward would go on to write, as he did, of everything that passed in the village off, everything which could make him for a whole evening fancy himself in Deerbrook, and repose himself in its shacks and quietness. Mr. Hope had felt for a month past that such a letter was by this time due to Frank, and that he had for once failed in punctuality, but he now for the first time found it difficult to get time to write. He never dreamed of sending Frank letters which would be esteemed by others of a moderate length. When he did write, it was an epistle indeed. And during this particular May and June, there was always something happening which prevented his having his hours to himself. In other words, he was always at the Greys, when not engaged in his professional duties. The arrival of a letter from Frank one day gave him the necessary stimulus, and he sat down on the instant to open his heart to his brother. Frank was his younger and only brother and the person in the world most deeply indebted to him. Their parents being dead, it was Edward who had been Frank's dependence. As he grew up, it was Edward who had at great cost and pains gratified his wish to go into the army, and had procured him the best educational advantages in preparation for a military life. It was Edward who had always treated him with such familiar friendship that he had scarcely felt as if he wanted any other intimate, and who seemed to forget the 5 years' difference of age between them at all times. But when it afforded a reason for pressing kindness and assistance upon him, the confidence between them was as familiar and entire as if they had been twin brothers. The epistle which Frank was to have the benefit of on the present occasion was even longer than usual from the delay which had caused an accumulation of tidings and of thoughts. Deerbrook, June 20th, 18. Dear Frank, your letter of December last has arrived to remind me how far I am past my time in writing to you. I make no apologies for my delay, however, and I do not pretend to feel any remorse about it. We never write to one another from a mere sense of duty, and long may it be before we do. So, unless we write because we cannot help it, pray, let us let it alone, as, for the reasons why my inclination to talk to you has not overpowered all impediments, till know you shall have them by and be. Meanwhile, here, before your eyes, is the proof that I cannot but spend this June evening with you. You ask about your grandfather, and I have somewhat to say to you about him. He is still living very infirm, as you may suppose, but I think as clear in mind as I have ever known him. He sent for me 2 months ago. As you will have heard from the letter, I find he caused to be written to you about the business, which then occupied his mind, my share in that business. He would represent to you, as it appeared to him, but I must give you an account of it as it appears to myself. He sent for me to take leave of me, as he said, but in my opinion, to receive my acknowledgments for his latest disposition of his property. The new arrangements did not please me at all, and I am confident that you would have liked them no better than I. And I wished not a little that you were nearer, that we might have acted together. I know that he once intended to divide his property equally among us four, but of late, from some unaccountable feeling of indifference about Emily and Anne, or as is more likely from some notion about women not wanting money, and not knowing how to manage it, he has changed his mind and destined his money for you and me, leaving my sisters only £100 each. As a remembrance, he informed me of this as soon as I arrived. I thought him quite well enough to hear reason, and I spoke my mind plainly to him. I had no right to answer for you any further than for your sense of justice, and your affection for your sisters. The way in which the matter was settled at last, therefore, with great pains and trouble, was that you and our sisters share equally and that I have the legacy of £100, which was destined for one of them. The reasons why I declined a fourth part of the property were sufficient to my mind, and will be so, I doubt not, to yours out of this property. I have had my professional education, while you and my sisters have received nothing at all. This professional education has enabled me to provide sufficiently for myself, so far, and this provision will in all probability go on to increase. While my sisters want as much as can fairly be put into their hands, their husbands are not likely ever to be rich men and will probably be poor for some years to come. Their children have to be educated. And in short, there is every reason why Emily and Anne should have this money, and none why I should. I am afraid the old gentleman is not very well pleased with my way of receiving what he intended for kindness, but that cannot be helped if he falls back into his previous state of mind, and leaves the whole after all to you and me. I shall set the matter right as far as I can by dividing my portion between my sisters, and I feel confident that you will do the same, but I earnestly hope this will not happen. It will be a very different thing to my sisters, receiving this money by their grandfathers will as their due, and from our hands as a gift to the way in which they will look at it. The letter to you was sent off without delay, in order that in case of any dissatisfaction whatever on your part, your wishes might have the better chance of being made known to us during the old gentleman's life. I doubt not that your thoughts, whatever they may be, will be on the way to me before this reaches you, and I can have as little doubt what they are. You know, Mr. Blunt says that men are created to rob their sisters. A somewhat partial view of the objects and achievements of mortal existence, it must be owned, and a statement which I conceive the course of your life for one will not go to confirm, but a man must have had a good deal of experience of what he is talking of before he could make so sweeping a generalization from the facts of life. And I am afraid Mr. Blunt has some reason for what he says. Medical men receive many confidences in sick rooms, you know, and some among others which had better be reserved for the lawyer. What I have seen in this way leads me to imagine that my grandfather's notion is a very common one, that women have little occasion for money and do not know how to manage it, and that their property is to be drawn upon to the very last to meet the difficulties and supply the purposes of their brothers. On the utter injustice and absurdity of such a notion, there can be no disagreement between you and me, nor, I imagine, in our actions with regard to it. I heard from Emily yesterday. The letter is more than half full of stories about the children and accounts of her principles and plans with regard to them. She writes on the same subjects to you, no doubt, for her heart is full of them. Her husband finds the post of consul at a Spanish port rather a dull affair as we anticipated, and groans at the mention of Bristol or Liverpool shipping. He says, but I like the tone of his postscript very well. He is thankful for the honest independence his office affords him, and says he can tolerate his Spanish neighbors, though they are as ignorant as Turkish ladies, for the sake of his family, and of the hope of returning sooner or later to live in his own country, after having discharged his duty to his children. Theirs must be an irksome life enough, as much of it as is passed out of their own doors. But they seem to be finding out that it is not so much the where and the how as the what people are that matters to their peace of mind, and I suppose those who love each other and have settled what they are living for can attain what they most want nearly so well in one place as another. Poor Anne wrote to you, I know, after the death of her infanther little Highlandman, as she proudly called him in her last letter. Before she lost him, Gilchrist talked last year of bringing her and his boys south this summer, and I had some hopes of seeing them all here, but I have not been able to get them to speak again of traveling, and I give it up for this year. I hope your letters and theirs fall due seasonably, that your reports of all your devices to cool yourself reach them in the depth of their Caithness winter, and that all they say to you of their snowdrifts and freshets is acceptable when you are panting in the hottest of your noons. Anne writes more cheerfully than she did, and Gilchrist says she is exerting herself to overcome her sorrow. Their love must be passing strange in the eyes of all such as despised Anne's match. It is such as should make Anne's brothers feel very cordially towards Gilchrist. We have drifted asunder in life, rather strangely, when one comes to think of it, and our anchorage grounds are pretty far apart. Who would have thought it when we used to climb the old apple tree together and drop down from the garden wall? I wonder whether we shall ever contrive to meet in one house once more, and whether I may be honored by my house being the place it is possible, and I spend certain of my dreams upon the project. Do you not find that one effect of this wide separation is to make one fancy the world smaller than one used to think it? You, on the other side of it, probably waked up to this conviction long ago, It is just opening upon me shut up in my nook of our little island when I have a letter from you like that which lies before me spiced with an old family joke or two, and a good many new ones of your own all exactly like yourself. I am persuaded you cannot be very far off, and I should certainly call you from my window to come in to tea but from a disagreeable suspicion that I should get no answer. But do tell me in your next whether our globe has not been made far too much of its children, and whether its oceans do not look very like ponds when you cast your eye over them to that small old apple tree I mentioned just now. But you want news, this being the place of all others to send to from the other side of the world for news. Deerbrook has rung with news and rumors of news. Since winter, the first report after the ice broke up in March was that I was going to be married to Deborah Giles. Who is Deborah Giles? You will ask. She is not going to be a relation of yours in the first place. Secondly, she is the daughter of the boatman whose boat's Enderby, and I are want to hire the young lady, may be all that ever woman was for aught I know, for I never spoke to her in my life, except that I one day asked her for something to bail the boat with, but I heard that the astonishment of Deerbrook was that I was engaged to a woman who could not read or write. So you see, we of Deerbrook follow our old pastime of first inventing marvels, and then being scarcely able to believe them. I rather suspect that we have some wag among us who fabricates news to see how much will be received and retailed. But perhaps these rumors, even the wildest of them, rise by natural exhalation from the nooks and crevices of village life. My 5 years' residence has not qualified me to pronounce absolutely upon this. Old Smithson is dead. You could not have seen him half a dozen times when you were here, but you may chance to recollect him, a short old man with white hair and deep-set gray eyes. He is less of a loss to the village than almost any other man would be. He was so shy and quiet, and kept so much within his own gate that some fancied he must be a miser. But though he spent little on himself, his money made its way abroad, and his heirs are rather disappointed at finding the property no larger than when he came into it. He is much missed by his household, and I own by myself I was not often with him. But it was something to feel that there was one among us who was free from ambition and worldly cares, content to live on in the enjoyment of humble duties and simple pleasure, raison, who would not have changed color at the news of a bequest of £10,000, but could be very eager about his grandnephew's prize at school, and about the first forget-me-not of the season beside his pond, and the first mushroom in his meadow during the fortnight of his illness. The village inquired about him, but when it was all over there was not much to forget of one so little known, and we hear of him no more. The Greys and Rowlands go on much as usual, the gentlemen of the family agreeing very well, and the ladies rather the reverse. The great grievance this spring has been that Mrs. Rowland has seen fit to enlarge her hall and make a porch to her door. Her neighbors are certain that in the course of her alterations every principal beam of her house has been cut through, and that the whole will fall in. No such catastrophe has yet occurred, however. I have not been called in to set any broken bones, and I have not much expectation of an accident, as Mr. Rowland understands building too well to allow his house to be cut down over his head. As for the porch, I do not perceive what can be alleged to its disadvantage, but that some people think it ugly. Here I must cease my gossip. I regularly begin my letters with the intention of telling you all that I hear and see out of my profession, but I invariably stop short, as I do now, from disgust at the nonsense. I should have to write. It is endurable enough to witness, for one thing quickly dismisses another, and some relief occurs from the more amiable or intellectual qualities of the parties concerned, but I hate detail in writing, and I never do get through the whole list of particulars that I believe you would like to have. You must excuse me now, and take my word for it in the large that we are all pretty much what we were when you saw us 3 years ago, except of course being 3 years older, and some few of us 3 years wiser. It will be a satisfaction to you also to know that my practice has made a very good growth for the time you liked my last year's report of it. It has increased more since that time than even during the preceding year, and I have no further anxiety about my worldly prospects. I am as well satisfied with my choice of an occupation in life as ever mine has its anxieties and disagreements as others have. But I am convinced I could not have chosen better. You saw when you were with me something of the anxiety of responsibility, what it is, for instance, to await the one or the other event of a desperate case. And I could tell you a good deal that you do not and cannot know of the perils and troubles attendant upon being the depository of so much domestic and personal confidence, as my function imposes upon me, the necessity of receiving. I sometimes long to be able to see nothing but what is apparent to all in society, to perceive what is ostensible, and to dream of nothing more, not exactly like children, but like the members of large and happy families who carry about with them the purity and peace of their homes, and therefore take cognizance of the pure and peaceful, only whom they meet abroad. But it is childish or indolent or cowardly to desire this while there is private vice and wretchedness and domestic misunderstanding. One would desire to know it if one can do anything to cure or alleviate it. Dr. Levitt and I have the same feeling about this, and I sometimes hope that we mutually prepare for and aid each other's work. There is a bright side to our business, as I need not tell you the mere exercise of our respective professions, the scientific as well as the moral. Interest of them is as much to us as the theory of your business to you, and that is saying a great deal. You will not quarrel with the idea of the scientific interest of Dr. Levitt's profession in his hands, for you know how learned he is in the complex science of humanity. You remember the eternal wonder of the Greys at his liberality. Towards dissenters of that liberality, he is unconscious, as it is the natural, the inevitable result of his knowledge of Menoff, his having been hunting the waterfalls from his youth up, following up thought and prejudice to their fountains. When I see him bland and gay amongst us, I feel pretty confident that his greatest pleasure is the same as mine, that of reposing in the society of the innocent, the single-hearted, the unburdened. After having seen what the dark corners of social life are, it is like coming out of a fetid cave into the evening sunshine of late. We have felt this in an extraordinary degree, but I must tell you in an orderly way what has happened to us. I have put off entering upon the grand subject, partly from the pleasure of keeping one's best news for the last, and partly from shyness, in beginning to describe what it is impossible that you should enter into. I am well aware of your powers of imagination and sympathy, but you have not lived 5 years within 5 miles of a country village, and you can no more understand our present condition than we can appreciate your sherbet and your mountain summer house. There are two ladies here from Birmingham, so far beyond any ladies that we have to boast of that some of us begin to suspect that Deerbrook is not the Athens and Arcadia united that we have been accustomed to believe it. You can have no idea how our vanity is mortified, and our pride abased by finding what the world can produce out of the bounds of Deerbrook. We bear our humiliation wonderfully. However, our verdant woods echo with laughter and singing. Is heard beside the brook, the voices of children grown and ungrown go up from all the meadows around, and wit and wisdom are wafted over the surface of our river at eventide. The truth is these girls have brought in a new life among us, and there is not one of us except the children that is not some years younger for their presence. Mr. Gray deserts his business for them like a schoolboy, and Mr. Rowland watches his opportunity to play truant. In turn, Mrs. Enderby gives dances and looks quite disposed to lead off in person. Mrs. Plumstead has grown quite giddy about sorting the letters, and her voice has not been heard further than 3 doors off. Since the arrival of the strangers, Dr. Levitt is preaching his old sermons. Mrs. Gray is well-nigh intoxicated with being the hostess of these ladies, and has even reached the point of allowing her drawing-room to be used every afternoon. Enderby is a fixture while they are so. Neither mother, sister, friend, nor frolic ever detained him here before for a month together. He was going away in a fortnight when these ladies came. They have been here 6 weeks. And Enderby has dropped all mention of the external world. If you ask, as you are at this moment doing in your own heart, how I stand under this influence, I really cannot tell you. I avoid inquiring too closely. I enjoy every passing day too much to question it, and I let it go, and so must you. But who are they, you want to know? They are distant cousins of Mr. Gray's orphans, and in mourning for their father. They are just above 20, and their name is Ibbotson. Are they handsome? Is your next question. The eldest, Hester, is beautiful, as the evening star. Margaret is very different. It does not matter what she is as to beauty, for the question seems never to have entered her own mind. I doubt whether it has often occurred to her whether she can be this, or that, or the other. She is. And there is an end of the matter. Such pure existence, without question, without introspection, without hesitation or consciousness, I never saw in anyone above 8 years old. Yet she is wise. It becomes not me to estimate how wise. You will ask, how I know this already. I knew it the first day I saw them. I knew it by her infinite simplicity, from which all selfishness is discharged, and into which no folly can enter. The airs of heaven must have been about her from her infancy, to nourish such health of the soul. What her struggle is to be in life, I cannot conceive, for not a morbid tendency is to be discerned. I suppose she may be destined to make mistakes, to find her faith deceived, her affections rebuked, her full repose delayed. If, like the rest of us, she be destined to struggle, it must be to conflict of this kind, for it is inconceivable that any should arise from herself. Yet is she as truly human as the weakest of you, engrossed by affection and susceptible of passion. Her affection for her sister is a sort of passion. It has some of the features of the serene guardianship of one from on high, but it is yet more like the passionate servitude of the benefited to a benefactor. For instance, Uhitch is perhaps the most graceful attitude in which our humanity appears. Where are the words that can tell what it is to witness day by day the course of such a life, as Thisto see living, and moving before one's eyes, the very spirit that one had caught glimpses of wandering, in the brightest vistas of one's imagination, in the holiest hours of thought, yet, is there nothing fearful as in the presence of a spirit? There is scarcely even a sense of awe so childlike, is her deportment I go grave, and longing to listen I come away. And I find I have been talking more than anyone revealing discussing, as if I were the teacher, and not the learner. You will say the worshippers say it, if you will our whole little world worships the one. Or the other Hester is also well worthy of worship. If there were nothing but her beauty, she would have a wider world than ours of Deerbrook at her feet. But she has much more. She is what you would call a true woman. She has a generous soul, strong affections, and a susceptibility which interferes with her serenity. She is not exempt from the trouble and snare into which the lot of women seems to drive them: too close a contemplation of self, too nice a sensitiveness, which yet does not interfere with devotedness to others. She will be a devoted wife. But Margaret does not wait to be a wife to be devoted. Her life has been devotedness, and will be to the end. If she were left the last of her race, she would spend her life in worshipping the unseen that lay about her, and would be as unaware of herself as now. What a comfort it is to speak freely of them. This is the first relief of the kind I have had. Everyone is praising them, everyone is following them. But to whom? But you. Can I speak of them even to you? I filled my first sheet with mere surface matter. I now wonder how I could. As for the general opinion of Deerbrook on the engrossing subject of the summer, you will anticipate it, in your own mind, concluding that Hester is most worshipped on account of her beauty, and that Margaret's influence must be too subtle and refined to operate on more than a few. This is partly, but not wholly, the case. It has been taken for granted from the beginning by the many that Hester is to be exclusively the adored, and Enderby has, I fancy, as many broad hints as myself of this general conclusion. But I question whether Enderby assents any more than myself. Margaret's influence may be received as unconsciously as it is exerted, but it is not therefore the less real while it is the more potent. I see old Jem Bird raise himself up from the churchyard bench by his staff, and stand uncovered as Hester passes by. I see the children in the road touch one another, and look up at her. I see the admiration which diffuses itself like sunshine around her steps. All this homage to Hester is visible enough, but I also see Sidney Grey growing manly, and his sisters amiable under Margaret's eye. I fancy I perceive Enderby. But that is his own affair. I am sure I daily witness one healing and renovating process, which Margaret is unconsciously affecting. There is no one of us so worthy of her, so capable of appreciating her, as Maria Young. They are friends, and Maria Young is becoming a new creature. Health and spirit are returning to that poor girl's countenance. There is absolutely a new tone in her voice, and a joyous strain in her conversation, which I for one never recognized before. It is a sight on which angels might look down to see Margaret with her earnest face, listening humbly and lovingly, serving the infirm and much-treated friend, whom she herself is daily lifting up into life and gladness. I have done with listening to abuse of life and the world. I will never sit still under it again, if there are two such as these sisters springing out of the bosom of a busy town, and quietly passing along their path of life, casting sanctity around them. As they go, if there are two such, why not more? If God casts such seeds of goodness into our nook, how do we know but that he is sowing the whole earth with it? I will believe it henceforth. You will wonder, as I have wondered many a time within the last 6 weeks, what is to become of us when we lose these strangers. I can only say God help us. But that time is far off. They came for several months, and no one hints at their departure. Yet they are the most unlearned creatures about country life that you can conceive, with a surpassing genius for country pleasures. Only imagine the charm of our excursions. They are never so happy as when in the fields or on the river, and we all feel ourselves only too blessed in being able to indulge them. Our mornings are all activity and dispatch, that our afternoons may be all mirth, and our evenings repose. I am afraid this will make you sigh with mingled envy and sympathy. But whatever is that can be told, you may rely upon it, that I shall tell you, trusting to your feeling both pleasure and pain in virtuous moderation. I have done my story, and now I am going to look what o'clock it is. A thing I have refrained from in my impulse to tell you. All the house is quite still, and I heard the church clock strike something very long just now, but I would not count it as so. It was midnight that the clock struck. I shall seal this up directly. I dare not trust my morning me broad daylight mood with it. Now, as soon as you have got thus far, just take up your pen and answer me, telling me as copiously of your affairs as I have written of ours. Heaven bless you. Yours ever, Edward Hope. It was not only Mr. Hope's broad daylight mood, which was not to be trusted with this letter in this hour of midnight, a misgiving seized upon him, that it was extravagant he became aware, when he laid down his pen, that he was agitated the door of his room, opened into the garden. He thought he would look out upon the night, it was the night of the full moon, as he stood in the doorway. The festoons of creepers that dangled from his little porch, waved in the night breeze long shadows from the shrubs lay on the grass, and in the depth of one of these shadows, glimmered the green spark of a glowworm. It was deliciously cool and serene. Mr. Hope stood leaning against the doorpost with his arms folded, and was not long in settling the question whether the letter should go. Frank will think that I am in love. He considered he will not understand the real state of my feeling. He will think that I am in love. I should conclude so in his place. But what matters it what he infers and concludes? I have written exactly what I thought and felt at the moment, and it is not from such revelations that wrong inferences are usually drawn. What I have written is true, and truth carries safely over land, and sea more safely than confidence compounded with caution frank deserves the simplest and freshest confidence from me. I am glad that no hesitation occurred to me. While I wrote it shall go a very word of it. He returned to his desk, sealed and addressed the letter, and placed it where it was sure to be seen in the morning, and carried to the post office before he rose. Chapter 9. Child's Play. The afternoon arrived when the children were to have their feast in the summer house. From the hour of dinner, the little people were as busy as aldermen's cooks, spreading their table. Sidney thought himself too old for such play. He was hard at work filling up the pond he had dug in his garden, having tried experiments with it for several weeks, and found that it never held water. But in a pouring rain, while he was occupied with his spade, his sisters and the little Rolands were arranging their dishes and brewing their cowslip tea. "Our mamma is coming," said Fanny to Matilda. "Is yours?" "No, she says she can't come, but Papa will." "So will our Papa." It was so funny at dinner. Mr. Paxton came in and asked whether Papa would ride with him, and Papa said it was out of the question. It must be tomorrow, for he had an engagement this afternoon. "A very particular engagement," he said, observed Mary, and he smiled at me, so I could not help laughing. "Fanny, do look at Matilda's dish of strawberries, how pretty." "There's somebody coming," observed little Anna, who, being too young to help, and liable to be tempted to put her fingers into the good things, was sent to amuse herself with jumping up and down the steps. "There now, that is always the way, is not it, Miss Young?" cried Fanny. "Who is it, George? Mr. Enderby? Oh, do not let him come in yet. Tell him he must not come this half-hour." Mr. Enderby chose to enter, however, and all opposition gave way before him. "Pray don't send me back," said he, "till you know what I am come for. Now who will pick my pockets?" Little Anna was most on a level with the coat pocket. She almost buried her face in it, as she dived the whole length of her arm to the very bottom. George attacked its fellow. While the waistcoat pockets were at the mercy of the taller children, a number of white parcels made their appearance, and the little girls screamed with delight. "Miss Young," cried Fanny, "do come and help us to pick Mr. Enderby's pockets. See what I have got, the very largest of all." When every pocket had been thoroughly picked without Miss Young's assistance, the table did indeed show a goodly pile of white cornucopia, most agitating form of paper to children's eyes. When opened, there was found such a store of sweet things as the little girls had seldom before seen out of the confectioner's shop. Difficulties are apt to come with good fortune, and the anxious question was now asked how all these dainties were to be dished up. Miss Young was as usual the friend in need. She had before lent 2 small china plates of her own, and she now supplied the further want. She knew how to make pretty square boxes out of writing paper, and her nimble scissors and neat fingers now provided a sufficiency of these in a trice. Uncle Philip was called upon, as each was finished, to admire her skill, and admire he did to the children's entire content. "Is this our feast, Mr. Enderby?" inquired Mary finally, when Anna had been sent to summon the company. "May we say it is ours?" "To be sure," cried Fanny, "whose else should it be?" "It is all your own, I assure you," said Mr. Enderby. "Now you two should stand at the head of the table, and Matilda at the foot." "I think I had better take this place," said Sidney, who had made his appearance, and who thought much better of the affair now that he saw Mr. Enderby so much interested in it. There should always be a gentleman at the bottom of the table. "No, no," Sidney protested. "Mr. Enderby, not when he has had no cost nor trouble about the feast. March off, you are only one of the company. Stand there, Matilda, and remember you must look very polite. I shall hide behind the acacia there, and come in with the ladies. A sudden and pelting shower was now falling, however, and instead of hiding behind a tree, Mr. Enderby had to run between the house and the schoolroom, holding umbrellas over the ladies' heads, setting clogs for them, and assuring Mrs. Gray at each return that the feast could not be deferred, and that nobody should catch cold. Mr. Gray was on the spot to give his arm to Mrs. Enderby, who had luckily chanced to look in, a thing which she really never did after dinner. Mr. Hope had been seen riding by, and Mrs. Gray had sent after him to beg he would come, and Mr. Rowland made a point of being present, and thus the summer house was quite full, really crowded. "I am glad Mrs. Rowland keeps away," whispered Mrs. Gray to Sophia. "She would say it is insufferably hot." "Yes, that she would. Do not you think we might have that window open? The rain does not come in on that side. Did you ever see such a feast as the children have got? I am sure poor Elizabeth and I never managed such a one. It is really a pity Mrs. Rowland should not see it. Mr. Rowland should have made her come. It looks so odd, her being the only one to stay away." The room resounded with exclamations and admiration, and grave jokes upon the children. Notwithstanding all Uncle Philip could do, the ingenuous little girls answered to every compliment that Mr. Enderby brought his, and that and the other came out of Uncle Philip's pocket. They stood in their places blushing and laughing, and served out their dainties with hands trembling with delight. Maria's pleasure was as usual in observing all that went on. She could do this while replying quite to the purpose to Mrs. Enderby's praise of her management of the dear children, and to George's pressing offers of cake, and to Mr. Rowland's suspicions that the children would never have accomplished this achievement without her, as indeed he might say of all their achievements, and to Anna's entreaty that she would eat a pink comfit and then a yellow one and then a green one, and to Mrs. Gray's wonder where she could have put away all her books and things to make so much room for the children. She could see Mr. Hope's look of delight when Margaret declined a cup of chocolate, and said she preferred tasting some of the cowslip tea. She saw how he helped Mary to pour out the tea, and how quietly he took the opportunity of getting rid of it through the window behind Margaret. When she could not pretend to say that she liked it, she observed Mr. Rowland's somewhat stiff politeness to Hester, and Mr. Enderby's equal partition of his attentions between the two sisters. She could see Mrs. Gray watching every strawberry and sugar plum that went down the throats of the little Rowlands, and her care seconded by Sophia's that her own children should have an exactly equal portion of the good things she believed, but was not quite sure that she saw Hester's color and manner change as Mr. Hope came and went in the course of his service about the table, and that once upon receiving some slight attention from him, she threw a hasty glance towards her sister, and turned quite away upon meeting her eye. The rain had not prevented the servants from trying to amuse themselves with witnessing the amusement of the family. They were clustered together, under umbrellas, at the window, nearest the stables, where they thought they should be least observed. Some commotion took place among them at the same moment that an extraordinary sound became audible from a distance above the clatter of plates, and the mingling of voices in the summer house. "What in the world is that noise?" asked Margaret. "Only somebody killing a pig," replied Sidney decidedly. "Do not believe him," said Mr. Enderby. "The Deerbrook people have better manners than to kill their pigs in the hearing of ladies on summer afternoons." "But what is it? It seems coming nearer." "I once told you," said Mr. Enderby, "that we possess an inhabitant whose voice you might know before her name. I suspect it is that same voice which we hear now." "A human voice? Impossible." "What is the matter, Alice?" Mrs. Gray asked of her maid out of the window. "Oh, Mom, it is Mrs. Plumstead, and she is coming this way. Mom, she will be upon us before we can get to the house. Oh, Mom, what shall we do?" Mrs. Gray entreated permission of the ladies to allow the maidservants to come into the summer house. Their caps might be torn from their heads before they could defend themselves, she said. If they remained outside, of course leave was given instantly. And the maids crowded in with chattering teeth and many a tale of deeds done by Mrs. Plumstead in her paroxysms of rage. The children shared the panic more or less, and not only they. Mr. Gray proposed to put up the shutters of the windows nearest to the scene of action, but it was thought that this might draw on an attack from the virago, who might let the party alone if she were left unnoticed by them. She was now full in sight, as with half Deerbrook at her heels, she pursued the object of her rage through the falling shower, and amidst the puddles in front of the stables. Her widow's cap was at the back of her head, her hair hanging from beneath it, wet in the rain. Her black gown was splashed to the shoulders, her hands were clenched, her face was white as her apron, and her vociferations were dreadful to hear. She was hunting a poor terrified young countrywoman, who between fright and running looked ready to sink. "We must put a stop to this," cried Mr. Gray and Mr. Rowland, each speaking to the other. It ended with their issuing forth together, looking as dignified as they could, and placing themselves between the scold and her victim. It would not do, they could not make themselves heard. And when she shook her fist in their faces, they retired backwards and took refuge among their party, bringing the victim in with them. However, Mr. Enderby declared this retreat too bad, and was gone before the entreaties of his little nieces could stop him. He held his ground longer, and the dumb show he made was so energetic as to cause a laugh in the summer house, in the midst of the uneasiness of his friends, and to call forth shouts of mirth from the crowd at the virago's heels. "That will not do, it will only exasperate her," the more said Mr. Hope, pressing his way to the door. "Let me pass, will you?" "Oh, Mr. Hope, oh, sir," said Alice, "don't go, don't think of going, sir. She does not mind killing anybody, I assure you, sir." "Oh, Mr. Hope, don't go," cried almost everybody. Maria was sure she heard Hester's voice among the rest, the young countrywoman, and the children grasped the skirts of his coat. But he shook them off laughing, and went. Little Mary loved Mr. Hope very dearly. She shot out at the door with him, and clasped her hands before Mrs. Plumstead, looking up piteously as if to implore her to do Mr. Hope no harm. Already, however, the vixen's mood had changed. At the first glimpse of Mr. Hope, her voice sank from being a squall into some resemblance to human utterance. She pulled her cap forward, and a tinge of color returned to her white lips. Mr. Enderby caught up little Mary and carried her to her mamma, crying bitterly. Mr. Hope might safely be left to finish his conquest of the otherwise unconquerable scold. He stood still till he could make himself heard, looking her full in the face, and it was not long before she would listen to his remonstrance, and even at length take his advice to go home and compose herself. He went with her to ensure the good behavior of her neighbors, and had the satisfaction of seeing her lock herself into her house alone before he returned to his party. "It is as you told me," said Margaret to Mr. Enderby. "Mr. Hope's power extends even to the temper of the Deerbrook scold. How she began to grow quiet directly, it was like magic." Mr. Enderby smiled, but there was some uneasiness in his smile. The countrywoman was commended to the servants to be refreshed, and dismissed another way. There was no further reason for detaining her, when it appeared that she really could give no account of how she had offended Mrs. Plumstead in selling her a pound of butter. It remained to console little Mary, who was still crying more from grief for Mrs. Plumstead than from fear. Maria thought, though Mrs. Gray was profuse in assurances to the child that Mrs. Plumstead should not be allowed to frighten her any more, all the children seemed so depressed and confounded that their guests exerted themselves to be merry again, and to efface as far as was possible the impression of the late scene. When Mr. Hope returned, he found Mr. Gray singing his single ditty about Dame Dumpshire and her crockeryware amidst great mirth and unbounded applause. Then Mrs. Enderby was fluttered and somewhat flattered by an entreaty that she would favor the company with one of the ballads for which she had been famous in her time. She could not refuse on such an occasion if, indeed, she had ever been able to refuse what she was told would give pleasure. She made her son choose for her what she should sing. And then followed a wonderful story of Giles Collins, who loved a Lady Giles, and the lady both died of true love. Giles was laid in the lower chancel, and the lady in the higher. From the one grave grew a milk-white rose, and from the other a briar, both of which climbed up to the church top, and there tied themselves into a true lovers, knot which made all the parish admire. At this part, Anna was seen looking up at the ceiling, but the rest had no eyes but for Mrs. Enderby as she gazed full at the opposite wall, and the shrill quavering notes of the monotonous air were poured out, and the words were as distinct as if they were spoken. "Is that true, grandmamma?" asked Anna when all was over. "You had better ask the person who made the song, my dear. I did not make it." "But did you ever see that church with the briar growing in it before the sexton cut it down?" "Do not let us talk any more about it," said Philip solemnly. "I wonder grandmamma dares sing such a sad song." "Why, you asked her, Uncle Philip." "Oh, I Roman 999. Well, we are much obliged to her. And now we will have something that is not quite so terrible. Miss Gray, you will favor us with a song." Sophia's music books were all in the house, and she could not sing without Mr. Enderby would fetch some. If she would give him directions what to bring, no, she could not sing without the piano. As it was clearly impossible to bring that, Philip feared the company must wait for the pleasure of hearing Miss Gray till another time. Mr. Gray would have Hester and Margaret sing, and sing they did very simply and sweetly, and much to the satisfaction of all present. One thing led on to another. They sang Toadler with Mr. Gray with Mr. Enderby, Mr. Hope, listening with an unlearned eagerness, which made Mrs. Gray wink at her husband and nod at Sophia, and exchange smiles with Mrs. Enderby. They proceeded to catches at last. And when people really fond of music get to singing catches in a summer house, who can foresee the end? Fair enslaver, cried Mr. Enderby. You must know, fair enslaver, there is not a sweeter catch than that. Come, Miss Ibbotson, begin, your sister will follow, and I. But it so happened that Miss Ibbotson had never heard fair enslaver. Margaret knew it, she believed. But she did not with a gay eagerness. Mr. Enderby turned round to Maria, saying that he knew she could sing this catch, and everybody was aware that, when she had the power of doing a kindness, she never wanted the will remembered that she could sing fair enslaver. He might well remember this, for often had they sung it together, while several of the company were saying they did not know Miss Young could sing, and the children were explaining that she often sang at her work. Mr. Enderby observed some signs of agitation in Maria, and hastened to say, you had rather not, perhaps. Pray do not think of it. I will find something else in a moment. I beg your pardon, I was very inconsiderate. But Maria thought she had rather not accept the consideration, and besides the children were anxious that she should sing. She bore her part in a way which made Mr. Rowland and Mrs. Gray agree that she was a very superior young woman, indeed, that they were singularly fortunate to have secured her for their children, and that she was much to be pitied. I think Miss Young has got a little cold, though, observed Sydney, her voice is not in the least husky, when she sits singing here by herself. Father, look, there are all the servants huddled together under the window again, to listen to the singing. This was true, and the rain was over. It was presently settled that the schoolroom should be evacuated by the present party, that the children should be allowed to invite the servants in to dispense to them the remains of the feast, and that Miss Young must favor Mrs. Gray with her company this evening. Mr. Rowland was obliged to return home to business, but before his friends dispersed, he must just say that Mrs. Rowland and he had never for a moment given up the hope of the pleasure of entertaining them at dinner in the Dingleford woods, and as the rains were now daily abating, he might perhaps be allowed to name Wednesday of the next week as the day of the excursion. He hoped to see the whole of the present company, from the oldest to the youngest going, as he spoke to Mrs. Enderby, and to his own little daughter Anna. This was one of Mr. Rowland's pieces of independent action. His lady had given him no commission to bring the affair to an issue, and he returned home involuntarily, planning what kind of an unconcerned face and manner he should put on while he told her what he had done. Chapter 10. A Party of Pleasure. Mr. Rowland hoped to see the whole of the present company, from the oldest to the youngest. This was the best part of his speech to the ears of the children. It made an impression also upon some others. 2 or 3 days afterwards, Sidney burst laughing into the dining-room, where his mother and her guests were at work, to tell them that he had seen Mr. Hope riding a pony in the oddest way in the lane behind his lodgings. He had a side saddle, and a horse-cloth put on like a lady's riding habit. He rode the pony in and out among the trees, and made it scramble up the hill behind, and it went as nicely as could be wherever he wanted it to go. Mr. Hope's new way of riding was easily explained. The next time he called Miss Young was certainly included in the invitation to Dingleford woods. It was a pity she should not go, and she could not walk in wild places. The pony was training for her. Mrs. Gray quite agreed that Miss Young ought to go, but thought that Mr. Hope was giving himself much needless trouble. There would be room made for her in some carriage, of course, no doubt, but no kind of carriage could make its way in the woods. And but for this pony, Miss Young would have to sit in a carriage or under a tree the whole time that the rest of the party were rambling about, whereas this quiet, active little pony would take care that she was nowhere left behind. It could do everything but climb trees. It was to be taken over to Dingleford the evening before, and would be waiting for its rider on the verge of the woods when the party should arrive. Miss Young was touched and extremely pleased with Mr. Hope's attention. In the days of her prosperity, she had been accustomed to ride much and was very fond of it. But since her misfortunes, she had never once been in the saddle, lame as she was, and debarred from other exercise, to be on a horse again, and among the woods was a delicious prospect. And when a few misgivings had been reasoned away, misgivings about being troublesome, about being in the way of somebody's pleasure or convenience, Maria resigned herself to the full expectation of a most delightful day. If the weather would only be fine, the children would be there, and they were always willing to do anything for her. Sydney would guide her pony in case of need, or show her where she might stay behind by herself if the others should exhibit a passion for impracticable places. She knew that Margaret would enjoy the day all the more for her being there, and so would Mr. Hope, as he had amply proved. Maria was really delighted to be going, and she and the children rejoiced together. This great pleasure involved some minor enjoyments, too, in the way of preparation. On Sunday, Mr. Hope told her that he believed the pony was now fully trained, but he should like that she should try it, especially as she had been long out of the habit of riding. She must take a ride with him on Monday and Tuesday afternoons. For practice, the Monday's ride was charming through Verdon Woods and home over the heath from Crossley End. The circuit, which was to have been 3 miles, had extended to 10. She must be moderate, she said to herself the next day, and not let Mr. Hope spend so much of his time upon her. And besides, the pony had to be sent over to Dingleford in the evening, after she had done with it, to be in readiness for her on Wednesday morning. The ride on Tuesday was happily accomplished as that of Monday, but it was much shorter. Mr. Hope agreed that it should be short, as he had a patient to visit on the Dingleford road, so near the hamlet that he might as well take the pony there himself. It would trot along beside his horse. Sidney saved him part of the charge. Sidney would at all times walk back any distance for the sake of a ride out on whatever kind of saddle, or almost any kind of quadruped. He was in waiting at the farrier's gate when Miss Young returned from her ride, and having assisted her into the house, he threw himself upon her pony, and rode 3 miles and a half on the Dingleford road, before he would dismount and deliver his bridle into Mr. Hope's hand. Tea was over, and the teethings removed before he appeared at home. Heated and delighted with his expedition, he ran to the dairy for a basin of milk, and declared that his being hot and tired did not matter in the least, as he had no lessons to doth, next day being a holiday. It was about 2 hours after this, when Hester and Margaret were singing to Sophia's playing, that Mr. Gray put his head in at the door, and beckoned Mrs. Gray out of the room. She remained absent a considerable time, and when she returned the singers were in the middle of another duet. She wandered restlessly about the room till the piece was finished, and then made a sign to Sophia to follow her into the storeroom, the double door of which the sisters could hear carefully closed. They were too much accustomed to the appearance of mystery among the ladies of the Gray family to be surprised at any number of secret conferences, which might take place in the course of the day. But evening was not the usual time for these. The family practice was to transact all private consultations in the morning, and to assemble round the worktable or piano after tea. The sisters made no remark to each other on the present occasion, but continued their singing, each supposing that the storeroom conference related to some preparation for the next day's excursion. It was too dark to distinguish anything in the room before their hostess re-entered. Margaret was playing quadrilles. Hester was standing at the window, watching the shadows, which the risen moon was flinging across the field, and the lighting up of Mrs. Enderby's parlor behind the blinds, and Sidney was teasing his twin sisters with rough play on the sofa, when Mrs. Gray returned. "You are all in the dark," said she, in a particularly grave tone. "Why did you not ring for lights, my dears?" And she rang immediately. "Be quiet, children, I will not have you make so much noise." The little girls seemed to wish to obey, but their brother still forced them to giggle, and their struggling entreaties were heard. "Now don't, Sidney, now pray, Sidney, don't." "Mary and Fanny, go to bed," said their mother decidedly. When lights were brought, "Sidney, bid your cousins good night, and then come with me, I want to ask you a question." "Good night already, mother. Why, it is not time yet this half-hour." "It is enough that I choose you to go to bed. Wish your cousins good night and come with me." Mrs. Gray led the way once more into the storeroom, followed rather sulkily by Sidney. "What can all this be about?" whispered Hester to Margaret. "There is always something going on which we are not to know. Some affair of fruit or wine or bonbons perhaps, which are all the better for making their appearance unexpectedly." At this moment, Sophia and her mother entered by opposite doors. Sophia's eyes were red, and there was every promise in her face that the slightest word spoken to her would again open the sluices of her tears. Mrs. Gray's countenance was to the last degree dismal, but she talked industriously of everything she could think of. This was the broadest possible hint to the sisters not to inquire what was the matter, and they therefore went on sewing and conversing very diligently, till they thought they might relieve Mrs. Gray by offering to retire. They hesitated only because Mr. Gray had not come in, and he so regularly appeared at 10 o'clock that they had never yet retired without having enjoyed half an hour's chat with him. "Sophia, my dear," said her mother, "are the night candles there? Light your cousin's candles. I am sure they are wishing to go, and it is getting late. You will not see Mr. Gray tonight, my dears. He has been sent for to a distance." At this moment, the scrambling of a horse's feet was heard on the gravel before the front door. Sophia looked at her mother, and each lighted a candle precipitately, and thrust it into a hand of each cousin. "There go, my dears," said Mrs. Gray. "Never mind stopping for Mr. Gray. I will deliver your good night to him, You will have to be rather early in the morning. You know, good night, good night." Thus Hester and Margaret were hurried upstairs, while the front door was in the act of being unbarred for Mr. Gray's entrance. Morris was dispatched after them with equal speed by Mrs. Gray's orders, and she reached their chamber door at the same moment that they Roman 999 Hester set down her candle, bade Morris, shut the door, and threw herself into an armchair with wonderful decision of manner, declaring that she had never been so treated to be amused, and sent to bed like a baby, in a house where she was a guest. "I am afraid something is the matter," said Margaret. What then? They might have told us so and said plainly that they had rather be alone. People must choose their own ways of managing their own affairs, you know, and what those ways are cannot matter to us, as long as we are not offended at them. "Do you take your own way of viewing their behavior, then, and leave me mine," said Hester hastily. Morris feared there was something amiss, and she believed Alice knew what it was, but she had not told either cook or housemaid a syllable about it. By Morris' account, Alice had been playing the mysterious in the kitchen, as her mistress had in the parlor. Mr. Gray had been suddenly sent for, and had saddled his horse himself, as his people were all gone, and there was no one on the premises to do it for him. A wineglass had also been called for Miss Sophia, whose weeping had been overheard. Master Sidney had gone to his room, very cross, complaining of his mother's having questioned him overmuch about his ride, and then sent him to bed half an hour before his usual time. A deadly fear seized upon Margaret's heart when she heard of Sidney's complaint of being overmuch questioned about his riding. A deadly fear for Hester, if her suspicion should prove true. It was out of pure consideration that they had been amused, and sent to bed like babies. A glance at Hester showed that the same apprehension had crossed her mind. Her eyes were closed for a moment, and her face was white as ashes. It was not for long, however. She presently said with decision that whatever was the matter, it must be some entirely private affair of the Greys. If any accident had happened to anyone in the village, if bad news had arrived of any common friend, there would be no occasion for secrecy in such a case. Mrs. Gray would have given herself the comfort of speaking of it to her guests. It must certainly be some entirely private, some family affair. Hester was sincere in what she said. She knew so little of the state of her own heart that she could not conceive how some things in it could be divined or speculated upon by others still only on the brink of the discovery that she loved Mr. Hope. She could never have imagined that anyone else could dream of such a thing, much less act upon it. She was angry with herself for letting her fears now point for a moment to Mr. Hope. For if this bad news had related to him, her sister, and she would of course have heard of it the next moment, after the Greys. Margaret caught her sister's meaning and strove to the utmost to think as she did, but Sidney's complaint of being overmuch questioned about his ride was fatal to the attempt. It returned upon her incessantly during the night, and when towards morning she slept a little, these words seemed to be sounding in her ear all the while. Before undressing, both she and Hester had been unable to resist stepping out upon the stairs to watch for signs, whether it was the intention of the family to sit up or go to rest. All had retired to their rooms some time before midnight, and then it was certain that nothing more could be learned before morning. Each sister believed that the other slept, but neither could be sure. It was an utterly wretched night to both, and the first which they had ever passed in misery, without speaking to each other. Margaret's suffering was all from apprehension. Hester was little alarmed in comparison, but she this night underwent the discovery which her sister had made some little time ago. She discovered that nothing could happen to her so dreadful as any evil befalling Mr. Hope. She discovered that he was more to her than the sister, whom she could have declared, but a few hours before, to be the dearest on earth to her. She discovered that she was forever humbled in her own eyes, that her self-respect had received an incurable wound from Mr. Hope, had never given her reason to regard him as more than a friend. During the weary hours of this night, she revolved every conversation, every act of intercourse which she could recall, and from all that she could remember the same impression resulted that Mr. Hope was a friend, a kind and sympathizing friend, interested in her views and opinions and her tastes and feelings, that he was this kind friend, and nothing more. He had in no case distinguished her from her sister. She had even thought at times that Margaret had been the more important of the two to him. That might be from her own jealous temper, which she knew was apt to make her fancy everyone preferred to herself. But she had thought that he liked Margaret best, as she was sure Mr. Enderby. Roman 999. Whichever way she looked at the case, it was all wretchedness. She had lost her self-sufficiency and self-respect, and she was miserable. The first rays of morning have a wonderful power of putting to flight the terrors of the darkness, whether their causes lie without us or within. When the first beam of the midsummer sunshine darted into the chamber through the leafy limes, which shaded one side of the apartment, Hester's mood Transiently changed, there was a brief reaction in her spirits. She thought she had been making herself miserable far too readily. The mystery of the preceding evening might turn out a trifle. She had been thinking too seriously about her own fancies. If she had really been discovering a great and sad secret about herself, no one else knew it nor need ever know it. She could command herself. And in the strength of pride and duty, she would do so. All was not lost before this mood had passed away. She fell asleep with prayer in her heart and quiet tears upon her cheek. Both sisters were roused from their brief slumbers by a loud tapping at their door. All in readiness to be alarmed, Margaret sprang up and was at the door to know who was there. "It is you, it is we, Fanny and Mary, cousin Margaret," answered the twins. "Come to call you. It is such a fine morning you can't think. Papa does not believe we shall have a drop of rain today. The baker's boy has just carried the roll, such a basket full to Mrs. Rowland's, so you must get up. Mamma is getting up already." The sisters were vexed to have been thrown into a terror for nothing, but it was a great relief to find Mr. Gray prophesying fine weather for the excursion. Nothing could have happened to cast a doubt over it. Margaret, too, now began to think that the mystery might turn out a trifle, and she threw up the sash to let in the fresh air with a gaiety of spirits she had little expected to feel. Another tap at the door. It was Morris with the news that it was a fine morning, that the whole house was astir, and that she had no further news to tell. Another tap before they were half dressed. It was Mrs. Gray with a face quite as sorrowful as on the preceding evening, and the peculiar nervous expression about the mouth which served her instead of tears. "Have you done with Morris yet, my dears?" "Morris, you may go," said Hester steadily. Mrs. Gray gazed at her with a mournful inquisitiveness while she spoke, and kept her eyes fixed on Hester throughout, though what she said seemed addressed to both sisters. "There is something the matter, Mrs. Gray," continued Hester calmly. "Say what it is. You had better have told us last night." "I thought it best not to break your sleep, my dears. We always think bad news is best told in the morning." "Tell us," said Margaret. Hester quietly seated herself on the bed. "It concerns our valued friend, Mr. Hope," said Mrs. Gray. Hester's color had been going from the moment Mrs. Gray entered the room. It was now quite gone, but she preserved her calmness. "He was safe when Sydney lost sight of him on the ridge of the hill on the Dingleford road, but he afterwards had an accident." "What kind of accident?" inquired Margaret. "Is he killed?" asked Hester. "No, not killed. He was found insensible in the road. The miller's boy observed his horse, without a rider, plunge into the river below the dam and swim across, and another person saw the pony Sydney had been riding grazing with a side saddle on the common. This made them search, and they found Mr. Hope lying in the road insensible, as I told you." "What is thought of his state?" asked Margaret. "Two medical men were called immediately from the nearest places, and Mr. Gray saw them last night, for the news reached us while you were at the piano, and we thought—" "Yes, but what do the medical men say?" "They do not speak very favorably. It is a concussion of the brain. They declare the case is not hopeless, and that is all they can say. He has not spoken, yet only just opened his eyes, but we are assured the case is not quite desperate, so we must hope for the best." "I am glad the case is not desperate," said Hester. "He would be a great loss to you all." Mrs. Gray looked at her in amazement, and then at Margaret. Margaret's eyes were full of tears. She comprehended and respected the effort her sister was making. "Oh, Mrs. Gray," said Margaret, "must we go today? Surely it is no time for an excursion of pleasure." "That must be as you feel disposed, my dears. It would annoy Mrs. Rowland very much to have the party broken up so much so that some of us must go, but my young people will do their best to fill your places, if you feel yourselves unequal to the exertion." She looked at Hester as she spoke. "Oh, if anybody goes, we go, of course," said Hester. "I think you are quite right in supposing that the business of the day must proceed. If there was anything to be done by staying at home, if you could make us of any use, Mrs. Gray, it would be a different thing, but—" "Well, if there is nothing in your feelings which, if you believe yourselves equal to the exertion," Margaret now interposed, "one had rather stay at home and be quiet when one is anxious about one's friends, but other people must be considered, as we seem to be agreed, Mr. and Mrs. Rowland, and all the children, so we will proceed with our dressing, Mrs. Gray. But can you tell us before you go how soon we shall know when this case will probably be decided?" "It might be a few hours, or it might be many days. Mrs. Gray said she should stay at home today, in case of anything being sent for from the farmhouse, where Mr. Hope was lying. He was well attended in the hands of good nurse, former patients of his own." but something might be wanted, and orders had been left by Mr. Gray that application should be made to his house, for whatever could be of service, so Mrs. Gray could not think of leaving home. Mr. Gray would make inquiry at the farmhouse, as the party went by to the woods, and he would just turn his horse back in the middle of the day to inquire again, and thus the Rowlands' party would know more of Mr. Hope's state than those who remained at home, having explained. Mrs. Gray quitted the room somewhat disappointed that Hester had received the disclosure so well. The moment the door was closed, Hester sank forward on the bed, her face hidden but her trembling betraying her emotion. "I feared this," said Margaret, looking mournfully at her sister. "You feared what?" asked Hester, quickly looking up. "I feared that some accident had happened to Mr. Hope." "So did Roman 1. "And if," said Margaret, "I feared something else." "Nay, Hester, you must let me speak. We must have no concealments, Hester. You and I are alone in the world, and we must comfort each other. We agreed to this. Why should you be ashamed of what you feel? I believe that you have a stronger interest in this misfortune than anyone in the world, and why?" "How do you mean, a stronger interest?" asked Hester, trying to command her voice. "Tell me what you mean, Margaret." "I mean," said Margaret steadily, "that no one is so much attached to Mr. Hope as you are. I think," said Margaret after a pause, "that Mr. Hope has a high respect and strong regard for you." She paused again, and then added, "If I believed anything more, I would tell you." When Hester could speak again, she said gently and humbly, "I assure you, Margaret, I never knew the state of my own mind till this last night. If I had been aware. If you had been aware, you would have been unlike all who ever really loved. If people say true now that you have become aware, you will act as you can act nobly, righteously. You will struggle with your feelings till your mind grows calm. Peace will come in time. Do you think there is no hope? Consider his state. But if he should recover, oh Margaret, how wicked all this is. While he lies there, we are grieving about me. What a selfish wretch I am." Margaret had nothing to reply. There seemed so much truth in this, even she reproached herself with being exclusively anxious about her sister, when such a friend might be dying, when a life of such importance to many was in jeopardy. "I could do anything, I could bear anything," said Hester, "if I could be sure that nobody knew, but you found me out, Margaret, and perhaps—" "I assure you I believe you are safe," said Margaret. "You can hide nothing from me, but Mrs. Gray and nobody, except myself, has watched you. Like Mrs. Gray has gone away, I am certain, completely deceived. But Hester, my own precious sister, bear with one word from me. Do not trust too much to your pride." "I do trust to my pride, and I will," replied Hester, her cheeks in a glow. "Do you suppose I will allow all in this house, all in the village, to be pitying me, to be watching how I suffer, when no one supposes that he gave me cause? It is not to be endured, even in the bare thought. No, if you do not betray me." "I betray you? Well, well, I know you will not, and then I am safe. My pride I can trust to, and I will." "It will betray you," sighed Margaret. "I do not want you to parade your sorrow. God knows it will be better borne in quiet and secrecy. What I wish for you is that you should receive this otherwise than as a punishment, a disgrace in your own eyes, for something wrong you have done. Nothing wrong, nothing that you may not appeal to God to help you to endure. Take it as a sorrow sent by Him, to be meekly borne, as what no earthly person has any concern with. Be superior to the opinions of the people about us, instead of defying them. Pride will give you no peace. Resignation will." "I am too selfish for this," sighed Hester. "I hate myself, Margaret. I have not even the grace to love him, except for my own sake. And while he is dying, I am planning to save my pride. I do not care what becomes of me. Come, Margaret, let us dress and go down. Do not trouble your kind heart about me. I am not worth it." This mood gave way a little to Margaret's grief and endearments, but Hester issued from her chamber for the day, in a state of towering pride, secretly alternating with the anguish of self-contempt. It was a miserable day, as wretched a party of pleasure as could be imagined. Mrs. Rowland was occupied in thinking, and occasionally saying how strangely everything fell out to torment her, how something always occurred to cross every plan of hers. She talked about this to her mother Sophia and Hester, who were in the barouche with her, till the whole cavalcade stopped just before reaching the farmhouse where Mr. Hope lay, and to which Mr. Gray rode on to make inquiries. Margaret was with Mr. Rowland in his gig. It was a breathless 3 minutes till Mr. Gray brought the news. Margaret wondered how Hester was bearing it. It would have pleased her to have known that Mrs. Rowland was holding forth so strenuously upon her disappointment about a dress at the last Buckley ball, and about her children having had the measles on the only occasion when Mr. Rowland could have taken her to the races in the next county, that Hester might sit in silence and bear the suspense, unobserved. Mr. Gray reappeared quite as soon as he could be looked for. There might have been worse news. Mr. Hope was no longer in a stupor. He was delirious. His medical attendants could not pronounce any judgment upon the case, further than that it was not hopeless. They had known recovery in similar cases. As Mr. Gray bore his report from carriage to carriage, every one strove to speak cheerfully and to make the best of the case, and those who were not the most interested really satisfied themselves with the truth that the tidings were better than they might have been. The damp upon the spirits of the party was most evident when all had descended from the carriages and were collected in the woods. There was a general tremor about accidents if one of the gentlemen had gone forward to explore, or the children had lagged behind for play. There was a shouting and a general stop. Till the missing party appeared. Miss Young would fain have declined her pony, which was duly in waiting for her. It was only because she felt that no individual could well be spared from the party that she mounted at all. Mr. Hope was to have had the charge of her, and though she had requested Sidney to take his place as far as was necessary, Mr. Enderby insisted on doing so, a circumstance which did not add to her satisfaction. She was not altogether so heartsick as her friends the Ibbotsons, but even to her, everything was weariness of spirit. The landscape seemed dull, the splendid dinner on the grass tiresome, the sunshine sickly, and even the children with their laughter and practical jokes fatiguing and troublesome. Even she could easily have spoken sharply to each and all of the little ones. If she felt so, what must the day have been to Hester? She bore up well under any observation that she might suppose herself the object of, but Margaret saw how laboriously she strove, and in vain, to eat. How welcome was the glass of wine, how mechanical her singing after dinner, and how impatient she was of sitting still. The strangest thing was to see her walking in a dim glade in the afternoon arm in arm with Mrs. Rolandas, if in the most confidential conversation, Mrs. Roland apparently offering the confidence and Hester receiving it. "Look at them," said Mr. Enderby. "Who would believe that my sister prohibited solitary walks and tete-a-tetes only 3 hours ago on the ground that everyone ought to be sociable today? I shall go and break up the conference." "Pray do not," said Margaret. "Let them forget rules and pass their time as they like best." "Oh, but here is news of hope. Mr. Gray has now brought word that he is no worse. I begin to think he may get through, which God knows I had no idea of this morning." "Do you really think so? But do not tell other people, unless you are quite confident that you really mean what you say." "I may be wrong, of course, but I do think the chances improve with every hour that he does not get worse, and he is certainly not worse. I have a strong presentiment that he will struggle through." "Go then, and tell as many people as you choose, only make them understand how much is presentiment." The tete-a-tete between the ladies being broken off by Mr. Enderby, with his tidings, was not renewed. Hester walked beside Miss Young's pony, her cheek flushed, and her eye bright. Margaret thought there was pride underneath, and not merely the excitement of renewed hope, so feeble as that hope must yet be, and so nearly crushed by suspense. Before the hour fixed for the carriages to be in readiness, the party had given up all pretense of amusing themselves, and each other they sat on a ridge watching the spot where the vehicles were to assemble, and message after message was sent to the servants to desire them to make haste. The general wish seemed to be getting home, though the sun was yet some way from its setting. When the first sound of wheels was heard, Hester whispered to her sister, "I cannot be in the same carriage with that woman. No, you must not either. I cannot now tell you why. I dare say Miss Young would take my place, and let me go with the children in the wagon. I will do that, and you shall return in Mr. Rowland's gig. You can talk or not as you please with him, and he is very kind. He is no more to be blamed for his wife's behavior, you know, than her mother or her brother. It shall be so. I will manage it." Margaret could manage what she pleased with Maria, and Mr. Enderby, both devoted to her Hester, was off with Mr. Rowland, and Margaret with one child on her lap, and the others rejoicing at having possession of her, before Mrs. Rowland discovered the shifting of parties, which had taken place often during the ride. She wanted to speak to her brother 3 times out of 4. He was not to be had, so busy was he joking with the children as he trotted his horse beside the wagon, and when he did hear his sister's call, he merely answered her questions, said something to make his mother laugh, and dropped into his place beside the wagon again. It struck Maria that the wagon had not been such an attraction in going, though the flowers with which it was canopied had then been fresh, and the children more merry and good-humored than now. The report to be carried home to Deerbrook was that Mr. Hope was still no worse. It was thought that his delirium was somewhat quieter. Mrs. Gray was out on the steps to hear the news when the carriage approached. As it happened, the gig arrived first, and Hester had to give the relation she spoke even cheerfully, declaring Mr. Enderby's opinion that the case was going on favorably. And that recovery was very possible. Mrs. Gray, who had had a wretchedly anxious day by herself, not having enjoyed even the satisfaction of being useful, nothing having been sent for from the farmhouse, was truly cheered by seeing her family about her again. "I have been watching for you this hour," said she, "and yet I hardly expected you so soon." As it grew late, I began to fancy all manner of accidents that might befall you. When one accident happens, it makes one fancy so many more. I could not help thinking about Mr. Gray's horse. Does that horse seem to you perfectly steady, Hester? Well, I am glad of it, but I once saw it shy from some linen on a hedge, and it was in my mind all this afternoon. Here you are all safe, however, and I trust we may feel more cheerfully now about our good friend. If he goes on to grow better, I shall get Mr. Gray to drive me over soon to see him. But my dears, what will you have after your ride? Shall I order tea, or will you have something more substantial?" "Tea, if you please," said Hester. Her tongue was parched, and when Margaret followed her upstairs, she found her drinking water, as if she had been 3 days deep in the great desert. "Can you tell me now," asked Margaret, "what Mrs. Rowland has been saying to you?" "No, not at present. Better wait, Margaret. What do you think now?" "I think that all looks brighter than it did this morning, but what a wretched day it has been." "You found it so, did you? Oh, Margaret, I have longed every hour to lie down to sleep in that wood, and never wake again." "I do not wonder, but you will soon feel better. The sleep from which you will wake tomorrow morning will do nearly as well. We must sleep tonight and hope for good news in the morning." "No good news will ever come to me again," sighed Hester. "No, no, I do not quite mean that. You need not look at me so. It is ungrateful to say such a thing at this moment. Come, I am ready to go down to tea. It is really getting dark. I thought this day never would come to an end." The evening was wearisome enough. Mrs. Gray asked how Mrs. Rowland had behaved, and Sophia was beginning to tell, when her father checked her, reminding her that she had been enjoying Mrs. Rowland's hospitality. This was all he said, but it was enough to bring on one of Sophia's interminable fits of crying. The children were cross with fatigue. Mrs. Gray thought her husband hard upon Sophia, and to complete the absurdity of the scene, Hester's and Margaret's tears proved uncontrollable. The sight of Sophia's set them flowing, and though they laughed at themselves for the folly of weeping from mere sympathy, this did not mend the matter. Mrs. Gray seemed on the verge of tears herself, when she observed that she had expected a cheerful evening after a lonely and anxious day. A deep sob from the three answered to this observation, and they all rose to go to their apartments. Hester was struck by the peculiar tender pressure of the hand given her by Mr. Gray, as she offered him her mute good night. It caused her a fresh burst of grief when she reached her own room. Margaret was determined not to go to rest without knowing what it was that Mrs. Rowland had said to her sister. She pressed for it now, hoping that it would rouse Hester from more painful thoughts. "Though I have been enjoying that woman's hospitality, as Mr. Gray says," declared Hester, "I must speak of her, as I think to you. Oh, she has been so insolent." "Insolent to you? How? Why?" "Nay, you had better ask her why. Her confidence was all about her brother. She seems to think she did not say so, or I should have known better how to answer her. But she seems to think that her brother, as I can hardly speak it even to you, Margaret, is in some way in danger from me. Now you, and I know that he cares no more for me than for any one of the people who were there today." And yet she went on telling me, and I could not stop her, about the views of his family for him. "What views?" "Views which I imagine it by no means follows that he has for himself. If she has been impertinent to me, she has been even more so to him. I wonder how she dares meddle in his concerns as she does." "Well, but what views?" persisted Margaret. "Oh, about his marrying, that he is the darling of his family, that large family interests hang upon his marrying, that all his relations think it is time he was settling, and that he told her last week that he was of that opinion himself. And then she went on to say that there was the most delightful accordance in their views for him, that they did not much value beauty, that they should require for him something of a far higher order than beauty, and which indeed was seldom found with it." "Insolent creature, did she say that to you?" "Indeed she did, and that her brother's wife must be of a good family, with a fortune worthy of his own, and naturally of a county family." "A county family," said Margaret, half laughing. "What matters county or city, when two people are watching over one another for life and death, and for hereafter?" "With such people as Mrs. Rowland," said Hester, "marriage is a very superficial affair. If family, fortune, and equipage are but right the rest may be left to providence, temper, mind, heart. The worst of all, however, was her endinger, what was made her ending by our being interrupted. Well, what was her finish? She put her face almost under my bonnet as she looked smiling at me, and said there was a young ladish wished she could tell me all about it. The time would come when she might. There was a sweet girl, beloved by them all for many years from her very childhood, whom they had hopes of receiving at no very distant time as Philip's wife. I do not believe it, cried Margaret. After a pause she added, do you believe it, Hester? I am sure I do not know. I should not rate Mrs. Rowland's word very highly. But this would be such a prodigious falsehood. It is possible, however, that she may believe it without its being true, or such a woman might make the most for the occasion of a mere suspicion of her own. I do not believe it is true, repeated Margaret. At all events, concluded Hester, nothing that Mrs. Rowland says is worth regarding. I was foolish to let myself be ruffled by her. Margaret tried to take the lesson home, but it was in vain. She was ruffled, and in spite of every effort she did believe in the existence of the nameless young lady. It had been a day of trouble, and thus was it ending in fresh sorrow and fear. Morris came and hesitated at the door, was told she might stay, and immediately busied herself in the brushing of hair and the folding of clothes. Many tears trickled down, and not a word was spoken, till all the offices of the toilet were finished. Morris then asked, with a glance at the bookshelf, whether she should go or stay. Stay, Morris, said Hester gently. You shall not suffer for our being unhappy tonight. Margaret, can you read? Margaret took the volume in which it was the sisters' common practice to read together, and with Morris at night, while Morris took her seat and reverently composed herself to hear. Margaret turned to the words which have stilled many a tempest of grief from the moment when they were first uttered to mourners through a long course of centuries. Let not your heart be troubled, believe in God, believe in me. Morris sometimes spoke on these occasions. She loved to hear of the many mansions in the house of the Father of all, and she said that, though it might seem to her young ladies that their parents had gone there full soon, leaving them to undergo trouble by themselves, yet she had no doubt they should all be at peace together sooner or later, and their passing troubles seem as nothing. Even this simple and obvious remark roused courage in the sisters. They remembered what their father had said to them about his leaving them to encounter the serious business and trials of life, and how they had promised to strive to be wise and trustful, and to help each other this day. The serious business and trials of life had manifestly begun. They must strengthen themselves and each other to meet them. They agreed upon this, and in a mood of faith and resolution fell asleep. Chapter 11. Mediation. Mr. Hope's case turned out more favorably than any of his attendants and friends had ventured to anticipate. For some days, the symptoms continued as alarming as at first, but from the hour that he began to amend, his progress towards recovery was without drawback and unusually rapid. Within a month, the news circulated through the village that he had been safely brought home to his own lodgings, and the day after the ladies at Mr. Gray's were startled by seeing him alight from a gig at the door and walk up the steps feebly, but without assistance. He could not stay away any longer, he declared. He had been above a month shut up in a dim room without seeing any faces but of Dr. Nurse and Mrs. Gray, and debarred from books. Now he was well enough to prescribe for himself, and he was sure that a little society and a gradual return to his usual habits of life would do him more good than anything. Mrs. Gray kept all her own children out of sight during this first visit, that Mr. Hope might not see too many faces at once. She admitted only Hester and Margaret and Alice, who brought him some refreshment. The girl made him a low curtsy and looked at him with an expression of awe and pleasure which brought tears into the eyes of even her mistress. Mr. Hope had been a benefactor to this girl. He had brought her through a fever. She had of late little expected ever to see him again. Mr. Hope replied to her mute looks. Thank you, Alice, I am much better. I hope to be quite well soon. Did not you make some of the good things? Mrs. Gray has been kind enough to bring me. I thought so well. I am much obliged to you, and to everybody who has been taking pains to make me well. I do not know how it is," he continued when Alice had left the room, "but things do not appear as they used to do. Perhaps my eyes are dim still, but the room does not seem bright, and none of you look well and merry." Mrs. Gray observed that she had drawn the blinds down, thinking he would find it a relief after the sunshine. Margaret said ingenuously, "We are all well, I assure you, but you should not wonder if you find us rather grave. Much has happened since we met. We have been thinking of you with great anxiety for so long that we cannot on a sudden talk as lightly as when you used to come in every day." "Ah," said he, "I little thought at one time that I should ever see any of you again in this world." We have thought of you as near death, said Margaret. And since that as having a sickroom experience which we respect and stand in awe of, and that is reason enough for our looking grave. You feel as if you had to become acquainted with me over again? Well, we must lose no time, here is a month gone, that I can give no account of. Hester felt how differently the case stood with her. The last month had been the longest she had ever known tedious. As to the state captive serving his novitiate to prison life, she would have been thankful to say that she could give no account of the past month. She inquired how the accident happened, for this was still a mystery to everybody. Mr. Hope could not clear up the matter. He remembered parting with Sidney, and trotting with the bridle of the pony in his hand to the top of the ascent point, where Sidney lost sight of him. He had no distinct remembrance of anything moronly, a sort of impression of his horse rearing, bolt upright. He had never been thrown before, and his supposition was that a stone cast from behind the hedge might have struck his horse. But he really knew no more of the affair than anyone else. The ladies all trusted he would not ride the same horse again, but this he would not promise. His horse was an old friend, and he was not in a hurry to part with old friends. He was glad to find that Miss Young had not laid the blame on the pony, but had ridden it through the woods as if nothing had happened. Not exactly so, said Margaret, smiling. The young folks did not enjoy their excursion very much, I fancy, said Mrs. Gray, smiling. Also, Mrs. Rowland was quite put out, poor soul. You know, she thinks everything goes wrong on purpose to plague her. I think she had some higher feelings on that occasion, said Mr. Hope gently. But gravely, I am indebted to her for a very anxious concern on my account, and for kind offices in which perhaps none of my many generous friends have surpassed her. Mrs. Gray, somewhat abashed, said that Mrs. Rowland had some good qualities. It was only a pity that her unhappy temper did not allow them fair play. It is a pity, observed Mr. Hope, and it is at the same time an appeal to us to allow her the fair play she does not afford herself. That sofa looks delightfully comfortable, Mrs. Gray. Oh, you are tired, you are faint, perhaps. Shall I ring? Said Hester, moving to the bell. No, no, said he, laughing, I am very well at present. I only mean that I should like to stay all day. If you will let me, I am sure that sofa is full as comfortable as my own. I may stay, may I not? No, indeed, you shall not this first day, if you will go away now before you are tired. And if I find when I look in upon you this evening that you are not the worse for this feat, you shall stay longer tomorrow. But I assure you it is time you were at home now, my dears. Just see whether the gig is at the door. So I only get sent away by begging to stay, said Mr. Hope. Well, I have been giving orders to sick people for so many years that I suppose it is fairly my turn to obey now. May I ask you to send to Widow Rise today? I looked in, as I came, and her child is in want of better food, better cooked, than she is able to give him. I will send him a dinner from our table. You are not going to see any more patients today, I hope. Only two that lie quite in my road. If you send me away, you must take the consequences. Farewell till tomorrow. Mr. Gray and I shall look in upon you this evening. Now, do not look about you out of doors to catch anybody's eye, or you will be visiting a dozen patients between this house and your own. There were indeed many people standing about within sight of Mr. Gray's door to see Mr. Hope come out. All Mr. Gray's children and servants were peeping through the shrubbery. Mrs. Enderby waved her hand from a lower, and her two maids looked out from an upper window. The old man of 100 years, who was sunning himself on the bank as usual, rose and took off his hat, and the little Reeves and their schoolfellows stood whispering to one another that Mr. Hope looked rarely bad still. Mrs. Plumstead dropped a low curtsy as she stood taking in the letter bag at her distant door. Mrs. Gray observed to Hester on the respect which was paid to Mr. Hope all through the place, as if Hester was not feeling it in her heart of hearts at the moment. Mrs. Gray flattered herself that Mr. Hope was thinking of Hester. When he said his friends did not look well, she had been growing thinner and paler for the last month, and no doubt remained in Mrs. Gray's mind about the cause. Hester had commanded herself to her sister's admiration, but she could not command her health, and that was giving way under perpetual feelings of anxiety and humiliation. Mrs. Gray thought all this had gone quite far enough. She was more fond and proud of Hester every day, and more impatient that she should be happy the more she watched her. She spoke to Margaret about her. Margaret was prepared for this, having foreseen its probability, and her answers, while perfectly true and sincere, were so guarded that Mrs. Gray drew from them the comfortable inference that she alone penetrated the matter and understood Hester's state of mind. She came to the resolution at last of making the young people happy a little sooner than they could have managed the affair for themselves. she would help them to an understanding. But it should be with all possible delicacy. And regard to their feelings, not even Mr. Gray should know what she was about. Opportunities were not wanting, when are opportunities wanting to matchmakers? If such do not find means of carrying their points, they can construct them. Few matchmakers go to work so innocently and securely as Mrs. Gray, for few can be so certain of the inclinations of the parties, as she believed herself. Her own admiration of Hester was so exclusive, and the superiority of Hester's beauty so unquestionable, that it never occurred to her that the attraction which drew Mr. Hope to the house could be any other than this. About the state of Hester's affections, she felt justly confident, and so, in her view, nothing remained to be done. But to save her from further pining by bringing about an explanation, she was frequently with Mr. Hope at his lodgings during his recovery, seeing that he took his afternoon rest, and beguiling a part of his evenings in short watching over him as over a son, and declaring to Hester that he was no less dear to her. One evening, when she was spending an hour in Mr. Hope's parlor, where Mr. Gray had deposited her, till 9 o'clock when he was to call for her, she made the same affectionate declaration to Mr. Hope himself that he was as dear to her as if he had been her own son, and she continued, "I shall speak to you with the same freedom as I should use with Sydney, and may perhaps 10 years hence." "Pray do," said Mr. Hope. "I shall be glad to hear anything you have to say. Are you going to find fault with me?" "Oh dear no, what fault should I have to find with you unless, indeed it be a fault or a folly to leave your own happiness, and that of another person in needless uncertainty." Mr. Hope changed color quite to the extent of her wishes. "I know," continued she, "that your illness has put a stop to everything, and that it has left you little nerve for any explanation of the kind, but you are growing stronger every day now, and the case is becoming so serious on the other side that I own I dread the consequences of much further delay. You see I speak openly." She had every encouragement to do so, for Mr. Hope's countenance was flushed with what appeared to her to be delight. "You observed yourself, you know, that Hester did not look well, and indeed the few weeks after your accident were so trying to her. The exertions she made to conceal her feelings were so, but I must spare her delicacy. I trust you are quite assured that she has not the most remote idea of my speaking to you thus. Indeed, no human being is in the least aware of it." "Hester, Miss Ibbotson, pray, Mrs. Gray, do not say another word. Let us talk of something else. Presently, when I have finished, you must have seen that I love this dear girl as a daughter, and there is not a thought of her heart that she can conceal from me, though her delicacy is so great that I am confident she thinks me unaware of her state of mind at this moment. But I saw how the affair was going from the very beginning, and the failure of her health and looks, since your accident, have left me no doubt whatever, and have made me feel it my duty to give you the encouragement your modesty requires, and to confide to you how wholly her happiness lies in your hands. Hester, Miss Ibbotson, I assure you, Mrs. Gray, you must be completely mistaken." "I beg your pardon, I am not so easily mistaken as some people. There is Mrs. Rowland. Now I am sure she fancies that her brother is in love with Hester, when it is plain to everybody but herself that he and my other young cousin are coming to a conclusion, as fast as need be. However, I know you do not like to hear me find fault with Mrs. Rowland, and besides, I have no right to tell Margaret's secrets, so we will say no more about that." Mr. Hope sighed heavily. These remarks upon Enderby and Margaret accorded but too well with his own observations. He could not let Mrs. Gray proceed without opposition, but all he was capable of was to repeat that she was entirely mistaken. "Yes, that is what men like you always say. In all sincerity, of course your modesty always stands in the way of your happiness for a while, but you are no losers by it. The happiness is all the sweeter when it comes at last." "But that is not what I mean. You have made it difficult for me to explain myself. I hardly know how to say it, but it must be said you have mistaken my intentions, mistaken them altogether." It was now Mrs. Gray's turn to change color. She asked in a trembling voice, "Do you mean to say, Mr. Hope, that you have not been paying attentions to Hester Ibbotson?" "I do say so, that I have paid no attentions of the nature you suppose. You compel me to speak plainly." "Then I must speak plainly too, Mr. Hope. If anyone had told me you would play the part you have played, I should have resented the imputation, as I resent your conduct now. If you have not intended to win Hester's affections, you have behaved infamously. You have won her attachment by attentions which have never varied from the very first evening that she entered our house. Till this afternoon, you have amused yourself with her, it seems, and now you are going to break her heart." "Stop, stop, Mrs. Gray, I cannot hear this. There is not a soul in the place that does not think as I do. there is not a soul that will not say. Let us put aside what people may say. If by any imprudence of my own I have brought blame upon myself, I must bear it. The important point is surely Mrs. Gray. It is possible that you may be in error about Miss Ibbotson's state of mind. No, Mr. Hope, it is not possible. And being in for it, as she said, Mrs. Gray gave such a detail of her observations and of unquestionable facts as left the truth, indeed, in little doubt. And Margaret, said Mr. Hope in a troubled voice, do you know anything of her views of my conduct? Margaret is not so easily seen through, as Hester, said Mrs. Gray, an assertion, from which Mr. Hope silently dissented. Margaret, appearing to him the most simple-minded person he had ever known, lucid, in her sincerity, transparent, in her unconsciousness, he was aware that Mrs. Gray had been so occupied with Hester as not to have been open to impression from Margaret. Margaret is not so easily seen through as Hester, you know, and I have never talked over your conduct confidentially. But if Margaret does not perceive the alteration in her sister, and the cause of it can only be because she is occupied with her own concerns. That is not like Margaret, thought Mr. Hope. However, she does see it, I am sure, for she has proposed their return to Birmingham, their immediate return, though their affairs are far from being settled yet. And they do not know what they will have to live upon. They promise to stay till October too, and we are only half through August, yet Margaret can hardly have any wish to leave us on her own account, considering whom she must leave behind. It is for Hester's sake, I am confident. There is no doubt of the fact, Mr. Hope, your honor is involved. I repeat, you have won this dear girl's affections. And now, you must act as a man of conscience, which I have always supposed you to be. Mr. Hope was tempted to ask for further confirmation from the opinions of the people who were about Hester, but he would not investigate the degree of exposure which might have taken place, even if no one agreed with Mrs. Gray. This would be no proof that her conviction was a wrong one. It might happen through Hester's successful concealment of what she must be striving to suppress. Mrs. Gray urged him about his honor and conscience more closely than he could bear. He faintly begged her to leave him. He obtained from her a promise that she would inform no person of what had been said, and she again assured him that neither Hester nor anyone else had the remotest idea of her speaking as she had done this evening on his part. Mr. Hope declared that he should reflect on what had passed and act with the strictest regard to duty, as, in Mrs. Gray's eyes, his duty was perfectly clear. This declaration was completely satisfactory. She saw the young people with her mind's eye settled in the corner house which belonged to Mr. Rowland, and was delighted that she had spoken. As soon as she was gone, Mr. Hope would discover, she had little doubt, that he had loved Hester all this time, without having been conscious what the attraction had really been, and in a little while he would be thankful to her for having smoothed his way for him. With these thoughts in her mind, she bade him good night. Just as Mr. Gray drove up to the door, she whispered once more that he was as dear to her as a son, and that this was the reason of her having spoken so plainly. How are you this evening, Hope? Said Mr. Gray from the doorway. On the sofa? Don't rise for me then. Rather done up, I was afraid you were forgetting on too fast. Bad economy in the end. You will be glad to be rid of us, so I shall not come in. Take care of yourself. I beg of you, good night. In what a state of mind was Hope, left his plain-speaking motherly friend little guessed what a storm she had raised in a spirit usually as calm as a summer's morning. There was nothing to him so abhorrent as giving pain, nothing so intolerable an idea as injuring any human being. And he was now compelled to believe that through some conduct of his own, some imprudence, in a case where imprudence is guilt, he had broken up the peace of a woman, whom though he did not love he respected, and warmly regarded. His mind was in too tumultuous a state for him to attempt to settle with himself the degree of his culpability. He only knew that he was abased in his own sense of deep injury towards a fellow creature. In the same breath came the destruction of his hopes of which, till the moment, he had been scarcely conscious. With regard to the one on whom his thoughts had been really fixed, he had pledged himself to act strictly according to his sense of duty, his consolation, his refuge in every former trial of life since the days of childhood had been in resolving to abide faithfully by the decisions of duty. In this he had found freedom. In this he had met strength and repose, so that no evil had been intolerable to him. But what was his duty now amidst the contradictions of honor and conscience in the present case? Where should he find his accustomed refuge? At one moment he saw clearly the obligation to devote himself to her, whose affections he had gained thoughtlessly and carelessly, it is true, but to other eyes purposely. At the next moment the sin of marrying without love if not, while loving Anathoros vividly before him and made him shrink from what an instant before seemed clear duty. The only hope was in the possibility of mistake, which might yet remain the whole, could not be mistake about Hester and Enderby and Margaret. And all Mrs. Gray's convictions, some of all this must be true, the probability was that it was all true, and if so, could almost repine. That he had not died when his death was expected, then he should not have known of all this injury. And woe then he should not have had to witness Margaret's love for another. Then Hester's quiet grief would have melted away with time unembittered by reproach of him. No one had till this hour loved and relished life more than he yet. Now this gladsome being caught himself mourning that he had survived his accident, he roused himself from this. But all was fearful and confused before him. He could see nothing as it was, and as it ought to be. He could decide upon nothing. He must take time. He must be deliberate upon this, the most important transaction of his life. Thus he determined as the last remains of twilight faded away in his apartment, and the night air blew in chill from the open window. He was so exhausted by his mental conflict as to be scarcely able to rise to close the window and retire to rest. There was one hope familiar as the sunshine to his eyes, but unusually feeble still abiding in his mind for comfort that he should sooner or later clearly discern what it was his duty to do. All was at present dark, but this light might flow in. He would wait, he would not act, till at Roman 999. He did wait for many days. He was not seen in any of the haunts to which he had begun to return. The answer to inquiries was that Mr. Hope was not so well, and wished for entire quiet. Everyone was anxious. Hester was wretched, and Mrs. Gray extremely restless and uneasy. She made several attempts to see him, but in no instance did she succeed. She wrote him a private note, and received only a friendly verbal answer such as all the world might hear. Mr. Hope did wait for his duty to grow clear in the accumulating light of thought. He decided at length how to act, and he decided wrong not for want of waiting long enough, but because some considerations intruded themselves, which warped his judgment and sophisticated his feelings. He decided upon making the great mistake of his life. Nothing had ever been clearer to his mind than the guilt of marrying without love. No man could have spoken more strongly, more solemnly, than he on the presumption, the dishonorableness, the profligacy of such an act. But he was unaware how a man may be betrayed into it while he has neither presumption nor treachery nor profligacy in his thoughts. Hope went through a world of meditation during the days of his close retirement. Some of his thoughts were superficial, and some deceived him. He considered Margaret lost to him. He glanced forwards to his desolation, when he should lose the society of both sisters, an event likely to happen almost immediately, unless he should so act as to retain them. He dwelt upon Hester's beauty, her superiority of mind to every woman but one whom he had known, her attachment to himself, her dependence upon him. He pondered these things till the tone of his mind was lowered, and too many superficial feelings mingled with the sacredness of the transaction, and impaired its integrity under their influence. He decided what to do. He had no intention, all this while, of taking Mrs. Gray's word for the whole matter. Without test or confirmation from the beginning, he was aware that his first step must be to ascertain that she was not mistaken, and this was his first step. There were two obvious methods of proceeding. One was to consult Mr. Gray, who stood in the place of guardian to these girls, as to the probability of his success with Hester, in case of his proposing himself to her. The other was to ask the same question of Margaret. The advantage of speaking to Mr. Gray was that he might not be bound to proceed in case of Mr. Gray differing from his lady's view of the case. But then Mr. Gray was perhaps unaware of the real state of Hester's mind. From Margaret there was certainty of hearing nothing but the truth, however little of it her feelings for her sister might allow her to reveal. But such a conversation with her would compel him to proceed. All retreat would be cut off after it, and he naturally shrank from conversing with Margaret of all people on this subject. But hope was equal to any effort which he thought a matter of duty, and he resolved not to flinch from this. He would speak first to Mr. Gray, and if Mr. Gray did not undertake to answer for Hester's indifference, he would seek an interview with Margaret. If Margaret should encourage his advances on her sister's behalf, the matter was decided. He should have a wife who might be the pride of any man, whom it would be an honor to any man to have attached if, as was still just possible, Margaret should believe that her sister felt no peculiar regard for him. He thought he might intimate so much of the truth as, without offending her feelings on her sister's account, would secure for him freedom to reconsider his purposes. No man disliked more than he so circuitous a method of acting. in the most important affair of life. He had always believed that in the case of a genuine and virtuous attachment, there can or ought to be nothing but the most entire simplicity of conduct in the partisno, appeal to any, but each otherno seeking of an intervention, where no stranger ought to intermeddle. With the joy, but the present affair, though perpetually brightening before hope's fancy, could not for a moment be thought of as of this kind. And here the circuitous method, which had always appeared disgusting to his imagination, was a matter of necessity to his conscience. Chapter 12. A turn in the shrubbery. Mr. Gray looked extremely pleased. When asked whether he supposed Hester might be one, his reply was simple enough. He was not in his young cousin's confidence. He could not undertake to answer for the state of mind of young ladies. But he knew of no other attachment off nothing which need discourage his friend Hope, who would have his hearty good wishes if he should persevere in his project. Yes, yes, he fully understood it was not to be spoken off, it was to rest entirely between themselves, till Hope should have felt his way a little. He knew it was the fashion in these days to feel the way a little more than was thought necessary or desirable in his time. But he liked that all should follow their own method in an affair which concerned themselves so much more than anyone else. So the matter should be a perfect secret, as Mr. Hope desired, though he did not fancy it would have to be kept so close for any great length of time. This was over now, for the interview with Margaret which had become necessary. His reappearance in the family party at Mr. Gray's, under the inquisitive eyes of Mrs. Gray herself, must be an awkward business at the best while he remained in uncertainty. The only way was to put an end to the uncertainty. As soon as possible, he would go this very afternoon, and ascertain his fate before the day was over. He went boldly up to the door, and rang. The family were all out in the garden. After dinner Alice said, would Mr. Hope join them there? Or would he rest himself while she told them? He had arrived. Alice's anxiety about his looks was not yet satisfied. I will step in here, said he, the door of the blue parlor being open. Send Morris to me. Morris, at that moment, crossing the hall. Morris, I want to see Miss Margaret. Will you just tell her that someone wishes to speak with her? I know she will excuse my asking the favor of her to come in. Miss Margaret, sir? Yes. I am sure, sir, you look more fit to sit here than to be gathering apples with them all in the orchard. Did you say Miss Margaret, sir? Yes. Whatever else may be in Morris' mind, thought Hope, it is clear that she is surprised at my wanting to see Margaret. Here she comes. He was not sorry that the step paused in the hall, that there was a delay of some seconds before Margaret appeared. He felt as weak at the moment as on first rising from his bed after his accident. But he rallied his resolution before he met her. I know, timid and shrinking, as he had never seen it before. Margaret was very grave, and as nearly awkward as it was possible for her to be. She shook hands with him, however, and hoped that he was better again. I am better, thank you. Will you sit down and let me speak to you for a few minutes? It was impossible to refuse. Margaret sank down while he shut the door. I hear, said he, that you are already thinking of returning to Birmingham. Is this true? Yes, we shall go home in a few days. Then, before you leave us, will you allow me to ask your advice? At the word advice, a glow of pleasure passed over Margaret's face, and she could not quite suppress a sigh of relief. She now looked up freely and fearlessly. All this was good for Mr. Hope, but it went to his heart, and for a moment checked his speech. He soon proceeded, however. I want your advice as a friend, and also some information, which you alone can give me. What I have to say relates to your sister. Margaret's ecstasy of hope was scarcely controllable for her sister's sake. She hung her head upon her bosom the better to conceal her joy. It was a bitter moment for him, who could not but note and rightly interpret the change in her countenance and manner. I wish to know, if you have no objection, to tell me whether your sister is disengaged. I have no objection to say, declared Margaret, looking up cheerfully, that my sister is not engaged. That is the information I wished for. Now for the opinion which I venture to ask of you, as of the one to whom your sister's mind is best known. Do you believe that if I attempt it, I am likely to win her? Margaret was silent. It was difficult to answer the question with perfect truth and with due consideration to her sister. I see, said Hope, that you do not approve my question, nor do I myself. Rather tell me whether you suppose that she prefers anyone to Meth, that she had rather I should not seek her, whether, in short, you would advise me to withdraw. By no means, said Margaret. I cannot say anything tending to deter you. I know of nothing which need discourage you, and I assure you you have my best wishes that you may succeed. She looked at him with the bright expression of sincerity, and regard which had touched his heart oftener and more deeply than all Hester's beauty. He could not have offered to shake hands at the moment, but she held out hers. And he could not but take it. The door burst open at the same instant, and Mr. Enderby entered. Both let drop the hand they held, and looked extremely awkward and grave. A single glance was enough to send Mr. Enderby away, without having spoken his errand, which was to summon Margaret to the orchard for the final shake of the apple tree. When he was gone, each saw that the face of the other was crimson. But while Hope had a look of distress, which Margaret wondered, at remembering how soon Mr. Enderby would understand the nature of the interview, she was struggling to restrain a laugh. "Thank you for your truth," said Mr. Hope. "I knew I might depend upon it from you." "I have told you all I can," said Margaret, rising. "And it will be best to say no more at present. It is due to my sister to close our conversation here, if she should choose," continued she gaily, "to give us leave to renew it hereafter. I shall have a great deal to say to you on my own part. You have done me the honor of calling me friend. You have my friendship, I assure you, and my good wishes." Hope grasped her hand with a fervor which absolved him from the use of words. He then opened the door for her. "I must return to the orchard," said she. "Will you go, or will you repose yourself here till we come in to tea?" Mr. Hope preferred remaining where he was. The die was cast, and he must think his hour of meditation was salutary. He had never seen Margaret so, dared not dwell upon it. But then never had her simplicity of feeling towards him, her ingenuous friendship unmixed with a thought of love, been so clear. He had made no impression upon her, except through her sister. And for her sister, he recalled the stiffness and fear with which she had come when summoned to a tete-a-tete, her sudden relief on the mention of her sister, and her joyous encouragement of his project. "I ought to rejoice, I do rejoice at this thought. It seems as if everyone else would be made happy by this affair. It must have been my own doing. There must have been that in my manner and conduct which authorized all this expectation and satisfaction, which proved to be no fancy of Mrs. Gray's. I have brought upon myself the charge of Hester's happiness. She is a noble woman, bound to me by all that can engage my honor, my generosity, my affection. She shall be happy from this day, if my most entire devotion can make her so." Margaret loves Enderby. "I am glad, I know it. I made him dreadfully jealous just now. I must relieve him as soon as possible. I do not know how far matters may have gone between them, but Margaret is not at liberty to explain what he saw till I have spoken to Hester. There must be no delay. I will do it this evening. I cannot bring myself to communicate with Mrs. Gray. If Mr. Gray is at home, he will make the opportunity for me." Mr. Gray was at home, and on the alert to take a hint. I guessed how it was said. Margaret has been trying to keep down her spirits, but not a child among them. All flew about the orchard, as she did when Mr. Enderby had been to look for her. And she followed him back. I thought at first it was something on her own account. But Enderby looked too dull and sulky, for that I have no doubt he is jealous of you. He found you together. Did he? Well, he will soon know why, I trust. Oh, you have a hearty well-wisher in Margaret. I am sure now you see they are setting Sophia down to the piano. And I think I can find for you the opportunity you want, if you really wish to bring the business to a conclusion. This evening, I will call Hester out to take a turn with me in the shrubbery, as she and I often do these fine evenings. And then, if you choose, you can meet us there." Hester was not at all sorry to be invited by Mr. Gray to the turn in the shrubbery, which was one of the best of her quiet pleasureessa solace, which she enjoyed the more she became attached to kind Mr. Gray. And she did much respect and love him this evening. She was glad of any summons from the room. Margaret had fully intended not to speak to her of what had passed, thinking it best for her sister's dignity, and for Mr. Hope's satisfaction, that he should not be anticipated. All this was very wise and undeniable, while she was walking back to the orchard. But it so happened that Hester's hand hung by her side as she stood looking up at the apple tree, unaware that Margaret had left the party. Margaret could not resist seizing the hand and pressing it with so much silent emotion, such a glance of joy as threw Hester into a state of wonder and expectation. Not a syllable could she extort from Margaret, either on the spot or afterwards, when summoned to tea. Whether it was on account of Mr. Hope's return to the house, she could not satisfy herself. She had sat conscious and inwardly distressed at the tea table where nothing remarkable had occurred, and was glad to escape from the circle where all that was said appeared to her excited spirit to be tiresome or trifling or vexatious. How different was it all when she returned to the house, how she loved the whole world, and no one in it was dull, and nothing was trifling. And it was out of the power of circumstances to vex her. Life had become heaven, its doubts, its cares, its troubles were gone, and all had given place to a soul-penetrating joy. She should grow perfect now, for she had one, whom she believed perfect, to lead her on. Her pride, her jealousy would trouble her. No more it was, for want of sympathy, perfect sympathy, always at hand, that she had been a prey to them. She should pine no more, for there was one who was her own. A calm, nameless, all-pervading bliss had wrapped itself round her spirit, and brought her as near to her Maker, as if she had been his favored child. There needs no other proof that happiness is the most wholesome moral atmosphere, and that in which the immortality of man is destined ultimately to thrive, than the elevation of soul, the religious aspiration, which attends the first assurance, the first sober certainty of true love. There is much of this religious aspiration, amidst all warmth of virtuous affections. There is a vivid love of God in the child that lays its cheek against the cheek of its mother, and clasps its arms about her neck. God is thanked, perhaps unconsciously, for the brightness of his earth on summer evenings, when a brother and sister who have long been parted pour out their heart stores to each other, and feel their course of thought brightening, as it runs. When the aged parent hears of the honors his children have won, or looks round upon their innocent faces, as the glory of his decline, his mind reverts to him, who in them prescribed the purpose of his life, and bestowed its grace. But religious as is the mood of every good affection, none is so devotional as that of love, especially so called. The soul is then the very temple of adoration, of faith, of holy purity, of heroism, of charity. At such a moment the human creature shoots up into the angel. There is nothing on earth too defiled for its charity, nothing in hell too appalling for its hero is nothing in heaven too glorious for its sympathy, strengthened, sustained, vivified by that most mysterious power, union with another spirit. It feels itself set well forth on the way of victory over evil, sent out conquering and to conquer. There is no other such crisis in human life. The philosopher may experience uncontrollable agitation in verifying his principle of balancing systems of worlds, feeling perhaps as if he actually saw the creative hand in the act of sending the planets forth on their everlasting way. But this philosopher, solitary seraph, as he may be regarded amidst a myriad of men, knows, at such a moment, no emotions so divine as those of the spirit becoming conscious that it is beloved, bit the peasant girl in the meadow, or the daughter of the sage reposing in her father's confidence, or the artisan beside his loom, or the man of letters, musing by his fireside. The warrior, about to strike the decisive blow for the liberties of a nation, however impressed with the solemnity of the hour, is not in a state of such lofty resolution as those who by joining hearts are laying their joint hands on the whole wide realm of futurity. For there own the statesman who, in the moment of success, feels that an entire class of social sins and woes is annihilated by his hand, is not conscious of so holy and so intimate a thankfulness as they who are aware that their redemption is come in the presence of a new and sovereign affection. And these are Manatee are in all corners of every land. The statesman is the leader of a nation's warrior, is the grace of an aged philosopher, is the birth of 1,000 years. But the love, where is he not? Wherever parents look round upon their children, there he has been. Wherever children are at play together, there he will soon be. Wherever there are roofs under which men dwell, wherever there is an atmosphere vibrating with human voices, there is the lover, and there is his lofty worship going on, unspeakable, but revealed in the brightness of the eye, the majesty of the presence, and the high temper of the discourse. Men have been ungrateful and perverse. They have done what they could to counteract, to debase this most heavenly influence of their life. But the laws of their Maker are too strong, the benignity of their Father is too patient and fervent for their opposition to withstand, and true love continues, and will continue to send up its homage amidst the meditations of every eventide, and the busy hum of noon, and the song of the morning stars. Hester, when she re-entered the house, was full of the commonest feeling of all in happy love. A wonder that such intense happiness should be permitted to her. Margaret was lingering about the stairhead in the dusk, and met her sister at the door of their own apartment. "May I come in?" said she. "May you come in, oh Margaret, I want you." "All is right, all is well, is it, Hester? And I was quite wrong throughout. I grieve now that I helped to make you miserable. But indeed I was miserable myself. I saw no hope. I was completely mistaken." "We were both mistaken," said Hester, resting her head at Margaret's shoulder. "Mistaken, in judgment, blinded by anxiety. But all that is over now, Margaret. What have I done that I should be so happy?" "You have loved one who deserves such a love as yours," said Margaret, smiling. "That is what you have done, and you will have the blessings of all who know you. Both you have mine, dearest." What an ungrateful wretch shall I be if I do not make everyone happy that is within my reach, cried Hester. Margaret, I will never grieve his heart as I have grieved yours. I will never grieve yours again. But how is it, asked Margaret, you have not told me, yet is it all settled? A silent embrace told that it was. I may shake hands with you upon it, then, O Hester. After all our longings for a brother, you are going to give me one. We are not alone in the world, my father and mother where? Are they, do they know, have they foreseen? While we have been suffering, so do they now foresee for us. There was not one word of his, said Hester, that I should not have gloried in their hearing, so gentle Margaret, so noble, so calm. And you said, Margaret softly, did you speak openly? Yes, it was no time for pride with him. I have no pride. I could not have believed how I should tell him all, but he was so noble, spoke so gloriously that it would have been an insult to use any disguise. He knows all that you know, Margaret, and I am not ashamed. I honor you, said Margaret, thank God all is right, but where is Mr. Hope all this time? He went away when I came in, you will see him in the morning. Can you go down this evening if you think you can? Go down, yes, this moment, I feel as if I could face the whole world. Let me ask one thing, may I tell Maria in the morning? She will be so pleased, and no one but you understands my feelings so well, everybody will rejoice with me. But I can say anything to her, may I tell her all in the morning? Dear Maria, oh yes, tell her from me with my love, I know, I shall have her blessing now, let us go down. But we must just settle how matters are to proceed, said Margaret, are the family to know or not? Oh, let all that take its chance, said Hester. I am sure I do not care, let it be, as it happens for tonight at least. For tonight at least, agreed Margaret. All was going on, as usual below stairs. The working of collars and of rugs was proceeding, as the family sat round the lamp on the appearance of Hester, and Margaret the book with the society's cover on it was produced, and it was requested that someone would read aloud, as it was necessary that 40 pages a day should be gone through to get the volume done by the time it must be sent to Mrs. Enderby. Sophia asked whether someone else would be so good as to read this evening, as she thought she could finish her collar by keeping steadily to it till bedtime. Margaret took the book and was surprised to find how easy a process it is to read aloud passably, without taking in a word of the sense. Fortunately, the Greys were not much given to make remarks on what they read. To have gone through the books that came from the society was enough, and they could not have accomplished the 40 pages an evening if they had stopped to talk. The only words spoken during the lecture, therefore, were occasional remarks that the reader seemed hoarse, and that someone else had better take the book, and whispered requests across the table for scissors, thread, or the adjustment of the light, such being the method of literary exercise in the family. Hester and Margaret were able to think of anything they pleased with impunity. There, here comes Papa, said Sophia, and I do not believe we have read nearly 40 pages. Where did you begin, Margaret? Margaret resigned the volume to her to have the place found, and was told that she should not have shifted the marker till the evening reading was done, unless she at once set it forward 40 pages. It made it so difficult to find the place. Sophia was detained only 5 minutes from her collar, however, before she discovered that they had read only 28 pages. Mrs. Gray observed that Mr. Gray was coming in rather earlier than usual tonight, and Sophia added that her cousins had been a good while in their own room. Hester was conscious that Mr. Gray cast a rapid, penetrating glance upon her as he drew his chair and took his seat at her elbow. What a clever book this is, said Mrs. Gray. Very entertaining, added Sophia. What is your opinion of it? Asked Mr. Gray of Hester. She smiled and said she must read more of it before she could judge. It is such a relief, said Mrs. Gray, to have a book like this in hand after the tiresome things Mr. Rowland orders in. He consults Mrs. Rowland's notions about books far too much, and she always takes a fancy to the dullest one, would almost think it was on purpose. Sidney liked the sport of knocking on the head charges against the Rowlands. He showed, by a reference to the society's list, that the book just laid down was ordered by the Rowlands. Dear me, Sophia, said her mother, you made quite a mistake. You told us it was ordered in by Mr. Hope. I am sure I thought so all this time. Well, I dare say we shall not be able to finish it, said Sophia. We have read only 28 pages this evening, Papa. How shockingly Mr. Hope looks. Still, does not he? I think he looks worse than when he was here last. And I trust he will look better when we see him. Next, I have the strongest hopes that he will now gain ground every day. I am sure he seems to have gained very little yet. Oh, yes, he has, as I trust you will soon see. Sophia was about to bewail Mr. Hope's sickly looks again, when her mother trod on her foot under the table, and moreover winked and frowned in a very awful way, so that Sophia felt silenced. She could not conceive for what reason, not being able to think of anything else to say to cover her confusion. She discovered that it was bedtime, at least for people who had been gathering apples. Once more Mrs. Gray gazed over her spectacles at her husband when the young people were gone. "My dear," said she, "what makes you think that Mr. Hope is gaining ground every day?" "My dear, what made you tread on all our toes when I said so?" "Dear me, I only gave Sophia a hint to prevent her saying dismal things before people one does not know what may be passing in their minds, you know. And so you kindly show what is passing in yours. However, these young ladies may soon be able perhaps to tell us more about Hope than we can tell them." "My dear, what do you mean?" "I saw a glance between them, a smile when you were silencing Sophia. I believe you may prepare yourself for some news, my dear. I have no doubt of Hester's state of mind, and I feel confident of Hope, so here is the case pretty well made out between us." Mrs. Gray was in raptures for a moment, but she then resumed her system of mysterious tokens. She shook her head and owned that she had reason to think her husband was mistaken. "Well, just observe them the next time they are together, that is all. And my poor Hester looks wretchedly, Mr. Gray. It really makes my heart ache to see her. How differently people view things. I was just thinking that I never saw her so lovely, with such a sprightliness, such a glow in her face as 5 minutes ago. Just this evening she does not look so pale, but she is sadly altered, grievously changed. Indeed, seeing this is the only thing which reconciles me to parting with her now, Mr. Gray. I should like to know what sets you smiling in that manner at the poor girl." "I was smiling to think how, as young ladies have been known to change their minds, it may be possible that we may have the pleasure of seeing Hester pick up her good looks again here. In spite of all that Morris says about her native air, I should not wonder that we may persuade her to stay yet." Mrs. Gray shook her head decisively. She should have been very glad a little while since to hear her husband's opinion that Mr. Hope's views were fixed upon Hester. But men were always so positive, and always the most positive, where they knew the least. A deep sigh from the one party, and a broad smile from the other closed the conversation. Chapter 13. Sophia in the Village. Deerbrook was not a place where practical affairs could be long kept secret. Even where the best reasons for secrecy existed about Hester's engagement, there was no reason whatever for concealment, and it was accordingly made known to everyone in Deerbrook. In the course of the next day, Margaret shut herself up with Maria before breakfast, and enjoyed an hour of hearty sympathy from her. In the first place, as they were both aware that this communication was a little out of order, Mr. and Mrs. Gray having a clear title to the earliest information, Maria had to be discreet for nearly 3 hours still. She heard the news from another quarter. Immediately after breakfast, Mr. Hope called on Mr. Gray at the office, and informed him. Mr. Gray stepped home, and found Margaret enlightening his wife. Sophia was next called in, while Morris was closeted with her young ladies. Sophia burst breathless into the summer house to tell Miss Young, which she did in whispers so loud as to be overheard by the children. Matilda immediately found she had left her slate pencil behind her, and ran into the house to give her mamma the news just at the moment that Mr. Gray was relating it to his partner in the office. On returning, Sophia found her mother putting on her bonnet, having remembered that it was quite time she should be stepping across the way to hear how poor Mrs. Enderby was after the thunderstorm of 3 days ago. This reminded Sophia that she ought to be inquiring about the worsteds, which Mrs. Howell must have got down from London by this time to finish Mrs. Gray's rug. Mrs. Gray could not trust her eyes to match shades of worsteds, and Sophia now set out with great alacrity to oblige her mother by doing it for her. On the way she met Dr. Levitt, about to enter the house of a sick parishioner. Dr. Levitt hoped all at home were well, all very well indeed. Sophia was obliged to him. Her only fear was that the excitement of present circumstances might be too much for Mamma. Mamma was so very much attached to Cousin Hester, and it would be such a delightful thing to have her settled beside them. Perhaps Dr. Levitt had not heard that Hester and Mr. Hope were going to be married. No, indeed he had not. He wondered his friend Hope had not told him of his good fortune, of which he heartily wished him joy. How long had this happy affair been settled? Not long. He fancied not very long, and perhaps Mr. Hope did not consider that it was quite made public yet, but Sophia thought that Dr. Levitt ought to know. Dr. Levitt thanked her, and said he would try and find Hope in the course of the morning to congratulate him, and he and Mrs. Levitt would give themselves the pleasure of calling on the ladies very shortly. "Ritson, how is your wife?" said Sophia, crossing over to speak to a laborer who was on his way up the street. "A deal better, miss, she's coming about right nicely." "Ah, that is Mr. Hope's doing, he attends her of course." "Oh yes, miss, he's done her a sight o' good." "Ah, so he always does, but Ritson, if he should not be able to attend to her quite so closely as usual, just now, you will excuse it when you hear how it is. Lord, miss, the wonder is that he has come at all so ill as he has been hisself. I don't mean that you will soon see him very well now, he is going to be married, Ritson." "What is he well?" "To my cousin Miss Ibbotson. He will be more at our house, you know, than anywhere else," and with a wink which was a very good miniature of her mother's, Sophia passed on leaving Ritson to bless Mr. Hope and the pretty young lady. She cast a glance into the butcher's shop as she arrived opposite to it, and her heart leaped up when she saw Mrs. James, the lawyer's wife, watching the weighing of a loin of veal. "You will excuse my interrupting you, Mrs. James," said she from the threshold of the shop, "but we are anxious to know whether Mr. James thinks Mrs. Enderby really altered of late. We saw him go in last week, and we heard it was to make an alteration in her will." "I often wonder how things get abroad," said Mrs. James. "My husband makes such a particular point of never speaking of such affairs, and I am sure no one ever hears them from me. I believe Mrs. Enderby told mamma that about the will herself." "Well, that is as she pleases, of course," said Mrs. James, smiling. "What is the weight with the kidney, Mr. Jones?" "We should like so to know," resumed Sophia, "whether Mr. James considers Mrs. Enderby much altered of late. I should think you would be better able to judge than he. Miss Gray, I believe you see her 10 times to his once." "That is the very reason we see her so often, that a gradual change would be less likely to strike us. Mr. Hope will give you satisfaction, he must be a better judge than any of us." "Oh yes, but we cannot expect him to have eyes for any person, but one at present, you know." "Oh, so he is going to marry Deborah Giles after all." "Deborah Giles?" "Yes, was he not said to be engaged to her some time ago?" "Deborah Giles, the boatman's daughter, I declare. I never heard of such a place as this for gossip. Why, Deborah Giles can barely read and write, and she is beneath Mr. Hope in every way. I do not believe he ever spoke to her in his life." "Oh well, I do not pretend to know. I heard something about it, 11. And threepence can you change a sovereign, Mr. Jones, and pray send home the chops immediately." "It is my cousin Miss Ibbotson that Mr. Hope is engaged to," said Sophia, unable to refrain from disclosures which she yet saw were not cared for the beautiful Miss Ibbotson, you know. "Indeed, I am sure somebody said it was Deborah Giles. Then you think, Mr. Jones, we may depend upon you for game when the season begins." Mr. Jones seemed more interested in the news than his customer. He wished Mr. Hope all good luck with his pretty lady. Sophia thought herself fortunate when she saw Mr. Enderby turn out of the toy shop, with his youngest nephew, a round-faced boy still in petticoats, perched upon his shoulder. Mr. Enderby bowed, but did not seem to heed her call. He jumped through the turnstile, and proceeded to canter along the church lane amidst the glee of the child so rapidly that Sophia was obliged to give up the hope of being the first to tell him the news. It was very provoking. She should have liked to see how he would look. She was sure of a delighted listener in Mrs. Howell, to whom no communication ever came amiss. But there was a condition to Mrs. Howell's listening, that she should be allowed to tell her own news first. When she found that Sophia wanted to match some worsteds, she and her shopwoman exchanged sympathetic glances, Mrs. Howell sighing with her head on the right side, and Miss Miskin groaning with her head on the left side. "Are you ill, Mrs. Howell?" asked Sophia. "It shook me a little, I confess, Mom, hearing that you wanted worsteds. We have no relief, Mom, from ladies wanting worsteds." "No relief day or night," added Miss Miskin. "Day or night, surely you do not sell worsteds in the night time," said Sophia. "Not sell them, Mom, only match them. The matching them is the trial, I assure you. If you could only hear my agent, Mom, the things he has to tell about people in my situation, how they are going mad all over the country, with incessantly matching of worsteds now. That kind of work is all the fashion, and nothing more likely, Mom, for there is no getting one's natural rest. I am forever matching of worsteds in my dreams, and when I wake I seem to have had no rest. And as you see, directly after breakfast ladies come for worsteds." and Miss Anderson's messenger left a whole bundle of skeins to be matched for her young ladies as early as 8 this morning, declared Miss Miskin, and so we go on. It will not be for long, I dare say. Mrs. Howell, it is a fashionable kind of work that we may soon grow tired of. Dear me, Mom, think how long former generations went on with it. Think of our grandmother's work, Mom, and how we are treading in their steps. We have the beautifulest patterns now. I assure you, Miss Miskin will confirm that we sold one last week, the very day we had it the interior of Abbotsford with Sir Walter and the furniture. And the dogs just like life, I assure you. That was beautiful, said Miss Miskin, but not to compare. Oh dear, no, not to compare, Miss Gray, with one that we were just allowed the sight off, not a mere pattern, but a finished specimen. I never saw anything so pathetic, I declare. I was quite affected. And so was Miss Miskin. It was by the rivers of Babylon, most sweetly done. There were the harps all in cross-stitch, Mom, and the willows all in 10 stitch. I never saw anything so touching. I don't think Mamma will trouble you for many more worsteds for some time to come, Mrs. Howell. When there is going to be a wedding in the family, there is not much time for fancy work, you know. Dear me, a wedding, smiled Mrs. Howell. A wedding, only think, simpered Miss Miskin. Yes, Mr. Hope and my cousin Hester are going to be married. I am sure they will have your best wishes, Mrs. Howell. That they will, Mom, as I shall make a point of telling Mr. Hope. But Miss Gray, I should think it probable that your mamma may think of working a drawing-room screen, or perhaps a set of rugs for the young folks. And I assure you she will see no such patterns anywhere, as my agent sends down to me, as I have no doubt you will tell her. And pray, Mom, where are Mr. Hope and his lady to live? I hope they have pleased their fancy with a house. That point is not settled, yet it is a thing which requires some consideration, you know. Oh dear, Mom, to be sure it does, but I did not mean to be impertinent in asking, I am sure, only you mentioned making wedding clothes, Miss Gray. I did not mean that. We have exactly set about all that, yet I was only looking forward to it. And very right too, Mom. My poor dear Howell used to say so to me every time he found so much difficulty in inducing me to listen to future projects about the happy day, you know, Mom. He was always for looking forward upon principle, dear soul. As you say, Mom, that is the very brown, Mom, no doubt of it. Only 2 skeins, Mom. Here ended Sophia's pleasures in this kind. She could not summon courage to face Mrs. Plumstead, without knowing what was the mood of the day, and the half-door of the little stationery shop was closed, and no face was visible within all her father's household, and all whom she had told were as busy as herself, so that by the time she walked down the street again, nobody remained to be informed. She could only go home, put off her bonnet, and sit with her mother watching, who would call and planning the external arrangements, which constitute the whole interest of a wedding to narrow minds and apathetic hearts. No one in Deerbrook enjoyed the news more than Mr. Enderby. When he evaded Sophia in the street, he little knew what pleasure she had it in her power to afford him. It was only deferred for a few minutes, however, for on his returning his little nephew to Mamma's side, he found his mother and sister talking the matter over Mrs. Gray's visit to Mrs. Enderby had been unusually short, as she could not on so busy a day spare much time to one person. The moment she was gone, the old lady rang for her calash and shawl, and prepared to cross the way, telling the news meanwhile to her maid Phoebe. It was a disappointment to find Mrs. Rowland already informed. But then came Philip, ignorant and unconscious as could be desired. The extreme graciousness of his sister guided him in his guess, when he was desired to say who was going to be married. But there was a trembling heart beneath his light speech. It was more difficult to disguise his joy. When he heard the truth, he carried it off by romping with the child, who owed several rides from corner to corner of the room, to the fact that Mr. Hope was going to be married to Hester. I am delighted to see Philip take it in this way, observed Mrs. Rowland. I was just thinking the same thing, cried Mrs. Enderby. But I believe I should not have said so. If you had not, I was afraid it might be a sad disappointment to poor Philip. And this prevented my saying quite so much as I should have done to Mrs. Gray. Now, I find it is all right. I shall just call in and express myself more warmly on my way home. I beg Philip's pardon, I am sure, said Mrs. Rowland, for supposing for a moment that he would think of marrying into the Gray connection. I did him great injustice, I own. By no means, said Philip, because I did not happen to wish to marry Miss Ibbotson. It does not follow that I should have been wrong if I had it was feeling this, and a sense of justice to her and myself, which made me refuse to answer your questions some weeks ago, or to make any promises. Well, well, let us keep clear of Mrs. Gray's connections, And then you may talk of them as you please, said the sister, in the complacence of the hour. Philip remembered his pledge to himself to uphold Mrs. Gray, as long as he lived, if she should prove right about Mr. Hope and Hester. He began immediately to discharge his obligations to her, avowing that he did not see why her connection was not as good as his own, that Mrs. Gray had many excellent points, that she was a woman of a good deal of sagacity, that she had shown herself capable of strong family attachments, that she had been gracious and kind to himself of late, in a degree which he felt he had not deserved, and that he considered that all his family were obliged to her for her neighborly attentions to his mother. Mrs. Enderby seized the occasion of her son's support to say some kind thing of the Greys. It gave her frequent pain to hear them spoken of, after Mrs. Rowland's usual fashion, but when she was alone with her daughter, she dared not object under cover of Mr. Rowland's presence occasionally, and today of Philip's. She ventured to say that she thought the Greys a very fine family, and kind neighbors to her. And much looked up to in Deerbrook, added Philip. And a great blessing to their poor neighbors, said his mother. Dr. Levitt respects them for their conscientious dissent, observed Philip. And Mr. Hope, who knows them best, says they are a very united family among themselves, declared Mrs. Enderby. Mrs. Rowland looked from one to the other as each spoke, and asked whether they were both out of their senses. By no means, said Philip, I never was more in earnest in my life. I have always thought just what I now say, protested Mrs. Enderby. Yes, my dear Mom, said the daughter scornfully, we are all aware of your ways of thinking on some points, Safir. Of my mother's love of justice and neighborly temper, said Philip, giving his little nephew a glorious summerset from his shoulder. I believe, if we could find my mother's match, the two would be an excellent pair to put into Eddystone Lighthouse. They would chat away for a 12-month together without ever quarreling. Philip, do let that poor boy alone, said Mamma. You are shaking him to pieces. We have both had enough for the present, Ned, mother. I am at your service, if you are going to call at the Greys. Mrs. Enderby rose with great alacrity. Come to me, my pet, cried Mamma. Poor Ned shall rest his head in Mamma's lap. There, my pet. Mamma's pet was not the most agreeable companion to her when they were left alone. He was crying lustily after Uncle Philip, for all Mamma could say about Uncle Philip, always tiring him to death. Chapter 14. Preparing for home. The affair proceeded rapidly, as such affairs should do where there is no reason for delay. There was no more talk of Birmingham. The journey, which was to have been taken in a few days, was not spoken of again. The external arrangements advanced well, so many as there were anxious about this part of the matter, and, accomplished in habits of business, Mr. Rowland was happy to let the corner house to Mr. Hope, not even taking advantage, as his lady advised, of its being peculiarly fit for a surgeon's residence, from its having a door round the corner made to be a surgeridor, to raise the rent. Mr. Rowland behaved handsomely about everything, rent alterations, painting and papering, and laying out the garden anew. Mr. Gray bestirred himself to get the affairs at Birmingham settled, and he was soon enabled to inform Mr. Hope that Hester's fortune was ascertained, and that it was smaller than could have been wished. He believed his cousins would have £70 a year each, and no more. It was some compensation for the mortifying nature of this announcement that Mr. Hope evidently did not care at all about the matter. He was not an ambitious, nor yet a luxurious man. His practice supplied an income sufficient for the ease of young married people, and it was on the increase. No one seemed to doubt for a moment that Margaret would live with her sister. There was no other home for her. She and Hester had never been parted. There seemed no reason for their parting now, and every inducement for their remaining together. Margaret did not dream of objecting to this. She only made it a condition that £50 of her yearly income should go into the family stock, thus saving her from obligation to anyone for her maintenance. Living was so cheap in Deerbrook that Margaret was assured that she would render herself quite independent by paying £50 a year for her share of the household expenses, and reserving 20 for her personal wants. Both the sisters were surprised to find how much pleasure they took in the preparations for this marriage. They could not have believed it, and but that they were too happy to feel any kind of contempt, they would have despised themselves for it, but such contempt would have been misplaced. All things are according to the ideas and feelings with which they are connected, and if, as old George Herbert says, dusting a room is an act of religious grace, when it is done from a feeling of religious duty, furnishing a house is a process of high enjoyment. when it is the preparation of a home for happy love. The dwelling is hung all round with bright anticipations, and crowded with blissful thoughts spoken by none perhaps, but present to all on this table, and by this snug fireside will the cheerful winter breakfast go forward, when each is about to enter on the gladsome business of the day, and that sofa will be drawn out, and those window curtains will be closed, when the intellectual pleasures of the evening, the rewards of the laborious day begin. Those ground windows will stand open all the summer noon, and the flower stands will be gay and fragrant, and the shaded parlor will be the cool retreat of the wearied husband. When he comes in to rest from his professional toils, there will stand the books destined to refresh and refine his higher tastes, and there the music with which the wife will indulge him. Here will they first feel what it is to have a home of their own, where they will first enjoy the privacy of it, the security, the freedom, the consequence, in the eyes of others, the sacredness in their own. Here they will first exercise the graces of hospitality, and the responsibility of control. Here will they feel that they have attained the great resting place of their life, the resting place of their individual lot, but only the starting point of their activity. Such is the work of furnishing a house, once in a lifetime. It may be a welcome task to the fine lady decking her drawing room anew, to gratify her ambition, or divert her ennui. It may be a satisfactory labor to the elderly couple settling themselves afresh when their children are dispersed abroad, and it becomes necessary to discard the furniture that the boys have battered and spoiled. It may be a refined amusement to the selfish man of taste, wishing to prolong or recall the pleasures of foreign travel. But to none is it the conscious delight that it is to young lovers and their sympathizing friends, whether the scene be the 2 rooms of the hopeful young artisan, about to bring home his bride from service, or the palace of a nobleman enriched with intellectual luxuries, for the lady of his adoration, or the quiet abode of an unambitious professional man, whose aim is privacy and comfort. Margaret's delight in the process of preparation was the most intense of all that was felt, except perhaps by one person. Mrs. Gray and Sophia enjoyed the bustle and the consequence, and the exercise of their feminine talents, and the gossip of the village, and the spitefulness of Mrs. Rowland's criticisms, when she had recovered from her delight at her brother's escape from Hester, and had leisure to be offended at Mr. Hope's marrying into the Gray connection so decidedly. The children relished the mystery of buying their presents secretly, and hiding them from their cousins, till the day before the wedding. Sydney was proud to help Margaret in training the chrysanthemums, putting the garden into winter trim, and in planting round the walls of the surgery with large evergreens. Mr. Gray came down almost every evening to suggest and approve, and Morris left her needle, now busy from morning till night in Hester's service, to admire and to speak her wishes when desired about the preparations in her department. Morris, another maid, and a footboy were the only servants, and Morris was to have everything as she liked best for her own region. But Margaret was as eager and interested as all the rest together. Her heart was light for her sister, and for the first time since she was capable of thought she believed that Hester was going to be happy. Her own gain was almost too great for gratitude. A home, a brother, and relief from the responsibility of her sister's pieces. Often as she thought of these blessings, she looked almost as bright as Hester herself. How was Mr. Hope all this while? Well, and growing happier every day. He believed himself a perfectly happy man, and looked back with wonder to the struggle which it had cost him to accept his present lot. He was not only entirely recovered from his accident before the rich month of October came in, but truly thankful for it, as the means of bringing to his knowledge sooner at least the devoted affection which he had inspired. It cannot but be animating, flattering, delightful to a man of strong domestic tendencies to know himself the object of the exclusive attachment of a strong-minded and noble-hearted woman. And when in addition to this, her society affords the delight of mental accomplishment and personal beauty, such as Hester's, he must be a churl indeed if he does not greatly enjoy the present and indulge in sweet anticipations for the future. Hope also brought the whole power of his will to bear upon his circumstances. He dwelt upon all the happiest features of his lot, and in his admiration of Hester, thought as little as he could of Margaret. He had the daily delight of seeing how he constituted the newborn happiness of her, whose life was to be devoted to him. He heard of nothing but rejoicings and blessings, and fully believed himself the happy man that everyone declared him. He dwelt on the prospect of a home full of domestic attachment, of rational pursuit, of intellectual resource, and looked forward to a life of religious usefulness, of vigorous devotedness to others, of which he trusted that his first act of self-sacrifice and its consequences were the earnest and the pledge. He had never for a moment repented what he had done, and now, when he hastily recurred to the struggle it had cost him, it was chiefly to moralize on the short-sightedness of men in their wishes, and to be grateful for his own present satisfaction. A few cold misgivings had troubled him, and continued to trouble him if Hester at any time looked at all less bright and serene than usual. But he concluded that these were merely the cloud shadows which necessarily checker all the sunshine of this world. He told himself that when two human beings become closely dependent on each other, their peace must hang upon the variations in one another's moods, and that moods must vary in all mortals. He persuaded himself that this was a necessary consequence of the relation, and to be received as a slight set-off against the unfathomable blessings of sympathy. He concluded that he had deceived himself about his feelings for Margaret. He must have been mistaken, for he could now receive from her the opening confidence of a sister. He could cordially agree to the arrangement of her living with them. He could cooperate with her in the preparation for the coming time, without any emotion which was inconsistent with his duty to Hester. With unconscious prudence he merely said this to himself, and let it pass, reverting to his beautiful, his happy, his own Hester, and the future years over which her image spread its sunshine. The one person who relished the task of preparation, more than Margaret herself, was Hope. Every advance in the work seemed to bring him nearer to the source of the happiness he felt. Every day of which they marked the lapse appeared to open wider the portals of that home, which he was now more than ever habituated to view as the sanctuary of duty, of holiness, and of peace. All remarked on Mr. Hope's altered looks the shyness and coldness with which he had seemed to receive the first congratulations on his engagement, and which excited wonder in many and uneasiness in a few, had now given place to a gaiety, only subdued by a more tender happiness. Even Mrs. Gray need no longer watch his countenance and manner, and weigh his words with anxiety, and try to forget that there was a secret between them. One ground of Mr. Hope's confidence was Hester's candor. She had truly told her sister. She felt it was no time for pride. When he offered himself to her, her pride was strong. But there was something in her as much stronger in force than her pride, as it was higher in its nature. And she had owned her love with a frankness which had commanded his esteem as much as it engaged his generosity. She had made a no less open avowal of her faults to him. She had acknowledged the imperfections of her temper, the source of her troubles, both at the outset of their engagement, and often since. At first the confession was made in an undoubting confidence that she should be reasonable and amiable and serene henceforth, forever while she had him by her side. Subsequent experience had moderated this confidence into a hope that by his example, and under his guidance, she should be enabled to surmount her failings. He shared this hope with her, pledged himself to her, and to himself to forbear as he would be forborne to aid her, and to honor her efforts, and he frequently declared for his own satisfaction and hers that all must be safe between them while such generous candor was the foundation of their intercourse. Generosity and candor, in whose noble presence superficial failings of temper were as nothing. He admitted that her temper was not perfect, and he must ever remember his own foreknowledge of this. But he must also bear in mind whence this foreknowledge was derived, and pay everlasting honor to the greatness of soul to which he owed it. An early day in December was fixed for the marriage, and no cause of delay occurred. There happened to be no patients so dangerously ill as to prevent Mr. Hope's absence for his brief wedding trip. The workpeople were as nearly punctual as could be expected, and the house was all but ready. The wedding was really to take place, therefore, though Mrs. Rowland gave out that, in her opinion, the engagement had been a surprisingly short one, that she hoped the young people knew what they were about while all their friends were in such a hurry, that it was a wretched time of year for a wedding, and that, in her opinion, it would have been much pleasanter to wait for fine spring weather. As it happened, the weather was finer than it had been almost any day of the preceding spring. The day before the wedding was sunny and mild as an October morning, and the fires seemed to be blazing more for show than use. When Mr. Hope dropped in at the Grays at 2 o'clock, he found the family dining. It was a fancy of Mrs. Gray's to dine early on what she considered busy days. An early dinner was with her a specific for the dispatch of business on this day. The arrangement was rather absurd, for the great evil of the time was that everything was done, except what could not be transacted, till the evening, and the hours were actually hanging heavy on the hands of some members of the family. Morris had packed Hester's clothes for her little journey, and put out of sight all the mourning of both sisters, except what they actually had on. Sophia's dress for the next morning was laid out in readiness to be put on, and the preparations for the breakfast were as complete as they could be. 20 hours beforehand, it only remained to take a final view of the house in the evening, when the children's presents were to be discovered, and to cut the wedding cake. In the interval, there was nothing to be done. Conversation flagged, every one was dull, and it was a relief to the rest when Mr. Hope proposed to Hester to take a walk. Mrs. Rowland would have laughed at the idea of a walk on a December afternoon if she had happened to know of the circumstance. But others than lovers might have considered it pleasant. The sun was still an hour from its setting, and high in the pale heaven was the large moon ready to shine upon the fields and woods, and shed a milder day. No frost had yet bound up the earth, it had only stripped the trees with a touch as gentle as that of the fruit gatherer. No wintry gusts had yet swept through the woods, and all there was this day as still as in the autumn noon, when the nut is heard to drop upon the fallen leaves, and the light squirrel is startled at the rustle along its own path. As a matter of course, the lovers took their way to the spring in the Vernon woods, the spot which had witnessed more of their confidence than any other in the alcove above it. They had taken shelter from the summer storm, and the autumn shower. They had sat on its brink for many an hour, when the pure depths of its rocky basin seemed like coolness itself in the midst of heat, and when falling leaves fluttered down the wind and dimpled the surface of the water. They now paused once more under shelter of the rock, which overhung one side of the basin, and listened to the trickle of the spring. If aside the devil turned for envy, in the presence of the pair in paradise, it might be thought that he would take flight from this scene, also from the view of this resting of the lovers on their marriage eve, when the last sun of their separate lives was sinking, and the separate business of their existence was finished, and their paths had met before the gate of their paradise, and they were only waiting for the portal to open to them. But there was that on Hester's brow which would have made the devil look closer. She was discomposed, and her replies to what was said were brief, and not much to the purpose. After a few moments' silence, Mr. Hope said gaily, "There is something on our minds, Hester. Come, what is it?" "Do not say our minds. You know you never have anything on yours. I believe it is against your nature. And I know it is against your principles. Do not say our minds. I say it because it is true. I never see you look grave, but my heart is as heavy. But never mind that. What is the matter, love?" "Nothing," sighed Hester, "nothing that anyone can help. People may say what they will, Edward, but there can be no escape from living alone in this world after all." "What do you mean?" "I mean what no one, not even you, can gainsay. I mean that the heart knoweth its own bitterness, that we have disappointments and anxieties and remorse, and many, many kinds of trouble that we can never tell to any human being, that none have any concern with, that we should never dare to tell. We must be alone in the world after all." "Where is your faith while you feel so?" asked Edward, smiling. "Do you really think that confidence proceeds only while people believe each other perfect, while they have not anxieties and disappointments and remorse? Do you not feel that our faults, or rather our failures, bind us together?" "Our faults bind us together," exclaimed Hester. "Oh, how happy I should be if I could think that. We cannot but think it. We shall find it so, love, every day when our faith fails, when we are discouraged. Instead of fighting the battle with our faithlessness alone, we shall come to one another for courage, for stimulus, for help, to see the bright, the true side of everything." "That supposes that we can do so," said Hester sadly. "But I cannot. I have all my life intended to repose entire confidence, and I have never done it yet." "Yes, you have, in me. You cannot help it. You think that you cannot only because you mean more by reposing confidence than others do. Your spirit is too noble, too ingenuous, too humble for concealment. You cannot help yourself, Hester. You have fully confided in me, and you will go on to do so." Hester shook her head mournfully. "I have done it hitherto with you. And with you only," said she, "and the mason has been you, know the reason same, which made me own all to you that first evening in the shrubbery. Ah, I see you think that this is a lasting security, that, as you will never change, I never shall. But you do not understand me wholly. Yet there is something that you do not know, that I cannot make you believe, but you will find it true. When it is too late, no good influence is permanent with me. Many all have been tried, and the evil that is in me gets the better of them all at last." She snatched her hand from her lover's and covered her face to hide her tears. "I shall not contradict you, Hester," said he tenderly, "because you will only abase yourself the more in your own eyes. But tell me, Agin, where is your faith, while you let specters from the past glide over into the future to terrify you? I say you, and not us, because I am not terrified. I fear nothing. I trust you, and I trust him who brought us together, and moved you to lay open your honest heart to me." "My sick heart, Edward, it is sick with fear. I thought I had got over it. I thought you had cured it, and that now, on this day of all days, I should have been full of your spirit, off the spirit which made me so happy a few weeks ago, that I was sure I should never fall back again. But I am disappointed in myself, Edward, wholly disappointed in myself. I have often been so before, but this time it is fatal. I shall never make you happy, Edward. Neither God nor man requires it of you, Hester. Dismiss it." "Oh, hear me," cried Hester in great agitation. I vowed to devote myself to my father's happiness. When my mother died, I promised to place the most absolute confidence in him. I failed, I fancied miserable things. I fancied he loved Margaret better, and that I was not necessary to him, and I was too proud, too selfish to tell him so. And when he was dying and commended Margaret and me, to each other, oh, so solemnly I am sure, it was in compassion to me and I shrank from it, even at that moment when we came here. And Margaret and I felt ourselves alone among strangers. We promised the same confidence I vowed to my father. The next thing was perhaps you saw it I grew jealous of Margaret's, having another friend though Maria was as ready to be my friend as hers. If I had only been worthy of it up to this hour at this very moment, I believe I am jealous of Marion with Margaret before my eyes Margaret, who loves me as her own soul, and yet has never felt one moment's jealousy of you I am certain, if her heart was known. We will rejoice, then, in Margaret's peace of mind, the reward of her faith. Oh, so I bless God that she is rewarded better than by me. But you see how it is, you see how I poison every one's life. I never made anybody happy. I never shall make anyone happy. Let us put the thought of making happiness out of our minds altogether, said Hope. I am persuaded that half the misery in the world comes of straining after happiness. After our own, said Hester, I could give up my own, but yours I cannot put yours out of my thoughts. Yes, you can, and you will, when you give your faith fair play. Why cannot you trust God with my happiness as well as your own? And why cannot you trust me to do without happiness, if it be necessary as well as yourself? I know, said Hester, that you are as willing to forgo all for me, as I am for you, but I cannot, I dare not consent to the risk, oh, Edward. If ever you wish to give me ease, do what I ask now, give me up. I shall make you wretched, give me up, Edward. Hope's spirit was for one instant wrapped in storm. He recoiled from the future. And at the moment of recoil came this offer of release. One moment's thought of freedom, one moment's thought of Margaret convulsed his soul. But before he could speak, the tempest had passed away. Hester's face, frightfully agitated, was upraised. His countenance seemed heavenly to her when he smiled upon her and replied, I will not, you are mine, and as I said before, all our failures, all our heartsickness must bind us the more to each other. Then you must sustain Mayu, must cure Mayu, must do what no one has ever yet been able to do. But above all, Edward, you must never happen what may cast me off. That is, as you say, what no one has ever been able to do, said he, smiling. Your father's tenderness was greatest at the last, and Margaret loves you, you know, as her own soul. Let us avoid promises. But let us rest upon these truths, and now continued he as he drew nearer to her, and made his shoulder a resting place for her throbbing head, I have heard your thoughts for the future. Will you hear mine? Hester made an effort to still her weeping. I said just now that I believe half the misery in our lives is owing to straining after happiness. And I think too that much of our sin is owing to our disturbing ourselves too much about our duty. Instead of yielding a glad obedience from hour to hour, it is the weakness of many of us to stretch far forward into the future, which is beyond our present reach, and torment ourselves with apprehensions of sin, which we should be ashamed of if they related to pain and danger. Oh, if you could prove to me that such is my weakness, cried Hester. I believe that it is yours, and I know that it is my own, my Hester. We must watch over one another. Tell me, is it not faithless to let our hearts be troubled about any possible evil, which we cannot at the moment of the trouble prevent? And are we not sacrificing what is at the time of the most important sincere repose of mind, the holiness, the religion of the hour? I know I have defiled the holiness of this hour, said Hester humbly, but as my thoughts were troubled, was it not better to speak them? I could not but speak them. You cannot but do and speak what is most honorable and true and generous, Hester, and that is the very reason why I would fain have you trust for the future, as well as the present, to the impulse of the hour. Surely love, the probation of the hour, is enough for the strength of every one of us. Far, far too much for me. At times too much for all. Well then, what have we to do to rest the care of each other's happiness upon him, whose care it is to be ready to do without it, as we would hold ourselves ready to do without this, or that, or the other comfort or supposed means of happiness depend upon it. This happiness is too subtle and too divine a thing for our management. We have nothing to do with it. But to enjoy it when it comes, men say of it, lo, it is here, lo, there, but never has man laid hold of it with a voluntary grasp. But we can banish it, said Hester. Alas, yes, and what else do we do at the very moment when we afflict ourselves about the future? Surely our business is to keep our hearts open for Ithali, and at peace from moment to moment, from day to day. And yet is it not our privilege, said, at least, to be so to look before, And after I am not sure, however, that I always think this a privilege, I long sometimes to be any bird of the air, that I might live for the present moment alone. Let us be so far birds of the air free as they neither toiling, nor spinning out anxious thoughts for the future. But why with all this should we not use our human privilege of looking before and after, to enrich and sanctify? The present should we enjoy the wheat fields in June, as we do if we knew nothing of seed time and had never heard of harvest, and how should you and I feel at this moment, sitting here if we had no recollection of walks in shrubberies, and no prospect of a home? And a lifetime to spend in it to make this moment sacred. Look at those red breasts. Shall we change lots with them? No, no, let us look forward, but how we cannot persuade ourselves that we are better than we are for the sake of making the future bright. True, and therefore it must be God's future, and not our own, that we must look forward to. That is for confessors and martyrs, said Hester. They can look peacefully before and after when there is a bright life, and a world of hopes lying behind, and nothing around and before them. But ignominy and poverty or prison or torture or death, they can do this, but not such as Roman one. God's future is enough for them, triumph of truth and holiness. And I believe it would be enough for you in their situation, Hester. I believe you could be a martyr for opinion. Why cannot you and I brave the suffering of our own faults, as we would meet sickness or bereavement from heaven, and torture and death from men? Is this the prospect in view of which you marry me? It is the prospect in view of which all of us are ever living, since we are all faulty and must all suffer. But marriage justifies a holier and happier anticipation. The faults of human beings are temporary features of their prospect. Their virtues are the firm ground under their feet, and the bright arch over their heads. Is it not so? If so, how selfish, how ungrateful have I been in making myself, and you so miserable, but I do so fear myself. Let us fear nothing, but give all our care to the day, and the hour. I am confident that this is the true obedience, and the true wisdom. If the temper of the hour is right, nothing is wrong. And I am sure if the temper of the hour is wrong, nothing is right. If one could always remember this. If we could always remember this, we should perhaps find ourselves a little above the angels. Instead of being like the serene, the Fenelons of our race, a little below them, we shall not always remember it, love, but we must remind each other as faithfully as may be. You must bring me here when I forget, said Hester. This spring will always murmur the truth to me. If the temper of the hour is right, nothing is wrong. How wrong has my temper been within this hour? Let it pass, my Hester, we are all faithless at times, and without the excuse of meek and anxious love, is it possible that the moon casts that shadow? The dark, dark hour is gone, said Hester, smiling, as she looked up, and the moon shone on her face. Nothing is wrong. Who would have believed an hour ago that I should now say so? When you would have given me up, said Hope, smiling. Oh, let us forget it all, let us go somewhere else. Who will say this is winter? Is it October? Or the first mild day of March? It might be either. There is not a breath to chill us, and these leave us what, a soft autumn carpet? They have no wintry crispness yet. There was one inexhaustible subject to which they now recurred. Mr. Hope's family, he told over again, what Hester was never weary of hearing, how his sisters would cherish her, whenever circumstances should allow them to meet thou Emily. And she would suit best, but how Anne would look up to her. As for Frank, but this representation of what Frank would say and think and do was somewhat checked and impaired by the recollection that Frank was just about this time receiving the letter in which Margaret's superiority to Hester was pretty plainly set forth. The answer to that letter would arrive some time or other, and the anticipated awkwardness of that circumstance caused some unpleasant feelings at this moment, as it had often done before during the last few weeks. Nothing could be easier than to set the matter right with Frank, as was already done with Emily and Anne. The first letter might occasion some difficulty. Frank was passed over lightly, and the foreground of the picture of family welcome was occupied by Emily and Anne. It was almost an hour from their leaving the spring before the lovers reached home. They were neither cold nor tired, they were neither merry nor sad. The traces of tears were on Hester's face, but even Margaret was satisfied when she saw her leaning on Edward's arm receiving the presents of the children, where alone the children would present Theman, the new house. There was no fancy about the arrangements, no ceremony about the cake, and the ring, to which Hester did not submit with perfect grace, notwithstanding the traces of her tears. She had never looked so beautiful. The same opinion was repeated the next morning by all the many who saw her in church, or who caught a glimpse of her in her way too, and from it, no wedding was ever kept a secret in Deerbrook. and Mr. Hope's was the one in which concealment was least of all possible. The church was half full, and the path to the church door was lined with gazers. Those who were obliged to remain at home looked abroad from their doors, so that all were gratified. More or less everyone on Mr. Gray's premises had a holiday, including Miss Young, though Mrs. Rowland did not see why her children should lose a day's instruction. Because a distant cousin of Mr. Gray's was married, the marriage was made far too much a fuss of for her taste, and she vowed that whenever she parted with her own Matilda, there should be a much greater refinement in the mode. Everyone else appeared satisfied. The sun shone, the bells rang, and the servants drank the health of the bride and bridegroom. Margaret succeeded in swallowing her tears, and was in her inmost soul thankful for Hester and herself. The letters to Mr. Hope's sisters and brother, left open for the signatures of Edward and Hester Hope, were closed and dispatched, and the news was communicated to 2 or 3 of the Ibbotsons' nearest friends at Birmingham. Mr. and Mrs. Gray agreed at the end of the day that a wedding was to be sure a most fatiguing affair for quiet people like themselves, but that nothing could have gone off better. Chapter 15. Maria and Margaret. Mr. Hope's professional duties would not permit him to be long absent even on such an occasion as his wedding journey. The young couple went only to Oxford, and were to return in a week. Margaret thought that this week never would be over. It was not only that she longed for rest in a home once more, and was eager to repose upon her new privilege of having a brother, she was also anxious about Hester, anxious to be convinced by the observation of the eye and the hearing of the ear that her sister was enjoying that peace of spirit which reason seemed to declare must be hers. It would be difficult to determine how much Margaret's attachment to her sister was deepened and strengthened by the incessant solicitude she had felt for her ever since this attachment had grown out of the companionship of their childhood. She could scarcely remember the time when she had not been in a state of either hope or fear for Hester Hope, that in some new circumstances she would be happy at last, or dread lest these new circumstances should fail, as all preceding influences had failed if Hester had been less candid and less generous than she was her sisters. Affection might have given way under the repeated trials and disappointments it had had to sustain, and there were times when Margaret's patience had given way, and she had for a brief while wished and almost resolved that she could and would regard with indifference the state of mind of one who was not reasonable, and who seemed incapable of being contented. But such resolutions of indifference dissolved before her sisters' next manifestations of generosity, or appeals to the forgiveness of those about her. Margaret always ended by supposing herself the cause of the evil, that she had been inconsiderate, that she could not allow sufficiently for a sensitiveness greater than her own, and above all, that she was not fully worthy of such affection as Hester's, not sufficient for such a mind and heart. She had looked forward with ardent expectation when she was happiest, and with sickly dread when she was depressed, to the event of Hester's marriage, as that which must decide whether she could be happy, or whether her life was to be throughout the scene of conflict. That its opening years had been Hester's connection was all that she could have desired, and far beyond her utmost hopes. This brother-in-law was one of 1,000 own, whom she was ready to consider a good angel sent to shed peace over her sister's life. And during the months of her engagement, she had kept anxiety at bay, and resigned herself to the delights of gratitude and of sweet anticipations, and to the satisfaction of feeling that her own responsibilities might be considered at an end. She had delivered Hester's happiness over into the charge of one who would cherish it better and more successfully than she had done, and she could not but feel the relief of the freedom she had gained, but neither could she repress her anxiety to know at the outset whether all was indeed as well as she had till now undoubtingly supposed that it would be. Margaret's attachment to her sister would have been in greater danger of being worn out, but for the existence of a closer sympathy between them than anyone but themselves. And perhaps Morris was aware of. Margaret had a strong suspicion that in Hester's place her temper would have been exactly what Hester's was in its least happy characteristics. She had tendencies to jealousy, and if not to morbid self-study, and to dissatisfaction with present circumstances. She was indebted for this, she knew, to her being occupied with her sister, and yet more to the perpetual warning held up before her eyes. This conviction generated no sense of superiority in Margaret, interfered in no degree with the reverence she entertained for Hester, a reverence rather enhanced than impaired by the tender compassion with which she regarded her mental conflicts and sufferings, every movement of irritability in herself, and she was conscious of many, alarmed and humbled her, but at the same time enabled her better to make allowance for her sister, and every harsh word and unreasonable mood of Hester's, by restoring her to her self-command, and stimulating her magnanimity made her sensible that she owed much of her power over herself to that circumstance, which kept the necessity of it perpetually before her mind, for the same reason that men hate those whom they have injured. Margaret loved with unusual fervor the sister with whom she had to forbear, for the same reason that the children, even the affectionate children of tyrannical or lax parents, love liberty and conscientiousness. Above all else, Margaret was in practice gentle, long-suffering, and forgetful of self, for the same reason that the afflicted are looked upon by the pure-minded as sacred. Margaret regarded her sister with a reverence which preserved her patience from being spent, and her attachment from wasting away. The first letter from her brother and sister had been opened in great internal agitation. All was well, however, it was certain that all was well, for, while Hester said not one word about being happy, she was full of thought for others. She knew that Margaret meant to take possession of the corner house, to go home a few days before the arrival of the travelers, in order to make all comfortable for them. Hester begged that she would take care to be well amused during these few days. Perhaps she might induce Maria Young to waive the ceremony of being first invited by the real housekeepers, and to spend as much time as she could with her friend. Give my kind regards to Maria, said the letter, and tell her I like to fancy you two passing a long evening by that fireside, where we all hope we shall often have the pleasure of seeing her. 6 months ago Hester would not have spoken so freely and so kindly of Maria. She would not have so sanctioned Margaret's intimacy with her. All was right, and Margaret was happy. Maria came, and thanks to the holiday spirit of a wedding week, for a long day delicious are the pleasures of those whose appetite for them is whetted by abstinence. Charming, wholly charming, was this day to Maria, spent in quiet, free from the children, free from the observation of other guests, passed in all external luxury and in sister-like confidence, with the friend to whom she had owed some of the best pleasures of the last year. Margaret was no less happy in indulging her, and in opening much more of her heart to her than she could to anyone else since Hester married, which now, at the end of 6 days, seemed a long time ago. Miss Young came early that she might see the house and everything in it before dark, and the days were now at their shortest. She did not mind the fatigue of mounting to the very top of the house. She must see the view from the window of Morris' attic. Yesterday's fall of snow had made the meadows one sheet of white, and the river looked black, and the woods somewhat frowning and dismal, but those who knew the place so well could imagine what all this must be in summer, and Morris was assured that her room was the pleasantest in the house. Morris curtsied and smiled, and did not say how cold and dreary a wide landscape appeared to her, and how much better she should have liked to look out upon a street, if only Mr. Hope had happened to have been settled in Birmingham. She pointed out to Maria how good Miss Hester had been in thinking about the furnishing of this attic. She had taken the trouble to have the pictures of Morris' father and mother, which had always hung opposite her bed at Birmingham, brought hither and fixed up in the same place. The bed hangings had come too, so that except for its being so much lighter, and the prospect from the window so different, it was almost like the same room she had slept in for 23 years before. When Maria looked at the picturesque silhouettes taken from shadows on the wall, with numerous little deformities and disproportions, incident to that method of taking likenesses, appreciated Hester's thoughtfulness, though she fully agreed in what Margaret said, that if Morris was willing to leave a place where she had lived so many years for the sake of remaining with Hester and her, it was the least they could do to make her feel as much at home as possible in her new abode. Margaret's own chamber was one of the prettiest rooms in the house, with its light green paper, its French bed and toilet at one end, and the bookcase, table, and writing desk, footstool, and armchair at the other. I shall spend many hours alone here in the bright summer mornings, said Margaret. Here I shall write my letters and study and think. And nod over your books, perhaps, said Maria. These seem comfortable arrangements for an old or infirm person, but I should be afraid they would send you to sleep. You have had little experience of being alone. Do you know the strong tendency that solitary people have to napping? Margaret laughed. She had never slept in the daytime in her life. Except in illness, she could not conceive of it, in the case of a young person full of occupation, with 100 things to think about, and 20 books at a time that she wanted to read. She thought that regular daily solitude must be the most delightful, the most improving thing in the world. She had always envied the privilege of people who could command solitude, and now, for the first time in her life, she was going to enjoy it and try to profit by it. You began yesterday, I think, said Maria. How did you like it? It was no fair trial. I felt restless at having the house in my charge, and I was thinking of Hester perpetually. And then I did not know but that some of the Greys might come in at any moment, and besides, I was so busy considering whether I was making the most of the precious hours that I really did next to nothing all day. But you looked sadly tired at night, Miss Margaret, said Morris. I never saw you more fit for bed after any party or ball." Maria smiled. She knew something of the fatigues as well as the pleasures of solitude. Margaret smiled too, but she said it would be quite another thing when the family were settled, and when it should have become a habit to spend the morning hours alone. And to this, Maria fully agreed. Morris thought that people's liking or not liking to be alone depended much on their having easy or irksome thoughts in their minds. Margaret answered gaily that in that case, she was pretty sure of liking solitude. She was made grave by a sigh and a shake of the head from Morris. "Morris, what do you mean?" said Margaret apprehensively. "Why do you sigh and shake your head? Why should not I have easy thoughts as often as I sit in that chair?" "We never know, Miss Margaret, my dear, how things will turn out. Do you remember Miss Stevenson, that married a gentleman her family all thought a great deal of, and he turned out a swindler?" And the girls burst out a laughing, and Maria assured Morris that she could answer for no accident of that kind happening with regard to Mr. Hope. Morris laughed too, and said she did not mean that, but only that she never saw anybody more confident of everything going right than Miss Stevenson and all her family. And within a month after the wedding they were in the deepest distress. That was what she meant, but there were many other ways of distress happening. "There is death, my dears," she said. "Remember death, Miss Margaret." "Indeed, Morris, I do," said Margaret. "I never thought so much of death as I have done since Mr. Hope's accident, when I believed death was coming to make us all miserable. And the more I have since recoiled from it, the oftener has the thought come back. That is all right, my dear, all very natural. It does not seem natural to undertake any great new thing in life, without reminding one's self of the end that must come to all our doings. However, I trust my master and mistress, and you have many a happy year to live." "I like those words, Morris. I like to hear you speak of your master and mistress. It has such a domestic sound. Does it not make one feel at home, Maria?" "Yes, Morris, there I shall sit and feel so at ease, so at home once more." "But there may be other." Morris stopped and changed her mood. She stepped to the closet and opened the door to show Miss Young the provision of shelves and pegs, and pointed out the part of the room where she had hoped there would be a sofa. She should have liked that Miss Margaret should have had a sofa to lie down on. When she pleased, it seemed to her the only thing wanting. Margaret gaily declared that nothing was wanting. She had never seen a room more entirely to her taste, though she had inhabited some that were grander. By the time the little breakfast room had been duly visited, and it had been explained that the other small parlor must necessarily be kept for a waiting room for Mr. Hope's patients, and the young ladies had returned to the drawing room, Maria was in full flow of sympathy with the housekeeping interests and ideas which occupied or rather amused her companion. Women do inevitably love housekeeping, unless educational or other impediments interfere with their natural tastes. Household management is to them the object of their talents, the subject of their interests, the vehicle of their hopes and fears, the medium through which their affections are manifested, and much of their benevolence gratified. If it be true, as has been said, that there is no good quality of a woman's heart and mind which is not necessary to perfect housekeeping, it follows that there is no power of the mind or affection of the heart which may not be gratified in the course of its discharge. As Margaret and her guest enjoyed their pheasant, their table drawn close to the sofa, and the fire, that Maria might be saved the trouble of moving, their talk was of tradespeople, of shopping at Deerbrook, and the market at Birmingham, of the kitchen and storeroom, and the winter and summer arrangements of the table. The footboy whom Margaret was teaching to wait often forgot his function, and stood still to listen, and at last left the room deeply impressed with the wisdom of his instructor. And her guest, when the dinner and the wine were gone, they sang, they gossiped, they quizzed. The Greys were sacred, of course, but many an anecdote came out told honestly, and with good nature, of dear old Mrs. Enderby, and her talent for being pleased, of Mrs. Rowland's transactions, abroad and at home, all regulated by the principle of eclipsing the Greys, and of Mrs. Howell's and Miss Miskin's fine sentiments and extraordinary pieces of news. Margaret produced some of her brother-in-law's outlines, which she had picked up, and preserved sketches of the children, in the oddest attitudes of children. Off Dr. Levitt, resting his book on the end of his nose, as he read in his study chair. Off Mrs. Plumstead, exasperated by the arrival of an illegible letter. Off almost every oddity in the place. Then out came the pencils, and the girls supplied omissions. They sketched Mr. Hope himself listening to an old woman's theory of her own case. They sketched each other. Mr. Enderby was almost the only person omitted altogether in conversation and on paper. "Where can I have hidden my work bag?" asked Maria after tea. "You laid it beside you, And I put it away, said Margaret. I wanted to see whether you could spend a whole afternoon without the feel of your thimble. You shall have it again now, for you never once asked for it between dinner and tea. I forgot it, but now you must give it me. I must finish my collar, or I shall not duly honor your sister in my first call. We can talk as well working as idle. Cannot I help you? Our affairs are all in such dreadfully perfect order that I have not a stitch of work to do. I see a hole in your glove. Let me mend it. Do, and when you have done that, there is the other 2 years hence, how you will wonder that there ever was a time when you had not a stitch of work in the house. Wedding clothes last about 2 years, and then they all wear out together. I wish you joy of the work you will have to do then if nothing should come between you and it. What should come between us? And it said Margaret, struck by the tone in which Maria spoke the last words. Are you following Morris' lead? Are you going to say remember death, Miss Margaret? Oh no, but there are other things which happen sometimes besides death. I beg your pardon, Margaret, if I am impertinent. How should you be impertinent, you the most intimate friend, but one that I have in the world? You mean marriage, of course, that I may marry within these same 2 years, anyone may naturally say. So I suppose to a girl whose sister is just married? And in another person's case, it would seem to me probable enough. But I assure you, Maria, I do not feel as if it was at all likely that I should marry. I quite believe you, Margaret. I have no doubt you feel so, and that you will feel so, but dear, you may one day find yourself feeling very differently without a moment's warning. And that day may happen within 2 years. Such things have been known. If there was anyone, said Margaret simply, if I had ever seen anyone for whom I could fancy myself feeling as Hester did. If there was any owner, repeated Maria, looking up in some surprise. My dear Margaret, do you mean to say there is no one? Yes, I do. I think so. I know what you mean, Maria. I understand your face and your voice. But I do think it is very hard that one cannot enjoy a pleasant friendship with anybody without seeing people on the watch for something more. It is so very painful to have such ideas put into one's mind, to spoil all one's intercorsido, throw restraint over ito, mix up selfishness. With it, it is so wrong to interfere between those who might and would be the most useful and delightful companions to each other, without having a thought which need put constraint between them. Those who so interfere have a great deal to answer, for they do not know what mischief they may be doing, what pain they may be giving, while they are gossiping and making remarks to one another about what they know nothing at all about. I have no patience with such meddling. So I perceive, indeed, replied Maria, somewhat amused. But Margaret, you have been enlarging a good deal on what I said. Not a syllable was spoken about any remarks, any observations between any people, or even about reference to any particular person. I alone must be subject to all this displeasure. And even I did not throw out a single hint about any friend of yours. No, you did not. That is all very true, said Margaret, blushing. But neither was I vexed with you, at least not so much, as with some others I was hasty. You were indeed, said Maria, laughing. I never witnessed such an outburst from you before. And you shall not see such another. But I was answering less what you said than what I have reason to suppose is in the minds of several other people. In their minds they have not told you their thoughts then, and several other people too. Why, Margaret, I really think it is not very reasonable in you to find fault with others for thinking something which they have not troubled you to listen to, and which is so natural that it has struck several of them. Surely, Margaret, you must be a little, just a very little touchy upon the matter. Touchy? What should make me touchy? I would. I do assure you, Maria, nothing whatever has passed between that person and me, which has anything more than the commonest, no, I will not say the commonest friendship, because I believe ours is a very warm and intimate friendship. But indeed it is nothing more. You may be sure that if it had been otherwise, I should not have said a word upon the whole matter even to you, and I would not have allowed even you to speak 10 words to me about it. Are you satisfied now? I am satisfied that you any what you think. Oh, Maria, what a sigh! If you have no objection, I should like to know the meaning of that sigh. I was thinking of the course of true love. But not that it never does run smooth. That is not true, witness Hester's. Dear Margaret, be not presumptuous. Consider how early the days of that love are yet. And that love in their case has only just leaped out of the fountain, and can hardly be said to have begun its course. Well may heaven smile on it. But tell me about that course of love which made you sigh as you did just now. What can I tell you about it? And yet you shall know if you like how it appears to me. Oh, tell me, I shall see whether you would have understood Hester's case. The first strange thing is that every woman approaches this crisis of her life as unawares, as if she were the first that ever loved. And yet all girls are brought up to think of marriage as almost the only event in life. Their minds are stuffed with thoughts of it almost before they have had time to gain any other ideas. Merely as means to ends low enough for their comprehension. It is not marriage wonderful, holy, mysterious Mary that their minds are full of, but connection with somebody or something, which will give them money and ease and station and independence of their parents. This has nothing to do with love. I was speaking of love, the grand influence of a woman's life, but whose name is a mere empty sound to her, till it becomes suddenly secretly a voice, which shakes her being to the very centre, more awful, more tremendous than the crack of doom. But why so tremendous? From the struggle which it calls upon her to endure silently, and alone from the agony of a change of existence, which must be wrought without any eye perceiving it. Depend upon it, Margaret, there is nothing in death to compare with this change, and there can be nothing in entrance upon another state which can transcend the experience. I speak of our powers can, but be taxed to the utmost, our being can, but be strained till not another effort can be made. This is all that we can conceive to happen in death, and it happens in love with the additional burden of fearful secrecy. One may lie down and await death with sympathy about one to the last, though the passage hence must be solitary, and it would be a small trouble if all the world looked on to see the parting of soul and body. But that other passage into a new state, that other process of becoming a new creature, must go on in the darkness of the spirit, while the body is up and abroad, and no one must know what is passing within the spirits. Leap from heaven to hell must be made, while the smile is on the lips and light words are upon the tongue. The struggles of shame, the pangs of despair must be hidden in the depths of the prison house. Every groan must be stifled before it is heard. And as for tears, they are a solace too gentle for the case, the agony is too strong for tears. Is this true love? Asked Margaret in agitation. This is true love, but not the whole of it. As for what follows. But is this what every woman has to undergo? Do you suppose that every woman knows what love really is? No, not even every unmarried woman. There are some among them, though I believe but few, who know nothing of what love is. And there are undoubtedly a multitude of wives who have experienced liking, preference, affection, and taken it for love, and who reach their life's end, without being aware that they have never loved. There are also, I trust, a multitude of wives who have really loved, and who have reaped the best fruits of it in regeneration of soul. But how dreadful is the process, if it be as you say? I said I had alluded to only a part of it. As for what follows, according as it is prosperous or unreturned love, heaven ensues upon this purgatory, or one may attain a middle region somewhat dim, but serene. You wish me to be plainer. I wish to hear all you think, all you know, but do not let us go on with it if it makes you sigh so. What woman ever spoke of love without sighing? Said Maria with a smile. You sighed yourself just now. I was thinking of Hester. I believe how strange if this process really awaits women, if it is a region through which their path of life must stretch, and no one gives warning or preparation or help. It is not so strange as at first sight. It seems every mother and friend hopes that no one else has suffered as she did, that her particular charge may escape entirely or get off more easily. Then there is the shame of confession, which is involved. Some conclude at a distance of time that they must have exaggerated their own sufferings, or have been singularly rebellious and unreasonable. Some lose the sense of the anguish in the subsequent happiness, and there are not a few who, from constitution of mind, forget altogether the things that are behind. When you remember, too, that it is the law of nature and providence that each should bear his and her own burden, and that no warning would be of any avail, it seems no longer so strange that, while girls hear endlessly of marriage, they are kept wholly in the dark about love. Would warning really be of no avail? Of no more avail than warning to a pilgrim in the middle of the desert that he will suffer from thirst and be deluded by the mirage before he gets into green fields again. He has no longer the choice whether to be a pilgrim in the desert or to stay at home. No one of us has the choice to be or not to be, and we must go through with our experience under its natural conditions. To be or not to be, said Margaret with a grave smile. You remind one that the choice of suicide remains, and I almost wonder, surely suicide has been committed from dread of lighter woes than you have described. I believe so, but in this case, there is no dread. We find ourselves in the midst of the struggle before we are aware, and then. And then. He who appoints the struggles of the spirit supplies aids and supports. I fully believe that this time of conflict is that in which religion first becomes to many the reality for which they ever afterwards live it. may have been hitherto a name, a fancy, a dim abstraction, or an intermitting though bright influence, and it may yet be resorted to merely as a refuge for the spirit which can find no other. But there is a strong probability that it may now be found to be a wonderful reality, not only a potent charm in sorrow, but the life of our life. This is with many the reason why, and the mode in which the conflict is endured to the end. But the beginning, said Margaret, what can be the beginning of this wonderful experience? The same with that of all the most serious of our experiences: levity, unconsciousness, confidence. Upon what subject in the world is there a greater accumulation of jokes than upon love and marriage? And upon what subject are jokes so indefatigably current? A girl laughs at her companions and blushes or pouts for herself, as girls have done for thousands of years before her. She finds by degrees new and sweet and elevated ideas of friendship stealing their way into her mind, and she laments and wonders that the range of friendship is not wider, that its action is not freer, that girls may not enjoy intimate friendship with the companions of their brothers as well as with their own. There is a quick and strong resentment at anyone who smiles at or speculates upon or even observes the existence of such a friendship. "Oh, Maria," exclaimed Margaret, throwing down her work and covering her face with her hands. "This goes on for a while," proceeded Maria, as if she did not observe her companion. "This goes on for a while smoothly, innocently, serenely. Mankind are then true and noble. The world is passing fair, and God is tender and bountiful. All evil is seen to be tending to good. All tears are meant to be wiped away. The gloom of the gloomy is faithless. Virtue is easy and charming, and the vice of the vicious is unaccountable. Thus does young life glide on for a time. Then there comes a day, it is often a mystery why it should be that day of all days, when the innocent and gay and confident young creature finds herself in sudden trouble. The film on which she lightly trod has burst, and she is in an abyss. It seems a mere trifle that plunged her there. Her friend did not come when she looked for him, or he is gone somewhere, or he has said something that she did not expect. Some such trifle reveals to her that she depends wholly upon him, that she has for long been living only for him, and on the unconscious conclusion that he has been living only for her, at the image of his dwelling anywhere but by her side, of his having any interest apart from hers, the universe is in a moment shrouded in gloom. Her heart is sick, and there is no rest for it for her. Self-respect is gone. She has been reared in a maidenly pride and an innocent confidence. Her confidence is wholly broken down. Her pride is wounded, and the agony of the wound is intolerable. We are wont to say, Margaret, that everything is endurable, but a sense of guilt, if there be an exception. This is it. This wounding of the spirit ought not perhaps to be, but it is very like the sting of guilt and a wounded spirit who can bear. How is it borne? So many as are the sufferers, and of a class usually thought so weak. That is a mistake. There is not on earth a being stronger than a woman in the concealment of her love. The soldier is called brave, who cheerfully bears about the pain of a laceration to his dying day, and criminals who, after years of struggle, unbosom themselves of their secret, give tremendous accounts of the sufferings of those years. But I question whether a woman whose existence has been burdened with an unrequited love will not have to unfold in the next world a more harrowing tale than either of these. It ought not to be so. It ought not where there is no guilt. But how noble is such power of self-restraint, though the principle of society may be to cultivate our pride to excess. What fortitude grows out of it! There are no bounds to the horror, disgust, and astonishment expressed when a woman owns her love to its object unasked and urges it upon him. But I acknowledge my surprise to be the other way, that the cases are so rare, yet fancying the case one's own. "Oh, dreadful!" cried Margaret. "No woman can endure the bare thought of the case being her own, and this proves the strong natural and educational restraint under which we all lie. But I must think that the frequent and patient endurance proves a strength of soul, a vigor of moral power which ought to console and animate us in the depth of our abasement, if we could but recall it then, when we want support and solace most." "It can be little, estimate little, understood," said Margaret, "or it would not be sported with as it is." "Do not let us speak of that, Margaret. You talk of my philosophy. Sometimes I own that that part of the subject is too much for any philosophy I have." "I see nothing philosophical," said Margaret, "in making light of the deepest cruelty and treachery which is transacted under the sun. A man who trifles with such affections and abuses such moral power, and calls his cruelty flirtation, is such an one as we will not speak of now. Well, it cannot be, but that good moral and intellectual good must issue from such exercise and discipline as this, and such good does issue often, perhaps generally. There are sad tales sung and told everywhere of brains crazed and graves dug by hopeless love, and I fear that many more sink down into disease and death From this cause then are at all suspected to be its victims, but not a few find themselves lifted up from their abyss, and set free from their bondage of pride and humiliation, they marry their loves and stand amazed at their own bliss, and are truly the happiest people upon earth, and in the broad road to be the wisest in my belief, the happiest are ever so. Bless you for that for Hester's sake, and what of those who are not thus released? They get out of the abyss too, but they have to struggle out alone. Their condition must depend much on what they were before the conflict befell them. Some are soured and live restlessly. Some are weak and come out worldly, and sacrifice themselves in marriage, or otherwise. For low objects some strive to forget and to become as like as possible to what they were before, and of this order are many of the women whom we meet whose minds are in a state of perpetual and incurable infancy. It is difficult to see the purpose of their suffering from any effects it appears to have produced, but then there is the hope that their griefs were not of the deepest. And what of those whose griefs are of the deepest? They rise the highest above them. Some of these must be content with having learned more or less of what life is and of what it is for, and with reconciling themselves to its objects and conditions. In short, with being philosophical, said Margaret with an inquiring and affectionate glance at her friend. With being philosophical, Maria, smilingly agreed others of a happier nature, to whom philosophy and religion come as one, and are welcomed by energies not wholly destroyed, and affections not altogether crushed, are strong in the new strength which they have found with hearts as wide as the universe and spirits the gayest of the gay. You never told me anything of all this before, said Margaret, yet it is plain that you must have thought much about it, that it must have been long in your mind. It has, and I tell it to you, that you may share what I have learned, instead of going without the knowledge, or alas, gathering it up for yourself. Oh, then it is from your own. It is from my own experience that I speak, said Maria, without looking up, and now there is some one in the world who knows it beside myself. I hope you do not, I hope you never will repent having told me, said Margaret, rising, and taking her seat on the sofa beside her friend. I do not, and I shall not repent, said Maria, you are faithful, and it will be a relief to me to have sympathito be able to speak sometimes instead of having to deny and repress my whole heart and soul, but I can tell you no more, not one word. Do not only show me how I can comfort thou, I can gratify you. I need no special comfort now, said Maria, smiling. I have sometimes grievously wanted a friend to love and speak with, and, if I could to serve now, I have a friend, and the look with which she gazed at her companion brought the tears into Margaret's eyes. Come, let us speak of something else, said Maria cheerfully. When do you expect your friend Mr. Enderby at Deerbrook again? His sister says nobody knows, and I do not think he can tell himself. You know, he does not live at Deerbrook. I am aware of that, but his last visit was such a long one. 6 days, said Margaret, laughing. Ah, I did not mean his last week's appearance, or any of his pop visits. I was thinking of his summer visitation. It was so long that some people began to look upon him as a resident. If his mother does not grow much better soon, we shall see him again, said Margaret. It is always her illness that brings him. Do you not believe me, Maria? I believe as before that you say what you think. Whether you are mistaken is another question, which I cannot pretend to answer. I hope, Maria, that as you have placed so much confidence in me, you will not stop short at the very point which is of the greatest importance to me. I will not, dear, what I think on the subject of Mr. Enderby in relation to you, is that some of your friends believe that you are the cause of his stay having been so long in the summer, and of his coming so often. Since I know no more than this, how should I? Then I will tell you something more that I might as well have mentioned before. When Mrs. Rowland had an idea that Mr. Enderby might think of Hester, she told Hester that miserable day, in Dingleford Woods, that his family expected he would soon marry a young lady of family and fortune, who was a great favorite with all his connections. Who may this young lady be? Oh, she did not say some one too high for our acquaintance, if we are to believe what Mrs. Rowland declared. And do you believe it? Why do you? I dare say Mrs. Rowland may believe it herself, but she may be mistaken. That is exactly what Hester said, observed Margaret eagerly, and that was more than 5 months ago, and we have not heard a syllable of the matter since. And so intimate a friendship as yours and Mr. Enderby's is, said Maria, smiling, it is scarcely probable that his mind should be full of such an affair, and that he should be able to conceal it so perfectly from you. I am glad you think so, said Margaret ingenuously. You cannot imagine how strange it is to see Mrs. Gray, and others taking for granted that he is free when Hester, and I could tell them in a moment what Mrs. Rowland said. But if you think Mrs. Rowland is all wrong, what do you really suppose about his coming so much to Deerbrook? I have little doubt that those friends of yours, Mrs. Gray, and the others are right, but what? Just this, if I might warn you by myself, I would caution you not only against dwelling much upon such a fact, but against interpreting it to mean more than it possibly may. This is my reason for speaking to you upon the matter at all. I do it, because you will be pretty sure to hear how the fact itself is viewed by others, while no one else would be likely to give you the caution. Mr. Enderby may come, as you suppose, entirely to see his mother, he may come to see you, but supposing he does, if he is like other men, he may not know his own mind yet. And there is another possible thing, which is possible, Margaret, though he is such a dear and intimate friend, that he may not know your all its strength of affection, all its fidelity, all its trust and power of self-control. Oh, stop, pray stop, said Margaret, you fright me, with the thoughts of all you have been saying this evening, though I could so entirely satisfy you. As to what our intercourse has been, though I know Mr. Enderby so much better than you do, you need warn me no more. I will think of what you have said if I find myself doubting whether he comes to see his mother, if I find myself listening to what others may suppose about his reasons. Indeed, I will remember what you have said. Then, I am glad I ventured to say it, particularly as you are not angry with me this time. I am not at all angry, how could I be so, but I do not agree with you about the fact. I know it, and I may be mistaken. Now tell me, said Margaret, what you suppose Morris meant when she said what you heard about the pleasure of solitude, depending on one's thoughts being happy or otherwise. I know it is a common old idea enough, but Morris does not know that, and I am sure she had some particular instance in view. Morris does not make general propositions, except with a particular case in her mind's eye, and she is a wise woman, and we think her sayings are weighty. It struck me that she had a real probability in her mind, but I did not think it related to Mr. Enderby, or to anything so exclusively your own concern. No, I hope not, but what then? I think that Morris knows more of life and the world than you, and that she does not anticipate quite so much happiness from Hester's marriage, as you do. Do not be distressed or alarmed. She means no mistrust of anybody, I imagine, but only that there is no perfect happiness in this life, that nobody is faultless, and no home, not even where her young ladies live, is quite free from care and trouble. It would not hurt you, surely, if she was to say this outright to you. Oh no, nor a good deal more of the same tendency. She might come much nearer to the point, good soul, without hurting me. Suppose I ask her what it was she did mean tonight or tomorrow, when she and I are alone. Well, if she is such a wise woman, but I doubt whether you could get her nearer to the point, without danger of hurting her, can she bring herself to own that either of you have faults? Oh yes, she has never spared us from the time we were 2 feet high. What can make you so anxious as to what she meant? I really hardly know, unless it be that, where one loves very much, one fears so faithlessly. I know I ought to fear less for Hester than ever, and yet. The door burst open, and the footboy entered with his jingling tray, and news that the sedan for Miss Young was at the door. What sedan? Margaret had asked Mrs. Gray for hers, as the snow had fallen heavily, and the streets were not fit for Maria's walking. Maria was very thankful. Here was an end of Maria's bright holiday. Mr. Gray's porters must not be kept waiting. The friends assured each other that they should never forget this day. It was little likely that they should. Chapter 16. Home. Margaret had an unconscious expectation of seeing her sister. Altered, this is an irresistible persuasion, in almost every case where an intimate friend is absent, and is under new influences, and amidst new circumstances. These accessories alter the image of the beloved one in our minds. Our fancy follows it acting, and being acted upon in ways in which we have no share. Our sympathy is at fault, or we conceive it to be so, and doubt and trouble creep over us. We scarcely know why, though the letters which come may be natural and hearty as of old breathing, the very spirit of our friend, we feel a sort of surprise at the handwriting being quite familiar. We look forward with a kind of timidity to meeting, and fear there may be some restraint in it. When the hour of meeting comes, there is the very same face, the line of the cheek, the trick of the lip, the glance of the eye, the rise and fall of the voice, are the same, and the intense familiarity makes our very spirit swim in joy. We are amazed at our previous fancy, laugh at the solemn stiffness in which our friend stood before our mind's eye, and to relieve which we had striven to recall the ludicrous situations and merry moods in which that form and that face had been seen, and perhaps we have no peace till we have acknowledged to the beloved one the ingenuity of our self-tormentings. Is there a girl whose heart is with her brother at college, who does not feel this regularly, as the vacation comes round? Is there a parent whose child is reaping honors in the field of life and returning childlike from time to time to rest in the old country home? Is there such a parent who is not conscious of the misgiving and the reassurance as often as the absence and the reunion occur? Is there even the most trustful of wives whose husband is on the other side of the globe, that is wholly undisturbed by the transmutation of the idol in her mind when the husband is returning, and her hungry heart is feasting on the anticipation of his appearance? She may revel in the thought. And will I see his face again? And will I hear him speak? But it is not till that vivid face and that piercing voice thrill her sight and her ear again that all misgiving vanishes. There is nothing in life that can compensate for long partings. There ought to be few or no insurmountable obstacles to the frequent meetings. However short of those who love each other, no duties and no privileges can be of more importance than the preservation, in all their entireness, of domestic familiarity and faith. A very short separation will afford the experience of a long one, if it be full of events, or if the image of the absent one be dwelt upon from hour to hour with laborious strivings of the fancy. It has been said that this week of Hester's absence was the longest that Margaret had ever known. Besides this, she felt that she had forgotten her sister, further than she could have supposed possible after a 10 years' separation. On the evening when she was expecting the travelers home, her heart was sick with expectation, and yet she was conscious of a timidity which made her feel as if alone in the world again. And again, she looked round her to fancy what would be the aspect of everything to Hester's eye. She wandered about the house to see once more that all was in its right place, and every arrangement in due order. She watched the bright drawing-room fire nervously, and made herself anxious about the tea table, and sat upright on the sofa listening for the sound of horses' feet in the snowy street, as if it had been a solemn stranger that she was expecting instead of her own sister Hester, with whom she had shared all her heart and spent all her days. But a small part of this anxiety was given to Mr. Hope. She retained her image of him, unperplexed, as a treasure of a brother and a man with a mind so healthy that he was sure to receive all things rightly and be pleased and satisfied, happen what might. They came, and Hester's spring from the carriage and her husband's way of rubbing his hands over the fire put all Margaret's anxieties to flight. How sweet was the welcome, how delicious the contest, about which was to give the welcome to this the lasting home of the three-whether, she who had put all in order for them, or they who claimed to have the charge of her. Margaret's eyes overflowed when Hester led her to Edward for his brotherly kiss. Mr. Hope's mind was disturbed for one single moment that he had not given this kiss with all the heartiness and simplicity of a brother, but the feeling was gone almost before he was conscious of it. The fire crackled, the kettle sang. Hester took her own place at once at the tea-board, and her husband threw himself on the sofa. After ascertaining that there were no family letters for him, he knew that it was impossible that there should be any in answer to the announcement of his marriage. Even Anne's could not arrive these 4 or 5 days. Yet he desired Margaret not to tell him at present if there were any messages for him, for if all Deerbrook had colds, he had no inclination to go out tonight to cure them. There was a long list of messages, Margaret said, but they were in the surgery, and the pupil there might bring them in if he thought proper. They should not be sent for this one evening, might be stolen for home and comfort. Their journey had been delightful. Oxford was more splendid than Hester had had an idea of. Every facility had been afforded them for seeing it, and Mr. Hope's acquaintances there had been as kind as possible. The fall of snow had not put them in any danger, and the inconveniences it had caused were rather stimulating to people who had traveled but little. Hester had had to get out of the carriage twice, and once she had walked a mile when the driver had been uncertain about the road. But as Mrs. Gray had had the foresight to cause a pair of snow boots to be put into the carriage at the last moment, no harm had happened, and not even to the wetting of feet, only enough inconvenience to make them glad to be now by their snug fireside. Hester was full of mirth and anecdote. She seemed to have been pleased with everybody, and awake to everything as her sister looked upon her brow, now open as a sleeping child's, upon the thick curl of glossy brown hair, and upon the bright smile which lighted up her exquisite face. She was amazed at herself for having perplexed such an image with apprehensive fancies. How had Margaret spent her week? Above all, it was to be hoped she had not fatigued herself in their service. There were 4 days' grace yet for preparation before they should receive their company. Margaret should not have worked so hard. Had Maria Young come yesterday, dear Maria, she must often come. Should not the Greys be asked to dine in a quiet way before anyone else was admitted into the house? Was it not due to them But could the footboy wait at table? Would it be possible to bring him into such training as would prevent Mrs. Gray's being too much shocked at their way of getting through dinner? Or was there anyone in Deerbrook who went out as a waiter? Morris must be consulted, but they must have the Grays to dinner before Monday. How was Mrs. Enderby? Was her illness really thought serious? Or was it only Mrs. Rowland's way of talking, which was just the same, whether Mrs. Enderby had a twinge of rheumatism or one of her frightful attacks? Was Mr. Enderby coming? That was the chief point. If he did not appear, it was certain that he could not be feeling uneasy about his mother. Margaret blushed. When she replied that she had not heard of Mr. Enderby's being expected, she could not but blush, for the conversation with Maria came full into her mind. Mr. Hope saw the blush, and painfully wondered that it sent trouble through his soul. How were Morris and the new maid likely to agree? Did Morris think the girl promising? Surely it was time to take some notice of the servants. Edward would ring the bell twice, the signal for Morris, and Morris should introduce the other two into the parlor. They came. Morris, in her best gown and with her wedding ribbon on, when she had shaken hands with her master and mistress, and spoken a good word for her fellows-events, as she called them. The ruddy-faced girl appeared, her cheeks many shades deeper than usual, and her cap quillings standing off like the rays on a signpost picture of the sun. Following her came the boy, feeling awkward in his new clothes and scraping with his left leg, till the process was put a stop to by his master's entering into conversation with him. Hester's beauty was really so striking as, with a blushing bashfulness, she for the first time enacted the mistress before her husband's eyes, that it was impossible not to observe it. Margaret glanced towards her brother, and they exchanged smiles. But the effect of Margaret's smile was that Mr. Hope's died away and left him grave. "Brother," said Margaret, "what is the true story belonging to that great book about the polar sea that you see lying there?" "How do you mean? Is there any story belonging to it at all?" "Three at least, and Deerbrook has been so hot about it. You should send round the book to cool them. It is enough to freeze one to look at the plates of those polar books." "Sending round the book is exactly the thing I wanted to do. And could not Mrs. Rowland insists that Mrs. Enderby ordered it in, and Mrs. Gray demands to have it first, and Mr. Rowland is certain that you bespoke it before anybody else. I was afraid of the responsibility of acting in so nice a case. An everlasting quarrel might come out of it, so I covered it and put in the list, all ready to be sent at a moment's warning. And then I amused myself with it while you were away. Now, brother, what will you do?" "The truth of the matter is that I ordered it in myself, as Mr. Rowland says, but Mrs. Enderby shall have it at once, because she is Roman 99. It is a fine large type for her. And she will pore over the plates and forget Deerbrook and all her own ailments in wondering how the people will get out of the ice." "Do you remember, Margaret," said Hester, "how she looked one summer day like a ghost from the grave when she came down from her books, and had even forgotten her shawl?" "Oh, about the battle," cried Margaret, laughing. "What battle?" asked Hope. "An historical one, I suppose, and not that of the Rowlands and Grays. Mrs. Enderby is of a higher order than the rest of us Deerbrook people. She gets most of her news and all her battles out of history. Yes, she alighted among us to tell us that such a wonderful battle had been fought at a place called Blenheim by the Duke of Marlborough, who really seemed a surprisingly clever man. It was such a good thought of his to have a swamp at one end of his line, and to put some of his soldiers behind some bushes, so that the enemy could not get at them, and he won the battle." "This book will be the very thing for her," said Margaret. "It is only a pity that it did not come in at midsummer instead of Christmas. I am afraid she will sympathize so thoroughly that Phoebe will never be able to put on coals enough to warm her." "Nay," said Mr. Hope, "it is better as it is. She must be told now at all events, whereas if this book came to her at midsummer, it would chill her whole month of July. She would start every time she looked out of her window and saw the meadows green." "I hope she is not really very ill," said Hester. "You were thinking the same thought that I was," said her husband, starting up from the sofa. "It is certainly my business to go and see her tonight if she wishes it. I will step down into the surgery and learn if there is any message from her." "And if there is not from her, there will be from someone else," said Hester, sorrowfully. "What a cold night for you to go out and leave this warm room." Mr. Hope laughed as he observed what an innocent speech that was for a surgeon's wife. It was plain that her education in that capacity had not begun, and down he went. "Here are some things for you, cards and notes," said Margaret to her sister, as she opened a drawer of the writing-table one from Mrs. Gray marked "Private." "I do not suppose your husband may not see it, but that is your affair. My duty is to give it you privately." One of the gray mysteries, I suppose, said Hester, coloring, and tearing open the letter with some vehemence. These mysteries were foolish enough before, they are ridiculous now. So you are going out, cried she, as her husband came in with his hat on. Yes, the old lady will be the easier for my seeing her this evening, and I shall carry her the polar sea, where is pen and ink, Margaret. We do not know the ways of our own house yet. Margaret brought pen and ink, and while Mr. Hope wrote down the dates in the Book Society's list, Hester exclaimed against Mrs. Gray for having sent her a letter marked private now that she was married. If you mean it not to be private, you shall tell me about it when I come back, said her husband. If I see Mrs. Enderby tonight, I must be gone. It was not 20 minutes before he was seated by his own fireside. Again his wife looked disturbed, and was so she even forgot to inquire after Mrs. Enderby. There is Mrs. Gray's precious letter, said she. She may mean to be very kind to me, I dare say she does, but she might know that it is not kindness to write so of my husband. I do not see that she writes any harm of me, my dear, said he, laying the letter open upon the table. She only wants to manage me a little, and that is her way, you know. So exceedingly impertinent, cried Hester, turning to Margaret. She wants me to use my influence quietly. And without betraying her to make my husband, she glanced into her husband's face and checked her communication. In short, she said Mrs. Gray wants to be meddling between my husband and one of his patients. Well, what then, said Margaret. What then? Why, if she is to be interfering already in our affairs, if she is to be always fancying that she has anything to do with Edward, and we living so near, I shall never be able to bear it. And Hester's eyes overflowed with tears. My dear, is it possible, cried Edward, such a trifle? It is no trifle, said Hester, trying to command her voice. It can never be a trifle to me that anyone shows disrespect to you. I shall never be able to keep terms with anyone who does. Margaret believed that nothing would be easier than to put a stop to any such attempts if, indeed, they were serious. Mrs. Gray was so fond of Hester that she would permit anything from her, and it would be easy for Hester to say that, not wishing to receive any exclusively private letters, she had shown Mrs. Gray's to her husband, though to no one else, and that it was to be the principle of the family not to interfere more or less with Mr. Hope's professional affairs. Or better still, take no notice of the matter in any way, whatever. This time, said Mr. Hope, we can let her have her way while we keep our own, cannot we? So, let us put the mysterious epistle into the fire shawl. I wait your leave, said he, laughing, as he held the letter over the flame. It is your property. Hester signed to have it burned, but she could not forget it. She recurred to Mrs. Gray again and again. So near as they lived, she said, so much as they must be together. The nearer we all live, and the more we must be with our neighbors, said her husband, the more important it is that we should allow each other our own ways. You will soon find what it is to live in a village, my love, and then you will not mind these little trifles. If they would meddle only with me, said Hester, I should not mind. I hope you do not think I should care so much for anything they could say or do about me, if they only would let you alone. That is the last thing we can expect, said Margaret. Do they let any public man alone, Dr. Levitt, or Mr. James? Or the parish clerk, added Mr. Hope. It was reported lately that steps were to be taken to intimate to Owen that it was a constant habit of his to cough as he took his seat in the desk. I was told once myself that it was remarked throughout Deerbrook that I seemed to be half whistling as I walked up the street in the mornings, and that it was considered a practice too undignified for my profession. Hester's color rose again. Margaret laughed and asked, what did you do? I made my best bow and thought no more about the matter, till events brought it to mind again at this moment. So Hester, suppose we think no more of Mrs. Gray's hints. Seeing that her brow did not entirely clear, he took his seat by her, saying, supposing, love, that her letter does not show enough deference to my important self to satisfy you, still it remains that we owe respect to Mrs. Gray. She is one of my oldest and most hospitable and faithful friends here, and I need say nothing of her attachment to you. Cannot we overlook in her one little error of judgment? Oh yes, certainly, said Hester cheerfully. Then I will say nothing to her unless she asks, and then tell her as lightly as I may what Margaret proposed just now, so be it. And all was bright and smooth again to all appearance. But this little cloud did not pass away without leaving its gloom in more hearts than one, as Margaret set down her lamp on her own writing table and sank into the chair of whose ease she had bidden Maria make trial. She might have decided, if she had happened at the moment to remember the conversation, that the pleasure of solitude does depend much on the ease of the thoughts. She sat long wondering how she could have overlooked the obvious probability that Hester, instead of finding the habit of mind of a lifetime altered by the circumstances of love and marriage, would henceforth suffer from jealousy for her husband, in addition to the burden she had borne for herself. Long did Margaret sit there turning her voluntary musings on the joy of their meeting, and the perfect picture of comfort which their little party had presented, but perpetually recurring against her will, to the trouble which had succeeded, and following back the track of this cloud, to see whether there were more in the wind, whether it did not come from a horizon of storm. Yet hers was not the most troubled spirit in the house. Hester's vexation had passed away, and she was unconscious, as sufferers of her class usually are, of the disturbance she had caused. She presently slept, and was at peace. Not so her husband. A strange, troubly, a fearful suspicion had seized upon him. He was amazed at the return of his feelings about Margaret, and filled with horror when he thought of the days and months and years of close domestic companionship with her, from which there was no escape. There was no escape. The peace of his wife, of Margaretha's own peace, in theirs depended wholly on the deep secrecy in which he should preserve the mistake he had made. It was a mistake. He could scarcely endure the thought, but it was so. For some months he had never had a doubt that he was absolutely in the road of duty, and if some apprehension about his entire happiness had chilled him from time to time, he had cast them off as inconsistent with the resolution of his conscience. Now he feared, he felt he had mistaken his duty, as in the stillness of the night the apprehension assailed him that he had thrown away the opportunity and the promise of his life, that he had desecrated his own home, and doomed to withering the best affections of his nature. He, for the moment, wished himself dead, but his was a soul never long thrown off its balance. He convinced himself in the course of a long sleepless night that whatever might have been his errors, his way was now clear. Though difficult, he must devote himself wholly to her, whose devotion to him had caused him his present struggles, and he must trust that, if Margaret did not ere long remove from the daily companionship, which must be his source trial, he should grow perpetually stronger in his self-command. Of one thing he was certain, that no human being suspected the real state of his mind. This was a comfort and support. Of something else, he felt nearly certain that Margaret loved Philip. This was another comfort, if he could only feel it so, and he had little doubt that Philip loved her. He had also a deep conviction, which he now aroused for his support, that no consecration of a home is so holy as that of a kindly, self-denying, trustful spirit in him, who is the head and life of his house. If there was in himself a love which must be denied, there was also one which might be indulged. Without trammeling himself with vows, he cheered his soul with the image of the life he might yet fulfill, shedding on all under his charge the blessings of his activity, patience, and love, and daily casting off the burden of the day, leaving all care for the morrow to such as, happier than himself, would have the future the image of the present. Chapter 17. First Hospitality. The Greys needed only to be asked to come and dine before the rest of the world could have an opportunity of seeing the bride and bridegroom. They had previously settled among themselves that they should be invited, and the answer was given on the instant. The only doubt was how far down in the family the pleasure ought to extend. Sidney was full of anxiety about it. His mother decided that he ought to be asked, but that perhaps he had better not go, as he would be in the way, and Sophia was sure it would be very dull for him, a sentence which made Sidney rather sulky. But Hester insisted on having him, and pleaded that William Levitt would come and meet him. And if the lads should find the drawing-room dull, there was the surgery with some very curious things in it, where they might be able to amuse themselves. So Sidney was to take up his lot with the elderly ones, and the little girls were to be somewhat differently entertained another day. Oh, the anxieties of a young wife's first dinner party! If remembered, they become laughable enough when looked back upon from future years, but they are no laughing matter at the time. The terror lest there should be too little on the table, and the consequent danger of there being too much. The fear at once of worrying the cook with too many directions, and leaving any necessary thing unsaid, the trembling doubt of any power of entertainment that may exist in the house, the anticipation of a yawn on the part of any guest, or of such a silence as may make the creaking of the footboy's shoes heard at dinner, or the striking of the hall clock in the evening. These are the apprehensions which make the young wife wish herself on the other side of her first dinner party, and render alluring the prospect of sitting down next day to hash or cold fowl, followed by odd custards and tartlets with a stray mince pie, where a guest so experienced and so vigilant as Mrs. Gray is expected. The anxiety is redoubled, and the servants are sure to discover it by some means or other. Morris woke this Saturday morning with the feeling that something great was to happen that day, and Sally began to be sharp with the footboy. As early as 10 o'clock, Hester and Margaret were surprised to find how soon there was nothing more left for them to do. The wine was decanted, the dessert dished up in the little storeroom, and even the cake cut for tea soon enough to leave. Almost the whole morning to be spent as usual. Margaret sat down to study German and Hester to read. She had just observed that they could not expect to see Edward for some hours, as he had been sent for to the almshouses, and meant to pay a country visit which would cost him a circuit on his return. These almshouses were 6 miles off, and when Mr. Hope was sent for by one of the inmates, nearly all the rest were wont to discover that they ailed more or less, so that their medical guardian found it no easy matter to get away, and his horse had learned by practice to stand longer there than anywhere else without fidgeting. Knowing this, Margaret fully agreed to her sister's proposition, that it must be some hours before Edward could appear. In a little while, however, Hester threw down her book, and took up her work, laying her watch just under her eyes upon the table. "Do you mean to do that for life when your husband takes a country ride?" said Margaret, laughing. "I hate these everlasting country rides," cried Hester. "I do wish he would give up those almshouses." "Give them up? Yes, they are nothing but trouble and anxiety. The old folks are never satisfied, and never would be if he lived among them, and attended to nobody else. And as often as he goes there, he is sure to be more wanted here than at any other time. There is another knock. There have been 2 people wanting him within this hour, and a country gentleman has left word that he shall call with his daughter at 1 o'clock. Well, let them come if he is home, well and good. If not, they must wait till he arrives." Hester started up and walked about the room. "I know what is in your mind," said Margaret. "The truth is you are afraid of another accident. I do not wonder at it. But dearest Hester, you must control this fear. Consider, supposing it to be heaven's pleasure that you and he should live for 40 or 50 years together, what a world of anxiety you will inflict on yourself, if you are to suffer in this way, every time he rides 6 miles out and back again. Perhaps I shall grow used to it, but I do wish he would give up those almshouses." "Suppose we ask him to give up practice at once," said Margaret, "that we may have him always with us." "No, no, Hester, we must consider him first and ourselves next, and let him have his profession all to himself, and as much of it as he likes." "Ourselves," cried Hester contemptuously. "Well, yourself then," said Margaret, smiling. "I only put myself in that I might lecture myself at the same time with you." "Lecture away, dear," said Hester, "till you make me as reasonable as if I had no husband to care for." Margaret might have asked whether Hester had been reasonable when she had had neither husband nor lover to care for, but instead of this, she opened the piano and tempted her sister away from her watch to practice a duet. "I will tell you what I am thinking of," cried Hester, breaking off in the middle of a bar of the second page. "Perhaps you thought me hasty just now, but you do not know what I had in my head. You remember how late Edward was called out the night before last to Mrs. Marsh's child. Yes, it was quite dark when he went. There was no moon. Mr. Marsh wanted to send a servant back with him as far as the highroad, but he was sure he knew the way. He was riding very fast when his horse suddenly stopped and almost threw him over its head. He spurred in vain. The animal only turned round and round till a voice called from somewhere near, 'Stop there, for God's sake wait till I bring a light.' A man soon came with a lantern. And where do you think Edward found himself? On the brink of a milldam. Another step in the dark night, and he might have been heard of no more." Margaret was not at all surprised that Hester covered her face with her hands at the end of this very disagreeable anecdote. "It is clear," said she, "that Edward is the person who wants lecturing. We must bid him not ride very fast on dark nights on roads that he does not know. But I have a high opinion of this horse of his. One of the two is prudent, and that is a great comfort. And for the present there is the consolation that there are no milldams in the way to the almshouses, and that it is broad daylight. So let us go on with our duty. Shall we begin again?" Hester played through the duet, and then sighed over a new apprehension that some of those old invalids would certainly be taking Mr. Hope away from home on the 2 mornings when their neighbors were to pay the wedding visit. "And what shall we do then?" she inquired. "We shall see when the time comes," replied Margaret. "Meanwhile, we are sure of one good thing, that Edward will not be called away from the dinner table today by the almshouse people. Come, let us play this over once more, that it may be ready for Mr. Gray in the evening." Sooner than he was looked for, sooner than it was supposed possible that he could have come, Edward appeared. "Safe?" cried he, laughing. "What should prevent my being safe? What sort of a soldier's or sailor's wife would you have made?" he asked, looking in Hester's happy face. She would be crazed with every gale and die at rumors of wars. Said Margaret Mildems are horror enough for Heron to say the truth brother for other people too, while you ride as you do. That was an accident which cannot recur, observed Hope. I am sorry Mr. Marsh's man mentioned it, but Hester. I see what you would say, sighed Hester. Your mention of soldiers and sailors' wives reminds me I have no faith, I know. And I thought I should, when oh, I wonder how those old crusaders' wives endured their lives. But perhaps 7 years' suspense was easier to bear than 7 hours. Hester joined in the laugh at this speech, and Edward went to see his patients in a place where there was really no danger in. The waiting groom, yet Hester, was a little ruffled when the Greys appeared. So many messages had arrived for Edward that the country gentleman and his daughter had been kept waiting, and a livery servant had called twice as if impatient. She was afraid that people would blame Edward, that he would never manage to satisfy them. All her color was raised, and her brow slightly bent when her guests entered. But all was right when Edward followed, looking perfectly at leisure, and stood talking before the fire as if he had been a man of no profession. Mr. Hope had caused his feelings to be so well understood on one important subject that it was necessary to respect them, and no mention of the Rowlands was made either before dinner or in the presence of the servants, nor was there any need of the topic. There was abundance to be said without having recourse to doubtful subjects, and Margaret became so far relieved from all apprehension on this account by the time the cheese appeared that she assured herself that the day was passing off extremely well. There had not been a single pause left to be filled up with the clatter of knives and forks. Mrs. Gray pronounced the room delightfully warm. Sophia protested that she liked having the fire at her back, and Mr. Gray inquired where Hope got his ale. The boys, who had looked for the first half were as if they could not speak for the stiffness of their collars, were now in a full career of jokes, to judge by their stifled laughter. Hester blushed beautifully at every little circumstance that occurred and played the hostess very gracefully. The day was going off extremely well. The approaching county election was the principal topic at dinner, as it was probably at every dinner table in Deerbrook. Mrs. Gray first told Hope at the bottom of the table all about her wonder at seeing 7 or 8 gentlemen on horseback entering their field. She was exceedingly surprised to observe such a troop approaching the door, and she hardly knew what to make of it. When the servant came in to say that the gentleman wished to see her, as Mr. Gray was at a distant seat market, that day it was strange that she should so entirely forget that there was to be an election soon. To be sure, it might have occurred to her that the party came to canvass Mr. Gray, but she did not happen to remember at first, and she thought the gentleman who was spokesman excessively complimentary both about the place and about some other things till he mentioned his name, and that he was candidate for the county. Such a highly complimentary strain was not to her taste, she acknowledged, and it lost all its value when it was made so common, as in this instance. This gentleman had kissed the little Rowlands all round. She had since been assured not that she wished to enlarge on that subject, but it only showed what gentlemen will do when they are canvassing the other candidate. Mr. Lorry seemed a very high personage indeed. When he found Mr. Gray was not at home, he and all his party rode straight on, without inquiring for the ladies. Everyone seemed to think that Mr. Lorry was not likely to carry his election, his manners were so extremely high. Meanwhile, Mr. Gray was observing to his hostess that he was sorry to find there was an election impending. People in a small place like Deerbrook were quite apt enough to quarrel day by day. An election threw the place into an uproar. How delightful those boys are thinking, said Hester, laughing. I am sure, said Sophia, it is anything but delightful to me. I remember last time Sydney brought some squibs into the garden and let them off while Mamma and I were in the shrubbery, and we could none of us get to sleep till after midnight for the light of the bonfire down the street. They should manage those things more quietly, observed Mr. Gray. This time, however, there will be only a little effusion of joy, and then an end, for they say Ballinger will carry every vote in the place. Why, father, cried Sydney, are you going to vote for Ballinger this time? No, my boy, I did not say so. I shall not vote at all, he added, observing that he was expected to explain himself. No remark being made, he continued, it will not be convenient to me to meddle in election matters this time, and it would be of no use, as Lorry has not the slightest chance. One gets nothing but ill will and trouble by meddling. So, my dear, turning to Hester, your husband, and I will just keep quiet and let Deerbrook have its own way. I believe you may speak for yourself, replied Hester, her eyes sparkling. Edward has no idea. Then, remembering that she was speaking to a guest, she cut short her assurance that Edward had no idea of neglecting his duty. when it was wanted most for such a reason, as that it was then most irksome. There is no occasion in the world for your husband to come forward, observed Mr. Gray, with kind anxiety. I was saying, Hope, that you are quite absolved from interfering in politics. Nobody expects it from a medical man. Everyone knows the disadvantage, to a professional man, circumstance like you of taking any side in a party matter. You might find the consequences very serious, I assure you. And nobody expects it of a medical man, echoed Mrs. Gray. Mr. Hope did not reply that he voted for other reasons than that it was expected of him. He had argued the subject with Mr. Gray before, and knew that they must agree to differ. He quietly declared his intention of voting for Mr. Lorry, and then asked Sophia to take wine. His manner left no resource to Mrs. Gray, but to express her feelings to his wife in the drawing-room after dinner. She there drew Hester's arm within her own, and kindly observed what pleasure it gave her to see her anticipations so fulfilled. She had had this home fitted up and inhabited, as it now was in her mind's eye for a longer time, than she should choose to tell elderly folks might be allowed to look forward, and Mr. Gray could bear witness that she had done, so it was delightful to look round and see how all had come to pass. Everybody is so interested, observed Sophia. Mrs. Howell says some have observed to her, what a pity it is that you are dissenters, so that you will not be at church on Sunday. Everybody would be sure to be there. And she says she is of opinion that considering how many friends wish to see you make your first appearance, you ought to go for once. She cannot imagine what harm it could do you to go for once. But whatever you may think about that, it shows her interest. And I thought you would like to know it. Have you seen Mrs. Howell's window? My dear, how should they? Exclaimed her mother. I forgot they could not go out before Sunday. But Margaret, you must look at Mrs. Howell's window. The first thing, when you can get out, it is so festooned with purple and white that I told Miss Miskin I thought they would be obliged to light up in the daytime. They have made the shop so dark. And they have thrust all the green and orange into the little side window, where nobody can see it, cried Sidney. You managed to see it, I perceive, said Hester, Sidney having at the moment mounted a cockade, and drawn out his green and orange watch ribbon into the fullest view. William Levitt lost no time in going through the same process with his purple and white. You will be the ornaments of Deerbrook, said Margaret, if you walk about in that gay style. I hope I shall have the pleasure of meeting you both in the street, that I may judge of the effect. They will have lost their finery by that time, said Sophia. We had a terrible snatching of cockades last time. Snatching, let them try to snatch mine, and see what they'll get by it, cried Sidney. What would they get but the ribbons? Asked Margaret. Sidney drew her to the light, opened the bows of his cockade, and displayed a corking pin stuck upright under each bow. Isn't it horrid? Said Sophia. Horrid? It is not half so horrid as fishhooks. And Sidney related how fishhooks had actually been used during the last election to detain with their barbs the fingers of snatchers of cockades. Which do you use? He asked of William Levitt. Neither. My father won't let me do anything more than just wear a cockade and watch ribbon. I have got a watchguard too, you see, for fear of losing my watch. But you won't get my cockade off a bit the sooner for my having no spikes under it. I have a particular way of fastening it on. Only try any day. I defy you to it. Hush, hush, boys, don't talk of defiance, said Mrs. Gray. I am sure I wish there were no such things as elections in country places. At least they make nothing but mischief, and indeed, Hester, my dear, it is a great pity that those should meddle who can keep out of them, as your husband fairly may. Whichever way he might vote, a great many disagreeable remarks would be made. And if he votes, as he says, for Mr. Lorry, I really think, and so does Mr. Gray, that it will be a serious injury to him in his profession. Hester replied with some gravity that people could never do their whole duty without causing disagreeable remarks, and seldom without suffering serious injury. But why should he vote? Persisted Mrs. Gray. Because he considers it his duty, which is commonly his reason for whatever he does. An excellent reason too, but I rather thought, I always fancied he defended acting from impulse. But I beg your pardon, my dear. And she nodded and winked towards the young people who were trying the impression of a new seal at the center table, heeding nothing about either duty or impulse. Margaret had fixed the attention of the boys upon this curious seal of hers, in order to obviate a snatching of cockades or other political feud upon the spot. It seems as if I could speak about nothing but your husband, my dear, continued Mrs. Gray in a whisper. But you know I feel towards him as towards a son, as I have told him. Do you think he has quite entirely got over his accident? Entirely. He thinks he calls himself in perfect health. Well, he ought to know best, but what? Asked Hester anxiously. It has occurred to us that he may still want watching and care. It has struck both Mr. Gray and me that he is not quite the same that he was before that accident. It is natural enough. And yet I thought in the autumn that he was entirely himself again, but there is still a little differencia, little flatness of spirits, sometimes a little more gravity than used to be natural to him. But you do not think he looks ill? Tell me just what you think. Oh no, not ill, rather delicate perhaps, but I am sure it is wonderful that he is so well after such an accident. He calls himself perfectly well, does he? Perfectly. Oh, then we may be quite easy, for he must know best. Do not let anything that I have said dwell upon your mind, my dear. I only just thought I would ask. How common it is for one's friends to drop a heavy weight upon one's heart, and then desire one not to let it dwell there. Hester's spirits were irrecoverably damped for this evening. Her husband seemed to be an altered man, flat in spirits and looking delicate, and she told not to be uneasy. She was most eager for the entrance of the gentleman from the dining room that she might watch him. Until they came, she had not a word of amusement to furnish to her guests. Margaret perceived that something had gone wrong and talked industriously, till reinforced from the dining room. Sophia whispered a hint to her mother to inquire particularly about Mrs. Enderby's health at the mention of her name. Mr. Hope took his seat on the sofa beside Mrs. Gray, and replied gravely, and fully that he thought Mrs. Enderby really very unwell, more so than he had ever known her. She was occasionally in a state of great suffering, and any attention that her old friends could show her in the way of a quiet call would be a true kindness. Had he alarmed her family, there was quite hint enough for alarm, he said, in the state in which her relations saw her at times, but Mrs. Rowland was always trying to make out that nothing was the matter with her mother. Was it not so? Not exactly so. Mrs. Rowland knew that there was no immediate danger that her mother might live many months or even a few years. But Mr. Hope believed neither Mrs. Rowland nor anyone else could deny her sufferings. They say Mr. Philip is coming, observed Mr. Gray. Oh, I hope he is, cried Sidney, turning round to listen. Some people say that he is otherwise occupied, observed Sophia. If all accounts be true, she caught her mother's eye and stopped suddenly and awkwardly. Mr. Hope involuntarily glanced at Margaret, as one or two others were doing at the same time. Nothing was to be discerned, for she was stooping over the volume of engravings that she was showing to William Levitt, and she remained stooping for a long while. When the proper amount of playing and singing had been gone through, and Mrs. Gray's sedan was announced, the cloaked and muffled guest left behind a not very happy party. Margaret's gaiety seemed exhausted, and she asked if it was not late. Hester was gazing at her husband. She saw the perspiration on his brow. She put her arm within his, and anxiously inquired whether he was not unwell. She was sure he had never fully recovered his strength. She had not taken care enough of him. Why did he not tell her when he was weary and wanted nursing? Mr. Hope looked at her with an unaffected surprise which went far to console her, and assured her that he was perfectly well, and that, moreover, he was so fond of indulgence that she would be sure to hear of it if ever he could find a pretense for getting upon the sofa. Hester was comforted, but said that his spirits were not always what they had been, and she appealed to Margaret. Margaret declared that any failure of spirits in Edward was such a new idea that she must consider before she gave an answer. She thought that he had been too busy to draw so many caricatures as usual lately, but she had observed no deeper signs of despondency than that. Do not let us get into the habit of talking about spirits, said Hope. I hear quite enough about that away from home, and I can assure you professionally that it is a bad subject to dwell upon. Everyone who lives has variations of spirits. They are like the sunshine, or like Dr. Levitt's last sermon, of which Mrs. Enderby says every Sunday in the church porch, it is to be felt, not talked about. But as a sign of health, said Hester. As a sign of health, my dear, the spirits of all this household may be left to my professional discrimination. Will you trust me, my dear? Oh yes, she uttered with a sigh of relief. Chapter 18. Grandmamma in retreat. I am better now, Phoebe, said Mrs. Enderby, sinking back faintly in her easy-chair. After one of her attacks of spasms, I am better now. And if you will fan me for a minute or two, I shall be quite fit to see the children, quite delighted to have them. I declare, said the maid, here are the drops standing upon your face this cold day, as if it was August, but if the pain is cone, never mind anything else. And I for one won't say anything against your having the children in, for I am sure the seeing your friends has done you no harm and nothing but good. Pray draw up the blind, Phoebe, and let me see something of the sunshine. Bless me, how frosty the field looks, while I have been stifled with heat for this hour past. I had better not go to the window, however, for I begin to feel almost chilly already. Thank you, Phoebe, you have fanned me enough. Now call the children, Phoebe. Phoebe wrapped a cloak about her mistress, Knees pinned her shawl up closer around her throat, and went to call the children in from the parlor below. Matilda drew up her head and flattened her back, and then asked her grandmamma how she Roman 999. George looked up anxiously in the old lady's face. Ah, George said, she's smiling. It is an odd face to look at, is not it? How would you like your face to look as mine does? Not at all, said George. Mrs. Enderby laughed heartily, and then told him that her face was not unlike his Auntie's round, and as red, and as shining in frosty weather. Perhaps if you were to go out now into the frost, your face would look as it used to do. I am afraid not. When my face looked like yours, it was when I was a little girl, and used to slide and make snowballs, as you do. That was a long time ago. My face is wrinkled now, because I am old, and it is pale because I am Roman 99. George heard nothing after the word snowballs. I wish some more snow would come, he observed. We have plenty of ice down in the meadows, but there has been only one fall of snow, and that melted almost directly. Papa thinks there will be more snow very soon, observed Matilda. If there is, you children can do something for me that I should like very much, said Grandmamma. Shall I tell you what it is? Yes. You can make a snowman in that field. I am sure Mr. Gray will give you leave. What good will that do you? Asked Matilda. I can sit here and watch you, and I shall like that exceedingly. I shall see you gathering the snow and building up your man, and if you will turn about and shake your hand this way now, and then I shall be sure to observe it, and I shall think you are saying something kind to me. I wish the snow would come, cried George, stamping with impatience. I do not believe Mamma will let us, observed Matilda. She prohibits our going into Mr. Gray's field. But she shall let us that one time, cried George. I will ask Papa and Mr. Gray and Sidney and Uncle Philip, and all. When will Uncle Philip come again? Sometime soon, I dare say. But George, we must do as your mamma pleases about my plan, you know. If she does not wish you to go into Mr. Gray's field, you can make your snowman somewhere else. But then you won't see us. But I know what I will do. I will speak to Sidney, and he and Fanny and Mary shall make you a snowman yonder, where we should have made him. Mrs. Enderby pressed the boy to her and laughed while she thanked him, but said it was not the same thing seeing the Grays make a snowman. Why, George, said Matilda contemptuously. When will Uncle Philip come? Asked the boy, who was of opinion that Uncle Philip could bring all things to pass. Why, I will tell you how it is, my dear. Uncle Philip is very busy learning his lessons. The boy stared. Yes, grown-up people who mean to be great lawyers, as I believe Uncle Philip does, have to learn lessons like little boys, only much longer and much harder. When will he have done them? Not for a long while yet, but he will make a holiday sometime soon, and come to see us. I should like to get well before that. Sometimes I think I shall, and sometimes I think not. Does he expect you will? He expects nothing about it. He does not know that I am Roman 99. I do not wish that he should know it, my dears. So when I feel particularly well, and when I have heard anything that pleases me, I ask Phoebe to bring me the pen and ink, and I write to Uncle Philip. And why does not Mamma tell him how you are? Ah, why indeed, muttered Phoebe. She knows that I do not wish it. Uncle Philip writes charming long letters to me, as I will show you. Bring me my reticule. Hear her, is a large sheet of paper, quite full, you see, under the seal. And all. When will you write such long letters, I wonder? I shall when I am married, I suppose, said Matilda again, drawing up her little head. You married, my love, and pray, when are you to be married? Mamma often talks of the time when she shall lose me, and of what things have to be done while she has me with her. There is a great deal to be done, indeed, love, before that day, if it ever comes. There are more ways than one of losing a child, observed Phoebe in her straightforward way. If Mrs. Rowland thinks so long beforehand of the one way, it is to be hoped she keeps Miss Matilda up to the thought of the other, which must happen sooner or later, while marrying may not. Well, Phoebe, said the old lady, we will not put any dismal thoughts into this little head. Time enough for that. We will leave all that to Miss Young. Then stroking Matilda's round cheek, she inquired, my love, did you ever in your life feel any pain? Oh dear, yes, Grandmamma, to be sure I have twice. Why, don't you remember last spring? I had a dreadful pain in my head for nearly 2 hours on George's birthday, and last week after I went to bed, I had such a pain in my arm, I did not know how to bear it. And what became of it? Oh, I found at last I could bear it no longer. And I began to think what I should do. I meant to ring the bell, but I fell asleep. Phoebe laughed with very little ceremony, and Grandmamma could not help joining. She supposed Matilda hoped it might be long enough before she had any more pain in the night time. Certainly, Matilda said, and not in the daytime. Is not pain as bad in the daytime? Matilda acknowledged that she should like to be ill in the daytime. Mamma took her on her lap when she was ill, and Miss Young was so very sorry for her, and she had something nice to drink. Then, I am afraid, my dear, you don't pity me at all, said Grandmamma. Perhaps you think you would like to live in a room like this, with a sofa and a screen and Phoebe to wait upon you. And whatever you might fancy to eat and drink, would you like to be ill as I am? Not at present, said Matilda. Not till I am married. I shall enjoy doing as I like when I am married. How the child's head runs upon being married, said Phoebe. And to suppose that being ill is doing as one likes of all odd things. I should often like to fly all over the world, said Mrs. Enderby, and to get anywhere out of this room. I am so tired of it. But I know I cannot, so I get books, and read about all the strange places far off that Mungo Park tells us about, and Gulliver and Captain Perry. And I should often like to sleep at night when I cannot. And then I get up softly without waking Phoebe, and look out at the bright stars, and think over all we are told about them, about their being all full of men and women. Did you know that, George, asked she, George being now at the window. Oh yes, answered Matilda, for him, we know all about those things. Are falling stars all full of men and women, asked George. There were none on a star that my father saw fall on the Dingleford road, observed Phoebe. It wasn't big enough to hold men and women. Did it fall in the middle of the road, asked George, turning from the window. What was it like? It was a round thing as big as a house, and all bright and crystal like, said Phoebe, with absolute confidence. It blocked up the road from the great oak that you may remember close by the second milestone to the ditch on the opposite side. Phoebe, are you sure of that? Asked Mrs. Enderby, with a face full of anxious doubt. Mom, my father came straight home after seeing it fall, and he let my brother John and me go the next morning early to bring home some of the splinters. Oh well, said Mrs. Enderby, who always preferred believing to doubting, I have heard of stones falling from the moon. This was a falling star, Mom. Can you show me any of the splinters? Asked George eagerly. There was nothing whatsoever left of them, said Phoebe, by the time John and I went. We could not find a piece of crystal so big as my thimble. My father has often laughed at John and me since, for not having been there in time before it was all gone. It is a good thing, my dears, depend upon it, as I was saying, observed Mrs. Enderby, to know all such things about the stars, and so on, against the time when you cannot do as you like, and go where you please. Matilda, my jewel, when you are married, as you were talking about, and can please yourself, you will take great care to be kind to your mamma, my dear. If poor mamma should be old and Roman 99, you will always wish to be tender to your mother, love, I am sure, and that will do her more good than anything. Perhaps mamma won't be ill, replied Matilda. Then if she is never ill, she will certainly be old some day, and then you will be as kind to her as ever you can. Bepromise me, my love, your mamma loves you dearly, Matilda. She says I dance better than any girl in Miss Anderson's school, Grandmamma. I heard her tell Mrs. Levitt so yesterday. Here comes mamma, said George from the window. Your mamma, my dear. Phoebe, sweep up the hearth, hang that curtain straight, give me that letter. No, not that large letter. There, now put it into my knitting basket. Make haste down, Phoebe, to be ready to open the door for Mrs. Rowland. Don't keep her waiting a moment on the steps. She has not got to the steps yet, said George. She is talking to Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray was coming here, and mamma went and spoke to her. Oh, Matilda, come, and look how they are nodding their bonnets at each other. I think Mrs. Gray is very angry. She wags her head about so. There, now she is going away. There she goes across the road, and mamma is coming up the steps. After a minute or two of silent expectation, Mrs. Rowland entered her mother's room. She brought with her a draught of wintry air which, as she jerked aside her ample silk cloak, on taking her seat on the sofa, seemed to chill the invalid, though there was now a patch of color on each withered cheek. How much better you look, Mom, was the daughter's greeting. I always thought it would be a pity to disturb Philip about you. And now, if he were to see you, he would not believe that you had been Roman 99. Mr. Rowland would be satisfied that I am right, I am sure, if he were to come in. My mistress is no ways better, said Phoebe bluntly. She is not the better for that flush she has got now, but the worse. Never mind, Phoebe, I shall do very well, I dare say, said Mrs. Enderby, with a sigh. Well, my dear, how do you all go on at home? Much as usual, Mom, but that reminds me, Matilda, my own love. Miss Young must be wanting you for your lesson on objects go, my dear. I hoped Matilda was come for the day, said Mrs. Enderby. I quite expected she was to stay with me today. Do let me have her, my dear, it will do me so much good. You are very kind, Mom, but it is quite impossible. It is totally out of the question. I assure you, Matilda, my love, go this instant. We make a great point of the lessons on objects. Pray, Phoebe, tie Miss Rowland's bonnet and make haste. Phoebe did so, taking leave to observe that little girls were likely to live long enough to know plenty of things, after they had no grandmammas left to be a comfort to. Mrs. Enderby struggled to say hush, Phoebe, but she found she could not speak. George was desired to go with his sister, and was scarcely allowed time to kiss his grandmamma, while Phoebe was taking the children downstairs. Mrs. Rowland wondered that some people allowed their servants to take such liberties as were taken, and gave notice that though she tolerated Phoebe because Phoebe's mistress had taken a fancy to her, she could not allow her family plans to be made a subject of remark to her mother's domestics. Mrs. Enderby had not quite decided upon her line of reply when Phoebe came back and occupied herself in supplying her mistress first with a freshly heated footstool and then with a cup of arrowroot. "Where do you get your arrowroot, Mom?" asked Mrs. Rowland. "I want some extremely for my poor dear Anna, and I can procure none that is at all to compare with yours. Mrs. Gray was so kind as to send me some, my dear. And it really is excellent, Phoebe. How much of it is there left? I dare say there may be enough for a cup or two for dear little Anna." Phoebe replied that there was very little left, not any more than her mistress would require before she could grow stronger. Mrs. Rowland would not take the rest of the arrowroot on any account. She was only wondering where Mrs. Gray got it, and how it was that the Grays always contrived to help themselves to the best of everything. Phoebe was going to observe that they helped their neighbors to good things as well as themselves, but a look from her mistress stopped her. Mrs. Enderby remarked that she had no doubt she could learn from Mrs. Gray or Sophia the next time she saw either of them where they procured their arrowroot. "It is a long time since I saw Mrs. Gray," she observed timidly. "My dear Mom, how can you think of seeing anyone in your present state?" inquired the daughter. "One need but see the flush in your face to know that it would be highly improper for you to admit company. I could not take the responsibility of allowing it." "But Mrs. Gray is not company, my love." "Anyone is company to an invalid, I assure you. I prevented Mr. Rowland's coming for the reason I assign. He was coming yesterday, but I would not let him. I should like to see him, however, and I should like to see Mrs. Gray too." Under pretense of arranging her mistress, shawl, Phoebe touched the old lady's shoulder in token of intelligence. Mrs. Enderby was somewhat flurried at the liberty which she felt her maid had taken with her daughter, but she could not notice it now, and she introduced another subject. Had everybody done calling on the Hopes? Were the wedding visits all over? Oh yes, Mrs. Rowland was thankful to say that fuss was at an end at last. One would think nobody had ever been married before, by the noise that had been made in Deerbrook about this young couple. "Mr. Hope is such a favorite," observed Mrs. Enderby. "He has been so, but it won't last. I never saw a young man so gone off as he is. He has not been like the same man since he connected himself with the Grays so decidedly. Surely, Mom, you must perceive that." "It had not occurred to me, my dear. He comes very often, and he is always extremely kind and very entertaining. He brought his bride with him yesterday, which I thought very attentive, as I could not go and pay my respects to her. And really, Priscilla, whether it was that I had not seen her for some time, or that pretty young ladies look prettiest in an old woman's sick room, I thought she was more beautiful than ever." "She is handsome," admitted Mrs. Rowland. "Poor thing, it makes one sorry for her when one thinks what is before her." "What is before her?" asked Mrs. Enderby, alarmed. "If she loves her husband at all, she must suffer cruelly in seeing him act as he persists in doing, and she must tremble in looking forward to the consequences. He is quite obstinate about voting for Mr. Lowrie, though there is not a soul in Deerbrook to keep him in countenance, and everybody knows how strongly Sir William Hunter has expressed himself in favor of Mr. Ballinger. It is thought the consequences will be very serious to Mr. Hope. There is his almshouse practice at stake at all events, and I fancy a good many families will have no more to do with him if he defies the Hunters, and goes against the opinions of all his neighbors. His wife must see that he has nobody with him. I do pity the poor young thing." "Dear me," said the old lady, "can nothing be done, I wonder? I declare I am quite concerned. I should hope something may be done. I would take the liberty of speaking to him myself, rather than that any harm should happen to him. He has always been so very kind to me, that I think I could venture to say anything to him, I will turn it over in my mind and see what can be done. You will not prevail with him, Mom. I am afraid if Mr. Gray speaks in vain, as I know he has done, it is not likely that anyone else will have any influence over him. No, no, the willful must be left to their own devices. Whatever you do, Mom, do not speak to the bride about it, or there is no knowing what you may bring upon yourself. What could I bring upon myself, my dear? Oh, those who do not see the vixen in that pretty face of hers have not such good eyes as she has herself. For God's sake, Mom, do not offend her. Mrs. Enderby was now full of concern, and being as unhappy as she could be made for the present, her daughter took her leave. The old lady looked into the fire, and sighed for some minutes after she was left alone. When Phoebe re-entered, her mistress declared that she felt quite tired out and must lie down before she closed her eyes. She raised her head again and said, "Phoebe, I am surprised at you." "Oh, Mom, you mean about my taking the liberty to make a sign to you. But, Mom, I trust you will excuse it, because I am sure Mr. Hope would have no objection to your seeing Mrs. Gray. And to my thought there is no occasion to consult with anybody else. And I have no doubt Mrs. Gray will be calling again some day, soon, just at a time when you are fit to see her. Is not there any book or anything, Mom, that I could be carrying over to Mrs. Gray's, while you are resting yourself, Mom?" "Ah, do so, Phoebe, carry that book. It is not quite due. But that does not signify. Carry that book over, and give my regards, and beg to know how Mrs. Gray and all the family are. And if Mrs. Gray should come in this evening," she continued in excuse to herself for her devices, "I shall be able to find out in a quiet way where she gets her arrowroot, and Priscilla will be glad to know." Whatever it might be that Phoebe said to Alice, and that brought Mrs. Gray out into the hall to speak herself to Phoebe, the result was that Mrs. Gray's lantern was ordered as soon as it grew dark, and that she arrived in Mrs. Enderby's apartment just as the old lady had waked from her doze, and while the few tears that had escaped from under her eyelids before she slept were yet scarcely dried upon her cheeks. Chapter 19. Home at the Hopes. The evil consequences of Mr. Hope's voting for Lowrie had not been exaggerated in the anticipations of his friends and vigilant neighbors, and these consequences were rather aggravated than alleviated by the circumstance that Mr. Lowrie won the election first. The inhabitants of Deerbrook were on the watch for any words which might fall from Sir William or Lady Hunter, and when it was reported that Sir William had frowned and sworn an oath at Mr. Hope on hearing how he had voted, and that Lady Hunter had asked whether it was possible that Mr. Hope had forgotten under whose interest he held his appointment to attend the almshouses, and the neighboring hamlets, several persons determined to be beforehand with their great neighbors, and to give the benefit of their family practice to someone of better politics than Mr. Hope in another set of minds. A real fear of Mr. Hope, as a dangerous person, sprang up under the heat of the displeasure of the influential members of society. Such were slow to have recourse to another medical attendant, and undertook the management of the health of their own families, till they could find an adviser in whom they could perfectly confide. When Mr. Lowrie gained the contest, the population of Deerbrook was electrified, and the unpleasantness of their surprise was visited upon the only supporter of Mr. Lowrie, whom the place contained. Wise folks were not wanting who talked of the skill which some persons had in keeping on the winning city off reasons, which time sometimes revealed for persons choosing to be singular, and some remarkable incidents were reported of conversations between Mr. Lowrie and Mr. Hope in the lanes, and of certain wonderful advantages which had lately fallen to one or another of Mr. Hope's acquaintances through some strong political interest. Mr. Rowland doubted at his own table all the news he heard on the subject, and said everywhere that he did not see why a man should not vote as he pleased. Mr. Gray was very sorry about the whole affair. He was sorry that there had been any contest at all for the county, as it disturbed the peace of Deerbrook. He was sorry that the candidate he preferred had won, as the fact exasperated the temper of Deerbrook. He was sorry that Hope had voted to the detriment of his name and rising fortunes, and he was sorry that he himself had been unable at last to vote for Lowrie to keep his young friend in countenance. It was truly unlucky that he should have passed his promise early to Sir William Hunter. Not to vote, it was a sad business altogether. It was only to be hoped that it would pass out of people's minds, that things would soon get into their usual train, and that it might be 7 years before there was another election. Hester complained to her husband and sister of the manner in which she was treated by the tradespeople of the place. She had desired to put herself on a footing of acquaintanceship with them, as neighbors and persons with whom there must be a constant transaction of business for life, She saw at once the difference in the relation between tradespeople and their customers in a large town like Birmingham, and in a village where there is but one baker, where the grocer and hatter are the same personage, and where you cannot fly from your butcher, be he ever so much your foe. Hester therefore made it her business to transact herself all affairs with the village tradesmen. She began her housekeeping energetically, and might be seen in Mr. Jonas' open shop in the coldest morning of January, selecting her joint of meat, or deciding among brown sugars at Tucker's the grocer's after the election. She found some difference in the manner of most of the shoppeople towards her, and she fancied more than there was with some of these persons. There was no more in their minds than the consciousness of having discussed the new family and Mr. Hope's vote, and come to a conclusion against his principles. With others, Mrs. Rowland's influence had done deeper mischief. A few words dropped by herself, or reports of her sayings, circulated by her servants, occasioned dislike or alarm, which Hester's sensitiveness apprehended at once, and forthwith exaggerated. She complained to her husband that she could not go to the shops with any comfort, and that she thought she must turn over the housekeeping to Morris. Margaret remonstrated against this, and by being her sister's constant companion in her walks of business, as well as pleasure, hoped to be able to keep the peace, and to preserve or restore, if need were, a good understanding between parties who could most materially promote or injure each other's comfort. The leisure hours, to which she had looked forward with such transport, were all checkered with anxiety on this subject. In the intervals of speculation on another matter, to which she found her mind constantly recurring, in spite of her oft-repeated conviction that it was no concern of hers where Mr. Enderby was what he was doing, and when he would come day by day. As she spread her books before her, or began to write, she wondered at her own listlessness about employments to which she had looked forward with so much eagerness, and when she detected herself gazing into the fire by the half-hour together, or allowing the ink to dry in her suspended pen, she found that she was as far as ever from deciding whether Hester was not now in the way to be less happy than ever, and how it was that, with all her close friendship with Philip Enderby, of which she had spoken so confidently to Maria, she was now in perfect ignorance of his movements and intentions. The whole was very strange, and in the experience somewhat dreary. Her great comfort was Edward. This was a new support, and a strong one, but even here she was compelled to own herself somewhat disappointed. This brotherly relation, for which she had longed all her life, did not bring the fullness of satisfaction which she had anticipated. She had not a fault to find with Edward. She was always called upon by his daily conduct for admiration, esteem, and affection, but all this was not of the profit to her which she had expected. He seemed altered. The flow of his spirits was much moderated, but perhaps this was no loss, as his calmness, his gentle seriousness, and domestic benevolence were brought out more strikingly than ever. Margaret's disappointment lay in the intercourse between themselves, that Edward was reserved, that, beneath his remarkable frankness, there lay an uncommunicativeness of disposition. Oh, one could, before his marriage, have made her believe, yet it certainly was so, though Hester, and she never discussed Edward's character more or less, though Hester's love for him and Margaret's respect for that love rendered all such conversation impossible. Margaret was perfectly well aware that Hester's conviction on this particular point was the same as her own, that Hester had discovered that she had not fully understood her husband, and that there remained a region of his character into which she had not yet penetrated. Margaret was obliged to conclude that all this was natural and right, and that what she had heard said of men generally was true even of Edward. Hope that there are depths of character where there are not regions of experience which defy the sympathy and sagacity of women, however natural and right all this might be. She could not but be sorry for it. It brought disappointment to herself, and as she sadly suspected, to Hester, while continually and delightedly compelled to honor and regard him more and more, and to rely upon him as she had never before relied. She felt that he did not win, and even did not desire any intimate confidence. She found that she could still say things to Maria which she could not say to him, and that while their domestic conversation rarely flagged, while it embraced a boundless range of fact, and all that they could ascertain of morals, philosophy, and religion, the greatest psychological events, the most interesting experiences of her life, might go forward without express recognition from Edward. Such was her view of the case. And this was the disappointment which, in the early days of her new mode of life, she had to acknowledge to herself, and to conceal from all others. One fine bright morning, towards the end of January, the sisters set out for their walk, willingly quitting the clear crackling fire within for the sharp air and sparkling pathways without. "Which way shall we go?" asked Margaret, Oh, I suppose along the high road, as usual, how provoking it is that we are prevented day after day from getting to the woods by my snow boots not having arrived. We will go by Mrs. Howell's, for the chance of their having come. Mrs. Howell had two expressions of countenance gracious, and the prim, till lately Hester had been favored with the first exclusively, she was now to be amused with variety, and the prim was offered to her contemplation. Never did Mrs. Howell look more inaccessible than today, when she scarcely rose from her stool behind the counter to learn what was the errand of her customer. You guess what I am come for, Mrs. Howell. I dare say have my boots arrived yet? I am not aware of their having arrived, Mom, but Miss Miskin is now occupied in that department. Only consider how the winter is getting on, Mrs. Howell, and I can walk nowhere but in the high road for want of my boot. Mrs. Howell curtsied. Can you not hasten your agent, or help me to my boots one way or another? Is there no one in Deerbrook whom you could employ to make me a pair? Mrs. Howell cast up her hands and eyes. How do other ladies manage to obtain their boots before the snow comes, instead of after it has melted? Perhaps you will ask them yourself, Mom. I conceive you know all the ladies in Deerbrook. You will find Miss Miskin in that department, ladies, if you wish to investigate. Hester invaded the domain of Miss Miskin's shoe shop, behind the other counter in the hope of finding something to put on her feet, which should enable her to walk where she pleased while engaged in turning over the stock, without any help from Miss Miskin, who was imitating Mrs. Howell's distant manner, with considerable success. A carriage drove up to the door, which could be no other than Sir William Hunter's, and Lady Hunter's voice was accordingly heard the next minute asking for green sewing silk. The gentle drawl of Mrs. Howell's tone conveyed that her countenance had resumed its primary expression. She observed upon the horrors of the fire which had happened at Blickley the night before Lady Hunter had not heard of it, and the relation therefore followed of the burning down of a house and shop in Blickley, when a nursemaid and baby were lost in the flames. I should hope it is not true, observed Lady Hunter. Last night, did you say early this morning? There has scarcely been time for the news to arrive of a fire at Blickley early this morning. It is certainly true, however, my lady, no doubt, whatever of the catastrophe, I am grieved to say, and Mrs. Howell's sighs were sympathetically responded to by Miss Miskin in the back shop. But how did you hear it? Asked Lady Hunter. There was no audible answer. There were probably signs and intimations of something, for Lady Hunter made a circuit round the shop on some pretense, and stared in at the door of the shoe parlor just at the right moment for perceiving, if she so pleased, the beautiful smallness of Hester's foot, some low murmuring conversation, then passed at Mrs. Howell's counter, when the words black servant alone met Margaret's ear. Hester found nothing that she could wear. The more she pressed for information and assistance about obtaining boots, the more provokingly cool Miss Miskin grew. At last Hester turned to her sister with a hasty inquiry what was to be done. We must hope for better fortune before next winter, I suppose, said Margaret, smiling. And wet my feet every day this winter, said Hester, for I will not be confined to the highroad for any such reason as this. Dear me, Mom, you are warm, simpered Miss Miskin. I warm? What do you mean, Miss Miskin? You are warm, Mom, not that it is of any consequence, but you are a little warm at present. Nobody can charge that upon you, Miss Miskin, I must say, observed Margaret, laughing. No, Mom, that they cannot, nor ever will. I am not apt to be warm, and I hope I can excuse. Good morning, ladies. Mrs. Howell treated her customers with a swimming curtsy, as they went out, glancing at her shopwoman, the while Lady Hunter favored them with a full stare. What excessive impertinence, exclaimed Hester, to tell me that I was warm, and she hoped she could excuse. My husband will hardly believe it. Oh yes, he will. He knows them for two ignorant, silly women, worth observing perhaps, but not worth minding. Have you any other shop to go to? Yes, the tinman's for a saucepan or two of a size not yet supplied, for which Morris had petitioned. The tinman was either unable or not very anxious to understand Hester's requisitions. He brought out everything but what was wanted, and was so extremely interested in observing something that was going on over the way that he was every moment casting glances abroad between the Dutch ovens and fenders that half darkened his window. The ladies at last looked over the way too, and saw a gig containing a black footman standing before the opposite house. A stranger in Deerbrook, observed Margaret, as they issued from the shop. I do not wonder that Mr. Hill had so little attention to spare for us. The sisters had been so accustomed, during all the years of their Birmingham life, to see faces that they did not know that they could not yet sympathize with the emotions caused in Deerbrook by the appearance of a stranger. They walked on forgetting in conversation, all about the gig and black servant Hester, had not been pleased by the insufficient attention she had met with in both the shops she had visited, and she did not enjoy her walk as was her wont as they trod the crisp and glittering snow. Margaret hoped the little Rolands and Greys were happy in making the snowman which had been the vision of their imaginations since the winter set in, but Hester cast longing eyes on the dark woods, which sprang from the sheeted meadows, and thought nothing could be so delightful as to wander among them and gather icicles from the boughs, even though the paths should be ankle-deep in snow. Just when they were proposing to turn back, a horseman appeared on the ridge of the rising ground over which the road passed. "It is Edward," cried Hester. "I had no idea we should meet him on this road." And she quickened her pace, and her countenance brightened, as if she had not seen him for a month, before they met him. However, the gig with the black footman, now containing also a gentleman driving, overtook and slowly passed them. Gentleman looking round him, as if in search of some dwelling hereabouts. On approaching Hope, the stranger drew up, touched his hat, and asked a question. And on receiving the answer, bowed, turned round, and repassed Hester, and Margaret. Hope joined his wife and sister, and walked his horse beside the path. "Who is that gentleman, Edward?" "I believe it is Mr. Foster, the surgeon at Blickley." "What did he want with you?" "He wanted to know whether he was in the right road to the Russell Taylors'." "The Russell Taylors your patients?" "Once my patients, but no longer so. It seems they are Mr. Foster's patients now." Hester made no reply. "Can you see from your pathway what is going on below there in the meadow? I see the skaters very busy on the ponds. Why do not you go there instead of walking here every day?" Margaret had to explain the case about the snow boots, for Hester's face was bathed in tears. Edward rallied her gently, but it would not do. She motioned to him to ride on, and he thought it best to do so. The sisters proceeded in silence, Hester's tears flowing faster and faster. Instead of walking through Deerbrook, she took a back road homewards and drew down her veil. As ill luck would have it, however, they met Sophia Gray and her sisters, and Sophia would stop. She was about to turn back with them, when she saw that something was the matter. And then she checked herself awkwardly and wished her cousins good morning, while Fanny and Mary were staring at Hester. "One ought not to mind," said Margaret, half laughing. "There are so many causes for grown people's tears. But I always feel now as I did when I was a child, a shame at being seen in tears, and an excessive desire to tell people that I have not been naughty." "You could not have told Sophia so of me, I am sure," said Hester. "Yes, I could. You are not crying because you have been naughty, but you are naughty because you cry, and that may be cured presently." It was not presently cured, however. During the whole of dinner-time Hester's tears continued to flow, and she could not eat, though she made efforts to do so. Edward and Margaret talked a great deal about skating and snowmen, and about the fire at Blickley, but they came to a stand at last. The footboy went about on tiptoe and shut the door as if he had been in a sick room, and this made Hester's short sobs only the more audible. It was a relief when the oranges were on the table at last, and the door closed behind the dinner, and the boy Margaret began to peel an orange for her sister, and Edward poured out a glass of wine. He placed it before her, and then drew his chair to her side, saying, "Now, my dear, let us get to the bottom of all this distress." "No, do not try, Edward. Never mind me. I shall get the better of this by and by. Only let me alone." "Thank you," said Hope, smiling. "I like to see people reasonable. I am to see you sorrowing in this way, and for very sufficient cause, and I am neither to mind your troubles nor my own, but to be as merry as if nothing had happened. Is not this reasonable, Margaret?" "For very sufficient cause," said Hester eagerly. "Yes, indeed, for very sufficient cause. It must be a painful thing to you, to find my neighbors beginning to dislike me, to have the tradespeople impertinent to you, on my account, to see my patients leave me, and call in somebody, from a distance, in the face of all Deerbrook. It must make you anxious to think what is to become of us if the discontent continues and spreads. And it must be a bitter disappointment to you, to find that to be my wife is not to be so happy as we expected here, is cause enough for tears." In the midst of her grief, Hester looked up at her husband with an expression of gratitude and tenderness, which consoled him for her. "I will not answer for it," he continued, "but that we may all three sit down to weep together one of these days." And then said Margaret, "Hester will be the first to cheer up and comfort us." "I have no doubt of it," replied Hope. "Meantime, is there anything that you would have done otherwise by me? Was I right or not to vote And was there anything wrong in my manner of doing it? Is there any cause whatever for repentance? None, none, cried Hester, you have been right throughout, I glory in all you do. To me, it seems that you could not have done otherwise, observed Margaret. It was a simple, unavoidable act, done with the simplicity of affairs, which happen in natural course. I neither repent it for you nor glory in it. That is just my view of it, Margaret, and it follows that the consequences are to be taken as coming in natural course. 2. Does not this again simplify the affair, Hester? It lights it up, replied Hester. It reminds me how all would have been if you had acted otherwise. Then, as you Roman 999, it is to be sure scarcely possible to conceive of such a thing, but, if you had not voted, I should have not despised you in any degree but lost confidence in you a little. That is a very mild way of putting it, said Hope, laughing. Thank heaven we are spared that, exclaimed Margaret. But brother, tell us the worst that you think can come of this displeasure against you. I rather suspect, however, that we have suffered the worst already, in discovering that people can be displeased with you. That being so extremely rare a lot in this world, and especially in the world of a village, replied Hope, I really do not know what to expect as the last result of this affair, nor am I anxious to foresee. I never liked the sort of attachment that most of my neighbors have testified for me. It was to their honor in as far as it showed kindness of heart. But it was unreasonable, so unreasonable, that I imagine the opposite feelings, which are now succeeding, may be just as much in excess. Suppose it should be so, Hester. Well, what then? She asked, sighing. Suppose our neighbors should send me to Coventry, and my patients should leave me so far as that we should not have enough to live on. That would be persecution, cried Hester, brightening. I could bear persecution, downright persecution. You could bear seeing your husband torn by lions in the amphitheater, said Margaret, smiling, but a toss of Mrs. Howell's head is unendurable, said Hope with solemnity. Hester looked down, blushing like a chidden child. But about this persecution, said she, what made you ask those questions just now? I find my neighbors more angry with me than I could have supposed possible, my dear. I have been treated with great and growing rudeness for some days. In a place like this, you know, offenses seldom come alone. If you do a thing which a village public does not approve, there will be offense in whatever else you say and do for some time after. And I suspect that is my case now. I may be mistaken, however. And whatever happens, I hope, my love, we shall all be to the last degree careful not to see offense where it is not intended. Not to do the very thing we are suffering under ourselves, observed Margaret. We will not watch our neighbors and canvass their opinions of us by our own fireside, said Hope. We will conclude them all to be our friends, till they give us clear evidence to the contrary. Shall it not be so, love? I know what you mean, said Hester, with some resentment in her voice and manner. You cannot trust my temper in your affairs, and you are perfectly right, my temper is not to be trusted. Very few are in the first agonies of unpopularity, and such faith in one's neighbors as shall supersede watching them ought hardly to be looked for in the atmosphere of Deerbrook. We must all look to ourselves. I understand you, said Hester. I take the lesson home, I assure you. It is clear to me through your cautious phrase, we and all of us in ourselves. But remember this, that people are not made alike, and are not able and not intended to feel alike. And if some have less power than others over their sorrow, at least over their tears, it does not follow that they cannot bear as well what they have to bear. If I cannot sit looking as Margaret does, peeling oranges, and philosophizing, it may not be that I have less strength at my heart, but that I have more at stake, more. Hope started from her side and leaned against the mantelpiece, covering his face with his hands at this moment. The boy entered with a message from a patient in the next street who wanted Mr. Hope. Oh, do not leave me, Edward, do not leave me at this moment, cried Hester, come back for 5 minutes. Hope quietly said that he should return presently, and went out when the hall door was heard to close behind him. Hester flung herself down on the sofa. Whatever momentary resentment Margaret might have felt at her sister's words, it vanished at the sight of Hester's attitude of wretchedness. She sat on a footstool beside the sofa, and took her sister's hand in hers. You are kinder to me than I deserve, murmured Hester. But Margaret, mind what I say, never marry Margaret, never love and never marry Margaret. Margaret laid her hand on her sister's shoulder, saying, stop here, Hester. While I was the only friend you had, it was right and kind to tell me all that was in your heart. But now that there is one nearer and dearer, and far, far worthier than I can hear nothing like this. nor are you fit just now to speak of these serious things. You are discomposed. One would think you were echoing Miss Miskin Margaret, you are warm, Mom. But you must hear this much, I insist upon it. If you would have heard me, you would have found that I was not going to say a word about my husband inconsistent with all the love and honor you would have him enjoy. I assure you, you might trust me not to complain of my husband. I have no words in which to say how noble he is, but oh, it is all true about the wretchedness of married life. I am wretched, Margaret. So I see, said Margaret in deep sorrow. Life is a blank to me, I have no hope left. I am neither wiser, nor better, nor happier for God having given me all that should make a woman what I meant to be. What can God give me more than I have? I was just thinking, so replied Margaret mournfully. What follows then? Not that all married people are unhappy, because you are. Yes, oh yes, all who are capable of happiness, all who can love the truth, is there is no perfect confidence in the world, there is no rest for one's heart. I believed there was, and I am disappointed. And if you believe there is, you will be disappointed too, I warn you. I shall not neglect your warning, but I do believe there is rest for rational affections. I am confident there is, if the primary condition is fulfilled, if there is repose in God together with human love. You think that trust in God is wanting in me. Do let us speak of something else, said Margaret. We are wrong to think and talk of ourselves. As we do, there is something sickly about our state, while we do so, and we deserve to be suffering as we are come. Let us be up and doing. Let me read to you, or will you practice with me till Edward comes back? Not till you have answered my question, Margaret. Do you believe that my wretchedness is from want of trust in God? I believe, said Margaret seriously, that all restless and passionate suffering is from that cause, and now Hester no more. Hester allowed Margaret to read to her, but it would not do. She was too highly wrought up for common interests. The reading was broken off by her hysterical sobs, and it was clear that the best thing to be done was to get her to bed under Morris' care, that all agitating conversation might be avoided. When Mr. Hope returned, he found Margaret sitting alone at the tea table. If she had had no greater power of self-control than her sister Edward might have been made wretched enough, for her heart was full of dismay. But she felt the importance of the duty of supporting him, and he found her, though serious, apparently cheerful. I have sent Hester to bed, said she as he entered. She was worn out. Yes, just go and speak to her. But do not give her the opportunity of any more conversation. Till she has slept, tell her that I am going to send her some tea, and by that time yours will be ready. Just one word upon the events of today, said Hope, as he took his seat at the tea table, after having reported that Hester was tolerably composed. Just one word, and no more. We must avoid bringing emotions to a point giving occasion for. I entirely agree with you, said Margaret. She requires to be drawn out of herself. She cannot bear that opening of the sluices, which is a benefit and comfort to some people. Let us keep them shut, and when it comes to acting, see how she will act. Bless you for that, was on Hope's lips, but he did not say it. Tea was soon dismissed, and he then took up the newspaper. And when that was finished, he found he could not read to Margaret, must write. He had a case to report for a medical journal. I hope I have not spoiled your evening, said Hester languidly. When her sister went to bid her good night, I have been listening, but I could not hear you either laughing or talking. Because we have been neither laughing nor talking, my brother has been writing. Writing to whom? To Emily or to Anne? To a far more redoubtable person than either, to the editor of some one of those green and blue periodicals that he devours as if they were poetry, and I have been copying music. How tired you look. Well then, good night. Margaret might well look tired, but she did not go to rest for long. How should she rest? While her soul was sick with dismay, her heart weighed down with disappointment, her sister's sobs still sounding in her ear, her sister's agonized countenance rising up from moment to moment as often as she closed her eyes, and all this within the sacred enclosure of home, in the very sanctuary of peace. All this where love had guided the suffering one to marriage, where there was present neither sickness nor calamity nor guilt, but the very opposites of all these. Could it then be true that the only sanctuary of peace is in the heart, that while love is the master passion of humanity, the mainspring of human action, the crowning interest of human life, while it is ordained natural, inevitable, it should issue as if it were discountenanced by Providence unnatural, and to be repelled, could it be so? Was Hester's warning against love, against marriage, reasonable, and to be regarded that warning? Margaret thought she could never put aside so heavily, had it sunk upon her heart crushing. She knew not what there, if it was not a reasonable warning, whither should she turn for consolation for Hester? If this misery arose out of an incapacity in Hester herself for happiness in domestic life, then farewell, sisterly comfort, farewell. All the bright visions she had ever indulged on behalf of the one who had always been her nearest and dearest. Instead of these, there must be struggle and grief. Far deeper than in the anxious years that were gone, struggle with an evil, which must grow if it does not diminish, and grief, for an added sufferer, for one who deserved blessing, where he was destined to receive torture. This was not the first time by 100 that Hester had kept Margaret from her pillow, and then driven rest from it, but never had the trial been so great as now. There had been anxiety formerly. Now there was something like despair after an interval of hope and comparative ease. Mankind are ignorant enough, heaven knows, both in the mass about general interests, and individually, about the things which belong to their peace. But of all mortals none perhaps are so awfully self-deluded as the unamiable. They do not any more than others sin for the sake of sinning, but the amount of woe caused by their selfish unconsciousness is such as may well make their weakness an equivalent for other men's gravest crimes. There is a great diversity of hiding places for their conscience, as many mansions, in the dim prison of discontent. But it may be doubted whether in the hour when all shall be uncovered to the eternal day, there will be revealed a lower deep than the hell which they have made. They perhaps are the only order of evil ones who suffer hell without seeing and knowing that it is hell. But they are under a heavier curse, even than this. They inflict torments second only to their own, with an unconsciousness almost worthy of spirits of light, while they complacently conclude themselves the victims of others, or pronounce inwardly or aloud that they are too singular or too refined for common appreciation. They are putting in motion an enginery of torture, whose aspect will one day blast their minds. Sight, the dumb groans of their victims will sooner or later return upon their ears from the depths of the heaven to which the sorrows of men daily ascend. The spirit sinks under the prospect of the retribution of the unamiable. If all that happens be indeed for eternity, if there be indeed a recordant impress on some one or other human spirit off, every chilling frown of every querulous tone of every bitter jest of every insulting word off, all abuses of that tremendous power, which mind has over mind, the throbbing pulses, the quivering nerves, the wrung hearts that surround the unamiable. What a cloud of witnesses is here, and what plea shall avail against them? The terror of innocence, who should know no further vindictive emotions of dependence, who dare not complain the faintness of heart of lifelong companions, anguish of those who love, the unholy exultation of those who hate. What an array of judges is here, and where can appeal be lodged against their sentence? Is pride of singularity a rational plea? Is superrefinement or circumstance of God or uncongeniality in man a sufficient ground of appeal when the refinement of one is a grace granted for the luxury of all when circumstance is given to be conquered, and uncongeniality is appointed for discipline? The sensualist has brutified the seraphic nature with which he was endowed. The depredator has intercepted the rewards of toil and marred the image of justice, and dimmed the luster of faith in men's minds. Imperial tyrant has invoked a whirlwind to lay waste for an hour of God's eternal year some region of society. But the unamiable domestic torturer has heaped wrong upon wrong and woe upon woe through the whole portion of time which was given into his power, till it would be rash to say that any others are more guilty than he. If there be hope or solace for such, it is that there may have been tempers about him the opposite of his own. It is matter of humiliating gratitude that there were some which he could not ruin, and that he was the medium of discipline by which they were exercised in forbearance, in divine forgiveness and love. If there be solace in such an occasional result, let it be made the most of by those who need it, for it is the only possible alleviation to their remorse. Let them accept it as the free gift of a mercy which they have insulted, and a long-suffering which they have defied. Not thus, however, did Margaret regard the case of her sister. She had but of late ceased to suppose herself in the wrong when Hester was unhappy, and though she was now relieved from the responsibility of her sister's peace, she was slow to blame or reluctant to class the case lower than as one of infirmity. Her last waking thoughts, and they were very late, were of pity and of prayer. As the door closed behind Margaret, Hope had flung down his pen in one moment. She had returned for a book, and she found him by the fireside, leaning his head upon his arms against the wall. There was something in his attitude which startled her out of her wish for her book, and she quietly withdrew without it. He turned and spoke, but she was gone. So this is home, thought he, as he surveyed the room filled, as it was, with tokens of occupation and appliances of domestic life. It is home to be more lonely than ever beforehand, yet never to be alone with my secret at my own table by my own hearth. I cannot look up into the faces around me, nor say what I am thinking in every act, and every word. I am in danger of disturbing the innocent heaven, of sullying the pure. and of breaking the bruised. Read would to God I had never seen them, how have I abhorred bondage all my life. And I am in bondage every hour that I spend at home. I have always insisted that there was no bondage. But in guilt is it so? If it be so, then I am either guilty, or in reality free. I have settled this before. I am guilty, or rather I have been guilty. And this is my retribution, not guilty towards Margaret, thank God. I have done her no wrong, thank God, I have never been. In her eyes what I must not think of, nor could I ever have been, if she loves Enderby, I am certain, though she does not know it herself. It is a blessing that she loves him. If I could but always feel it, so I am not guilty towards her, nor towards Hester, except in the weakness of declining to inflict that suffering upon her, which fearful as it must have been might perhaps have proved less than with all my care she must undergo now there was. My fault I did not, I declare, seek to attach her. I did nothing wrong so far, but I dared to measure suffering, to calculate consequences presumptuously and vainly. And this is my retribution. How would it have been if I had allowed them to go back to Birmingham, and had been haunted with the image of her there? But why go over this again, when my very soul is weary of it, all it lies behind, and let it be forgotten. The present is what I have to do. Within it is quite enough. I have cruelly injured myself. And I must bear with myself here. I am charged with the duty of not casting my shadow over the innocent, and of strengthening the infirm. I have a clear duty before Methet, is one blessing the innocent will soon be taken from under my shadow, I trust. Suffer my duty, there is almost too hard how she would confide in me, and I must not let her, and must continually disappoint her, and suffer in her affection. I cannot even be to her what our relation warrants, and all the while her thoughts are my thoughts her. But this will never do. It is enough that she trusts me, and that I deserve that she should. This is all that I can ever have or hope for, but I have won thus much, and I shall keep it. Not a doubt or fear, not a moment's ruffle of spirits, shall she ever experience from me as, for my own poor suffer. What months and years are before us both, what a discipline before she can be at peace. If she were to look forward, as I do, her heart would sink as mine does, and perhaps she would try, but we must not look forward. Her heart must not sink. I must keep it up. She has strength under her weakness, and I must help her to bring it out and use it. There must be peace in store for such generosity of spirit as lies under the jealousy for such devotedness for such power. Margaret says, when it comes to acting, see how she will act. Oh, that it might please heaven to send such adversity as would prove to herself how nobly she can act. If some strong call on her power would come in aid of what I would fain do for her, I care not what it is, if I can only witness my own wrong reparative. I can but see her blessed from within. Let all other things be as they may, the very thought frees me, and I breathe again. Chapter 20. Enderby News. Mamma, what do you think Fanny and Mary Gray say? Asked Matilda of her mother. My dear, I wish you would not tease me with what the Grays say. They say very little that is worth repeating. Well, but you must hear this, Mamma. Fanny and Mary were walking with Sophia yesterday, and they met Mrs. Hope and Miss Ibbotson in Turnstile Lane, and Mrs. Hope was crying so you can't think. Indeed, crying what, in the middle of the day? Yes, just before dinner. She had her veil down, and she did not want to stop, evidently, Mamma. I should wonder if she did, observed Mr. Rowland from the other side of the newspaper. He was reading. If Dr. and Mrs. Levitt were to come, in the next time you cry, Matilda, you would not want to stay in the parlor, evidently. I should think, for my part, I never show my face when I am crying. You cry, Papa, cried little Anna. Do you ever cry? Have you never found me behind the deals, or among the sacks in the granary, with my finger in my eye? No, Papa, do show us how you look when you cry. Mr. Rowland's face, all dolefulness, emerged from behind the newspaper, and the children shouted. But said Matilda, observing that her mother's brow began to lower, I think it is very odd that Mrs. Hope did not stay at home. If she wanted to cry, it is so very odd to go crying about the streets. I dare say Deerbrook is very much obliged to her, said Papa. It will be something to talk about for a week. But what could she be crying for, Papa? Suppose you ask her, my dear, had you not better put on your bonnet, and go directly to Mr. Hope's, and ask with our compliments what Mrs. Hope was crying for at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon? Of course, she can tell better than anybody else. Nonsense, Mr. Rowland, observed his lady. Go, children, it is very near school time. No, Mamma, not by. Go, I insist upon it, Matilda. I will have you do as you are bid. Go, George, go on. And now, my love, did I not tell you so long ago? Do not you remember my observing to you how coldly Mr. Hope took our congratulations on his engagement? In the summer I was sure there was something wrong. They are not happy, depend upon it. What a charming discovery that would be. You are very provoking, Mr. Rowland. I do believe you tried to imitate Mr. Gray's dry way of talking to his wife. I thought I had heard you admire that way, my dear. For her, yes, it does very well for a woman like her, but I beg you will not try it upon me, Mr. Rowland. Well then, Mrs. Rowland, I am going to be as serious as ever I was in my life, when I warn you how you breathe such a suspicion, as that the Hopes are not happy. Remember, you have no evidence whatever about the matter. When you offered Mr. Hope your congratulations, he was feeble from illness and probably too much exhausted at the moment to show any feeling one way or another. And as for this crying fit of Mrs. Hope's, no one is better able than you, my dear, to tell how many causes there may be for ladies' tears, besides being unhappily married. Pray, Mr. Rowland, make yourself easy, I beg. Whom do you suppose I should mention such a thing to? You have already mentioned it to yourself, and me, my dear, which is just two persons too many. Not a word more on the subject, if you please. Mrs. Rowland saw that this was one of her husband's authority days, when she could not have her own way, and her quiet husband was really formidable. She buckled on her armor, therefore, forthwith, that armor waslance. Mr. Rowland was sufficiently aware of the process now, to be gone through to avoid speaking. When he knew he should obtain no reply, he finished his newspaper without further remark, looked out a book from the shelves, half whistling all the while, and left the room. Meantime, the children had gone to the schoolroom, disturbing Miss Young. Nearly an hour too soon, Miss Young told them she was not at liberty. And when she heard that their mamma had sent them away from the drawing-room, she asked why they could not play as usual. It was so cold. How did George manage to play? George had not come in with the rest. If he could play, so could they. The little girls had no doubt George would present himself soon. They did not know where he had run, but he would soon have enough of the cold abroad, or of the dullness of the nursery in another moment. Miss Young was informed of the fact of Hester's tears of yesterday, and much as she wanted the time she was deprived of, she was glad the children had come to her, that this piece of gossip might be stopped. She went somewhat at length with them into the subject of tears, showing that it is very hasty to conclude that anyone has been doing wrong even in the case of a child's weeping, and much more with regard to grown people, when they had arrived at wondering whether some poor person had been begging of Mrs. Hope, or whether one of Mr. Hope's patients that she cared about was very ill, or whether anybody had been telling her an affecting story. Miss Young brought them to see that they ought not to wish to know that they should no more desire to read Mrs. Hope's thoughts than to look over her shoulder while she was writing a letter. She was just telling them a story of a friend of hers who called on an old gentleman and found him in very low spirits with his eyes all red and swollen, and how her friend did not know whether to take any notice, and how the truth came out that the old gentleman had been reading a touching story. She was just coming to the end of this anecdote when the door opened, and Margaret entered holding George by the hand. Margaret looked rather grave and said, I thought I had better come to you first, Maria, for an explanation, which you may be able to give. Do you know who sent little George with a message to my sister? Just now, I concluded you did not. George has been calling at my brother's door with his papa's and mamma's compliments, and a request to know what Mrs. Hope was crying for yesterday at 4 o'clock. Maria covered her face with her hands with as much shame as if she had been in fault, while "Oh, George" was reproachfully uttered by the little girls. Matilda said, Miss Young, I trust you to go straight to your papa, without saying a word of this to anyone else, and to ask him to come here this moment. I trust you, my dear. Matilda discharged her trust. She peeped into the drawing-room, and popped out again without speaking. When she saw papa was no longer there, she found him in the office, and brought him, without giving any hint of what had happened. He was full of concern, of course. Said that he could not blame George, though he was certainly much surprised, that it would be a lesson to him not to use irony with children, since even the broadest might be thus misunderstood, and that a little family scene had thus been laid open, which he should hardly regret if it duly impressed his children with the folly and unkindness of village gossip. He declared he could not be satisfied without apologizing well, then without explaining to Mrs. Hope how it had happened, and he would do it through the medium of Mr. Hope, for to say the truth he was ashamed to face Mrs. Hope. Till his peace was made, Margaret laughed at this, and begged him to go home with her, but he preferred stepping over to Mrs. Enderby's, where Mr. Hope had just been seen to enter. Mr. Rowland concluded by saying that he should accept it as a favor in Miss Ibbotson, as well as Miss Young, if she would steadily refuse to gratify any impertinent curiosity shown by his children, in whatever direction it might show itself. They were exposed to great danger, from example, in Deerbrook, like most children brought up in small villages, he supposed, and he owned he dreaded the idea of his children growing up the scourges to society that he considered foolish and malignant gossips to be. Do sit down, Margaret, said Maria. I shall feel uncomfortable when you are gone, if you do not stay a minute to turn our thoughts to something pleasanter than this terrible mistake of poor George's. I cannot stay now, however, said Margaret, smiling. You know I must go and turn my sister's thoughts to something pleasanter. There she is sitting at home waiting to know how all this has happened. Whether she has not been insulted, you are right, Margaret, make haste back to her, and beg her pardon for us all, shall she not, children, if she will be so kind. Margaret was overwhelmed with the petitions for pardon she had to carry, and not one of the children asked what Mrs. Hope had been crying for after all. Hester looked up anxiously as Margaret entered the drawing-room at home. It is all a trifle, said Margaret gaily. How can it be a trifle? The little Greys told what they saw yesterday, of course, and one of the little Rolands wondered what was the reason children can never understand what grown people who have no lessons to learn can cry for, and Mr. Roland, to make their gossip ridiculous to themselves, told them they had better come and ask, and poor George, who cannot take a joke, came without anyone knowing where he was gone. They were all in great consternation when I told them, and there is an ample apology coming to you through Edward. That is the whole story, except that Mr. Roland would have come himself to you, instead of going to your husband, but that he was ashamed of his joke. So there is an end of that silly matter, unless it be to make George always ask henceforth whether people are in joke or in earnest. I think Mr. Roland might have come to me, observed Hester. Are you sure Mrs. Roland had nothing to do with it? I neither saw her nor heard of her. You had better not go out today, it is so like snow. I shall be back soon. But as I have my bonnet on, I shall go and see Johnny Rye and his mother. Can I do anything for you? Oh, my snow boots, but I would not have you go to Mrs. Howell's. While she is in such a mood as she was in yesterday, I would not go myself. Oh, I will go. I am not afraid of Mrs. Howell, and we shall have to encounter her again sooner or later. I will buy something, and then see what my diplomacy will effect about the boots. Mr. Hope presently came in, and found his wife prepared for the apology he brought from Mr. Roland, but it was obvious that Hope's mind was far more occupied with something else. Where is Margaret? She is gone out to Widow Rye's and to Mrs. Howell's. No matter where, as long as she is out, I want to consult you about something, and he drew a chair to the fire, and told that he had visited Mrs. Enderby, whom he found very poorly, apparently from agitation of spirits. She had shed a few tears on reporting her health, and had dropped something which he could not understand. About this being almost the last time she should be able to speak freely to him, Hester anxiously hoped that the good old lady was not really going to die. There was no near probability of this, her husband assured her. He thought Mrs. Enderby referred to some other change than dying, but what she did not explain. She had gone on talking in rather an excited way, and at last hinted that she supposed she should not see her son for some time, as Mrs. Roland had intimated that he was fully occupied with the young lady. He was going to be married to Mrs. Enderby, plainly said. That she had not heard this from Philip himself, but she seemed to entertain no doubt of the truth of the information she had received. She appeared to be struggling to be glad at the news, but it was clear that the uppermost feeling was disappointment at having no immediate prospect of seeing her son. Now what are we to think and do, said Hope. This agrees with what Mrs. Roland told me in Dingleford Woods 6 months ago, said Hester, and I suppose what she then said may have been true all this time. How does that agree with his conduct to Margaret, or am I mistaken? In what I have told you, I thought about that seriously. How do you suppose the case stands with Margaret? I know no more than you. I think he went further than he ought if he was thinking of another. And but for his conduct, since I should have quite concluded from some observations that I made that he was attached to Margaret. And she certainly likes him very well, but I can hardly fancy her happiness at stake. I have thought her spirit rather flat of late. Hope sighed deeply. Ah, you may well sigh, said Hester, sighing herself, and sinking back in her chair. You know what I am going to say? I thought I might be the cause of her being less gay than she should be. I have disappointed her expectations, I know, but let us talk only of her. Yes, let us talk only of her, till we have settled what is our duty to her. Ought we to tell her of this or not? Both considered long. At length Hester said, I think she ought to hear it quietly at home first, whether it be true or not, to prepare her for anything that may be reported abroad. Perhaps, if you were to drop, as we sit together here, what Mrs. Enderby said. No, not I, said Hope quickly. He went on more calmly. Her sister and bosom friend is the only person to do this if, indeed, it ought to be done. But the news may be untrue, and then she need perhaps never hear it. Do not let us be in a hurry. Hester thought that if Margaret felt nothing more than friendship for Enderby, she would still consider herself illused, for the friendship had been so close an one that she might reasonably expect that she should not be left to learn such an event as this from common report. But was it certain, Hope asked, that she had anything new to learn? Was it certain that she was not in his confidence all this time, that she had not known 10 times as much as Mrs. Rowland from the beginning? Certainly not from the beginning, Hester said, and she had a strong persuasion that Margaret was as ignorant as themselves of Enderby's present proceedings and intentions. At this moment, a note was brought in. It was from Mrs. Enderby to Mr. Hope, written hurriedly and blistered with tears. It told that she had been extremely wrong in mentioning to him prematurely what was uppermost in her mind about a certain family affair, and begged the great favor of him to keep to himself what she had divulged, and if possible to forget it once more. Mr. Hope unconsciously sighed. It was at the idea that he could forget such a piece of intelligence. Poor old lady, said Hester. She has been taken to task, I suppose, for relieving her mind to you. But Edward, this looks more and more as if the news were true, my darling Margaret. How will it be with her? Does it not look too like being true love? It looks as if Enderby's family all believed it. Certainly. This note settles the matter of our duty, however. If the affair is so private that Mrs. Enderby is to be punished for telling me, it is hardly likely that Margaret will hear it by outdoor chance. You are spared the task for the present at least, my dear. I should like to be sure that Margaret does not love, that she might pass through life without loving, said Hester, sighing. But here she comes. Burn the note. The note, curled in the flames, was consumed, and its ashes fluttered up the chimney, and Margaret did not enter. She had gone straight upstairs. She did not come down till dinner was on the table. She was then prepared with the announcement that the snow boots might be looked for very soon. She told of her visit to Widow Rise and had something to say of the probability of snow, but she was rather absent, and she took wine. These were all the circumstances that her anxious sister could fix upon during dinner for silent comment. After dinner, having eaten an orange with something like avidity, Margaret withdrew for a very few minutes. As the door closed behind her, Hester whispered, "She has heard, she knows, is it not so?" "There is no question about it," replied Hope, examining the screen he held in his hand. "I wonder who can have told her." "Tellers of bad news are never wanting, especially in Deerbrook," said Hope with a bitterness of tone which Hester had never heard from him before. Margaret took up the other screen when she returned and played with it till the table was cleared, so that she could have the use of her workbox. It was Morris who removed the dessert. "Morris," said Mr. Hope, as she was leaving the room, "I want Charles. Pray send him." "Charles is out, sir." "Out? When will he be back?" "He will be back presently," said Margaret. "I sent him with a note to Maria." As she leant over her work again, Hester and her husband exchanged glances. An answer from Maria soon arrived. Margaret read it as she sat, her brother and sister carefully withdrawing their observation from her. Whatever else might be in the note, she read aloud the latter part, or 3 lines, relating to the incident of the morning. Her voice was husky, but her manner was gay. During the whole evening she was gay. She insisted on making tea, and was too quick with the kettle for Edward to help her. She proposed music, and she sang song after song. Hester was completely relieved about her, and even Edward gave himself up to the hope that all was well with her. From music they got to dancing. Margaret had learned by sitting with Maria during the children's dancing lesson a new dance which had struck her fancy, and they must be ready with it next week at Dr. Levitt's, alternately playing the dance and teaching it. She ran from the piano to them, and from them to the piano till they were perfect, and her face was as flushed as it could possibly be at Mrs. Levitt's dance next week. But in the midst of this flush Hope saw a shiver, and Hester remarked that during the teaching Margaret had evidently, without being aware of it, squeezed her hand with a force which could not have been supposed to be in her. These things made Hope still doubt. Chapter 21. Consciousness to the unconscious. Mr. Hope might well doubt Margaret was not gay, but desperate. Yes, even the innocent may be desperate under circumstances of education and custom, by which feelings natural and inevitable are made occasions of shame, while others which are wrong and against the better nature of man bask in daylight and impunity. There was not a famishing wretch prowling about a baker's door more desperate than Margaret this day. There was not a gambler setting his teeth while watching the last turn of the die more desperate than Margaret this day. If there was a criminal standing above a sea of faces, With the abominable executioner's hands about his throat, Margaret was for the time as wretched as he. If any asked Wiwi, it should be thus with one who has done no wrong. The answer is, why is there pride in the human heart? We Is there a particular nurture of this pride into womanly reserve? Why is it that love is the chief experience, and almost the only object of a woman's life? Why is it that it is painful to beings who look before and after to have the one hope of existence dashed away, with generous faith outraged, all self-confidence overthrown, life in one moment made dreary as the desert, heaven itself overclouded, and death, all the while standing at such a weary distance that there is no refuge within the horizon of endurance? Be these things right or wrong, they are. And while they are, will the woman who loves unrequited feel desperate on the discovery of her loneliness, and the more pure and proud innocent and humble the more lonely? For some little time past, Margaret had been in a state of great tranquillity about Philippa, tranquillity, which she now much wondered at. Know that it was all over. She had had an unconscious faith in him, and living in this faith, she had forgotten herself. She had not thought of the future, she had not felt impatient for any change often as she wished for his presence irksome, as she had sometimes felt it to know nothing of him from week to week. She had been tacitly satisfied that she was in his thoughts as he was in hers. And this had been enough for the time. What an awakening from this quiescent state was hers this day! It was from no other than Dr. Levitt that she had heard in the morning that Mr. Enderby was shortly going to be married to Miss Mary Bruce. Dr. Levitt was at Widow Rise when Margaret went, and had walked part of the way home with her. During the walk, this piece of news had dropped out while they were talking of Mrs. Enderby's health. All that Dr. Levitt knew of Miss Mary Bruce was that she was of sufficiently good family and fortune to make the Rowlands extremely well satisfied with the match, that Mrs. Enderby had never seen her, and that it would be some time before she could see her, as the whole family of the Bruces was at Rome for the winter when Dr. Levitt parted from Margaret at the gate of the churchyard. These last words contained the hope she clung to, a hope which might turn into the deepest reason for despair. Philip had certainly not been abroad. Was it likely that he should lately have become engaged to any young lady who had been some time in Rome? It was not likely. But then, if it was true, he must have been long engaged. He must have been engaged at the time of his last visit of 6 days, when he had talked over his views of life with Margaret, and been so anxious to obtain hers. He must surely have been engaged in the summer, when she found Tyke in the desk, and when he used to spend so many evenings at the Grey. Certainly not on Hester's account. At one moment, she was confident all this could not be. She was relieved. She stepped lightly. The next moment, a misgiving came that it was all too true. The weight fell again upon her heart. She lost breath, and it was intolerable to have to courtesy to Mrs. James, and to answer the butcher's inquiry about the meat that had been ordered. If these people would only go on with their own business, and take no notice of her. Then again, the thought occurred that she knew Philip better than anything, even his own family, and that, say what they might, he was all her own in these changes of mood. She had got through dinner. The dominant idea was then that she must by some means or other obtain certainty. She thought of Maria. Maria was likely to know the facts from her constant intercourse with the Rowlands, and besides, there was certainly a something in Maria's mind in relation to Philip, a keen insight which might be owing to the philosophical habit of her mind, or to something else, but which issued in information about him which it was surprising that she could obtain. She seldom spoke of him, but when she did, it was wonderfully to the purpose. Margaret thought she could learn from Maria, in a very simple and natural way, that which she so much wished to know, and when she left the room after dinner, it was to write the note which might bring certainty. Dear friend, I saw Dr. Levitt this morning, while I was out, and he told me with all possible assurance that Mr. Enderby is going to be married very shortly to a young lady at Rome, Miss Mary Bruce. Now this is true, or it is not. If true, you are as well aware as we are that we are entitled to have known it otherwise, and earlier than by common report. If not true, the rumor should not be allowed to spread. If you know anything certainly one way or the other, pray tell us. Yours affectionately, Margaret Ibbotson. The we and us were not quite honest, but Margaret meant to make them as nearly so as possible by ex post facto communication with her brother and sister, a resolution so easily made that it did not occur to her how difficult it might be to execute. While her messenger was gone, she wrought herself up to a resolution to bear the answer, whatever it might be, with the same quietness with which she must bear the whole of her future life if Dr. Levitt's news should prove to be founded. In fact, the door opening seemed to prick the nerves of her ears. Her heart heaved to her throat at the sight of the white paper. Yet it was with neatness that she broke the seal, and with a steady hand that she held the note to read it. The handwriting was only too distinct. It seemed to burn itself in upon her brain. All was over. Dear Margaret, I do not know where Dr. Levitt got his news, but I believe it is true. Mrs. Rowland pretends to absolute certainty about her brother's engagement to Miss Bruce, and it is from this that others speak so positively about it. Whatever are the grounds that Mrs. R goes upon, there are others which afford a strong presumption that she is right. Some of these may be known to you. They leave no doubt in my mind that the report is true as to the failure of confidence in his friend Swat can be said unless by way of reminder of the old truth, that by the blessing of heaven wrongs, they but deep enough may chasten a human temper into something divine. George has been very grave for the last 3 hours, pandering, I fancy. What irony can be for your sister? Will not grudge him his lesson though afforded at her expense. Yours affectionately, Maria Young. Wrongs, thought she. Maria goes too far when she speaks of wrongs. There was nothing in my note to bring such an expression in answer. It is going too far. This was but the irritability of a racked soul, needing to spend its agony. Somewhere the remembrance of the conversation with Maria, held so lately, and of Maria's views of Philip's relation to her returned upon her, and her soul melted within her. She felt that Maria had understood her better than she did herself, and was justified in the words she had used under severe calamity, to be endured alone. Evil thoughts sometimes come before good ones. Margaret was for an hour or two possessed with the bad spirit of defiance. Her mind sank back into what it had been in her childhood, when she had hidden herself in the lumber room or behind the water tub for many hours to make the family uneasy, because she had been punished in the days when she bore every infliction that her father dared to try with apparent unconcern, rather than show to watchful eyes that she was moved. In the days when the slightest concession would dissolve her stubbornness in an instant, but when to get rid of a life of contradiction, she had had serious thoughts of cutting her throat, had gone to the kitchen door to get the carving knife, and had been much disappointed to find the servants at dinner, and the knife tray out of reach. This spirit, so long ago, driven out by the genial influences of family love, by the religion of an expanding intellect, and the solace of appreciation, now came back to inhabit the purified bosom which had been kept carefully swept and garnished. It was the motion of this spirit, uneasy in its unfit abode, that showed itself by the shiver, the flushed cheek, the clenching hand, and the flashing eye. It kept whispering wicked things. I will baffle and deceive Maria. She shall withdraw her pity and laugh at it with me. I defy Edward and Hester. They shall wonder how it is that my fancy alone is free, that my heart alone is untouched, that the storms of life pass high over my head, and dare not lower. I will humble Philip and convince him, but no, it would not do. The abode was too lowly and too pure for the evil spirit of defiance. The demon did not wait to be cast out, but as Margaret sat down in her chamber alone with her lot, to face it, as she might, the strange inmate escaped, and left her at least herself. Margaret was in agonized amazement at the newness of the misery. She was suffering. She really fancied she had sympathized with Hester that dreadful night of Hope's accident. She had then actually believed that she was entering into her sister's feelings. It had been as much like it as seeing a picture of one on the rack is like being racked. But Hester had not had so much cause for misery, for she never had to believe Edward unworthy. Her pride had been wounded at finding that her peace was no longer in her own power. But she had not been trifled with, duped here again. Margaret refused to believe the fault was all her own. She had been full of herself, full of vanity, fancying, without cause, that she was much to another. When she was little she was humbled now, and she no doubt deserved it, but how ineffably weak and mean did she appear in her own eyes. It was this which clouded heaven to her at the moment that earth had become a desert. She felt so debased that she durst not ask for strength, where she was wont to find it. If she had done one single wrong thing, she thought she could bear the consequences cheerfully, and seek support, and vigorously set about repairing the causes of her fault. But here it seemed to her that her whole state of mind had been low and selfish. It must be this sort of blindness which had led her so far in so fearful a delusion. And if the whole condition of her mind had been low and selfish, while her conscience had given her no hint of anything being amiss, where was she to begin to rectify her being? She felt wholly degraded. And then, what a set of pictures rose up before her excited fancy. Philip, going forth for a walk with her and Hester, after having just sealed a letter to Miss Bruce, carrying the consciousness of what he had been saying to the mistress of his heart, while she, Margaret, had supposed herself the chief object of his thought and care. Again Philip, discussing her mind and character with Miss Bruce, as those of a friend, for whom he had a regard, or bestowing a passing imagination on how she would receive the intelligence of his engagement. Perhaps he reserved the news till he could come down to Deerbrook and call and tell her himself, as one whose friendship deserved that he should be the bearer of. His own tidings, that footstep, whose spring she had strangely considered her own signal of joy, was not hers, but another's, that laugh the recollection of which made her smile even in these dreadful moments, was to echo in another's home. She was stripped of all her heart's treasure of his tones, his ways, his thoughts, a treasure which she had lived upon. Without knowing it, she was stripped of it, all cast out, left alone, and he and all others would go on their ways unaware that anything had happened, let them do. So it was hard to bear up in solitude, when self-respect was gone with all the rest. But it must be possible to live on, no matter how, if to live on was appointed, if not there was death which was better. These thoughts were not beneath one like Margareton, who was religious, as she it requires time for religion to avail anything. When self-respect is utterly broken down, a devout sufferer may surmount the pangs of persecution at the first onset, and wrestle with bodily pain, and calmly endure bereavement by death. But there is no power of faith by which a woman can attain resignation under the agony of unrequited passion otherwise than by conflict long and terrible. Margaret laid down at last because her eyes were weary of seeing, and she would fain have shut out all sounds. The occasional flicker of a tiny blaze, however, and the fall of a cinder in the hearth served to lull her senses, and it was not long before she slept. But oh, the horrors of that sleep! The lines of Maria's note stared her in the face, glaring, glowing, gigantic sometimes. She was trying to read them, and could not, though her life depended on them. Now Mrs. Rowland had got hold of them, and now they were thrown into the flames, but would not burn, and the letters grew red-hot. Then came the image of Philip, and that horror was mixed up with whatever was most ludicrous. Once she was struggling for voice to speak to him, and he mocked her useless efforts. Oh, how she struggled, till some strong arm raised her, and some other voice murmured gently in her throbbing ear. "Wake, my dear, wake up, Margaret. What is it, dear? Wake. Mother, is it you? Oh, mother, have you come at last?" murmured Margaret, sinking her head on Morris' shoulder. It was some moments before Margaret felt a warm tear fall upon her cheek, and heard Morris say, "No, my dear, not yet. Your mother is in a better place than this, where we shall all rest with her at last, Miss Margaret." "What is all this?" said Margaret, raising herself, and looking round her. "What did I mean about my mother? Oh, Morris, my head is all confused, and I think I have been frightened. They were laughing at me, and when somebody came to help me, I thought it must be my mother. Oh, Morris, it is a long while I wish I was with her." Morris did not desire to hear what Margaret's dream had been the immediate cause of Margaret's distress. She did not know, but she had for some time suspected that, which only one person in the world was aware of besides herself. The terrible secret of this household was no secret to her. She was experienced enough in love, and its signs to know without being told where love was absent, and where it rested. She had not doubted up to the return from the wedding trip that all was right, but she had never been quite happy since she had perceived no sign that either sister was aware of the truth. The continuance of their sisterly friendship was a proof that neither of them was, but she wished to avoid hearing the particulars of Margaret's dream, and all revelations which, in the weakness and confusion of an hour like this, she might be tempted to make. Morris withdrew from Margaret's clasp, moved softly across the room, gently put the red embers together in the grate, and lighted the lamp which stood on the table. "I hope," whispered Margaret, trying to still her shivering, "that nobody heard me. But you, how came you to think of coming to me?" "My room being over this, you know, it was easy to hear the voice of a person in an uneasy sleep. I am glad I happened to be awake, so I put on my cloak and came." Morris did not say that Edward had heard the stifled cry also, and that she had met him on the stairs coming to beg that she would see what could be done. Hester, having slept through it, Margaret need never know that other ears than Morris had heard her thus, had hope, and Morris tacitly agreed. "Now, my dear, when I have warmed this flannel to put about your feet, you must go to sleep again. I will not leave you till daylight, till the house is near being astir, so you may sleep without being afraid of bad dreams. I will rouse you if I see you disturbed. Now, no more talking, or we shall have the house up, and all this had better be between you and me." To satisfy Margaret, Morris lay down on the outside of the bed, warmly covered, and the nurse, once more as in old days, felt her favorite child breathing quietly against her shoulder. Once more, she wiped away the standing tears and prayed in her heart for the object of her care. If her prayer had had words, it would have been this: "Thou hast been pleased to take to thyself the parents of these dear children, and surely thou wilt be therefore pleased to be to them as father and mother, or to raise up or spare to them, such as may be so. This is what I would ask for myself, that I may be that comfort to them. Thou knowest that a strange trouble hath entered this house. Thou knowest, for thine eye seeth beneath the face into the heart, as the sun shines into a locked chamber at noon. Thou knowest what these young creatures know not make holy to them. What thou knowest, let thy silence rest upon that which must not be spoken, let thy strength be supplied, where temptation is hardest. Let the innocence which has come forth from thine own hand be kept fit to appear in all the light of thy countenance, O, let them never be seen sinking with shame before thee, Father. If thou hast made thy children to love one another, for their good let not love be a grief, and a snare to such as these thou canst turn the hearts. Even of the wicked turn the hearts of these, thy dutiful children to love where love may be all honor, and no shame, so that they may have no more mysteries from each other, as I am sure they have none from the all who know them have doubtless asked thy blessing on their house, their health, their basket and store. Let me ask it also on the workings of their hearts, since if their hearts be right all is weller, will be in thine own best time. When Margaret entered the breakfast room in the morning, she found her brother sketching the skaters of Deerbrook. While the tea was brewing, Hester was looking over his shoulder laughing, as she recognized one after another of her neighbors, in the act of skating, one by the stoop that, by the formality, and the other by the coat flaps flying out. Behind no inquiries were mad, not a word was said of health or spirits. It seems strange that sufferers have not yet found means to stop the practice of such inquirious a practice begun in kindness, and carried on in the spirit of hospitality, but productive of great annoyance to all but those who do not need such inquirist healthful, and the happy. There are multitudes of invalids who can give no comfortable answer respecting their health, and who are averse from giving an uncomfortable one, and for whom nothing is therefore left but evasion. There are only too many sufferers to whom it is irksome to be questioned about their hours of sleeplessness, or who do not choose to have it known that they have not slept. The unpleasant old custom of pressing people to eat has gone out the sooner. The other observance of hospitality is allowed to follow it. The better all who like to tell of illness and sleeplessness can do so, and those who have reasons for reserve upon such points, as Margaret had this morning, can keep their own counsel. At the earliest possible hour that the etiquette of Deerbrook would allow, there was a knock at the door. That must be Mrs. Rowland, exclaimed Hester. One may know that woman's temper by her knock so consequential, and yet so sharp. Margaret, love, you can run upstairs. There is time, yet if you do not wish to see her. Why should I, said Margaret, looking up with a calmness which perplexed Hester. This is either ignorance, thought she, or such patience as I wish I had. It was Mrs. Rowland, and she was come to tell what Hester feared Margaret might not be able to bear to hear. She was attended only by the little fellow who was so fond of riding on Uncle Philip's shoulder. It was rather lucky that Ned came, as Margaret was furnished with something to do in taking off his worsted gloves and rubbing his little red hands between her own, and then she could say a great many things to him about learning to slide, and the difficulty of keeping on the snowman's nose, and about her wonder that they had not thought of putting a pipe into his mouth before this subject was finished. Mrs. Rowland turned full round to Margaret, and said that the purpose of her visit was to explain fully something that her poor mother had let drop yesterday to Mr. Hope. Her mother was not what she had been, though, indeed, she had always been rather apt to let out things that she should not. She found that Mr. Hope had been informed by her mother of her brother Philip's engagement to a charming young lady, who would indeed be a great ornament to the connection. I assure you, said Margaret, my brother is very careful, and always remembers that he is upon honor. As to what he hears in a sick room, he has not mentioned it. Oh, then it is safe. We are much obliged to Mr. Hope. I am sure I said to my mother, my dear Mom. But I must mention, said Margaret, that the news was abroad before. I must beg that you will not suppose my brother has spoken of it. If you should find that everybody knows it. I heard it from Dr. Levitt yesterday. About the same time, I fancy that Mr. Hope was hearing it from Mrs. Enderby. Hester sat perfectly still, to avoid all danger of showing that this was news to her. How very strange, exclaimed the lady. I often say there is no keeping anything quiet in Deerbrook. Do you know where Dr. Levitt got his information? No, said Margaret, smiling. Dr. Levitt, generally, knows what he is talking about. I dare say he had it from some good authority. The young lady is at Rome, I find. Are you acquainted with Miss Bruce? Asked Hester, thinking it time to relieve Margaret of her share of the conversation. Margaret started a little on finding that her sister had heard the news. Was it possible that her brother and sister had been afraid to tell her no? It was a piece of Edward's professional discretion. His wife alone had a right to the news he heard among his patients. Oh yes, replied Mrs. Rowland. I have long loved Mary as a sister. Their early attachment made a sister of her to me an age ago. It has been a long engagement, then said Hester, glad to say anything which might occupy Mrs. Rowland, as Margaret's lips were now turning very white. Not now, my dear, Margaret was heard to say to little Ned, over whom she was bending her head, as he stood by her side. Stand still here, she continued with wonderful cheerfulness of tone. I want to hear your mamma tell us about Uncle Philip. With the effort her strength rallied, and the paleness was gone before Mrs. Rowland had turned round. How long the engagement has existed, said the lady, I cannot venture to say. I speak only of the attachment. Young people understand their own affairs, you know, and have their little mysteries and laugh behind our backs, I dare say. At our ignorance of what they are about, Philip has been sly enough as to this, I own. But I must say I had my suspicions. I was pretty confident of his being engaged from the day that he told me in the summer that he fully agreed with me that it was time he was settled. How differently some people understood that, thought Hester, and Margaret at the same moment. Is Mr. Enderby at Rome now? Asked Hester. No, he is hard at work studying law. He is really going to apply to a profession. Now, not that it would be necessary, for Mary has a very good fortune, but Mary wishes so much that he should like a sensible girl as she is. It is what I urged when he consulted me, thought Margaret. She had had little idea whose counsel she was following up. We shall soon hear of his setting off for the continent, however, I have no doubt, said the lady. To bring home his bride, observed Margaret calmly. Why, I do not know that the Bruces will be returning early in the spring, and I should like the young people to marry in town, that we may have them here for their wedding trip. How you do hug me, cried the laughing little boy, around whom Margaret's arm was passed. Have I made you warm at last? Asked Margaret. If not, you may go and stand by the fire. No, indeed, we must be going, said Mamma. As I find this news is abroad, I must call on Mrs. Gray. She will take offense at once if she hears it from anybody. But me so much for people's husbands being partners in business. Margaret was now fully qualified to comprehend her sister's irritability. Every trifle annoyed her. The rustle of Mrs. Rowland's handsome cloak almost made her sick, and she thought the hall clock would never have done striking 12. When conscious of this, she put a strong check upon herself. Hester stood by the mantelpiece looking into the fire, and taking no notice of their mutual silence upon this piece of news. At last, she muttered in a soliloquizing tone, Do not know, but I am not sure this news is true after all. After a moment's pause, Margaret replied, I think that is not very reasonable. What must one suppose of everybody else if it is not true? Hester was going to say, What must we think of him if it is, but she checked herself. She should not have said what she had. She felt this, and only replied, Just so, yes, it must be true. Margaret's heart once more sank within her at this corroboration of her own remark. Chapter 22. The Meadows in Winter. Hester was tired of her snow boots. Before she saw them, she had spent more trouble on them than they were worth. And it was 3 weeks yet before they came. It was now past the middle of February, rather, late in the season for snow boots to arrive. But then there was Margaret's consolatory idea that they would be ready for next year's snow. It is not too late yet, said Mr. Hope. There is skating every day in the meadow. It will soon be over, so do not lose your opportunity. Come, let us go today. Not unless the sun shines out, said Hester, looking with a shiver up at the windows. Yes, today, said Edward, because I have time today to go with you. You have seen me quiz other skaters. You must go and see other skaters quiz me. What points of your skating do they get hold of to quiz? Asked Margaret. Why, I hardly know. We shall see. Is it so very good then? No, I believe the worst of my skating is that it is totally devoid of every sort of expression. That is just the true account of it, he continued as his wife laughed. I do not square my elbows, nor set my coat flying, nor stoop nor rear. But neither is there any grace. I just go straight on, and as far as I know, nobody ever bids any other body look at me. So you bid your own family come and look at you, but how are your neighbors to quiz you if they do not observe you? Oh, that was only a bit of antithesis for effect. My last account is the true one, as you will see. I shall come in for you at 12. By 12, the sun had shone out, and the ladies, booted, furred, and veiled, were ready to encounter the risks and rigors of the ice and snow. As they opened the hall door, they met on the steps a young woman who was just raising her hand to the knocker. Her errand was soon told. Please, Mom, I heard that you wanted a servant. That is true, said Hester. Where do you come from? From any place near, so that you can call again. Surely, said Margaret, it is Mrs. Enderby's Susan. Yes, miss, I have been living with Mrs. Enderby. Mrs. Enderby will give me a good character, Mom. Why are you leaving her, Susan? Oh, Mom, only because she is gone. Gone to Haruhet, do you mean? Gone to live at Mrs. Rowland's, Mom? You didn't know it was very sudden, but she moved yesterday, Mom. And we were paid off except Phoebe, who stays to wait upon her. I am left in charge of the house, Mom. So I can step here again if you wish it some time when you are not going out. Do so any time this evening or before noon tomorrow. Did you know of this? Edward said his wife as they turned the corner. Not Roman one. I think Mrs. Rowland is mistaken in saying that nothing can be kept secret in Deerbrook. I do not believe anybody has dreamed of the poor old lady giving up her house. Very likely Mrs. Rowland never dreamed of it herself, till the day it was done, observed Margaret. Oh yes, she did, said Mr. Hope. I understand now the old lady's agitation, and the expressions she dropped about last times nearly a month ago. Bythaby, that was the last time you saw her, was it not? Yes, the next day when I called I was told that she was better, and that she would send when she wished to see me again, to save me the trouble of calling when she might be asleep. She has been asleep or engaged every time I have inquired at the door of late, observed Margaret. I hope she is doing nothing but what she likes in this change of plan. I believe she finds most peace and quiet in doing what her daughter likes, said Mr. Hope. Here, Margaret, where are you going? This is the gate. I believe you have not learned your way about yet. I will follow you immediately, said Margaret. I will only go a few steps to see if this can really be true. Before the Hopes had half crossed the meadow, Margaret joined them, perfectly convinced the large bills in the closed windows of Mrs. Enderby's house bore to be let or sold too plainly to leave any doubt. As the skating season was nearly over, all the skaters in Deerbrook were eager to make use of their remaining opportunities, and the banks of the brook and of the river were full of their wives, sisters, and children. Sidney Gray was busy cutting figuresophyte before the eyes of his sisters, and in defiance of his mother's careful warnings not to go here and not to venture there, and not to attempt to cross the river, Mr. Hope begged his wife to engage Mrs. Gray in conversation, so that Sidney might be left free for a while, and promised to keep near the boy for half an hour, during which time Mrs. Gray might amuse herself with watching other and better performers further on. As might have been foreseen, however, Mrs. Gray could talk of nothing but Mrs. Enderby's removal, of which she had not been informed till this morning, and which she had intended to discuss in Hester's house on leaving the meadows. It appeared that Mrs. Enderby had been in agitated and variable spirits for some time, apparently wishing to say something that she did not say, and expressing a stronger regard than ever for her old friend's, a regular sign that some act of tyranny or rudeness might speedily be expected from Mrs. Rowland. The Greys were in the midst of their speculations as to what might be coming to pass when Sidney burst in with the news that Mrs. Enderby's house was to be let or sold. Mrs. Gray had mounted her spectacles first to verify the fact, and then sent Alice over to inquire, and had immediately put on her bonnet and cloak, and called on her old friend at Mrs. Rowland's. She had been told at the door that Mrs. Enderby was too much fatigued with her removal to see any visitors, so I shall try again tomorrow, concluded Mrs. Gray. How does Mr. Hope think her spasms have been lately? Asked Sophia. He has not seen her for nearly a month, so I suppose they are better. I fear that does not follow, my dear, said Mrs. Gray, winking. Some people are afraid of your husband's politics, you are aware, and I know Mrs. Rowland has been saying and doing things on that score, which you had better not hear about. I have my reasons for thinking that the old lady's spasms are far from being better, but Mrs. Rowland has been so busy crying up those drops of hers that cure everything and praising her maid that I have a great idea your husband will not be admitted to see her till she is past cure, and her daughter thoroughly frightened. Mr. Hope has never been forgiven, you know, for marrying into our connection so decidedly, and I really don't know what would have been the consequence if, as we once fancied likely, Mr. Philip and Margaret had thought of each other. Margaret was happily out of hearing. A fresh blow had just been struck. She had looked to Mrs. Enderby for information on the subject which forever occupied her, and on which she felt that she must know more or sink. She had been much disappointed at being refused admission to the old lady time after time. Now all hope of free access and private conversation was over. She had set it as an object before her to see Mrs. Enderby and learn as much of Philip's affair as his mother chose to offer. Now this object was lost, and nothing remained to be done or hoped for. It was too certain that Mrs. Enderby's friends would not be allowed unrestrained intercourse with her in her daughter's house. For some little time, Margaret had been practicing the device so familiar to the unhappy of carrying off mental agitation by bodily exertion. She was now eager to be doing something more active than walking by Mrs. Gray's side, listening to ideas, which she knew just as well without their being spoken Mrs. Gray's thoughts about. Mrs. Rowland and Mrs. Rowland's ideas of Mrs. Gray might always be anticipated by those who knew the ladies Hester and Margaret had learned to think of something else while this sort of comment was proceeding, and to resume their attention when it came to an end. Margaret had withdrawn from it now, and was upon the ice with Sydney. "Why, Cousin Margaret, you don't mean that you are afraid of walking on the ice," cried Sydney, balancing himself on his heels. "Mr. Hope, what do you think of that?" he called out as Hope skimmed past them. "Cousin Margaret is afraid of going on the ice." "What does she think can happen to her?" asked Mr. Hope, his last words vanishing in the distance. "It looks so gray and clear and dark, Sydney. Pooh, it is thick enough between you and the water. You would have to get down a good way, I can tell you, before you could get drowned. But it is so slippery." "What of that? What else did you expect with ice? If you tumble you can get up again. I have been down 3 times this morning." "Well, that is a great consolation, certainly. Which way do you want me to walk?" "Oh, any way across the river to the other bank. If you like, you will remember next summer, when we come this way, in a boat, that you have walked across the very place." "That is true," said Margaret. "I will go if Sophia will go with me." "There is no use in asking any of them," said Sydney. "They stand dawdling and looking, till their lips and noses are all blue and red, and they are never up to any fun." "I will try as far as that pole first," said Margaret. "I should not care if they had not swept away all the snow here, so as to make the ice look so gray and slippery." "That pole," said Sydney. "Why, that pole is put up on purpose to show that you must not go there. Don't you see how the ice is broken all round it? Oh, I know how it is that you are so stupid and cowardly today. You've lived in Birmingham all your winters, and you've never been used to walk on the ice. I am glad you have found that out at last. Now look, I am really going. What a horrid sensation!" she cried, as she cautiously put down one foot before the other on the transparent floor. She did better when she reached the middle of the river, where the ice had been ground by the skates. "Now you would get on beautifully," said Sydney, "if you would not look at your feet. Why can't you look at the people and the trees opposite? Suppose I should step into a hole?" "There are no holes, trust me for the holes. What do you flinch so? For the ice always cracks so in one part or another. I thought you had been shot." "So did I," said she, laughing. "But, Sydney, we are a long way from both banks." "To be sure, that is what we came for." Margaret looked somewhat timidly about her. An indistinct idea flitted through her mind how glad she should be to be accidentally innocently drowned, and scarcely recognizing it, she proceeded. "You get on well," shouted Mr. Hope, as he flew past on his return up the river. "There now," said Sydney presently. "It is a very little way to the bank. I will just take a trip up and down, and come for you again to go back. And then we will try whether we can't get Cousin Hester over when she sees you have been safe there and back." This was a sight which Hester was not destined to behold. Margaret had an ignorant partiality for the ice which was the least gray, and when left to herself, she made for a part which looked less like glass. Nobody particularly heeded her. She slipped and recovered herself. She slipped again, and fell, hearing the ice crack under her every time she attempted to rise. She found the place too slippery to keep her feet. Next there was a hole under her. She felt the cold water was sinking through. She caught at the surrounding edge. The broke away. There was a cry from the bank, just as the death-cold waters seemed to close all round her. And she felt the ice like a heavy weight above her. One thought of joy: it will soon be all over. No was the only experience she was conscious of. In 2 minutes more she was breathing the air again, sitting on the bank, and helping to wring out her clothes. How much may pass in 2 minutes? Mr. Hope was coming up the river again, when he saw a bustle on the bank, and slipped off his skates to be ready to be of service. He ran as others ran, and arrived just when a dark blue dress was emerging from the water, and then a dripping fur tippet, and then the bonnet, making the gradual revelation to him who it was. For one instant he covered his face with his hands, half hiding an expression of agony so intense that a bystander who saw it said, "Take comfort, sir. She has been in but a very short time, shall recover." I don't doubt. Hope leaped to the bank, and received her from the arms of the men who had drawn her out. The first thing she remembered was hearing, in the lowest tone she could conceive of, "Oh God, my Margaret," and a groan, which she felt rather than heard. Then there were many warm and busy hands about her head, removing her bonnet, shaking out her hair, and chafing her temples. She sighed out, "Oh dear." and she heard that soft groan again in another moment. She roused herself, sat up, saw Hope's convulsed countenance, and Sydney standing motionless and deadly pale. "I shall never forgive myself," she heard her brother exclaim. "Oh, I am very well," said she, remembering all about it. "The air feels quite warm. Give me my bonnet, I can walk home." "Can you? The sooner, the better then," said Hope, raising her. She could stand very well, but the water was everywhere dripping from her clothes. Many bystanders employed themselves in wringing them out, and in the meanwhile, Margaret inquired for her sister, and hoped. She did not know of the accident. Hester did not know of it, for Margaret happened to be the first to think of anyone but herself. Sydney was flying off to report when he was stopped and recalled. "You must go to her," Edward said, "Margaret, or she will be frightened. You can do me no good. Sydney will go home with me, or anyone here, I am sure." 20 people stepped forward at the word. Margaret parted with her heavy fur tippet, accepted a long cloth cloak from a poor woman to throw over her wet clothes, selected Mr. Jones the butcher for her escort, sent Sydney forward with directions to Morris to warm her bed, and then she set forth homeward. Mr. Hope and half a dozen more would see her across the ice, and by the time she had reached the other bank, she was able to walk very much as if nothing had happened. Mr. Hope had perfectly recovered his composure before he reached the somewhat distant pond, where Hester and the Greys were watching sliding as good as could be seen within 20 miles. It had reached perfection like everything else in Deerbrook. "What, tired already?" said Hester to her husband. "What have you done with your skates?" "Oh, I have left them somewhere there." I suppose he drew her arm within his own. "Come, my dear, let us go home. Margaret is gone." "Gone? Why is not she well? It is not so very cold." "She has got wet, and she has gone home to warm herself." Hester did not wait to speak again to the Greys. When she comprehended that her sister had been in the river, her husband was obliged to forbid her walking so fast, and assured her all the way that there was nothing to fear. Hester reproached him for his coolness. "You need not reproach me," said he. "I shall never cease to reproach myself for letting her go where she Roman 999. And yet his heart told him that he had only acted according to his deliberate design of keeping aloof from all Margaret's pursuits and amusements that were not shared with her sister. And as for the risk, he had seen 50 people walking across the ice this very morning. Judging by the event, however, he very sincerely declared that he should never forgive himself for having left her. When they reached home, Margaret was quite warm and comfortable, and her hair drying rapidly under Morris' hands. Hester was convinced that everybody might dine as usual. Margaret herself came downstairs to tea, and the only consequence of the accident seemed to be that Charles was kept very busy opening the door to inquirers how Miss Ibbotson was this evening. It made Hope uneasy to perceive how much Margaret remembered of what had passed around her in the midst of the bustle of the morning. If she was still aware of some circumstances that she mentioned, might she not retain others the words extorted from him, the frantic action which he now blushed to remember? "Brother," said she, "what was the meaning of something that I heard someone say just as I sat up on the bank? There's a balk for the doctor. He is balked of a body in his own house." "Oh, Margaret," cried her sister, who sat looking at her all the evening, as if they had been parted for 10 years. "You dreamed that it was a fancy. Think what a state your poor head was in. It may have a few strange imaginations left in it. Still may it not, Edward?" "This is not one," he replied. She heard very accurately. What did they mean? "There is a report abroad about me arising out of the old prejudice about dissection. Some of my neighbors think that dissecting is the employment and the passion of my life, and that I rob the churchyard as often as anybody is buried." "Oh, Edward, how frightful, how ridiculous!" "It is very disagreeable, my dear. I am taunted with this wherever I go. What is to be done? We must wait till the prejudices against me die out, but I see that we shall have to wait some time, for before one suspicion is given up another rises." "Since that unhappy election," said Hester, sighing, "what a strange thing it is that men like you should be no better treated here. Is Mrs. Enderby taken out of your hands, and your neighbors suspecting and slandering you, whose commonest words they are not worthy to repeat?" "My dear Hester," said he in a tone of serious remonstrance, "that is rather a wife-like way of putting the case, to be sure," said Margaret, smiling. "But in as far as it is true, the matter surely ceases to be strange. Good men do not come into the world to be what the world calls fortunate, but to be something far better. The best men do not use the means to be rich, to be praised by their neighbors, to be out of the way of trouble. And if they will not use the means, it does not become them, nor their wives to be discouraged at losing their occupation, or being slandered or suspected as dangerous people. Edward's smile thanked her, and so did her sister's kiss. But Hester looked grave again, when she said, I suppose, we shall know sooner or later why it is that good people are not to be happy here, and that the more they love one another, the more struggles and sorrows they have to undergo. Do we not know something of it already, said Hope, after a pretty long pause? Is it not to put us off from the too vehement desire of being what we commonly call happy? By the time higher things become more interesting to us than this, we begin to find that it is given to us to put our own happiness under our feet in. Reaching forward to something better, we become by natural consequence, practiced in this forgetful of the things that are behind. And if the practice be painful, what then? We shall not quarrel with it, surely, unless we are willing to exchange what we have gained for money and praise, and animal spirits, shutting in an abject mind. Oh no, no, said Hester, but yet there are troubles. She stopped short on observing Margaret's quivering lip. There are troubles, I own, which it is difficult to classify and interpret, said her husband. We can only struggle through them, taking the closest heed to our innocence. But these affairs of ours, these mistakes of my neighbor Sare, not of that sort. They are intelligible enough, and need not therefore trouble us much. Hope was right in his suspicion of the accuracy of Margaret's memory. His tones, his words, had sunk deep into her harder innocent heart, in which everything that entered it became safe and pure as itself. O God, my Margaret sounded there like music. What a heart he has, she thought. I was very selfish to fancy him reserved, and I am glad to know that my brother loves me so. If it is such a blessing to be his sister, how happy must Hester be in spite of everything. God has preserved my life, and he has given these two to each other. And oh, how he has shown me that they love me. I will rouse myself and try to suffer less. Chapter 23. Moods of the Mind. Hester's sleeping as well as waking thoughts were this night full of solicitude as to her feelings and conduct towards her sister. 1,000 times before the morning, she had said to herself in dreams and in meditation that she had failed in this relation, the oldest, and till of late the dearest. She shuddered to think how nearly she had lost Margaret, and to imagine what her state of mind would have been if her sister had now been beyond the reach of the voice, the eye, the hand which she was resolved should henceforth dispense to her nothing but the love and the benefits she deserved. She reflected that to few was granted such a warning of the death of beloved ones, to few was it permitted to feel, while it was yet not too late, the agony of remorse for pain inflicted, for gratifications withheld, for selfish neglect, for insufficient love. She remembered vividly what her emotions had been as a child on finding her canary dead in its cage. How she had wept all day, not so much for its loss as from the recollection of the many times when she had failed to cheer it with sugar and groundsel and play, and of the number of hours when she had needlessly covered up its cage in impatience at its song, shutting out its sunshine, and changing the brightest seasons of its little life into dull night. If it had been thus with her sister, many a hasty word, many an unjust thought came back now to wring her heart when she imagined Margaret sinking in the water, the soft breathing on which our life so marvelously hangs, stopped without struggle or cry. How near, how very near had death in his hovering stooped towards their home. How strange, while treading thus precariously the film which covers the abyss into which all must some day drop, and which may crack under the feet of anyone at any hour. How strange to be engrossed with petty jealousies, with selfish cares, and to be unmindful of the great interests of existence, the exercises of mutual love and trust. Thank God it was not too late. Margaret lived to be cherished, to be consoled for her private griefs as far as consolation might be possible, to have her innocent affections redeemed from the waste to which they now seemed doomed, gathered gradually up again, and knit into the interests of the home life, in which she was externally bearing her part. Full of these thoughts, and forgetting how often her best feelings had melted away beneath the transient heats kindled by the little provocations of daily life, Hester now believed that Margaret would never have to suffer from her morthet. Their love would be henceforth like that of angels, like that which it would have been if Margaret had really died yesterday. It was yet early when, in the full enjoyment of these undoubting thoughts, Hester stood by her sister's bedside. Margaret was still sleeping, but with that expression of weariness in her face which had of late become too common. Hester gazed long at the countenance, grieving at the languor and anxiety which it revealed. She had not taken Margaret's suffering to heart, had been unfeeling, strangely forgetful. She would minister to her now with reverent care. As she thus resolved, she bent down and kissed her forehead. Margaret started, shook off sleep, felt quite well, would rise. There was no reason why she should not rise at once. When she entered the breakfast room, Hester was there, placing her chair by the fire and inventing indulgences for her. As if she had been an invalid, it was in vain that Margaret protested that no effects of the accident remained, not a single sensation of chill. She was to be taken care of, and she submitted. She was touched by her sister's gentle offices, and felt more like being free, and at peace, more like being lifted up out of her woe, than she had yet done since the fatal hour which rendered her conscious. And wretched breakfast went on cheerfully. The fire blazed bright, the rain pelting against the windows gave welcome promise of exemption from inquiries in person, and from having to relate many times over the particulars of the event of yesterday. Hester was beautiful in all the glow of her sensibilities, and Edward was for this morning in no hurry. No blue or yellow-backed pamphlet lay beside his plate, and when his last cup was empty he still sat talking, as if he forgot that he should have to go out in the rain, in the midst of a laugh, which had prevented their hearing a premonitory knock. The door opened, and Mrs. Gray's twin daughters entered looking half shy half eager. Never before had they been known to come out in heavy rain, but they were so very desirous to see Cousin Margaret after she had been in the water, and Sidney had held the great gig umbrella over himself and them, as Papa would not hear of Sidney not coming. He was standing outside the door now, under the large umbrella, for he said nothing should make him come in and see Cousin Margaret. Would never see her again, if he could help it. Sidney had said another thing, such a wicked thing. Mamma was quite ashamed of him. Mr. Hope thought they had better not repeat anything wicked that anyone had said, but Hester considered it possible that it might not appear so wicked if spoken. As if left to the imagination, what Sidney had said was that if Cousin Margaret had been really drowned, he would have drowned himself before dinner time. Mary added that she heard him mutter that he was almost ready to do it. Now Mr. Hope thought that must be the reason why he was standing out at present, to catch all this rain, which was very nearly enough to drown anybody, and he went to bring him in. But Sidney was not to be caught. He was on the watch, and the moment he saw Mr. Hope's coat instead of his sister's cloaks, he ran off with a speed which defied pursuit, and was soon out of sight with the large umbrella. His cousins were sorry that he felt the event so painfully, and that he could not come in and confide his trouble of mind to them. Hope resolved not to let the morning pass without seeing him, and if possible bringing him home to dinner with William Levitt to take off the awkwardness. "What are we to do?" exclaimed Sidney's little sisters. "He has carried off the great umbrella." "I cannot conveniently send you just at present," said Hester, "so you had better put off your cloaks, and amuse yourselves here till the rain abates, or someone comes for you. We will speak to Miss Young to excuse your not being with her." "Oh, Cousin Margaret," said the children, "if you will speak to Miss Young, she will give us any sort of a holiday. She minds everything you say. She will let us stop all day and dine here if you ask her." Hester said she could not have them stay all day. She did not mean to have them to dinner, and the little girls both looked up in her face at once to find out what made her speak so angrily. They saw Cousin Margaret glancing the same way too. "Do you know, Mary," said Fanny, "you have not said a word yet of what Miss Young bade you say." Mary told Cousin Margaret that Miss Young was wishing very much to see her, and would be pleased if Margaret would mention what evening she would spend with her, a nice, long evening. Mary added to begin as soon as it grew dark, and on till nobody knew when. "Maria had better come here," observed Hester quickly, "and then someone else besides Margaret may have the benefit of her conversation. She seems to forget that anybody cares for her besides Margaret. Tell Miss Young she had better fix an evening to come here." "I do not think she will do that," said both the little girls. "Why not?" "She is very lame now," replied Mary, "and she cannot walk further than just to school and back again. And besides," remarked Fanny, "she wants to talk with Cousin Margaret alone. I am sure they have such a great deal of talk to do whenever they are together. We watch them sometimes in the schoolroom through the window, when we are at play in the garden, and their heads nod at one another in this way. I believe they never leave off for a minute. We often wonder what it can be all about." "Ah, my dears, you and I had better not ask," said Hester. "I have no doubt it is better that we should not know." Margaret looked beseechingly at her sister. Hester replied to her look. "I mean what I say, Margaret. You cannot but be aware how much more you have to communicate to Maria than to me. Our conversation soon comes to a stand. And I must say, I have had much occasion to admire your great talent for silence of late. Maria has still to learn your accomplishments in that direction, I fancy." Margaret quietly told the little girls that she would write a note to Maria with her answer. "You must not do that," said Fanny. "Miss Young said you must not. That was the reason why she sent you a message, instead of a note. That You might not have to write back again, when a message would do as well. Margaret nevertheless sat down at the reading table. You go today, of course, said Hester, in the voice of forced calmness, which Margaret knew so well the little girls may as well stay and dine, after all, as I shall otherwise be alone in the evening. I shall not go today, said Margaret without turning her head. You will not stay away on my account, of course. I have said that I shall go on Thursday. Thursday, that is almost a week hence. Now, Margaret, do not be pettish and deny yourself. What you know you like best, do not be a baby and quarrel with your supper. I had far rather you should go tonight, and have done with it, than that you should wait till Thursday thinking all day long. Till then that you are obliging me by staying with me, I cannot bear that. I wish I knew what you could bear, said Margaret, in a voice which the children could not hear. I wish I knew how I could save you pain. The moment the words were out, Margaret was sorry for them. She was aware that the best kindness to her sister was to take as little notice as possible of her discontento, turn the conversation to avoid scenes, or any remarks which could bring them on. It was hard sometimes. It seemed impossible to speak calmly and lightly while every pulse was throbbing, and every fiber trembling with fear and wretchedness. But yet it was best to assume such calmness and lightness. Margaret now asked the little girls, while she sealed her note, how their patchwork was getting on. This, far the handsomest patchwork quilt she had ever seen. Oh, it will be far handsomer before it is done. Mrs. Howell has found up some beautiful pieces of print for us, remnants of her first morning gown, after she was married, and of her poor dear Howell's last dressing gown, as she says we were quite sorry to take those, but she would put them up for us. And she is to see the quilt sometimes in return. But Miss Nair's parcel was the best, cousin Margaret, such a quantity of nankeen for the ground, and the loveliest chintz for the centre medallion, is not it, Mary? Oh, lovely, do you know cousin Margaret, Miss Nair's, and Miss Flint both cried when they heard how nearly you were drowned. I am sure I had no idea they would have cared so much. Nor I, my dear, but I dare say they feel kindly towards anyone saved from great danger. Not everybody, said Fanny, only you, because you are a great favorite. Everybody says you are a great favorite, papa cried last night just a little tear or two, as gentleman down he told mamma how sorry everybody in Deerbrook would have been if you had died. There, that will do, said Hester, struggling between her better and worse feeling, sure remorse of this morning, and her present jealousy, and losing her temper between the two. You have said quite enough about what you do not understand, my dears. I cannot have you make so free with your cousin's name, children. The little girls looked at each other in wonder, and Hester thought she detected a lurking smile. I see what you are thinking, children. Yes, look, the rain is nearly over, and then you may go and tell Mrs. Howell and Miss Nares, and all the people you see on your way home, that they had better attend to their own concerns than pretend to understand what would have been felt if your cousin had been drowned. I wonder at their impertinence. Are you in earnest, cousin Hester? Shall we go and tell them so? No, she is not in earnest, said Margaret, but before you go, Morris shall give you some pieces for your quilt, some very pretty ones, such as she knows I can spare. Margaret rang, and Morris took the children upstairs to choose for themselves out of Margaret's drawer of pieces. When the door had closed behind them, Margaret said, Sister, do not make me wish that I had died under the ice yesterday. Margaret, how dare you say anything so wicked? If it be wicked, God forgive me. I was wretched enough before. I would fain have never come to life again, and now you almost make me believe that you would have been best pleased if I never had. At this moment Hope entered. He had left them in a far different mood. It made him breathless to see his wife's face of passion and Margaret's of woe. Hear her, exclaimed Hester, she says, I should have been glad to have lost her yesterday. Have mercy upon me, cried Margaret in excessive agitation. You oppress me beyond what I can bear. I cannot bear on. As I used to do, my strength is gone. And you give me none, you take away what I had. Will you hear me spoken to in this way, cried Hester, turning to her husband. I will. Margaret's emotion prevented her hearing this, or caring who was by. She went on, you leave me nothing. But yourself, and you abuse my love for you. You warn me against love, against marriage. You chill my very soul with terror at it. I have found a friend in Maria, and you poison my comfort and my friendship, and insult my friend. There is not an infant in a neighbor's house but you become jealous of it the moment I take it in my arms. There is not a flower in your garden, not a book on my table, that you will let me love in peace. How ungenerous, while you have one to cherish. And who cherishes you, that you will have me lonely, that you quarrel with all who show regard to me, that you refuse me the least solace when my heart is breaking with its loneliness? Oh, it is cruel. Will you hear this, Edward? I will, because it is the truth. For once, Hester, you must hear another's mind. You have often told your own. God knows why I was saved yesterday, murmured Margaret, for a more desolate creature does not breathe. Hope leaned against the wall. Hester relieved her torment of mind with reproaches of Margaret. You do not trust me, she cried. It is you who make me miserable. You go to others for the comfort you ought to seek in me. You place that confidence in others which ought to be mine alone. You are cheered when you learn that the commonest gossips in Deerbrook care about you, and you set no value on your own sister's feelings, for you have faith and charity for people out of doors, and mistrust and misconstruction for those at home. I am the injured one, Margaret, not you. Margaret said, Hope your sister speaks for herself. I think that you are the injured one, as Hester herself will soon agree, so far from having anything to reproach you, with I honor your forbearance in remitting. Till this hour I mourn that we cannot, if we would console you in return, but whatever I can do shall be done. Your friendships, your pursuits shall be protected. If we persecute your affections at home, I will take care that you are allowed their exercise abroad. Rely upon me, and do not think yourself utterly lonely while you have a brother. I have been very selfish, said Margaret, recovering herself at the first word of kindness. Wretchedness makes me selfish, I think. She raised herself up on the sofa and timidly held out her hand to her sister. Hester thrust it away. Margaret uttered a cry of agony, such as had never been heard from her since her childhood. Hope fell on the floor, had fainted at the sound. Even now there was no one but Morris who understood it. Margaret reproached herself bitterly for her selfishness, for her loss of the power of self-control. Hester's remorse, however greater in degree, was of its usual kind, strong and brief. She repeated, as she had done before, that she made her husband wretched, that she should never have another happy moment, that she wished he had never seen her. For the rest of the day she was humbled, contrite, convinced that she should give way to her temper. No more her eyes filled when her husband spoke tenderly to her, and her conduct to Margaret was one act of supplication. But a lesser degree of this same kind of penitence had produced no permanent good effect before, and there was no security that the present paroxysm would have a different result. Morris had seen that the children were engaged upstairs when she came down at Margaret's silent summons to help to revive her master. When she saw that there had been distress before there was illness, she took her part. She resolved that no one but herself should hear his first words, and sent the ladies away. When she saw that his consciousness was returning, all the world might have heard his first words. He recovered himself with a vigorous effort, swallowed a glass of wine, and within a few minutes was examining a patient in the waiting room. There the little girls saw him, as they passed the half-open door on their way out with their treasure of chintz and print, and having heard some bustle below, they carried home word that they believed Mr. Hope had been doing something to somebody which had made somebody faint, and Sophia, shuddering, observed how horrid it must be to be a surgeon's wife. Chapter 24. Warnings. Maria Young's lodging at the Farriers had one advantage over many better dwellings: it was pleasanter in winter than in summer. There was little to find fault within the tiny sitting room. After candles were lighted, the fire burned clear in the grate, and when the screen was up, there were no draughts. This screen was quite a modern improvement when Fanny and Mary Gray had experienced the pleasure of surprising Sophia with a token of sisterly affection in the shape of a piece of india rubber, and their mother with a token of filial affection in the form of a cotton box. They were unwilling to stop and looked round to see whether they could not present somebody with a token of some other sort of affection. Sophia was taken into their counsels, and she, being aware of how Miss Young's candle flared when the wind was high, devised this screen. The carpenter made the frame, Sidney covered it with canvas and black paper for a ground, and the little girls pasted on it all the drawings and prints they could muster. Here was the dargle and everlasting waterfall that looked always the same in the sunny-colored print. There was Moreland's woodcutter with his tall figure, his pipe, his dog, and his faggot, with the snow lying all around him. 2 or 3 cathedrals were interspersed, and in the midst of them, and larger than any of them, a silhouette of Mr. Gray with the eyelash wonderfully like, and the wart upon his nose not to be mistaken. Then there was Charles I, taking leave of his family, and on either side of this an evening primrose in watercolors by Mary, and a head of terror with a square mouth and starting eyes in crayon by Fanny. Mrs. Gray produced some gay border which the paper-hanger had left over when the attics were last furnished, and Sidney cut out in white paper a huntsman with his whip in the air, a fox, a gate, and 2 hounds. Mr. Gray pleaded that, having contributed his face, he had done all that could be expected of him. Nevertheless, he brought home one day on his return from market a beautiful stream of time, which made the children dance round their screen. It was settled at first that this would nobly ornament the whole of one side. But it popped into Sidney's head just as he was falling asleep one night how pretty it would be to stick it round with the planets. So the planets were cut out in white and shaded with Indian ink. There was no mistaking Saturn with his ring or Jupiter with his moons. At length all was done. And the cook was glad to hear that no more paste would be wanted, and the little girls might soon leave off giggling. When Miss Young asked them in the schoolroom why they were jogging one another's elbows, Mr. Gray spared one of his men to deposit the precious piece of handiwork at Miss Young's lodging, and there, when she went home one cold afternoon, she found the screen standing between the fire and the door, and pinned on it a piece of paper inscribed a token of friendly affection. This was not, however, the only nor the first gift with which Maria's parlor was enriched. Amidst all the bustle of furnishing the Hope's house, Margaret had found time to plan and execute a window curtain for her friend's benefit, and another persona, other than Philip Enderby, had sent in a chaise along, just the right size to stand between the fire and the table. It had gone hard with Maria to accept this last gift, but his nephew and nieces were Philip's plea of excuse for the act, and this plea cut her off from refusing, though in her heart she believed that neither the children nor ancient regard were in his thoughts when he did it, but rather Margaret's affection for her. For some time, this chaise-along was a couch of thorns, but now affairs had put on a newer aspect still, and Maria forgot her own perplexities and troubles in sympathy with her friend. There was nothing to quarrel with in the look of the chaise-along when Margaret entered Maria's room in the twilight, in the afternoon of the appointed Thursday. "Reading by firelight," said Margaret. "I suppose I am, but it had not occurred to me daylight went away so softly 6 o'clock. I declare the days are lengthening, as we say every year. But we will have something better than firelight, if you will be so kind as to set those candles on the table." The time was long put when Maria thought of apologizing for asking her friend to do what her lameness rendered painful to herself. Margaret laid aside her bonnet and cloak behind the screen, lighted the candles, put more coals on the fire, and took her seat not beside Maria, but in a goodly armchair which she drew forward from its recess. "Now," said she, "we only want a cat to be purring on the rug to make us a complete winter picture. The kettle will be coming soon to sing on the hob, and that will do nearly as well. But Maria, I wonder you have no cat. We have set up a cat. I think I will send you a kitten some day, as a token of neighborly affection." "Thank you. Do you know, I was positively assured lately that I had a cat." I said all I could in proof that I had none, but Mrs. Tucker persisted in her inquiries after its health notwithstanding. "What did she mean?" "She said she saw a kitten run into the passage, and that it never came out again, so that it followed, of course, that it must be here still. One day when I was in school, she came over to satisfy herself, and true enough there had been a kitten. The poor thing jumped from the passage window into the yard, and went to see what they were about at the forge. A hot horseshoe fell upon its back, and it mewed so dolefully that the people drowned it. So there you have the story of my cat as it was told to me." "Thank you, it is a good thing to know, but what does Mrs. Gray say to your setting up a cat?" When she heard Mrs. Tucker's first inquiries, she took them for an imputation, and was vexed accordingly. Miss Young said she, "You must be mistaken, Mrs. Tucker. Miss Young cannot afford to keep a kitten." "Oh, for shame," said Margaret, laughing. "But what is the annual expense of a kitten, can you tell us? I am afraid we never considered that." "Why, there is the breast of a fowl, once a year or so, when your cook forgets to shut the larder door behind her cats. Never take the drumsticks. When there is a breast, you are aware, you know best how Mr. Hope looks when the drumsticks and side bones come to table with an empty space in the middle of the dish, where the breast ought to have been. I will tell you the first time it happens," and Margaret sank into an absent fit, brought on by the bare suggestion of discontent at home. Hester had made her uncomfortable the last thing before she left the house, by speaking sharply of Maria, without any fresh provocation. Undisciplined still by what had happened so lately, she had wished Maria Young 100 miles off. Margaret meditated, and sighed. It was some time before Maria spoke. When she did, she said, "Margaret, do not you think people had better not persuade themselves, and their very intimate friends, that they are happy when they are not? They had better not think even in their own innermost minds whether they are happy or not if they can help it. True, but there are times when that is impossible, when it is far better to avoid the effort. Come, I suspect we may relieve each other just now by allowing the truth. I will own, if you will, that I am very unhappy tonight. Never mind what it is about." "I will, if you will," replied Margaret, faintly smiling. There now, that's right, we shall be all the better for it. We have quite enough of seeming happy, God knows, beyond these doors. We can talk there about kittens and cold fowl here. We will not talk at all unless we like. And we will each groan as much as we please. I am sorry to hear you speak so, said Margaret tenderly. Not that I do not agree with you. I think it is a terrible mistake to fancy that it is religious to charm away grief, which after all is rejecting it before it has done its work. And as for concealing it, there must be very good reasons indeed for that to save it from being hypocrisy. But the more I agree with you, the more sorry I am to hear you say just what I was thinking. I am afraid you must be very unhappy, Maria. I am in great pain tonight, and I do not find that pain becomes less of an evil by one's being used to it. Indeed, I think the reverse happens, for the future comes into the consideration. Do you expect to go on to suffer this same pain? Can nothing cure it? Is there no help? None, but in patience there are intermissions, happily and pretty long ones. I get through the summer very well. But the end of the winter, this same month of February's, a sad aching time. And so it must be for as many winters as I may have to live. But I am better off than I was last February. I did not know you, oh Margaret, if they had not brought you up from under the ice the other day. How different would all have been tonight. How strange it seems to think of the difference that hung on that one act, said Margaret, shivering again, at the remembrance of her icy prison. What and where should I have been now? And what would have been the change in this little world of ours? You would have missed me, I know. And on that account I am glad it ended as it Roman 999. And on no other, asked Maria, looking earnestly at her friend. My sister would have grieved sadly at first. You do not know what care she takes of me, how often she is thinking of my comfort. And Edward is fond of me too, I know, he is, but they live for each other. And could spare everyone else. You and Morris would have been my mourners, and you two are enough to live for. To say nothing of others who may arise. I hope nothing more will arise in my life, Maria. I want no change, I have had enough of it. You think so now, I understand your feeling very well. But yet I can fancy that, when you are twice as old as you, Arrowhen, a few gray hairs peep out among all that brown one. This plump little hand grows thin, and that girlish figure of yours looks dignified and middle-aged. And people say that nobody thought when you were young that you would turn out a handsome woman. I can fancy that, when all this has happened, you may be more disposed to look forward and less disinclined to change than you feel at this moment. But there is no use in saying so now. You shake your head, and I nod mine. You say no, and I say yes, and there is an end of it. Where will you be, then, I wonder? I do not wish to know, nor even to inquire of my own judgment. My health is very bad, worse than you are aware of. I cannot expect to be able to work always. Some of my present pupils are growing very tall, and no strangers will take me. If I do not get much better, which is, I believe, impossible, the future therefore is all a mystery. And so let it remain. I am not anxious about that. But I am. Here comes tea now. You will be doing a finer thing in making us a good cup of tea than in settling my future, ever so satisfactorily, that you cannot touch it with so much as your little finger. The tea is wholly in your power. You look forward to other people's gray hair and sedateness of face, though you will not to your own. Mere gray hair is as certain as futurity itself, and I will allow you to prophesy that much for me, or for anybody. Why should we not prophesy about your pupils too? They seem to be improving very much. They certainly are, and I am glad you have lighted upon the pleasantest subject I ever think about. Oh, Margaret, you do not know what encouragement I have about some of those children. Their lot is, and will be, a hard one in many respects. It will be difficult for them to grow kindly and liberal and truthful, with such examples as they have before their eyes. They advance like the snail on the wall, creeping 3 inches on in the day, and falling back 2 at night. They get out of a pretty mood of mind in the morning, and expand and grow interested in things out of Deerbrook. And then in the evening the greater part of this is undone, and they go to bed with their heads full of small vile notions about their neighbors. And when they grow too wise to have their heads so filled, their hearts will be heavy for those who are not rising like themselves. That is unavoidable, and they must bear the sorrow. We must hope that they will disperse from Deerbrook, and find their way into a more genial society than they can ever know here. I must keep the confidence of my children sacred even from you, Margaret. But you may believe me when I tell you that, if you knew all that we have to say to one another, you would find some of these children animated with really noble thoughts and capable of really generous acts. Some of them, Mary in particular, I venture to conjecture to be in your thoughts. Yes, Mary in particular, but she had always a more gentle and generous temper than her sister's Fanny, however, is improving remarkably. I am delighted to hear it, and I had begun to suspect it. Fanny, I observe, lays fewer informations than she did, and there is more of thought and less of a prying expression in her face. She is really growing more like Mary in countenance. The little Roland's younger, on a seem simple enough, but Matilda, what a disagreeable child she is. The most that can be done with her is to leave her only a poor creaturito, strip her of the conceit and malice with which her mother would overlay her feeble intellect. This sounds deplorably enough, but as parents will not speak the plain truth to themselves about their charge. Governesses must. There is perhaps little better material in Fanny, but I trust we may one day see her more lowly than she can at present relish the idea of being, and with energy enough to improve under the discipline of life, when she can no longer have that of school she and Mary have been acknowledging today a fine piece of experience. Mr. Gray is pleased with their great improvement in Latin. He finds they can read with ease and pleasure some favorite classical scraps, which he used to talk about without exciting any interest in them. They honestly denied having devoted any more time to Latin than before, or having taken any more pains, and no new methods have been tried here was a mystery. Today they have solved it. They find that all is owing to their getting up earlier in the morning to teach those little orphans the woods to read and sew. Not a very circuitous process, said Margaret. Love and kind interest, energy and improvement, whether in Latin or anything else. But what did you mean just now about truth? What should make the Grays otherwise than truthful? Oh, not the Grays, I was thinking of the other family when I said that. But that is a large subject, let us leave it till after tea. Will you give me another cup? Now shall we begin upon our large subject, said she, as the door closed behind the tea tray, and Kettle and Margaret handed her her work-bag. I am aware that I asked for it, replied Margaret, but it is a disagreeable topic, and perhaps we had better avoid it. You will take me for a Deerbrook person, if I say we will go into it, will not you? Oh no, you have a reason, I see. So why should not the little Rolands be truthful? Because they have so perpetual an example of falsehood before them, at home. I have made some painful discoveries there lately. Is it possible you did not know that woman long ago? I knew her obvious qualities, which there is no need to specify, but the depth of her untruth is a new fact to me. Are you sure of it now? Quite sure of it in some particulars, and strongly suspecting it in others. Do not tell your sister anything of what I am going to say, unless you find it necessary for the direction of her conduct. Let your disclosures be rather to Mr. Hope. That is settled. Is it well? Mrs. Rowland's ruling passion just now is hatred to your household. I suspected as much, but the untruth. Wait a little, she dislikes you all and severally. What, my brother? Oh yes, for marrying into the Gray connection, so decidedly. Did you ever hear that before? Margaret laughed and her friend went on. This capture and imprisonment of her mother for the poor old lady is not allowed to see whom she pleases, is chiefly to get her from under Mr. Hope's care, I fancy, from her air. And from some things, she has dropped that she has some grand coup de theatre in reserve about that matter. But this is merely suspicion. I will now speak only of what I know to exist. She is injuring your brother to an extent that he is not but ought to be aware of. What does she say? She shudders at his politics, I know. Yes, that might be ignorance merely, and even conscientious ignorance, so we will let that pass. She also hints very plainly and extensively that your brother and sister are not happy together. She is a wicked woman, said Margaret with a deep sigh. I half suspected what you tell me from poor George's errand that unhappy day. Right, Mr. Rowland's irony was intended to stop his wife's insinuations before the children. She says the most unwarrantable things about Mrs. Gray's. Having made the match end, she intimates that Hester has several times gone to bed in hysterics from Mr. Hope, having upbraided her with taking him in. What is to be done? Cried Margaret, throwing down her work. Your brother will decide for himself whether to speak to Mr. Rowland, or to let the slander pass and live it down. Our duty is to give him information, and I feel that it is a duty. And now, have you been told anything about Mr. Hope's practice of dissection? Margaret related what she had heard on the bank of the river, and Hope's explanation of it. He knows more than he told you, I have no doubt, replied Maria. The beginning of it was your brother's surgery pupil having sent a great toe, in a handsome-looking sealed packet, to some lad in the village, who happened to open it at table. You may imagine the conjectures as to where it came from, and the revival of stories about robbing churchyards. and of prejudices about dissection. Mrs. Rowland could not let such an opportunity as this pass by, and her neighbors have been favored with dark hints as to what has been heard under the churchyard wall, and what she herself has seen from her window in sleepless nights. Now Mr. Hope must take notice of this. It is too dangerous a subject to be left quietly to the ignorance and superstitions of such a set of people, as those among whom his calling lies. No ignorance on earth exceeds that of the country folks whom he attends. But they worship him, cried Margaret. They have worshipped him, but you know worship easily gives place to hatred among the extremely ignorant, and nothing is so likely to quicken the process as to talk about violating graves. Do not be frightened. I tell you this to prevent mischief, not to prophesy it. Mr. Hope will take what measures he thinks fit, and I shall tell Mr. Rowland tomorrow morning that I am the source of your information. I was just going to warn him today that I meant to speak to you in this way, but I left it till tomorrow that I might not be prevented. Dear Maria, this will cost you your bread. I believe not, but this consideration belongs to that future of time, on which, as I was saying, we cannot lay our little fingers. The present is clear and not hat. Mr. Hope ought to know his own case. He shall know it, but Maria, do you mean that Mrs. Rowland talks of all these affairs before her children, when Mr. Rowland is not present to check it? And this brings me to something which I think ought to be said, though I have no proof to bring, having found of late what things Mrs. Rowland can say for a purpose how variously, and how monstrously untrue, and seeing that all her enterprises are at present directed against the people who live in a pleasant little corner house. But why you have not yet fully accounted for this enmity? I have not, but I will now. I think she joins your name with her brother's, and that she accordingly hates you now, as she once hated Hester, but mind, I am not sure of this. But how? Why? You will divine that I have changed my opinion about Mr. Enderby's being engaged to Miss Bruce. Since you ask me for my judgment upon it, I may very possibly be mistaken. But as Mr. Enderby lies under censure for forming and carrying on such an arrangement, in strange concealment, from his most intimate friends, I think it due to him, at least, to put the supposition that he may not be guilty. Margaret could not speak, though 1,000 questions struggled in her heart. I am aware, continued Maria, with what confidence she has everywhere stated the fact of this engagement, and that Mrs. Enderby fully believes it, but I have been struck throughout with a failure of particularity in Mrs. Rowland's knowledge. She cannot tell when her brother last saw Miss Bruce, nor whether he has any intention of going to Rome. She does not know evidently whether he was engaged when he was last here, and I cannot get rid of the impression that his being engaged now is a matter of inference from a small set of facts, which will bear more than one interpretation. Surely she would not dare. Margaret paused. It is a bold stroke, supposing me right, but she would strike boldly to make a quarrel between her brother and his friends in the corner house, and if the device should fail at last, she has the intermediate satisfaction of making them uncomfortable. Horrid creature, said Margaret, feeling, however, that she would forgive all the horridness, for the sake of finding that Mrs. Rowland had done this horrid thing. We must not forget, said Maria, that there is another side to the question. Young men have been known to engage themselves mysteriously, and without sufficient respect to the confidence of intimate friends. This must be ascertained, Maria, and again Margaret stopped short with a blush of shame. By time, Margaret, in no other way. I cannot, of course, speak to Mr. Rowland, or anyone on so private an affair of the family, nor under the circumstances can Mr. Hope stir in it. We must wait, but it cannot be for long. Some illumination must reach Deerbrook soon, either from Mr. Enderby's going to Rome, or coming here to see his mother. Mrs. Rowland said he would come here. She hoped for his wedding journey. She did say so, I know, and she has told plenty of people that her brother is delighted that Mrs. Enderby is settled with her, whereas some beautiful plants arrived this morning for Mrs. Enderby's conservatory by his orders. The Rowlands have no conservatory. You know the children were desired not to mention the arrival of these plants to grandmamma, and Mrs. Rowland wrote by return of post, I imagine, to inform him for the first time of his mother's removal. Margaret thought these things were too bad to be true. I should have said so too some time ago, and as I cannot too earnestly repeat, I may be wrong now, but I have done my duty in giving you reason for suspending your judgment of Mr. Enderby. This being done, we will talk of something else now. Do not you think there may be some difficulty in preserving my pupils from a habit of untruth? Yes, indeed. But the talking of something else did not operate so well, as it sounded. The pauses were long after what had passed at length. when Margaret detected herself in the midst of the speculation. If he is not engaged to Miss Bruce, it does not follow. She roused herself and exclaimed, "How very good it is of you, Maria, to have laid all this open to me." Maria hung her head over her work and thought within herself that her friend could not judge of the deed. She replied, "Thank you. I thought I should get some sympathy from you, in the end, to repay me for the irksomeness of exposing such a piece of social vice as this poor lady's conduct. Yes, indeed, I ought to have acknowledged it before as I feel it, but you know there is so much to think over. It is so wonderful, so almost inconceivable." "It is so. Is it quite necessary, Mariez? I see it is necessary that you should speak to Mr. Rowland tomorrow. You are bound in honesty to do so. But it will be very painful. Can we not help you? Can we not in some way spare you?" "No, you cannot. Thank you for Mr. Rowland's sake. No one must be by. And none of you can testify to the facts. No, leave me alone. By this time tomorrow night, it will be done. What knock is that? No one ever knocks on my account, surely? It cannot be your servant already. It is only now 8:30. I promised Hester I would go home early. She cannot want you half so much as I do stay another hour." Margaret could not. Hester made a point of her returning at this time, when the cloaking and final chat were done. And Margaret was at the door. Maria called her. Margaret came skipping back to hear her friends whisper, "How is your wretchedness, Margaret?" "How is yours?" was Margaret's reply. "Much better. The disburdening of it is a great comfort." "And the pain, the aching?" "Oh, never mind that." Margaret shook her head. She could not but mind it, but wish that she could take it upon herself. Sometimes, she had often thought lately that she should rather enjoy a few weeks of Maria's pain, as an alternative to the woe under which she had been suffering. But this, if she could have tried the experiment, she would probably have found to be a mistake when she saw her friend cover her eyes with her hand, as if for a listless hour of solitude she felt that she had been wrong in yielding to her sister's jealousy of her being so much with Maria. And she resolved that next time Maria should appoint the hour for her return home. When Maria was thus covering her eyes with her hand, she was thinking, now half this task is over, the other half tomorrow, and then the consequences. When Margaret entered the drawing-room at home, where her brother was reading aloud to Hester, he exclaimed, "We beat all Deerbrook for early visiting. I think here are you home? And I dare say Mr. Tucker has still another pipe to smoke, and the wine is not mulled yet at the Jameses." "It is quite time Margaret was giving us a little of her company, I am sure," said Hester. "You forget how early she went. If it was not for the school, I think she and Maria would spend all their time together. I have every wish not to interfere. But I cannot think that this friendship has made Maria less selfish." "It would, I dare say, my dear, but that there was no selfishness to begin upon. I am afraid she is very unwell, Margaret. In much pain, I fear. I will go and see if I can do her any good. You can glance over what we have read, and I shall be back in a quarter of an hour to go on with it. I wonder you left Maria if she is so poorly." "I determined that I would not another time, but this time I had promised. Pray do not make out that I am any restraint upon your intercourse with Maria, and yet it is not quite fair to say that either. I do not think it is quite fair. But you should warn me. You should tell me if I ask anything unreasonable. When are you going again? An old patient of my husband's has sent us a quarter of a chest of very fine oranges. We will carry Maria a basketful of oranges tomorrow." Chapter 25. Long walks. The unhappy are indisposed to employment. All active occupations are wearisome and disgusting in prospect at a time when everything life itself is full of weariness and disgust. Yet the unhappy must be employed, or they will go mad. Comparatively blessed are they if they are set in families where claims and duties abound and cannot be escaped in the pressure of business. There is present safety and ultimate relief. Harder is the lot of those who have few necessary occupations enforced by other claims than their own harmlessness and profitableness. Reading often fails now, and then it may beguile, but much oftener the attention is languid. The thoughts wander, and associations with the subject of grief are awakened. Women who find that reading will not do will obtain no relief from sewing. Sewing is pleasant enough in moderation to those whose minds are at ease the while, but it is an employment which is trying to the nerves when long continued at the best, and nothing can be worse for the harassed. And for those who want to escape from themselves, writing is bad. The pen hangs idly suspended over the paper, or the sad thoughts that are alive within write themselves down. The safest and best of all occupations for such sufferers As are fit for it is intercourse with young children, an infant might beguile Satan, and his peers the day after they were couched. On the lake of fire, if the love of children chanced to linger amidst the ruins of their angelic nature. Next to this comes honest, genuine acquaintanceship, among the poor not mere charity visiting, grounded on soup tickets and blankets, but intercourse of mind with real mutual interest between the parties gardening, is excellent because it unites bodily exertion with a sufficient engagement of the faculties, while sweet compassionate nature is ministering. Cure in every sprouting leaf and scented blossom and beckoning sleep to draw nigh, and be ready to follow up her benignant work walking, is good not stepping from shop to shop or from neighbor to neighbor, but stretching out far into the country, to the freshest fields and the highest ridges and the quietest lanes, however sullen the imagination may have been among its griefs at home, here it cheers up and smiles, however listless the limbs may have been. When sustaining a too heavy heart, here they are braced, and the lagging gait becomes buoyant again, however perverse the memory may have been in presenting all that was agonizing, and insisting only on what cannot be retrieved here, it is first disregarded, and then it sleeps. And the sleep of the memory is the day in paradise to the unhappy, the mere breathing of the cool wind on the face in the commonest highway, is rest and comfort which must be felt at such times to be believed, it is disbelieved in the shortest intervals between its seasons of enjoyment, and every time the sufferer has resolution to go forth to meet it, it penetrates to the very heart in glad surprise. The fields are better still, for there is the lark to fill up the hours with mirthful music, or at worst the robin and flocks of fieldfares, to show that the hardest day has its life and hilarity, but the calmest region is the upland where human life is spread out beneath the bodily eye, where the mind roves from the peasant's nest, to the spiry town, from the schoolhouse to the churchyard, from the diminished team in the patch of fallow, or the fisherman's boat in the cove to the viaduct that spans the valley, or the fleet that glides ghost-like on the horizon. This is the perch where the spirit plumes its ruffled and drooping wines, and makes ready to let itself down any wind that heaven may send. No doubt Margaret found the benefit of exercise and the solitary enjoyment of the country, for during the last few weeks walking seemed to have become a passion with her Hester, was almost out of patience about it, when for a moment she lost sight of what she well knew must be the cause of this strong new interest. Every doubtful morning Margaret was at the window exploring the clouds. Every fine day she laid her watch on the table before her, impatiently waiting the approach of the hour when her brother was to come in for Hester, and when she might set off by herself not to return till dinner time. She became renowned in Deerbrook for the length of her excursions. The grocer had met her far out in one direction. When returning from making his purchases at the market town, the butcher had seen her in the distant fields. When he paid a visit to his grazier in the pastures, Dr. Levitt had walked his horse beside her in the lane which formed the limit of the longer of his two common rides, and many a neighbor or patient of Mr. Hope's had been surprised at her declining a cast in a taxed cart or gig, when there was only a long stretch of plain road before her, and the lanes and fields were too miry to enable her to seek any variety in them in her way home. These were in fact Margaret's times of refreshing off practical worship. These were the times when she saw what at other moments she only repeated to herself, that all things are right, and that our personal trials derive their bitterness from our ignorance and spiritual inexperience. At these times, she could not only pity all who suffered, but congratulate all who enjoyed, and could afford feelings of disinterested regard to Philip and of complacency to Miss Bruce. She remembered that Miss Bruce was unconscious of having injured her, was possibly unaware even of her existence, and then she enjoyed the luxury of blessing her rival, and of longing for an opportunity to serve her secretly and silently, as the happy girl's innocence of all wrong towards her deserved. Margaret's desire for a long solitary walk was as strong as ever the day after she had visited Maria. No opportunity had occurred of speaking to her brother without alarming Hester, and she had almost determined merely to refer him to Maria, instead of telling the story herself. She should not see him again. Till dinner he was gone into the country. The day was gloomy and cold, and Hester was not disposed to leave the fireside, so Margaret issued forth with thick shoes, umbrella, and muff guarded against everything that might occur overhead and underfoot. She had generally found hope, or at least comfort, abroad today. When she ought to have been much happier, she found anxiety and fear. The thought, the very words would incessantly recur, if he is not engaged to Miss Bruce. It does not follow, then, she seriously grieved for her brother, and the troubles which she feared awaited him. And then she reproached herself with not grieving enough, not having attention enough to spare from her own concerns, while she was walking along on the dry causeway, looking straight before her, but thinking of far other things than the highroad. She was startled by the stroke of a horse's foot against a stone close by her side, and a voice speaking almost in her ear. It was only Edward. He was going a couple of miles forward, and he brought his horse beside the raised causeway so that they could converse as if walking together. "There is nobody to overhear us, I think," said Margaret, looking round. "I have been wanting since yesterday evening to speak to you alone about something very disagreeable, which I would not disturb Hester with you, of course. Can do as you please about telling her." She related to him the whole story of Mrs. Rowland's imputations and preceding sure reports of the hysterics, and their origin the body snatching, and the cause and mode of Mrs. Enderby's removal. Margaret had always considered her brother as a man of uncommon nerve, and her surprise was therefore great at seeing him change color, as he Roman 999. "We shall agree," said she, "that the worst of all this is that there is some truth at the bottom part of it." "Oh heavens," thought Hope, "is it possible that Mrs. Gray can have told the share she had in my marriage?" It was but a momentary fear. Margaret went on. I never hoped at Birmingham, and much less Harriet Hester, could escape the observation of her neighbors that her occasional agitation of spirits should not excite remark and speculation, as we are not quite whole and sound in our domestic peace. I must speak plainly, brother, at such a time as this I should think it would be better to take no notice of that set of imputations. I trust we shall live them down. "You gave me great comfort in a few words," once said Hope. "Do you remember saying, when the time for acting comes, see how she will act? You know her well, and you judge her rightly. And you will perhaps be the less sorry to hear that the time seems coming when we may all have to act. I scarcely see how but against adversity. She will come out nobly, then I fear nothing for her but too much prosperity." "There is no fear of that, I assure you," said Hope, smiling somewhat sadly. "You find the effect of this woman's slanders. My situation has from one cause or more totally changed. Since you first knew me, it would break Hester's heart to hear what I am subjected to in the discharge of my daily business. I tell her a trifle now, and then to prepare her for what may happen, but she and you do not know a tenth part of what is inflicted upon me. And what may happen, I cannot see the extent of it myself, but I am losing my practice every day. No, not through any failure, not through any of the accidents which will happen in all medical practice. There are reports of such abroad, I believe, but nothing is commoner than those reports. The truth is, no patient of mine has died or failed to do well for an unusually long space of time. The discontent with me is from other causes. From Mrs. Rowland's tongue, I doubt not more than from your politics. The ignorance of the people about us is the great evil. Without this neither Mrs. Rowland nor anyone else could persuade them that I rob the churchyard and vaccinate children to get patients and draw good teeth to sell again." "Oh, monstrous," said Margaret, who yet could not help laughing. "You never draw teeth, do you?" "Sometimes, but not when I can get people to go to the dentist at Blickley. Mrs. Gray used to boast to you of my popularity, but I never liked it much. I had to be perpetually on the watch to avoid confidences. And you see how fast the stream is at present, running the contrary way. I can hardly get on my horse now, without being insulted at my own door." "Must you submit to all this?" "By no means. I have called 2 or 3 men to account, and shaken my whip over 1 or 2 more with excellent effect. If there were none but bullies among my enemies, I could easily deal with them. But cannot we go away and settle somewhere else?" "Oh no, wherever I might go it would soon be understood that I had been obliged to leave Deerbrook from being detected in body snatching, and the like. I owe it to myself to stay. We must remain and live down all imputations whatever if we can. And if we cannot, then we shall see what to do when the time comes." "And having managed the bullies, how do you propose to manage Mrs. Rowland? What do you think of speaking to Mr. Gray?" "I shall not do that. The Grays have no concern with it, but they will think they have. Then there will be a partisan warfare with me for the pretext. And the 2 families have had quite warfare enough for a lifetime already. No, I shall not bring the Grays into it. I am sorry enough for Mr. Rowland, for I am sure he has no part in all this. I shall go to him today. I should confront the lady at once and call her to account, but that Miss Young must be considered the more courageous and disinterested she is, the more care we must take of her. Perhaps she is at this moment telling Mr. Rowland what we talked about last night. How very painful, do you know? She thinks it is right to tell the whole for other people's sake. Thinks that what Mrs. Rowland says is not to be trusted in any case where she feels enmity. Maria even doubts whether Mr. Enderby has treated you and his other friends so very negligently, whether he is engaged to Miss Bruce after all." Mr. Hope was so much engaged about one of his stirrups, while Margaret said this that he could not observe where and how she was looking. Very likely, replied Hope at length. Hester has thought all along that this was possible. We shall know the truth from Enderby himself. One of these days, by act or word. Meantime, I, for one, shall wait to hear his own story. There was another pause, at the end of which Mr. Hope clapped spurs to his horse, and said he must be riding on. Margaret called him back for a moment to ask what he wished her to do about informing Hester of the state of affairs. Mr. Hope was disposed to tell her the whole if possible, but not till he should have come to some issue with Mr. Rowland. He hated mysterious concealments in families, and it was due both to Hester and to himself that there should be no concealment of important affairs from her. The only cautions to be observed were to save her from suspense, to avoid the appearance of a formal telling of bad news, and to choose an opportunity, when she might have time, before seeing any of the Rowlands, to consider the principles which should regulate her conduct to them, that she might do herself honor by the consistency and temper of which she was capable under any circumstances, when she was only allowed time. This was settled, and he rode off with almost his usual gaiety of air. He saw Mr. Rowland before night the next day, but when a traveling carriage from Blickley was seen standing at Mr. Rowland's door, and before the clock struck 9, it was loaded with trunks and bandboxes, and crowded with people as it drove down the village street. Merry little faces appeared at each carriage window. Mr. Rowland was on the box. He was going to take his family to Cheltenham. For the spring months, Miss Rowland was rather delicate, and Deerbrook was cold in March. Mrs. Enderby was left behind, but there was Phoebe to take care of her, and Mr. Rowland was to return as soon as he had settled his family. It seemed rather a pity, to be sure, that the old lady had been moved out of her own house, just before she was to be left alone in her new residence. But between Mr. Rowland and her maid, she would be taken good care of, and the family would return when the warm weather set in. Chapter 26. Disclosures. The whole village seemed relieved by the departure of the Rowlands. Mrs. Gray, who had always been refused admission to her old friend, on one pretense or another, was joyfully welcomed by Phoebe, and was plunged into all the delights of neighborly chat before the clock struck 12 on the very first morning. Fanny and Mary Gray voluntarily offered to go to Miss Young now that they were her only pupils, to save her the trouble of the walk to the schoolroom. This was a great relief to Maria, and her little parlor held the three very nicely. And when the girls had sufficiently admired the screen over Against their father's profile, the planets, and the Dargle, they settled quite as well as at home. There was still a corner left for Cousin Margaret, when she chose to come with her German books or her work, and her useful remarks on what they were doing. No immediate consequences had happened to Maria from her plain dealing with Mr. Rowland, and she was quite ready to enjoy the 3 months of freedom, without looking too anxiously towards the end of them. The very gardener at the Rowlands seemed to bestir himself with unusual alacrity to put the garden into spring trim, and the cook and housemaid might be seen over the hedge walking arm in arm on the gravel walks, smelling at the Miserian, and admiring Miss Anna's border of yellow crocuses, as the gardener said, as much as if they had been fine plants out of a conservatory. The birds themselves seemed to begin their twittering in the trees, and the cows their lowing in the meadow from the hour that Mrs. Rowland went away. In other words, there were many whom that event left free and at ease to observe the harmonies of nature, who were usually compelled to observe only the lady and the discords of her household. It was only the second day after the departure of the family that Margaret took her seat in the offered corner of Maria's parlor. She laid down her book and took up her work when the question arose which has probably interested all intelligent schoolgirls for many a year: what made so many Athenians so many, that there must have been some wise and good men among them treat such a person as Socrates in the way they did. Margaret was quite occupied in admiring the sort of Socratic method with which Maria drew out from the minds of her pupils some of the difficult philosophy of opinion, and the liberality with which she allowed for the distress of heathen moralists at having the sanction of custom broken up. Margaret was thus quite occupied with the delight of seeing a great subject skillfully let down into young minds, and the others were no less busy with the subject itself when Mary started, and said it made her jump to see Sydney bring Fairy close up to the window. Fanny imperiously bade her mind what she was about, and let Sydney alone, but yet in a minute or two Fanny's own eyes were detected wandering into the yard, where Sydney still remained. He is getting Fairy shod, she said, in a soliloquizing tone. Every one laughed at the idea of shoeing a fairy, was so ridiculous, and some witticisms about Bottom, the weaver, and his ass head were sported. It was evident that Socrates had no more chance this day, and Maria changed the subject. Sydney looks very much as if he wanted to come in, observed Mary. Sidney did particularly wish to come in, but he saw that Cousin Margaret was there, and he had felt an unconquerable awe of Cousin Margaret ever since the day of his conveying her over the ice. So he stood irresolutely watching as nail after nail was driven into Fairy's hoof, casting glances every minute at the window. "Shall I see what he wants?" asked Margaret, perceiving that lessons would not go on till Sidney had got out what he wished to say. "May I open the window for a moment, Maria, to speak to him?" "What do you think?" cried Sidney, taking instant advantage of the movement, and carrying off his awkwardness by whipping the windowsill while he spoke. "What do you think? Mr. Enderby is come by the coach this morning. I saw him myself. And you might have met our Ben carrying his portmanteau home from where he was put down half an hour ago. Well, have rare sport if he stays as long as he did last summer, I do believe," he continued, leaning into the room and speaking with a touch of his mother's mystery. "He would have come long since if Mrs. Rowland had not been here. I wish she had taken herself off 2 months ago, and then I might have had a run with the harriers with him, as he promised I should." "Now you have said just a little too much, Sidney, so you may go," said Maria. "Shut down the window, will you?" It was well for Margaret that there was the recess of the window to lean in there. She stood not speaking a word. It was not in nature for Maria to refrain from casting a glance at her, which glance grew into a look of intelligence. "You do not quite wink as mamma does," observed Fanny, "but I know very well what you mean, Miss Young. So people always fancy when they observe upon nothing, or upon what they know nothing about, Fanny. But I thought you were convinced some time ago that you should not watch people's countenances to find out what they are thinking any more than I should read a letter they are writing," interrupted Fanny. "Well, I beg your pardon, Miss Young, but I really thought I saw you looking at Cousin Margaret's face. However, I dare say everybody supposes the Samathat Mr. Enderby would not have been here now if Mrs. Rowland had not gone away. You need not mind Mary and me, Miss Young. You know we hear all about Mrs. Rowland at home. I know you are apt to fancy that you understand all about Mrs. Rowland, my dear, but perhaps Mrs. Rowland herself might happen to differ from you if she could look into your mind. It is for you to settle with yourself whether you think she would be satisfied that you have done by her, as you would have her do by you. This is your own affair, Fanny, so now, without anyone trying to see in your face what you think of yourself, we will go to our business." The scratching of pens in the exercise books and the turning over of the dictionary now proceeded for some time in profound silence, in the midst of which Margaret stole back to her corner. "There goes 12," softly exclaimed Mary. "Mamma said we might go with her to call at Cousin Hester's. If we were home and ready by 12:30, we shall not have nearly done, Miss Young." Miss Young did not take the hint. She only said, "Is your mamma going to call on Mrs. Hope? Then, Margaret, do not let us detain you here. You will wish to be at home, I am sure." Never, as Maria supposed, had Margaret more impatiently desired to be at home, though accustomed to go in and out of Maria's abode with or without reason assigned. She had not now ventured to move, though the little room felt like a prison. An awkward consciousness had fixed her to her seat. Now, however, she made haste to depart, promising to visit her friend again. Very soon, the little girls wanted her to arrange to come every morning and stay all the time of lessons, but Margaret declined making any such engagement. As she went home, she scarcely raised her eyes for fear of seeing him, and yet she lingered for an instant at her brother's door from a feeling of disappointment at having met no one she knew. She had fully and undoubtingly intended to tell Hester of Philip's arrival, but when she had taken off her bonnet and settled herself beside her sister in the drawing-room, she found that it was quite impossible to open the subject. While she was meditating upon this, the entrance of the Greys seemed to settle the matter. She supposed they would make the disclosure for her, but she soon perceived that they had not heard the news. Mrs. Grey went on quoting. Mrs. Enderby and Phoebe and Sophia remarked on the forsaken condition of the old lady, in a way which was quite incompatible with any knowledge of the new aspect which affairs had assumed this morning. It was a great relief to Margaret to be spared the discussion of a fact on which so much was to be said. But lo, in the midst of a flow of talk about fomentations, and the best kind of nightlight for a sick room, there was a knock at the door, every stroke of which was recognized to a certainty by Margaret, while the other ladies were pushing back their chairs to break up the appearance of a gossip and make room for another party of visitors. Margaret was wholly occupied with contriving to sit upright, notwithstanding the dimness that came over her sight. It was he entered the room, quickly looked taller than ever, as Sophia thought to herself, and more than ever like a Polish count now that his blue greatcoat was buttoned up to the chin. He stopped for half a moment on seeing ladies in cloaks and bonnets, and then came forward and shook hands with everybody. Hester observed that he looked full at Margaret as he held out his hand to her, but Margaret did not see this, for though she commanded herself wonderfully, she could not meet his eye. Of course he was asked when he arrived, and had to answer the question, and also the remarks which were made on the length of his absence, and on the expectations of everybody in Deerbrook, that he would have visited the old place at Christmas or New Year. He was then pitied on account of the state of his mother's health. To this, he made no reply whatever, but when Mrs. Gray inquired how he found Mrs. Enderby, he briefly, somewhat abruptly answered that he thought her very Roman 99. It was equally impossible for Margaret to sit totally silent while all this was going on, and to address herself to him. She therefore kept some conversation with Sophia on the greenhouse and the fate of the evergreens in the shrubbery, in consequence of the severity of the frost in January, which laurestinus had been lost, and how the arbutus had suffered, and how long it would be before the laurels on the grass could grow up to their former size and beauty, while Sophia was telling that the greenhouse occupied a great deal of time, and that she had therefore turned over her interest in it to Sydney, and begged the little girls to divide her garden between them. Mr. Enderby was seen to take Hester into the window, and after remarking upon the snowdrops beneath, to speak privately to her. Margaret was afraid Mrs. Gray would take the hint and go away. Her presence now appeared a sort of protection, which Margaret exerted herself to retain by not allowing the conversation to flag. She need not have feared Mrs. Gray was turning over in her mind how she might best introduce her congratulations on Mr. Enderby's engagement, and her inquiries after Miss Bruce's welfare topics, on which she conceived that good manners required her to enter. Meantime, Mr. Enderby had been saying to Hester, "You will excuse the offer of my good wishes on your settlement here being briefly and hastily made, but I am at this moment in great anxiety. Is Hope at home?" "No, he is some miles off in the country." "Then I must charge you with a message to him. I think my mother very ill, and I find it is some time since Hope has seen her. Will you beg him to come to her without loss of time when he returns?" "Certainly, he will be home within 2 or 3 hours, I have no doubt." "And then ask him whether he will not prescribe a visit from you to my mother. It will do her good, I am confident. You know she is all alone now with her maid." "I am aware of that. It is not from negligence or disinclination. I assure you that we have seen so little of Mrs. Enderby for some time past." I know it," said he, shaking his head. Then, after a pause, "Shall you be at home this evening?" "Yes." "And alone?" "Yes, will you come?" "Thank you, I will come in for an hour. I shall then hear Hope's report of my mother, and between ourselves I want a few words with your sister. Can you manage this for me?" "No doubt." He was gone in another moment with a bow to the whole party. "Gone," cried Mrs. Gray, "and I have not said a word to him about his engagement. And Miss Bruce, how very odd he must think us Sophia." "There will be plenty of time for all we have to say," observed Hester. "He is so uneasy about his mother, I see that he will not leave her yet a while." Margaret was sure she perceived in her sister's beautiful eye and lip the subtle expression of amusement that they bore when a gay thought was in her mind, or when her neighbors were setting off in speculation on a wrong scent. "But half the grace of one's good wishes is in their being offered readily," said Mrs. Gray. "As I was saying to Sophia the other day, when we were considering whether Mr. Gray should not write to Mr. Enderby with our congratulations, we should not like to appear backward on such an occasion. For many reasons. Well now, my dears, one thing more, you must come to tea with us this evening. It will be a mild evening, I have no doubt, and I have sent to Miss Young to say that my sedan will bring her at 6 o'clock. We have quite set our hearts upon having you for a sociable evening." "Thank you," said Hester, "we would come with great pleasure, but that we are engaged." "Engaged, my dear? Margaret has just told us that you have no engagement." "So Margaret thought, but we are engaged. A friend of Mr. Hope's is coming to spend the evening, and I promised that we would be at home." "Dear," said Sophia, "and we had quite set our hearts upon your coming." "Cannot you bring the gentleman with you, my dear? I am sure Mr. Gray will be happy to see any friend of Mr. Hope's." "Thank you, but he is coming on business." "Oh well, but Margaret can be spared surely, I suppose. You must stay and make tea, my dear. It would not do, I know, for you to appear to neglect your husband's country patients, particularly in the present state of affairs. But Margaret can come surely. Sydney shall step for her a little before 6. "Oh yes," said Sophia, "Margaret can come. The gentleman can have no business with her, I suppose." Margaret was again puzzled with the fun that lurked in the eye and lip. She had been passive, till now, but seeing Hester's determination that she should not go, she said very decidedly that she should much prefer coming some evening, when her brother and sister need not be left behind. Mrs. Gray is not very well pleased, observed Margaret. When their visitors were gone, could not you have been a little more explicit as to this gentleman, whoever he may be? I thought it better not to say more, said Hester, now unable to help stealing a glance at her sister. Our visitor is to be Mr. Enderby. He is so uneasy about his mother that my husband is to see her this afternoon, and Mr. Enderby offers to come in the evening to discuss her case. After a slight pause, Hester continued, Sophia was very positive about its being impossible that our visitor could have any business with you, was not she? Oh, Hester, said Margaret imploringly, with her eyes full of tears. Well, well, said Hester, remembering how cruel this speech might appear to her sister. I ought not to speak to you from my own habitual disbelief of Mrs. Rowland's news. I will go away, dear. Only just saying first that I like Philip's looks very well. He does not seem happier than he ought to be, while his mother is so ill, nor does he act as if he felt he had neglected us, his old friends. As my husband says, we must hear his own story before we judge him. When she left the room, Margaret could not have settled with herself whether there was most pain or pleasure in the prospect of this evening. 5 minutes before she had believed that she should spend it at the Grace should hear the monotonous hiss of the urn, which seemed to take up its song every time she went where it had left off last, should see Mrs. Gray's winks from behind it, should have the same sort of cake cut by Sophia into pieces of exactly the same size, should hear Sydney told to be quiet, and the little girls to go to bed, should have to play Mrs. Gray's favorite waltz and sing Mr. Gray's favorite song, and, at last, to refuse a glass of sherry 3 times over and come away, after hearing much wonder expressed that the evening was gone already. Now, instead of this, there was to be the fear and constraint of Philip's presence, so unlike what that had ever been before, no longer gay, easy, and delightful, but all that was awkward. No one would be sure of what the others were feeling, or whether there was any sufficient reason for their mutual feelings being so changed. Who would find the conversation? What could be talked about which would not bring one or another into collision with Mrs. Rowland or Miss Bruce? But yet there would be his presence, and with it bliss. There would be his very voice, and something of his thoughts could not but come out. She was better pleased than if his evening was to be spent anywhere else. Dinner passed, she did not know how, except that her brother thought Mrs. Enderby not materially worse than when he saw her last. The tea tray came, and stood an hour. Mr. Hope, being evidently restless and on the watch, he said at last that it would be better to get tea over before Enderby came, and Margaret repeated in her own mind that it was less awkward. And yet she was disappointed the moment the table was cleared. His knock was heard. He would not have tea. He had been making his mother's tea, and had had a cup with her. And now, what was Hope's judgment on her state of health? The gentleman had scarcely entered upon the subject when a note was brought in for Margaret. Everything made her nervous, but the purport of this note was merely to ask for a book which she had promised to lend Mrs. Levitt. As she went up to her room for it, she was vexed that the interruption had occurred now, and was heartily angry with herself that she could command herself no better and be no more like other people than she fancied she had been this day. There is Hester, thought she, looking nothing less than merry and talking about whatever occurs as if nothing had happened since we met him last, while I sit feeling like a fool with not a word to say, and no courage to say it. If I had, I wonder whether I have always been as insignificant and dull as I have seen myself to be today. I do not believe I ever thought about the matter before. I wish I could forget it. Now, notwithstanding her feeling of insignificance in the drawing-room, however, she was so impatient to be there again that her hands trembled with eagerness in doing up the parcel for Mrs. Levitt. When she re-entered the drawing-room, Philip was there alone, standing by the fire. Margaret's first impulse was to retreat, but her better judgment prevailed in time to intercept the act. Philip said, Mr. and Mrs. Hope have at my desire given me the opportunity of speaking to you alone. You must not refuse to hear what I have to say, because it is necessary to the vindication of my honor, and it is also due to another person. Of course, Margaret sat down. She seemed to intend to speak, and Philip waited to hear her, but no words came, so he went on. You have been told, I find, that I have been for some time engaged to a lady who is now at Rome. Miss Bruce, how such a notion originated, we need not inquire. The truth is that I am but slightly acquainted with Miss Bruce, and that nothing has ever occurred which could warrant such a use of that lady's name. I heard nothing of this till today, and— Is it possible, breathed Margaret? I was shocked to hear of it from my poor mother, but infinitely more shocked grieved to the very soul to find that you, Margaret, believed it. How could we help it? It was your sister who told us. What does my sister know of me? Compared with you, I thought I hoped, but I see now that I was presumptuous. I thought that you knew me enough, and cared for me enough to understand my mind, and trust my conduct through. Whatever you might hear of me from others, I have been deceived. I have deceived myself as to the relation in which we stand. I do not blame you, Margaret, that is, I will not, if I can help it, for what you have given credit to about me. But I did not think you would have mortified me so deeply. You are partly wrong now, you are unjust at this moment, replied Margaret, looking up with some spirit. I do not wish to speak of Mrs. Rowland, but remember your mother never doubted what your sister said. The information was given in such a way as left almost an impossibility of disbelief. There was nothing to set against the most positive assurances, nothing, from you not a word to any of your old friends. And there was I working away on a new and good plan of life living for you, and counting the weeks and days between me and the time when I might come and show you what your power over me had enabled me to dote you, were all the while despising or forgetting me, allowing me no means of defending myself, yielding me up to dishonor with a mere shake of the head, as if I had been an acquaintance of 2 or 3 ball nights. It is clear that you knew my mind no better than I now find I knew yours. What would you have had me do? Asked Margaret with such voice as she had. I believe I had not thought of that, said Philip, half laughing. I only felt that you ought to have trusted Method. You must have known that I loved neither Miss Bruce nor anyone but you, and that I could not be engaged to anyone while I loved you. Tell me at once, Margaret, did I not deserve this much from you? You did, said Margaret distinctly, but there is another way of viewing the whole, which does not seem to have occurred to you. I have been to blame, perhaps, but if you had thought of the other possibility. What other? Oh, do speak plainly. I must at such a time as this, if I could not think you guilty, I might fancy myself to have been mistaken. And did you fancy so? Did you suppose I neither loved you, nor meant you to think that I did? I did conclude myself mistaken. Oh, Margaret, I should say, if I dared that such a thought, such humility, such generosity could come of nothing but love. Margaret made no reply. They understood one another too completely for words. Even in the first gush of joy, there was intense bitterness in the thought of what Margaret must have suffered. And Philip vowed in the bottom of his soul that his whole life should be devoted to make her forget it. He could have cursed his sister with equal energy. There was no end to what had to be said. Philip was impatient to tell what he had been doing, and the reasons of the whole of his conduct. Margaret's views had become his own. As to the desultoriness of the life he had hitherto led, he had applied himself diligently to the study of the law, intending to prove to himself and to her that he was capable of toil and of a steady aim at an object in life before he asked her to decide what their relation to each other was henceforth to be. Surely, said he, you might have discovered this much from my letters to my mother. And how were we to know what was in your letters to your mother? Do you mean that you have not read or heard them all this time? Not a word for these 3 months. We have scarcely seen her for many weeks past, and then she merely showed us what long letters you wrote her. And they were all written for you. She told me the last time I was here that she could keep nothing from you, and relying upon her words, I have supposed this to be a medium of communication between us throughout. I could have no other, you know. When did my mother leave off reading my letters to you? From the week you went away last. Mrs. Rowland came in while we were in the midst of one, and the consequence was that you have been in the dark about me ever since you saw that I did write. Yes, I have seen most of the postmarks and the interior upside down, but Mrs. Rowland was always there, or else Phoebe. And have you really known nothing about me whatever? Little George told me that you had lessons to learn, very hard and very long, and if possible more difficult than his. And did not you see then that I was acting upon your views? I supposed Miss Bruce might have had them first. Miss Bruce, he cried in a tone of annoyance, I know nothing of Miss Bruce's views on any subject. I cannot conceive how my sister got such a notion into her head. She selected her. Margaret was going to mention the sisterly affection which had long subsisted between Miss Bruce and Mrs. Rowland, according to the latter, but it occurred to her that it was just possible that Philip might not be altogether so indifferent to Miss Bruce as Miss Bruce was to him, and this thought sealed her lips. I wonder whether Rowland believed it all the time, said Philip, and hope it was unworthy of Hope's judgment off his faith to view the case so wrongly. I am glad you are beginning to be angry with somebody else, said Margaret. Your wrath seemed all to be for me, but your old friends, even to your mother, appear to have had no doubt about the matter. There is an excuse for them, which I thought you had not. I am an altered man. Margaret, you cannot conceive how altered. Since I began to know you, they judged of me. By what I was once, we will not say how lately. I assure you, I do not forget the accounts you used to give of yourself. What accounts? Of how you found life pleasant enough without philosophy, and without anything to do, and otherwise sayings of the kind. It is by such things that those who knew me long ago have judged me lately a retribution, which I ought not to complain of, if they believed me fickle, idle, selfish. It is all fair, O Margaret. Men know nothing of morals till they know women. Are you serious? I am solemnly persuaded of it. Happy they who grow up beside mothers and sisters whom they can revere. But for this almost all men would be without earnestness of heart, without a moral purpose, without generosity. While they are all the while talking of honor, it was so with me. Before I knew you, I am feeble enough and selfish enough, yet God knows. But I hope still to prove that you have made a man of me out of a light selfish. But what right have I, you may think, to ask you to rely upon me, when I have so lately been, what I tell you, I did not mean to ask you? Yet this very morning, nothing could be further from my intentions. I do not know how long I should have waited before I should have dared. My sister has rendered me an inestimable service. Amidst all the mischief she did me, I thank her. Ah, Margaret, you smile. Margaret smiled again. The smile owned that she was thinking the same thing about their obligations to Mrs. Rowland. Whatever you might have said to me this evening, continued Philip, if your regard for me had proved to have been quite overthrown, if you had continued to despise me, as you must have done at times, I should still have blessed you all my life. I should have worshipped you as the being who opened a new world to me. You lifted me out of a life of trifling, which I thought very elegant at the time, trifling with my own time, and facultous trifling with other people's, serious business trifling, with something more serious still, I fear with their feelings. As far as I remember, I thought all this manly and refined enough. And but for you, I should have thought so still. You early opened my eyes to all the meanness and gross selfishness of such a life. And if you were never to let me see you again, I believe I could not fall back into the delusion. But if you will be the guide of my life. Margaret sighed deeply. Even at this moment of vital happiness, her thoughts rested on her sister. She remembered what Hester's anticipations had been in prospect of having Edward for the guide of her life. I frighten you, I see, said Philip, with my confessions. But be the consequences what they may, I must speak. Margaret, if you despise me, I must do you the justice, and give myself the consolation of acknowledging what I have been, and what I owe to you. It is not that, said Margaret, let the past go, let it be forgotten in reaching forward to better things. But do not let us be confident about the future. I have seen too much of that. We must not provide for disappointment. Let us leave it till it comes. Surely, she added with a gentle smile, we have enough for the present. I cannot look forward yet. How you must have suffered, cried Philip in a tone of grief. You have lost some of your confidence. Love you did not cling to the present and shrink from the future. When oh, it is bitter even now to think that, while I was working on in hope and resolution, you were suffering here, making it a duty to extinguish your regard for me, I all the time toiling to deserve it, and there was no one to set us right, and the whole world in league to divide us. That is all over now. But not the consequences, Margaret. They have shaken you, they have made you know doubt and fear. We are both changed, Philip. We are older, and I trust it will appear that we are wiser than we were. Yes, older. There are times in one's life when days do the work of years, and our days have been of that kind. You have discovered a new life, and my wishes and expectations are much altered. They may not be fewer or less bright, but they are very different. If they were pure from fears, they are pure from fears at this moment. I can fear nothing. We have been brought together by the unquestionable providence which rules our lives, and this is enough. The present is all right, and the future which is to come out of it will be all right in its way. I have no fear, but I do not want to anticipate this hour with its satisfactions, is all that I can bear. Notwithstanding this and Philip's transport in learning it, they did go back again and again into the past, and many a glance did they cast into the future. There was no end to their revelations of the circumstances of the last 2 months, and of the interior history which belonged to them. At last, the burning out of one of the candles startled them into a recollection of how long their conversation had lasted, and of the suspense in which Edward and Hester had been kept. Enderby offered to go and tell them the fact which they must be anticipating, and after having agreed that no one else should know at present that Miss Bruce's name should be allowed to die out of Deerbrook speculations for Mrs. Rowland's sake before any other was put in its place. Philip left his Margaret and went into the breakfast room, where his presence was not wholly unexpected. In 5 minutes, Margaret heard the hall door shut, and in another moment, her brother and sister came to her. Hester's face was all smiles and tears, her mind all tumult, with the vivid recollection of her own first hours of happy, hopeful love, mingled with the griefs which always lay heavy within her, and with that warm attachment to her sister, which circumstances occasionally exalted into a passion. "We ought to rejoice with nothing but joy, Margaret," said she, "but I cannot see how we are to spare you. I do not believe I can live without you." Her husband started at this echo of the thoughts, for which he was at the moment painfully rebuking himself. He had nothing to say, but gave his greeting in a brotherly kiss like that which he had offered on his marriage with her sister, and on his entrance upon his home. "How quiet, how very quiet she is!" exclaimed Hester, and Margaret left the room, after a few words on the events of the evening. "And a calm good night, I hope? It is all right, I hope. She is quite satisfied." "Satisfied is the word," said her husband. "People are quiet when they are relieved calm, when they are satisfied. People like Margaret. It is only great minds, I believe, which feel real satisfaction." Hester gave him pain by a deep sigh. She was thinking how seldom, and for how short a time, she had ever felt real satisfaction. And how often, and for how long, she asked, do great minds find themselves in that heaven? "By the blessing of God, not seldom, I trust," replied he, "though not so often as by obeying their nature they might. Intellectual satisfaction is perhaps not for this world, except in a few of the inspired hours of the Newtons and the Bacons, who are sent to teach what the human intellect is. But as often as a great mind meets with full moral sympathy, as often as it is loved in return for love, as often as it confides itself unreservedly to the good power which bestowed its existence and appointed all its attributes, I imagine, it must repose in satisfaction." "Then satisfaction ought to be no new feeling to Margaret," said Hester. "She always loves everyone she meets with sympathy, wherever she turns, and I believe she has faith enough for a martyr. Without knowing it, ought not she must not she have often felt real satisfaction?" "Yes. I wonder you dole out your words so sparingly about such a being as Margaret," said Hester, resentfully. "I can tell you, Edward, though you take so coolly the privilege of having such a one, so nearly connected with you, you might search the world in vain for her equal. You little know the wealth of her heart and soul, Edward. I ask you whether she does not deserve to feel full satisfaction of conscience and affections. And you just answer yes with as much languor as if I had asked you whether the clock has struck 11. Yet I can tell you this I have said in my own heart, and just to Morris for years, that the happiest man of his generation will be he who has Margaret for a wife. And here, you who ought to know this, give me a grudging yes in answer to the first question, arising out of my reverence for Margaret, that I ever asked you." "You mistake me," replied Hope in a tone of gentleness, which touched her very soul. "One's words may be restrained by reverence as well as by want of heart. I regard Margaret with a reverence which I should not have thought it necessary to put into words for your conviction." "Oh, I am wrong, as I always am," cried Hester. "You must forgive me again, as you do far, far too often. But tell me, Edward, ought not Margaret's husband to be the happiest man living?" "Yes," said Edward with a smile. "Will that do this time?" "Oh, yes, yes," replied Sheth, thought passing through her mind that whether or not her husband accepted himself, as a matter of course she should not have asked a question to which she could not bear all possible answers, even if he meant that Margaret's husband might be a happier man than himself. It was only too true. As quick as lightning these thoughts passed through her mind, and apparently without a pause she went on, "And now as to Enderby, is he worthy to be this happy husband? Does he deserve her?" Mr. Hope did pause before he replied. "I think we had better dwell as little as we can on that point of the story, not because I am afraid, oh, not take fright and suppose, I mean more than I say, not because I am afraid, but because we can do nothing, discern nothing about it. Time must show what Enderby Iser, rather what he has the power of becoming. Meanwhile, the thing is settled, they love and have promised, and are happy. Let us shun all comparison of the one with the other of them, and hope everything from him." "There will be some amusement," said Hester, after a smiling reverie, "in having this secret to ourselves for a time, while all the rest of Deerbrook is so busy with a different idea and expectation. How will Mrs. Rowland bear it?" "Mrs. Gray might have said that," said Hope, laughing. "Well, but is it not true? Will it not be very amusing to see the circulation of stories about Miss Bruce, given from the best authority, and to have all manner of news told us about Philip? and to watch how Mrs. Rowland will get out of the scrape. She is in surely, Edward, you are not above being amused with all this. I shall be best pleased. When it is all over, I have lived some years longer than you in Deerbrook, and have had more time to get tired of its mysteries and mistakes. For your comfort, then, it cannot be long before all is open and rightly understood. We need only leave Mrs. Rowland time to extricate herself. I wonder how she will manage it. We shall be taken by surprise with some clever device, I dare say. It is a pity so much ingenuity should be wasted on mischief. Chapter 27. A morning in March. Margaret was as calm as she appeared to be to a nature like hers. Blissful repose was congenial, and anxiety both appeared and felt unnatural in her. There was no weak wonder that Providence had blessed her, as she felt she was blessed. While she suffered, she concluded with certainty that the suffering was for some good purpose, but no degree of happiness took her by surprise, or seemed other than a natural influence, shed by the great parent into the souls of his children. She had of late been fearfully shaken not in her faith, but in her serenity. In a moment this experience appeared like a sick dream, and her present certainty of being beloved spread its calm over her lately troubled spirit somewhat, as her nightly devotions had done from her childhood upwards. Even now, it was little that she thought of herself. Her recovered Philip filled her mind, who had been a stranger who had been living in a world of which she could conceive nothing, who had suddenly vanished from her companionship, as if an earthquake had swallowed him, Upend, who was now all her own again by her side, and to be lived for. Amidst this security, this natural and delightful state of things, that restless uneasiness, no jealousy, and now self-abasement which she had called her own vanity and selfishness, disappeared, and she felt like one who has escaped from the horrors of a feverish bed into the cool, fragrant airs and mild sunshine of the early morning. Anxieties soon arose, gentle doubts, expressing themselves in soft sighs, which were so endeared by the love from which they sprang that she would not have banished them if she could. Anxieties lest she should be insufficient for Philip's happiness, lest he should overrate the peace of home, which she now knew was not to be looked for in full measure there any more than in other scenes of human probation. Gentle questionings like these there were, but they tended rather to preserve than to disturb her. Calmness of spirit, misery had broken her sleep by night, and constrained her conduct. By day, happy love restored her at once to her natural mood, lulling her to the deepest rest, when she rested, and rendering her free and self-possessed in all the employments and intercourses of life. There was one person who must not be kept waiting for this intelligence, till Mrs. Rowland's return. As Margaret told Philippand, that was Maria. Philip's heart was now overflowing with kindness towards all whom Margaret loved, and he spoke with strong interest of Maria, of her virtues, her misfortunes, and the grace and promise which once bloomed in her. You knew her before her misfortunes, then? To be sure I did. That was the time when I did know her, for, as you may perceive, there is not much opportunity now, and besides she is so totally changed, that I do not feel sure that I understand her feelings. I am too much in awe of them to approach her very nearly. Oh yes, I knew Maria, young once, much better than I know her now. She never told me so. How very strange. Does she ever speak of any other circumstance of her prosperous days? That is true, only incidentally. Time was, said Philip, when some boyish dreams connected themselves with Maria, young transiently, and quite at the bottom of my own fancy. I never spoke of them to anyone before, nor fully acknowledged them to myself. She was the first sensible woman I ever knew, the first who conveyed to me any conception of what the moral nature of a woman may be under favorable circumstances. For this, I am under great obligations to her, and this is all the feeling that I brought out of our intercourse. It might possibly have come to more, but that I disliked her father excessively, and left off going there on that account. What a selfish wretch I was in those days! I can hardly believe it now, but I distinctly remember rejoicing on hearing of her accident that my esteem for her had not passed into a warmer feeling, as I should then have suffered so much on her account. Is it possible? Cried Margaret, who, in the midst of the unpleasant feeling excited by this fact, did not fail to remark to herself that there could have been no love in such a case. I ought for my own sake, however, Margaret, to say that Maria Young had not the slightest knowledge of her influence over me, superficial and transient. As it was, I never conveyed it to her by word or act, and I am thankful I did not. For this reason, among Manithat, I am now perfectly free to show her all the kindness she deserves, both from her own merits and from her being a beloved friend of yours. Margaret had no doubt of Philip's full conviction of what he was saying, but she was far from certain that he was not mistaken, that looks and tones might not have communicated what words and acts had been forbidden to convey. She thought of Maria's silence about her former acquaintance with Philip, of her surprising knowledge of his thoughts, and ways betraying itself to a vigilant observer through the most trivial conversation, and of her confession that there had been an attachment to someone, and thinking of these things her heart melted within her for her friend. She silently resolved upon the only method she could think of to spare her feelings. She would write the news of this engagement, instead of going to tell it, as she had intended. She was confident that it would be no surprise to Maria, but Maria should have time and solitude in which to reconcile herself to it. What was to be done about Mrs. Enderby? She had been told at once on Philip's arrival that it was all a mistake about Miss Bruce, and she had appeared relieved when freed from the image of an unknown daughter-in-law Philip, and Margaret agreed that they must deny themselves the pleasure of revealing the rest of the truth to her, till it had been inflicted upon Mrs. Rowland. Mrs. Enderby would never be able to keep it from the Greys, and she would be disturbed and alarmed in the expectation of the scenes which might ensue when Mrs. Rowland should discover that her brother meant to choose his wife for himself, instead of taking one of her selection. Margaret must go and see his mother as often as possible, but her new interest in her old friend must be concealed for the present. How Margaret, motherless for so many long years, felt her heart yearn towards the old lady who seemed to be everybody's charge, but whom she felt now to be a sacred object of her care. The lovers immediately experienced some of the evils attendant on concealment. In the difficulty of meeting as freely as they wished, there was the breakfast room at Mr. Hope's for them, and by a little management on the part of brother and sister, a branching off in country walks out of sight of the good people of Deerbrook. In company too, they were always together and without awkwardness. True lovers do not want to talk together in company, they had rather not. It is enough to be in mutual presence, and they have nothing to say at such times, and prefer joining in what everybody else is saying. When Philip had once put a stop to all congratulations about Miss Bruce by earnestly, and most respectfully though gaily releasing that lady's name from all connection with his own, no further awkwardness remained. He treated the affair as one of the false reports which are circulating every day, and left it for his sister to explain how she had been misled by it. It was amusing to the corner house family to see that Mrs. Gray and Sophia insisted on believing that either Mr. Enderby was a rejected lover of Miss Bruce's, or that it had been an engagement which was now broken off, or that it would soon be an engagement. The gay state of Enderby's spirits accorded best with the latter supposition, but this gaiety might be assumed to cover his mortification. Margaret was daily made a listener to one or other of these suppositions. One bright, mild March day Hester and Margaret were accompanying Philip to Mr. Rowland's to call on Mrs. Enderby, when they met Mr. Rowland in the street, returned the evening before from Cheltenham. "Ladies, your most obedient," said he, stopping up the path before them. "I was on my way to call on you, but if you will step in to see Mrs. Enderby, we can have our chat there." And he at once offered his arm to Margaret, bestowing a meaning smile on Hester. As soon as they were fairly on their way, he entered at once on the compliments it had been his errand to pay, but spoke for himself alone. "I did not write," said he, "because I expected to deliver my good wishes in person so soon, but they are not the less hearty for being a little delayed. I find, however, that I am still beforehand with my neighbors, that even Mrs. Enderby does not know, nor my partner's family, all in good time, but I am sorry for this mistake about the lady. It is rather awkward. I do not know where Mrs. Rowland got her information, or what induced her to rely so implicitly upon it. All I can say is that I duly warned her to be sure of her news before she regularly announced it, but I believe such reports oftener unfounded than true have been the annoyance of young people ever since there has been marriage, and giving in marriage. We have all suffered in our turn, I dare say, though the case is not always so broad an one as this. Come, Mr. Philip, what are you about, standing there and keeping the ladies standing? And I do believe you have not knocked. Our doors do not open of themselves, though it be to let in the most welcome guests in the world. Now, ladies, will you walk in? Philip will prepare Mrs. Enderby to expect you upstairs, and meanwhile, let me show you what a splendid jonquil we have in blow here." The day was so mild, and the sun shone into the house so pleasantly, that Mrs. Enderby had been permitted to leave her chamber and establish herself for the day in the drawing-room. There she was found in a flutter of pleasure at the change of scene. Matilda's canary sang in the sunshine. Philip had filled the window with flowering plants for his mother, and the whole room was fragrant with his hyacinths. The little Greys had sent Mrs. Enderby a bunch of violets. Phoebe had made bold, while the gardener was at breakfast, to abstract a bough from the almond tree on the grass, and its pink blossoms now decked the mantelpiece. These things were almost too much for the old lady. Her black eyes looked rather too bright, and her pale, thin face twitched. When she spoke, she talked a great deal about the goodness of everybody to her, and said it was almost worth while being ever so ill to find oneself so kindly regarded. It rejoiced her to see her friends around her again in this way. It was quite a meeting of friends again. If only her dear Priscilla and the sweet children had been here. It was a great drawback, certainly, their being away, but she hoped they would soon be back. If they had been here, there would have been nothing left to wish. Hester asked if Mr. Hope had visited her this morning. She had rather expected to meet him here, and had brought something for him which he had wished very much to have a letter from his brother in India. She was impatient till it was in his hands. Had he made his call, or might she expect him presently? Mrs. Enderby seemed to find difficulty in comprehending the question, and then she could not recollect whether Mr. Hope had paid his visit this morning or not. She grew nervous at her own confusion of mind, talked faster than ever, and at last, when the canary sang out a sudden loud strain, she burst into tears. "We are too much for her," said Hester. "Let us go, we have been very wrong." "Yes, go," said Philip, "and send Phoebe. You will find your way into the garden, and I will join you there presently. Roland, you will go with them." Margaret cast a beseeching look at Philip, and he gratefully permitted her to stay. Hester carried off the canary. Margaret drew down the blinds, and then kneeled by Mrs. Enderby, soothing and speaking cheerfully to her, while tears called up by a strange mixture of emotions were raining down her cheeks. Philip stood by the mantelpiece, weeping without restraint, the first time that Margaret had ever seen tears from him. "I am a silly old woman," said Mrs. Enderby, half laughing. In the midst of her sobs, "Here comes Phoebe. Phoebe, I have been very silly, and I hardly know what about. I declare, my dear," she exclaimed, as she felt tears drop upon the hand which Margaret was chafing me. "Dear Miss Ibbotson." "Oh, call me Margaret." "But my dear, I am afraid there is something the matter. After all, something has happened." "Oh dear, no, Mom," said Phoebe, "only we don't like to see you in this way." "There is nothing the matter, I assure you," said Margaret. "We were too much for you, we tired you, and we are very sorry. That is all, but the room will be kept quite quiet now, and you will soon feel better." "I am better, my dear, thank you. How are you sitting so low? Bless me, you are kneeling. Pray, my dear, rise. To think of your kneeling to take care of me." "Give me one kiss, and I will rise," said Margaret, bending over her. It was a hearty kiss, which Mrs. Enderby gave her, for the old lady put all her energy into it. Margaret rose. Satisfied, she felt as if she had been accepted for a daughter. As soon as Mrs. Enderby appeared disposed to shut her eyes and lie quiet, Philip and Margaret withdrew, leaving her to Phoebe's care. Arm in arm, they sauntered about the walks, till they came upon Hester and Mr. Roland, who were sitting in the sun under the shelter of an evergreen hedge. "Have you heard nothing of my husband yet?" asked Hester. "I do wish he would come and read this letter from Frank." "Her anxiety is purely disinterested," said Margaret to Philip. "There can be nothing about her in that letter. His greetings to her will come in the next." "Edward enjoys Frank's letters above everything," observed Hester. "Suppose you go in next door, and we will send Hope to you when he comes," said Philip, intending thus to set Mr. Roland free to dismiss Hester and have Margaret to himself for a garden walk. "The Greys are all out for the day," observed Mr. Roland, "my partner, and this must be my excuse to you ladies for wishing you a good morning. There is a lighter at the wharf down there whose lading waits for me." "I go," said Philip. "We have detained you long enough. We will find our way by some means into the Greys' grounds, and amuse ourselves there. If you will bid one of your people call us when Hope comes, we shall hear." By the help of an overturned wheelbarrow and some activity, and at the expense of a very little detriment to the hedge, the ladies were presently landed on Mr. Grey's territories. By common consent, the three directed their steps towards the end of the green walk, whence might be seen the prospect of which the sisters were never tired. A purple and golden crocus peeped up here and there from the turf of this walk. There was a wilderness of daffodils on either side, the blossoms just bursting from their green sheaths. The periwinkle with its starry flowers and dark shining sprays overran the borders, and the hedge which bounded the walk was red with swollen buds. As the gazers leaned on this close-clipped compact hedge, they overlooked a wide extent of country. They stood on a sort of terrace, and below them was the field where the Greys' pet animals were wont to range. The old pony trotted towards the terrace as if expecting notice. Fanny's and Mary's lambs approached and looked up as awaiting something good. Philip amused himself and them with odd noises, but had nothing better for them, and so they soon scampered off, the pony throwing out his hind legs as if in indignation at his bad entertainment. Beyond this field, a few white cottages in the rear of the village peeped out from the lanes, and seemed to sit down to rest in the meadows, so profound was the repose which they seemed to express. The river wound quietly through the green level, filling its channel, and looking pearly under the light spring sky. And behind it, the woods uprose their softened masses and outlines prophesying of leafy summer shades near at hand. The air was alive with twitterings afar off. Nature seemed asleep, and nothing was seen to move but the broad sail of a wary and a diminished figure of a man beside his horse, bush harrowing in a distant green field. Hester judged rightly that the lovers would like to have this scene to themselves, and having surveyed it with that sigh of delight with which spring causes the heart to swell, she softly stole away, and sauntered down the green walk. She proceeded, till she reached a bench whence she could gaze upon the grey old church tower, rising between the intervening trees, and at the same time overlook Mr. Rowland's garden. She had not sat many minutes before her husband leaped the hedge and bounded over the grass towards her. "What news?" cried he. "There is good news in your face." "There is good news in my bag, I trust," and she produced the large square epistle, marked ship letter in those red characters, which have a peculiar power of making the heart beat. She did not wonder that her husband changed color as she held up the letter. She knew that the arrival of news from Frank was a great event in life to Edward. She gloried in being for the first time the medium through which this rare pleasure reached him, and she longed to share for the first time the confidence of a brother. Margaret had for some months reposed upon the possession of a brother. She was now to have the same privilege. She made room upon the bench for her husband, and proposed to lose no time in reading the letter together. But Hope did not sit down, though from his agitation she would have supposed him glad of a seat. He said he would read in the shrubbery, and walked slowly away, breaking the seal. As he went, Hester was rather disconcerted, but she suppressed her disappointment, begged him to take advantage of the bench, and herself retired into the orchard, while he read his epistle there as she stood, apparently amusing herself by the pond, wiping away a tear or two, which would have weighed. She little imagined what agony her husband was enduring from this letter, which she was supposing must make his heart overflow with pleasure. The letter was half full of reply to Edward's account of Margaret, in his epistle of last June, of raillery about her, of entreaty that Edward would give him such a sister-in-law, and of intimations that nothing could be more apparent than that the whole rich treasure of his heart's love was Margaret's own. Hope's soul sickened, as he read, with that deadly sickness which he had believed was past. But last June, with its delights and opening love, was too suddenly and too vividly reawakened in his memory and imagination. The Margaret of yesterday, of last month, he trusted he had arrived at regarding as a sister. Not so the Margaret of last summer. In vain he repeated again and again to himself that he had expected this, that he always knew it must come, that this was the very thing, and no more, that he had been dreading for half a year past, that it was over now, that he ought to rejoice. That he held in his hand the last witness and reminder of the mistake of his life. In vain did he repeat to himself these reasonable things, these satisfactory truths. They did not still the throbbing of his brain, or relieve the agony of his spirit, an agony under which he could almost have cursed the hilarity of his brother as levity, and his hearty affection as cruel mockery. He recovered some breath and composure when he read the latter half of Frank's volume of communication, and before he had finished it, the sound of distant footsteps fell upon his excited ear. He knew they were coming. Three, who would be full of expectation as to what he should have to tell them from India. It was they, walking very slowly as if waiting for the news. "Come," said he, starting up and going to meet them now to the green walk. "We shall be quiet there, and I will read you all about Frank." He did read them all about Frank, all the last half of the letter, Hester hanging on his arm, and Philip and Margaret listening, as if they were taking in their share of family news. When it was done, and someone said it was time to be turning homewards, Hope disengaged his arm from Hester, and ran off, saying that he would report of Mrs. Enderby to Mr. Rowland in the office, and meet them before they should be out of the shrubbery. He did so, but he first took his way round by a fence which was undergoing the operation of tarring, thrust Frank's letter into the fire over which the tar was heating, and saw every inch of it consumed before he proceeded. When he regained his party, Hester took his arm and turned once more towards the shrubbery, saying, "We have plenty of time, and I am not at all tired, so now read me the rest." "My love, I have read you all I can." Hester stopped short, and with flashing eyes whose fire was scarcely dimmed by her tears, cried, "Do you mean to give me no more of your confidence than others is your wife?" "My dear, it is not my confidence, it is Frank's. And is not Frank my brother? He is nothing to them. He was not your brother when this letter was written, nor did he know that he should ever be so. Consider this letter. as one of old Timea's belonging to the antiquity of our separate lives, I hope there will never be another letter from Frank or anybody else out of the range of my professional affairs, whose contents will not be as much yours as mine. This must satisfy you now, Hester, for I can tell you no more this ought to satisfy you. It does not satisfy me. I never will be satisfied with giving all, and having nothing in return. I have given you all, not a thought has there been in my heart about Margaret. From the day we married that I have not imparted to you, has it not been so? I believe it, and I thank you for it. And what is it to you to have a sister, you who have always had sisters? What is it to you in comparison with my longing to have a brother? And now you make him no more mine than he is Margaret's, and Philip's. He himself, if he has the heart of a brother, would cry out upon you for disappointing me. I can allow for your feelings, Hester. I have known too well what disappointment is not to feel for you, but here the fault is not mine. Whose is it, then? It is to be charged upon Providence, I suppose, like most of our evils. No, Hester, I charge it upon you. The disappointment was unavoidable. But the sting of it lies in yourself. You are unreasonable. It is at your own request that I remind you to be reasonable. And when was that request made? When I believed that you would hold me your friend, that no others were to come near my place in your confidence, at that all you cared for was to be equally mine, that your brother himself was to be my brother. It was when you promised me these things that I put my conscience and my feelings into your charge. But now all that is over, you are as much alone in your own soul as ever, and I am thrust out from it, as if you were like other men. Oh, she cried, covering her face with her hands, call me your housekeeper at Onsefer. I am not your wife, and breathe not upon my conscience, Seluk, not into my heart. For what are they to you? I reclaim from you, as your servant, the power I gave you over my soul, when I supposed I was to be your wife. Now you must hear me, Hester. Sit down, for you cannot stand under the tempest of your own feelings. Now, what are the facts out of which all this has arisen? I have had a letter written, before we were known to be engaged, containing something which is confided to my honor. We had both rather that such had not been the case. Would you now have me violate my honor? Let us have done. The supposition is too ridiculous. But the manner, pleaded Hester. It is not curiosity about the letter. I care nothing if it contained the affairs of 20 nations. But oh, your manner was cruel. If you loved me, as you once did, you could not treat me exactly as you treat Margaret. And Philip, you do not love me as you once. Roman 999. You do not answer me, she continued in a tone of wretchedness. Nay, do not answer me now. It will not satisfy me to hear you say upon compulsion that you love me. Ah, I had Margaret once. And once I had you. Philip has taken my Margaret from me. And if you despise me, I will lie down and die. Fear not, said Hope with great solemnity. While I live you shall be honored, and have such rest as you will allow to your own heart. But do you not see that you have now been distrusting men? Not you shall I begin to question whether you love me? Could you complain of injustice? If I did, when you have been tempting my honor, insulting my trust in you, and wounding my soul, is this the love you imagine? I cannot estimate and return this. Is madness, Hester. Rouse yourself from it, waken up the most generous part of yourself. We shall both have need of it all. Oh God, what do you intend? Consider again, before you break my heart, if you mean to say that we must. Edward, forgive me, Edward. I mean to say that we must support each other under troubles of God's sending, instead of creating woes of our own. Support each other, thank heaven. I see how your spirit rouses itself at the first sound of threatening. From without I knew it would. Rough and trying times are coming, love. And I must have your support. Trouble is coming daily, and hourly annoyance, and no end of it that I can see, and poverty perhaps, instead of the ease to which we looked forward when you married me. I do not ask you whether you can bear these things, for I know you can. I shall look to you to help me to keep my temper. Are you not mocking me? Doubtfully whispered Hester. No, my love, her husband replied, looking calmly in her face. I know you to be a friend made for adversity. Let it come then, exclaimed she, and she felt herself on the threshold of a new life, in which all the past might yet be redeemed. They soon rejoined Margaret and went home to relate, and to hear what new threats the day had disclosed. Chapter 28. Deerbrook commotions. Among many vague threats, there was one pretty definite menace, which had encountered Hope from various quarters of late, by whose agency, and by what means he did not know, but he apprehended a design to supplant him in his practice. There was something more meant than that. Mr. Foster from Blickley appeared from time to time in the village. Hope Imagine that there was a looking forward to somebody else who was to cure all maladies as soon as they appeared and keep death at a distance from Deerbrook, it seemed. To be among the poor people chiefly, that such an expectation prevailed. Philip was sure that Mr. Rowland knew nothing of it, nor Mrs. Enderby. Mr. Gray, when spoken to, did not believe it, but would quietly and discreetly inquire. Mrs. Gray was sure that the Deerbrook people would not venture to discountenance altogether anyone who had married into their connection. So decidedly her young folks were to hear nothing of the matter, as it would not do to propagate an idea which might bring about its own accomplishment. At the almshouses today the threat had been spoken plainly enough, and Hope had found his visit there a very unpleasant one. It had been wholly disagreeable, when within a mile and a half of the houses, a stone had been thrown at him from behind a hedge. It narrowly missed him. A little further on there was another from the opposite side of the road. This indication was not to be mistaken. Hope leaped his horse over a gate and rode about the field to discover who had attacked him. For some time he could see no one, but on looking more closely to the fence he saw signs in one part that hedging was going on. As he approached the spot, a laborer rose up from the ditch, and was suddenly very busy at his work. He looked stupid, and denied having thrown any stones, but admitted that there was nobody else in the field that he knew of. Further on more stones were thrown. It was evidently a conspiracy, but Hope could find no one to call to account for it but an old woman in one case and two boys in another. As he rode up to the almshouses, the aged inmates came out to their doors, or looked from their fanciful Gothic windows with every indication of displeasure in their faces and manner. The old women shook their heads at him, and some their fists. The old men shook their sticks at him. He stopped to speak to one man of 83 who was sitting in the sun at his door, but he could get no answer out of him. Nothing but growls about the doctor being a pretty doctor, not to have mended his patients. Eyesight yet not a bit better could he see now than he could a year ago with all the doctoring he had had. And now the gentleman would not try anything more. A pretty doctor indeed. But it would not be long before there would be another, who would cure poor people's eyes as if they were rich, and poor people's eyes were as precious to them as rich people's. He next went into a house where an aged woman was confined to bed with rheumatism, but her gossip stopped him in the middle of the room, and would not let him approach her for fear he should be her death, as she had been lying awake the night before. She had heard her deceased husband's shoes dance of their own accord in the closet, and this was a sign that something was going to happen to somebody. She thought of the doctor at the time, and prayed that he might be kept from coming near her, for she knew he would be the death of her somehow, as he had been of other folks. So Hope was obliged to leave her and her rheumatism to the gossips. The particular object of his visit to the place today, however, was a little girl, a grandchild of one of the pensioners admitted by special favor into the establishment. This girl had smallpox, and her case was a severe one. Hope was admitted with unwillingness even to her, and was obliged to assume his ultimate degree of peremptoriness of manner. With her nurses he found her muffled up about the head with flannel, and with a slice of fat bacon, folded in flannel, tied about her throat. A means, considered a specific for smallpox in some regions. The discarding of the flannel and bacon of course caused great offense, and there was but too much reason to fear that all his directions as to the management of the girl would be observed by contraries. The moment his back was turned he had long ago found explanation and argument to be useless. All that he could do was to declare authoritatively that if his directions were not followed the girl would die, and her death would lie at the door of her nurses. That in that case he expected some of the people about her would be ill after her, but that if he was obeyed he trusted she might get through, and nobody else be the worse. Almost before he was out of the house, another slice of fat bacon was cut, and the flannels put to the fire to heat again. Hope mounted his horse to depart just at the hour when the laborers were at their dinners. In all the cottages around they poured out to stare at him, some shouting that they should not have him long to look at, as they would get a better doctor soon. Some sent their dogs yelping at his horse's heels, and others vented wrath or jokes about churchyards. Soon after he had left the noise behind him, he met Sir William Hunter riding, attended by his groom. Hope stopped him, making it his apology that Sir William might aid in saving the life of a patient in whom he was much interested. He told the story of the smallpox, of the rural method of treating it with which he had to contend, and proposed that Sir William should use his influence in securing for the patient a fair chance of her life. Sir William listened coolly, would certainly call at the almshouses and make inquiry, but did not like to interfere with the notions of the people. There made a point indeed of leaving them pretty much to their own ways, owned that it would be a pity the girl should die, if she really might be got through. Would call therefore and inquire and see whether Lady Hunter could not send down anything from the hall. He smiled rather incredulously when assured that it was not anything that could be sent down from the hall that was wanted by the patient, but only the use of the fresh air that was about her, and the observance of her doctor's simple directions. Sir William next began to make his horse fidget, and Hope took the hint. "This has been my business with you at present," said he. "At some more convenient time, I should be glad of a little conversation with you on other matters connected with these almshouses." Sir William Hunter bowed, put spurs to his horse, and galloped off, as if life or death depended on his reaching the hall in 3 minutes and a half. These hints of another doctora, better doctora, new man-met hope in other directions. Mrs. Howell was once quoted as a whisper of the fact, and the milliner's young lady was known to have speculated on whether the new doctor would prove to be a single man. No one turned away from such gossip with more indifference than hope, but it came to him in the form of inquiries, which he was supposed best able to answer. He now told Hester of them, all warned her of the probable advent of a rival practitioner, and at the same time urged upon her a close economy in the management of the house, as his funds were rapidly failing. If his practice continued to fall off, as it was now doing, he scarcely saw how they were to keep up their present mode of living. It grieved him extremely to have to say this to his wife in the very first year of their marriage. He had hoped to have put larger means in her power from year to year. But at present, he owned his way was far from being clear. They had already descended to having no prospect at all. For all this Hester cared little. She had never known the pinchings of poverty, any more than the embarrassments of wealth. She could not conceive of such a thing as being very anxious about what they should eat, and what they should drink, and wherewith they should be clothed, though if she had looked more narrowly at her own imaginations of poverty, she would perhaps have discovered on the visionary table, always a delicate dish for her husband in, the wardrobe always a sleek black coatand in his waiting room, a clear fire. In winter, while the rest of the picture was made up of bread and vegetables, and shabby gowns for herself and devices, to keep herself warm without burning fuel, her imagination was rather amused than alarmed with anticipations of this sort of poverty. It was certainly not poverty that she dreaded. A more serious question was how she could bear to see her husband supplanted, and in the eyes of others, disgraced. This question the husband and wife now often asked each other, and always concluded by agreeing that time must show. The girl at the almshouses died in a fortnight. Some pains were taken to conceal from the doctor the time and the precise spot of her burial, which the doctor never thought of inquiring about, and of which it was therefore easy to keep him in ignorance. A few of the neighboring cottagers agreed to watch the grave for 10 nights to save the body from the designs of evil surgeons. One of the watchers reported after the 7th night that he had plainly heard a horse coming along the road, and that he rather thought it stopped opposite the churchyard. He had raised himself up and coughed aloud, and that was no doubt the reason why nobody came. The horse must have turned back and gone away, whoever might be with it. This put people on the watch. And on the 8th night, 2 men walked about the churchyard. They had to tell that they once thought they had caught the doctor in the fact they had both heard a loud whistle, and had stood to see what would come of it. They could see very well, for it had dawned some time. A person came through the turnstile, with a sack which seemed to leave his intentions in no doubt. They hid themselves behind 2 opposite trees, and both sprang out upon him at once. But it was only the miller's boy on his way to the Roman 1099 on the 9th and 10th nights. Nothing happened. The neighbors began to feel the want of their regular sleep, and the querulous grandmother, who seemed more angry that they meant to leave the poor girl's body to itself, now than pleased that it had been watched at all, was compelled to put up with assurances that doctors were considered to wish to cut up bodies within the first 10 days, if at all, and were not apt to meddle with them afterwards. It was full 3 weeks from this time when Hope was sent for to the almshouses, after a longer interval than he had ever known to elapse, without the old folks having some complaint to make. The inmate, who was now ill, was the least aged, and the least ignorant and unreasonable person in the establishment. He was grateful to Hope for having restored him from a former illness, and though now much shaken in confidence, had enough remaining to desire extremely to see his old friend when he found himself ill and in pain. His neighbors wondered at him for wishing to court destruction by putting himself again into the hands of the suspicious doctor, but he said he could have no ease in his mind, and was sure he should never get well till he saw the gentleman's face again, and he engaged an acquaintance to go to Deerbrook and summon him. This acquaintance spread the fact of his errand along the road as he went, and therefore, though Hope took care to choose his time so as not to ride past the cottage doors while the laborers were at dinner, his visit was not more private or agreeable than on the preceding occasion. The first symptom of his being expected on the road was that Sir William Hunter, riding as before with his groom behind him, fell in with Hope, evidently by design. Sir William Hunter's visit to the almshouses had produced the effect of making him acquainted with the discontents of the people, and had afforded him a good opportunity of listening to their complaints of their surgeon, without being troubled with the answers. Since the election he had been eager to hear whatever could be said against Hope, whose vote given contrary to Sir William's example and influence was regarded by the baronet as an unpardonable impertinence. "So you lost your patient down there, I find," said Sir William rudely. "The girl slipped through your fingers after all. However, I did my duty by you. I told the people they ought to allow you a fair chance. I requested your interference on the girl's account, and not on my own," said Hope. "But as you allude to my position among these people, you will allow me to ask, as I have for some time intended, whether you are aware of the treatment to which I am subjected in your neighborhood and among your dependents. I find you are not very popular hereabouts." "Indeed, sir," replied the baronet with a half-smile, which was immediately reflected in the face of the groom. "With your leave, we will have our conversation to ourselves," said Hope. The baronet directed his groom to ride on slowly. Hope continued. "The extreme ignorance of the country people has caused some absurd stories against me to be circulated and believed, if those who are not in this state of extreme ignorance will do me justice, and give me, as you say, a fair chance. I have no fear, but that I shall live down calumnies, and by perseverance in my professional duty recover the station I lately held here. This justice, this fair chance, I claim, Sir William, from all who have the intelligence to understand the case, and rightly observe my conduct. I have done my best in the service of these pensioners of yours, and excuse my saying that I must be protected in the discharge of my duty. Aye, there's the thing, Mr. Hope, that can't be done, you see. If the people do not like you, why then the only thing is for you to stay away. Then what is to become of the sick? Aye, there's the thing, Mr. Hope, if they do not like one, you see, why then they must try another. That is what we have been thinking now. If you take my advice, you will not go forward today. You will repent it if you do, depend upon it. They do not like you, Mr. Hope. I need no convincing of that. You do not seem disposed to stir Sir William, to improve the state of things, so I will go and try what I can do by myself." "I advise you not, Sir Mr. Hope," shouted Sir William as Hope rode rapidly forward. "Take care. What you are about, they do not want to see you again. The consequences may be serious. And this man is a magistrate, and he fancies himself my patron," thought Hope. As he rode on, "He wants me to throw up the appointment. But I will not till I see that the poor old creatures can be consigned to care as good as my own. If he chooses to dismiss me, he may, though we can ill afford the loss just now." For one moment he had thought of turning back, as Sir William's caution had seemed to foretell some personal risk in proceeding. But the remembrance of Hester's parting look inspired him afresh instead of the querulous anxiety, which had formerly harassed him from its groundlessness and apparent selfishness. It was now an anxiety worthy of the occasion that flushed her cheek. So far from entreating him to remain with her, she had bidden him go where his duty led him. She had calculated the probable length of his absence, and the watch was laid on the table as formerly, but she had used the utmost expedition in sewing on the ring of his umbrella, and had kissed her hand to him from the window with a smile he would not return to her without having fully discharged his errand. She might be a soldier's or sailor's wife after all, thought he. The hours of his absence were indeed very anxious ones to the family at home. For nearly 2 hours, the sisters amused themselves, and one another as well as they could, but it was a great relief when Philip came, and he would not believe anything they said, however, about their reasons for fear. It was nonsensate, was Deerbrook talk. What harm could a dozen old men and women, at almost 100 years apiece, do to Hope and the country people, the laborers? Round they had their own business to attend to. They would just swear an oath at him, and let him pass. And if they ventured to lay a finger on his bridle, Hope knew how to use his whip. He would come home and get his dinner, and be very dull. They would see from having nothing to tell before Philip had finished his picture of the dull dining they might expect. Morris entered, and shut the door before she came forward to the table, and spoke. She said she did not like to make mysteries out of fear of frightening people, and she hoped there would be nothing to be really afraid of now. But if Mr. Enderby thought he could contrive to meet her master out on the road, and get him to leave his horse somewhere and come walking home by Turnstile Lane, she thought it would be best, and save some bad language at least. Charles had brought in word that peeplingry people were gathering at the other end of the street, and her master could quite disappoint them by coming home on foot. The back Way how many angry people were there and what sort of people they were, mostly countrymen, out of the places round, more of those than of Deerbrook folks. There were a good many of them, so many as nearly to block up the street at one part. If the ladies would step up into the boys' attic, they would see something of what was going on from the little window there, without being seen. Philip snatched his hat and said he would soon bring them news. He hoped they would go up to the attic and amuse themselves with the show. For a mere show it would end in being. He was confident, he observed, however, that it would be as well to keep Charles at home in case, as was possible of a messenger, being wanted, he himself would soon be back. Charles was called up into the drawing-room and questioned, never before having been of so much importance. He was very grand in his statements, and made the most of all he had to say. Still, however, it was a story which no telling could have made other than an unpleasant one. Some of the people who had come in from the country had pitchforks. 2 or 3 of the shopkeepers had put up their shutters. Many strangers were in the churchyard, peeping about the new graves, and others had set scouts on the road to give notice when master was coming. Mrs. Plumstead was very busy scolding the people all round, but it did not do any good, for they only laughed at her. "You may go, Charles, but do not set foot out of the house till you are bid," said Hester, when she found the boy had told all he knew, and perhaps something more. Morris left the room with him, in order to keep her eye upon him. "Oh, Margaret, this is very terrible," said Hester. "Most disagreeable. We must allow something for Charles' way of telling the story, but yet is there anything we can do, Hester? Mr. Gray will surely be here presently, do not you think so? Either he or Mr. Rowland, no doubt. Dr. Levitt is a magistrate, but this is Saturday, and he is so deep in his sermon, he could not be made to understand and believe, till it would be too late. Do you go up to the attic, Margaret, and I will keep the hall door. I shall hear his horse sooner than anyone, and I shall stand ready to open to him in an instant. Hark now." It was only the boy with the post-bags, trotting slowly to Mrs. Plumstead's, amusing himself, by the way, with observations on the unusual animation of Deerbrook. "It is too soon yet by half an hour," said Margaret. "He cannot possibly be here for this half hour. I think do not wear yourself out with standing in the hall so long. I must just say one thing, love, I fear all kinds of danger less for Edward than for almost anyone else in the world. He does always what is most simple and right, and I think he could melt anybody's heart if he tried." "Thank you," said Hester gratefully. "I agree and trust with you, but what hearts have these people, or how can you get at them through such heads? But yet he will triumph, I feel." When Margaret went upstairs to the attic window, Hester moved a chair into the hall, softly opened the window a little to facilitate her hearing whatever passed outside, and took her seat by it, listening intently. There was soon but too much to listen to. Shuffling feet multiplied about the door, and some of the grumbling voices seemed to come from men who had stationed themselves on the steps. Hester rose, and with the utmost care to avoid noise, put up the chain of the house door. While she was doing this, Morris came from the kitchen for the same purpose. She feared there was an intention to surround the house. She wished her master would keep away for a few hours at least. She could not think where all the gentlemen of the place were, that they did not come and see after her young ladies before the words were uttered. There was a loud rap at the door. Morris made her mistress keep back, while she found out who it was before letting down the chain. Hester knew it was not her husband's knock, and it turned out to be Mr. Gray's. Margaret came flying down, and they all exclaimed how glad they were to see him. "I wish I could do you any good," said he, "but this is really a sad business, my dears." "Have you heard anything, sir?" "Nothing about your husband. Enderby bade me tell you that he is gone out to meet him, and to stir up Sir William Hunter, who may be said to be the cause of all this, inasmuch as he never attempted to stop the discontent when he might, but that unlucky vote, my dear, that was much to be deplored." "No use casting that up now, surely," observed Morris. "Yes, Morris, there is," said her mistress. "It gives me an opportunity of saying that I glory in the vote, and I would have my husband give it again today, if he had to pass through yonder crowd to go up to the poll." "My dear," remonstrated Mr. Gray, "be prudent. Do not urge your husband on into danger. He has quite enthusiasm enough without, and you see what comes of it. But I am here to say that my wife hopes you and Margaret will retire to our house, if you can get round without bringing any of these troublesome people with you. We think you might slip out from the surgery, and along the lane, and through the Rowlands' garden door, and over the hedge which they tell me you managed to climb one day lately for pleasure. By this way you might reach our house without anyone being the wiser." "On no account whatever," said Hester. "I shall not leave home under any circumstances." You are very kind, said Margaret, but we are expecting my brother every moment. But he will follow you by the same road. Both wife and sister were sure he would do no such thing. They thought the kindest thing Mr. Gray could do would be to go out the back way and see that the constable was kept up to his duty. He promised to do so, and that he would speak to Dr. Levitt to have some of Gray and Rowland's men sworn in as special constables, if such a measure should appear to be desirable. I do not know how to believe all this now, said Margaret. It seems so causeless and ridiculous in Birmingham. We could never have given credit to the story of such a riot about nothing. Morris was not sure of this in large towns. There were riots sometimes for very small matters, or on account of entire mistakes. She had always heard that one of the worst things about living in a village is that when the people once get a wrong idea into their heads, there is no getting it out again, and that they will even be violent upon it against all reason. But such things she knew to happen occasionally in towns. Another knock. It was Mr. Rowland, and Hester's heart turned sick at there being no news of her husband. Mr. Rowland had every expectation, of course, that Mr. Hope would be quite safe, and that this would turn out a disturbance of very slight consequence. But he would just ask whether it would not be advisable to close the window shutters if stones should find their way into the parlors. It might be disagreeable to the ladies there, was no doubt of that. But would not closing the shutters be a hint to the people outside to throw stones? Well, perhaps. So he only thought he would offer the suggestion, and see if he could be of any service to the ladies. Morris, go up to the attic and watch, and Margaret, do you stay here? Yes, Mr. Rowland, said Hester, fixing her glorious eyes full on him. You can be of service to us. If my husband outlives this day, you ought to pray that he may, for if not, it is your wife who has murdered him. Mr. Rowland turned as pale as ashes. We know well that you have no share in all this injury. We believe that you respect my husband, and have friendly feelings towards us. All I will spare you, what I might say what Mrs. Rowland should sink to the earth to hear. If she were standing where you stand, I look upon you as no enemy. You do me only justice, said Mr. Rowland, leaning upon the chair which Hester had brought for herself. I wish to do you justice, and therefore I warn you that, if you do not procure complete protection for my husband, not only for this day but for the future, Rafe, you do not cause your wife to retract her slanders. Stop, Mrs. Hope, this is going too far, said Mr. Rowland, drawing himself up, and putting on an air of offended dignity. It is not going too far. You cannot, you dare not pretend to be offended with what I say when you know that my noble husband has been injured in his character, and his prospects attacked in his domestic peace, and now exposed to peril of his life, by the falsehoods your wife has told. I tell you that we do not impute her crimes to you. If this is justice, you will prove it by doing your full duty to my husband. If you decline any part of this duty, if you countenance her slanders, if you shrink from my husband's side, in whatever we may have to go through, if you do not either compel your wife to do us right, or do it yourself in opposition to her, you are her partner in guilt as well as in life and lot. Consider what a situation you place me in, but what would you have me do? I would have you see that every false charge she has brought is retracted, every vile insinuation recanted. You must make her say everywhere that my husband has not stolen dead bodies, that he is not a plotter against the peace and order of society, that he has not poisoned a child by mistake, or cut off a sound limb for the sake of practice and amusement. Your wife has said these things, and you know it, and you must make her contradict them all. Consider what a situation you place me in, said Mr. Rowland again. Be generous, Hester, said Margaret. Do not trample on a wretched man, cried Mr. Rowland, covering his face with his hands. Consider, be generous, exclaimed Hester in a softened tone. I might well say consider what a situation my husband is placed in, and that I must see justice done to him before I can be generous to others. But I have such a husband that I can afford to spare the wretched and be generous to the humbled. Go now and do your duty by us, and the next time you hear your wife say that we do not love and are not happy, tell her that if we forbear to crush her, it is because we are too strong for her. Do strong in heart, however weak in fortunes, because we are strong in a peace which she cannot poison and a love which she will never understand. Even at a moment like this, and while feeling that she could not have said the things that Hester said, Margaret's eyes swam in tears of joy. Here was her sister, in a moment of that high excitement, when nothing but truth ventures upon utterance, acknowledging herself blessed in peace which could not be poisoned, and love which the vile could not understand. The day, whatever might be its events, was worth enduring for this. Mr. Rowland walked once or twice up and down the hall, wiped his brows, and then, evidently unable to endure Hester's presence, said he would let himself out, and there await Mr. Hope's arrival or anything else that might occur. Oh, would he ever come? It seemed to Hester like a week since she had given him his umbrella and seen him ride away. Hark, surely this must bait certainly. Was his horse this time? Yes, there was Morris calling from the stairs that her master was fighting his way down the street. There was Charles giving notice that the crowd was running round from the back to the front of the house. There was the noise among the people outside, the groaning, the cries. Now, Mom, said Morris, breathless with the haste she had made downstairs. Morris supposed her mistress would softly let down the chain, open the door, just wide enough for Hope to slip in and shut, bolt, and chain it again. This was what Hester had intended, but her mood was changed. She bade the servants all step out of sight, and then threw the door wide open, going forth herself upon the steps. The people had closed round Hope's horse, but Philip was pushing his in between the mob and their object and riding round, and round him with a sort of ludicrous gravity, which lowered the tone of the whole affair to Margaret's mind, and gave her great relief. Mr. Roland was shaking hands with Hope with one hand, and holding the bridle of the uneasy horse with the other. Hope himself was bespattered with mud from head to foot, and his umbrella was broken to pieces. He nodded cheerfully to Hester when she threw open the door, when she held out her hand to him with a smile. As he ascended the steps, the noise of the crowd was suddenly hushed. They understood rather more of what they saw than of anything that could be said to them. They allowed Charles to come out and lead the horse away round the corner to the stable. They stood stock-still, gaping and staring, while Hope invited Mr. Roland in, and Mr. Roland declined entering. While that gentleman shook hands with the ladies, spoke with Mr. Enderby, mounted Mr. Enderby's horse, and rode off. They saw Philip turn slowly into the house with the family party, and the door closed before they thought of giving another groan. "Well, love," said Hester, looking anxiously at her husband. "You made good battle," said Philip. "Yes, I had a pretty hard fight of it from the toll-bar hither," said Hope, stretching vigorously. "They wrenched my whip out of my hand 5 hands to 1. But then I had my umbrella, I broke it to pieces with rapping their knuckles." "Which are as hard as their pates," observed Philip. "What are we to do next?" "If they do not disperse presently, I will go and speak to them. But I dare say they have had enough of the show for today. Mrs. Plumstead must have satisfied them with oratory. That poor woman's face and voice will haunt me. When I have forgotten all the rest, one had almost rather have her against one than that such screaming should be on one's behalf. Now, my love, how has the morning gone with you?" "Very pleasantly, I would answer for it from her looks," said Philip, and Hester's face was certainly full of the beauty of happiness. "Thank God the morning is over, that is all I have to say about it," replied she. "Surely those people outside are growing more noisy," observed Margaret. "I must change my clothes in case of its being necessary to speak to them," said Hope. "I look too like a victim at present." While he and Hester were out of the room, Philip told Margaret how her brother had been treated at the almshouses. He had narrowly escaped being pulled from his horse and thrown into the pond. He had been followed halfway to Deerbrook by a crowd, throwing stones and shrieking. And just when he had got beyond their reach, he had met Philip and learned that he had the same thing to go through at the other extremity of his journey. Finding that both his doors were surrounded, he had judged it best to make for the front, coming home as nearly as possible in his usual manner. He had kept his temper admirably, joking with his detainers while dealing his blows upon their hands. "Where will all this end?" cried Margaret. "With some going to dinner and others to supper, I imagine," replied Philip, stepping to the window. "From what I see, that seems likely to be the upshot for here. Is Sir William Hunter talking to the people? I had rather he should do it than Hope. And Margaret, I had rather set my mischievous sister to do it than either. This uproar is all of her making, I am afraid. Hester has been telling Mr. Roland so this morning. I am glad of it. He must help me to work upon her fears, if there is nothing better left to operate upon." "You will not succeed," said Margaret. "Your sister is as strong a heroine in one direction as mine is in another. She shall yield, however. She may be thankful that she is not here today. If she was, I would have her out upon the steps and make her retract everything. And if she should not be able to speak, I would stand by her and say it for her." "Oh, Philip, what a horrible idea!" "Not half so horrible as the mischief she has done. Why, Margaret, if you were 1/10 part as guilty as Priscilla is, I should require you to make reparation." "Indeed, I hope you would, or rather that. But do not let us conjure up such dreadful images. My Margaret, you never wronged anyone, and you never will." "Edward, never did, I am sure," said Margaret. "Not even by poisoning children, nor cutting off limbs for sport. Are you quite sure, love, what is Sir William doing here with only his groom he? And the people look in high good humor with each other, with all this shaking of hands and nodding and laughing. I cannot conceive what he can be saying to them, for there are not three faces among the whole array that look, as if they belonged to rational creatures. Never mind, said Margaret, if what he says sends them away, I care for nothing else about it. Oh, but I do, one would like to be favored with a specimen of this kind of rural oratory. I ought to benefit by all the oratory that comes in my way, you know. So I shall just open the window an inch or two now, he is drawing hitherward, and take a lesson. It seemed as if Sir William Hunter desired that his powers of persuasion should be expended on none, but the immediate objects of them, for whatever he said was spoken as he bent from his horse, and with the air of a mystery, many a plump red face was thrust. Close up to Hismony, a pair of round staring eyes was puckered up with mirth. As he spoke, the teamster in his olive-colored smock, the hedger in his shirt-sleeves, and the little bumpkins who had snatched a holiday from scaring the crows, all seemed by their delight to be capable of entering into the baronet's method of argumentation. All this stimulated Philip's curiosity to learn what the speechifying tended to. He could catch only a few words, and those were about a new man teach him to take himself awful bad things come to an end new state of things. Soon Philip was afraid there was treachery here. Margaret had no other expectation from the manth tyrannical politician, who bore a grudge against a neighbor for having used his constitutional liberty according to his conscience. Some spectacle now drew the attention of the crowd. Another way, it was Lady Hunter in her chariot, and Grays statelily pacing through the village. She had heard that there was some commotion in Deerbrook, and as sights are rare in the country, she thought she would venture to come to the village to shop rather than wait for Sir William's account of the affair in the evening over their wine and oranges, and before he dropped off into his nap, she rightly confided in the people that they would respect her chariot and Grays, and allow her to pass amidst them in safety and honor. She had never seen a person mobbed. Here was a good opportunity. It was even possible that she might catch a glimpse of the ladies in their terrors. At all events, she should be a great person, and see and hear a great deal. So she would go. Orders were given that she should be driven quickly up to the milestone beyond the toll bar, and then very slowly through Deerbrook to Mrs. Howell's. Her servants were prompt, for they too longed to see what was going forward, and thus they arrived, finding a nice little mob ready-made to their expectations, and no cause of regret, but that they arrived too late to see Mr. Hope get home. There were no ladies in terror within sight, but then there was the affecting spectacle of Sir William's popularity, in full view of all the mob. Lady Hunter put a corner of her embroidered handkerchief to each eye on witnessing the affection of his neighbors to her husband shown by the final shaking of hands, which was now gone through Sir William, then rode slowly up to the carriage door, followed by his groom, who touched his hat. Orders were given to drive on, and then Lady Hunter's servants touched their hats. The carriage resumed its slow motion, and Sir William rode beside it, his hand on the door, and his countenance solemn, as if he was on the bench instead of on horseback. The great blessing of the arrangement was that everybody followed Lady Hunter, having come to see the mob. The mob now, in return, went to see Lady Hunter, and while they were cherishing their mutual interest, the family in the corner house were left in peace to prosecute their dinners. Philip threw up the window, which looked into the garden, and then ran down to bring Margaret some flowers to refresh her senses. After the hurry of the morning, Margaret let down the chain of the hall door, and Morris laid the cloth, as she had sent Charles to sweep down the steps and pavement before the house, that all things might wear as much as possible their usual appearance. Hester ordered up a bottle of her husband's best ale, and the servants went about with something of the air peculiar to a day of frolic. "Dear heart, Lady Hunter, can it be your ladyship?" exclaimed Mrs. Howell, venturing to show her face at the door of her darkened shop, and to make free entrance for her most exalted customer. "Good heavens, your ladyship, who would have thought of seeing your ladyship here on such a day?" cried Miss Miskin. "Where's Bob, Miss Miskin? Do Miss Miskin send Bob to take down the shutters, that is, if your ladyship thinks that Sir William would recommend it. If Sir William thinks it safe, that is my criterion." "I hope we are all safe now, Mrs. Howell," replied the lady. "Sir William's popularity is a most fortunate circumstance for us all, and for the place at large. Oh dear, your ladyship, what should we be not to estimate Sir William? We have our faults like other people, but really if we did not know how to value Sir William." "Thank heaven," said Miss Miskin, "we have not fallen so low as that. Now your ladyship can see a little of our goings. Ah no, the shutters are down, but dear heart, your ladyship would not have wondered at our putting them up, I am sure. I thought for my part that that middle shutter never would have gone up, it stuck, your ladyship. Oh, cried Mrs. Howell, putting her hands before her face, as if the recollection was even now too much for her. The middle shutter stuck, Bob had got it awry, and jammed it between the other two, and there nothing that Bob could do would move it, and there. We heard the noise at a distance, cries your ladyship, and the shutter would not go up, and Miss Miskin ran out, and so did I. Did you really? Well, I must say, I admire your courage, Mrs. Howell. Oh, your ladyship, in a moment of desperation. You know, if anybody had seen Miss Miskin's face, I'm sure, as she tugged at the shutter, it was as red, really scarlet. And I'm sure so was yours, Mrs. Howell, downright crimson. And after all, resumed Mrs. Howell, we should never have got the shutter up if Mr. Tucker had not had the politeness to come and help us. But we are talking all this time, and perhaps your ladyship may be almost fainting with the fright. Would not your ladyship step into my parlor and have a little drop of something? Let me have the honor a glass of mulled port wine, or a drop of cherry bounce. Miss Miskin, you will oblige us, cherry bounce, you know. Miss Miskin received the keys from the girdle with a smile of readiness, but Lady Hunter declined refreshment. She explained that she felt more collected than she might otherwise have done from her, not having been taken by surprise. She had been partly aware, before she left the hall, of what she should have to encounter. Dear heart, what courage! Goodness, how brave! I could not be satisfied to remain safe at the hall, you know, when I did not know what might be happening to Sir William, so I ordered the carriage, and came. It was a very anxious ride, I assure you, Mrs. Howell. But I found when I got here that I need not have been under any alarm for Sir William. He has made himself so beloved that I believe we have nothing to fear for him under any circumstances. But what can we think, Mrs. Howell, of those who try to create such danger? What indeed, Mom? Any one, I am sure, who would so much as dream of hurting a hair of Sir William's head. As I said to Miss Miskin, when Mr. Tucker told us Sir William was come among them, that's the criterion, said Roman 1. As it happens, Sir William is in no danger, I believe, but no thanks to those who are at the bottom of this disturbance. It is no merit of theirs that Sir William is so popular. No, indeed, your ladyship, we may thank heaven for that, not them. But what is to be done, your ladyship? I declare it is not safe to go on in this way. It makes one think of being burnt in one's bed. And all the three shuddered. Sir William will take the right measures you need, not doubt, Mrs. Howell. Sir William looks forward. Sir William is very cautious, though from his intrepidity, some might doubt it. The safety of Deerbrook may very well be left to Sir William. No doubt, your ladyship, no doubt. We should be really afraid to go to our beds, if we had not Sir William to rely on, as Miss Miskin said to me only this morning. But dear heart, what can Sir William, or an angel from heaven, do in some sorts of dangers? If one might ask for one's confidential satisfaction, what does Sir William think of this affair of the church door? Amidst shrugs and sighs, Miss Miskin drew quite near to hear the fate of Deerbrook revealed by Lady Hunter. But Lady Hunter did not know the facts about the church door, on which the inquiry was based. This only showed how secret some people could be in their designs. There was no saying what Lady Hunter might think of it. It really seemed as if Deerbrook, that had had such a good character hitherto, was going to be on a level with Popish Place, a place of devastation and conflagration. Lady Hunter looked excessively grave when she heard this, and if possible graver than ever when she was told that not only had a lantern been found in the churchyard, with a bit of candle left in the socket, but that a piece of charred stick full 3 inches long had been picked up close by the church door. After hearing this, Lady Hunter would not commit herself any further. She asked for some hairpins with a dignified and melancholy air. While she was selecting the article, she let Mrs. Howell talk on about the lantern and the stick. That no one wondered about the lantern, knowing what practices went on in the churchyard when quiet people were asleep. But that the charred stick was too alarming, only that to be sure anybody might be aware that those who would go into churchyards for one bad purpose would be ready enough for another, and that heaven only knew how long the churches of the land would be safe, while lorries were sent to Parliament, and those that sent them, there were all abroad. Lady Hunter sighed, emphatically, whispered her desire that the hairpins should be set down in her account, and went away amidst deep and mournful curtsies from those whom she left behind. Under certain circumstances, the mind becomes so rapidly possessed of an idea, is enabled to assimilate it so completely and speedily, that the possessor becomes unaware how very recently the notion was received and deals with it as an old established thought. This must be Lady Hunter's excuse, for no other can be found for speaking of the plot for burning Deerbrook Church, as one of the signs of the times which had alarmed Sir William and herself of late. She had so digested Mrs. Howell's fact, by the time she had reached Mr. Tucker's shop, that she thus represented the case of the charred stick to Mr. Tucker, without any immediate sting of conscience for telling a lie. She felt rather uncomfortable when Mr. Jones the butcher, who had stepped in at Tucker's to discuss the event of the morning, observed with deference, but with much decision, that he was sorry to hear Sir William was made uneasy by the circumstance of the charred stick having been found, as it seemed to him a very simple matter to account for several of the boys of the village, his own son John, for one had lately taken to the old sport of whirling round a lighted stick at the end of a string to make a circle of fire in the dark. Sometimes it happened that a spark caught the string, and then the stick was apt to fly off nobody knew where. It was an unsafe sport certainly, and as such he had forbidden it to his son John, but there was no doubt in his mind, without defending the sport, that the stick in question had jerked itself over the churchyard wall, and had not been put there by anybody, say nothing of its having lain so far from the door, and in the grass too, that it was difficult to see what could be expected to catch fire from it. Jones took up his hat from the counter, saying that, as Sir William was close at hand, he would step and tell him what he thought would ease his mind about this affair. This movement laid open to Lady Hunter's mind the enormity of her fib, and remembering that as far as she knew her husband had never heard of the stick, she vigorously interfered to keep Mr. Jones, where he was averring that Sir William had rather hear the explanation from her than from any person actually resident in Deerbrook. He had his reasons, and she must insist. Mr. Jones bowed. Her alarm ceased, and her compunction gradually died away. When Mr. Tucker had received his orders about the fireguard, which occasioned his whispering that there had never been so much need in Deerbrook of guards against fire, as now, Lady Hunter's footman came into the shop to say that his master was in the carriage. Sir William had sent his horse home, and would return in the chariot with his lady. She hastened away to prevent any chat between Sir William and Mr. Jones, but once in the carriage, in all the glory of being surrounded and watched by a number of gaping clowns and shouting boys, she could not resolve to bury herself in the seclusion of the hall without enjoying the bustle a little longer. She therefore suddenly discovered that she wanted to order a morning cap at Miss Nary's, and the carriage drew up in state before the milliner's door. Miss Flint, whose hair had come out of curl from her having leaned out of an upper window to watch the commotion, now flew to the glass to pull off her curl papers. Miss Nary's herself hastily drew out of drawers and cupboards the smart things which had been huddled away under the alarm about the sacking of Deerbrook, and then threw a silk handkerchief over the tray on which stood the elder wine and toast, with which she and her assistant had been comforting themselves after the panic of the morning. All the caps were tried on with mysterious melancholy, but with some haste. Sir William must not be kept long waiting. In times like these a magistrate's moments were valuable. Sir William was reading the newspaper, in order to convey the impression that he considered the affair of this morning a trifling one, but these are strange times, Miss Nary's. Very alarming, my lady. I am sure I don't know when we shall recover from the fright, and no further back than 6 weeks. I had that person in my lady to attend Miss Flint in a sore throat, so little were we aware. I am thankful enough it was not for a broken arm, observed Miss Flint, in accents of devout gratitude. Yes, indeed, my dear, observed Miss Nares. It would have ruined all your prospects in life, if he had done by you, as he did by the Russell Taylor's nursemaid. Have you never heard that my lady? Well, I am astonished. I find the story is in everybody's mouth. Mrs. Russell Taylor's nursemaid was crossing the court with the baby in her arms, when she tripped over the string of Master Hampton Taylor's kite. Well, my lady, she fell, and her first thought, was to save the baby, so she let all her weight go on the other arm. The right end, as you may suppose, broke it. It snapped below the elbow. The gentleman in the corner house was sent for immediately to set it. Now they say you, my lady, know all about it, of course, that there are 2 bones in that part of one's arm below the elbow. There are, so quite correct, there are 2 bones. Well, my lady, all the story depends upon that the gentleman in question did set the bones, but he set them across, you see, as it might be so, and Miss Nares arranged 4 pieces of whalebone on the table, in the shape of a long narrow letter X. There could not have been a better exemplification. The consequence was, my lady, that the poor girl's hand was found, when she had got well, to be turned completely round, and in fact it is all but useless. When her hands are in her lap, observed Miss Flint, the palm of the right lies uppermost. When she beckons the children with that hand, observed Miss Nares, they think she means them to go further off. A girl who has to earn her bread, my lady, it is in everybody's mouth, I assure you. What has become of the girl? Asked Lady Hunter. Oh, she was got rid ofsen a wado, save the credit of the gentleman in the corner house. But these things will come out, my lady. You are aware that the Russell Taylors have for some time been employing Mr. Foster from Blickley. Ah, true, I had heard of that. With unrelaxed gravity, Lady Hunter returned to her equipage, carrying with her Miss Nair's newest cap and story. As the carriage drew near the corner house, the driver, as if sympathizing with his lady's thoughts, made his horses go their very slowest. Lady Hunter raised herself and leaned forward that she might see what she could see in this dangerous abode. The spring evening sunshine was streaming in at the garden window at the back of the house, so that the party in the room was perfectly visible in the thorough light. To anyone who could surmount the obstacle of the blind, Lady Hunter saw four people sitting at dinner, and somebody was waiting on them. She could scarcely have told what it was that surprised her, but she exclaimed to Sir William, "Good heavens, they are at dinner." Sir William called out angrily to the coachman to drive faster, and asked whether he meant to keep everybody out till midnight. The Hopes were far less moved by seeing the baronet and his lady driving by than the baronet and his lady were by seeing the Hopes dining. They had not the slightest objection to the great folks from the hall, deriving all the excitement and amusement they could from an airing through the village, and they were happily ignorant of the most atrocious stories about Hope, which were now circulating from mouth to mouth all round Deerbrook. It was not long, however, before they found that they had been indebted to the great folks from the hall for a certain degree of protection, partly from the equipage having drawn off the attention of some of the idlers, and partly from the people having been unwilling to indulge all their anger and impertinence in the presence of a magistrate. Scarcely half an hour had elapsed after the sound of the carriage wheels had died away, before a face was seen surmounting the blind of the windows. Towards the street presently another appeared, and another. Men below were hoisting up boys to make grimaces at the family and see what was going on. The shutters were closed rather earlier than usual. Philip went out to make a survey. He and Mr. Gray soon returned to advise that the ladies should quit the house, and that a guard should enter it. The first proposition was refused, the second accepted. Mr. Gray carried off all the money and small valuables. Hester and Margaret bestirred themselves to provide refreshments for Messrs. Gray and Rowland's men, who were to be ready to act in their defense. They scarcely knew what to expect, but they resolved to remain where Edward was, and to fear nothing from which he did not shrink. There was much noise round the house, a multitude of feet and of voices. Messengers were sent off to the hall, and to Dr. Levitt, who must now be disturbed, whatever might become of his sermon. Philip brought in Mr. Rowland's men, and declared he should not leave the premises again if the ladies would not be persuaded to go. He took up his station in the hall, whence he thought he could learn most of what it was that the people had intended to do, and be most ready to act as occasion might require. No one could imagine what was designed, or whether there was any design at all on foot. The only fact at present apparent was that the crowd was every moment increasing. Hester was stooping over the cellaret in the room where they had dined when a tremendous crash startled her, and a stone struck down the light which stood beside her, leaving her in total darkness. Philip came to her. In a moment no one had thought of closing the shutters of the back windows, and now the garden was full of people. The house was besieged back and front, and in 10 minutes from the entrance of this first stone, not a pane of glass was left unbroken in any of the lower windows. Hope ran out, his spirit thoroughly roused by these insults, and he was the first to seize and detain one of the offenders. But the feat was rather too dangerous to bear repetition. He was recognized surrounded, and had some heavy blows inflicted upon him. He succeeded in bringing off his man, but it was by the help of a sally of his friends from the house, and having locked up his prisoner in his dressing-room, he found it best to await the arrival of a magistrate before he went forth again. The surgery was the most open to attack, and this being the place where the people expected to find the greatest number of dead bodies, their energies were directed towards the professional part of the premises. The pupil took flight and left the intruders to work their pleasure. They found no bodies, and were angry accordingly, when the crashing of all the glass was over the shelves, and cases were torn down, and with the table and chairs carried out into the street, and cast into a heap. Other wood was brought, and it was owing to the pertinacity of the mob in front of the house, in attacking the shutters, that the rioters met with no opposition in the surgery. Hope Enderby and their assistants had more on their hands than they could well manage in beating off the assailants. In front, if the shutters were destroyed, the whole furniture of the house would go, and no protection would remain to anybody in it. The surgery must be left to take its chance rather than this barrier between the women and the mob be thrown down, Whatever offensive warfare was offered from the house was from the servants from the upper window. The women poured down a quick succession of pails of water, and Charles returned with good aim such stones as had found their way in. The gentlemen were little aware for some time that the cries of vexation or ridicule which were uttered now and then were caused by the feats of their own coadjutors overhead, and it was in consequence of seeing Hester and Margaret laughing in the midst of their panic that the fact became known to them. Soon after, a bright light was visible between the crevices of the shutters, and a prodigious shout arose outside. The bonfire was kindled. Hester and Margaret went to the upper windows to see it, and when the attacks upon the shutters seemed to have ceased, Enderby joined them. There were very few faces among the crowd that were known even to Charles, whose business it was in his own opinion to know everybody. Mr. Tucker was evidently only looking on from a distance. Mrs. Plumstead had been on the spot, but was gone terrified into quietness by the fire into which the rioters had threatened to throw her if she disturbed their proceedings. She had professed to despise the idea of a ducking in the brook, but a scorching in the fire was not to be braved, so no more was heard of her this night. 3 or 4 of the frequenters of the public house were on the spot, but though they lent a hand to throw fresh loads of fuel on the fire, they did not take their pipes from their mouths, nor seem to be prime movers in the riot. The yellow blaze lighted up 100 faces, scowling with anger or grinning with mirth, but they were all strange as the incidents of the day, a little retired from. The glare of the fire was a figure revealed only when the flame shot up from being freshly fed. Sir William Hunter on horseback, with his immovable groom behind him. How long he had been there nobody in the house could tell, nor whether he had attempted to do anything in behalf of peace and quiet there. He sat as if looking on for his amusement, and forgetting that he had any business with the scene. It was no wonder that Dr. Levitt was not yet visible. If he should arrive by dawn, that was all that could be expected. But where were Mr. Gray and Sidney? Where was Mr. Rowland, like some of Mr. Hope's other neighbors who ought to have come to his aid on such an occasion? These gentlemen were detained at home by the emotions of their families. Sidney Gray was locked up by his tender mother as securely as Mr. Hope's prisoner, and all the boy's efforts to break the door availed only to bruise him full as seriously as the mob would have done. His father was detained by the tremors of his wife, the palpitations of Sophia, and the tears and sobs of the twins, all of which began with the certainty of the first stone having been thrown, and were by no means abated by the sight of the reflection of the flames on the sky. Mr. Gray found it really impossible to leave his family. As he afterwards said, he consoled himself with the thought that he had done the best he could by sending his men. These things were exactly what his partner said. He, too, had done the best he could in sending his men. He, too, found it impossible to leave his family in the dusk of the evening, when the first stones had begun to fly. The carriage, which was heard in the intervals of the crashes, to roll by contained Mrs. Rowland and her children, and someone else. It may easily be imagined that it was made impossible to Mr. Rowland to leave his family to go to the assistance of the people in the corner house.